on my first day back with my wealthy birth family. Their precious adopted son accused me of stealing a gemstone necklace. The moment my billionaire parents heard, they ordered me to kneel and admit I was wrong. My 6 older sisters even wanted to drag me to the police station. If none of you are going to listen to reason, then don't blame a cultivator like me for teaching you how to be decent human beings again. But before I could even make a move, my blind fool of a dad lashed out with his whip. Crack. The whip barely missed me as it came down, snapping sharply through the air. Before Robert Carter could even react, my fist slammed hard into his face. A dull thud echoed through the room. Robert's vision went black, and he toppled straight to the floor. The room went dead silent, aside from Robert curling up in pain on the floor. Everyone else stood frozen in place, staring at me in stunned disbelief. No one had expected the quiet, useless loser they all looked down on to suddenly fight back. I acted like nothing had happened and calmly pulled my phone from my pocket, then dialed 1110. Hello? 110? I'd like to report a crime. There's been a burglary at Xingtian Manor on Binhai Road. A gemstone necklace worth 11 million was stolen, and someone here has also assaulted an innocent person. The instant I ended the call, it was like someone had pressed play on the entire room. Victoria Carter shot up from the couch, pointed at me, and screamed, "You worthless piece of trash. You've only been home 3 days, and you're already stealing from us. And you actually have the nerve to call the police?" Ethan Carter also dropped his stunned expression and immediately put on his usual innocent, well-behaved act. "Bro, Mom always says we shouldn't air the family's dirty laundry. We know your adoptive parents were poor, and you've probably never seen things like this before. But stealing our sister's necklace and selling it is way too far. If the police get involved, stealing something worth over 10 million could put you in prison." His voice gradually trailed off when he noticed that my phone camera was pointed straight at them. "What? Why'd you stop talking?" I let out a cold laugh and waved my phone. "Don't worry. I already recorded everything. Every word you just said can be used as evidence, and with more than 10 million involved, yeah, that's definitely enough to put someone behind bars for years. You bastard. Who gave you permission to record us?" Victoria suddenly sprang at me, charging over in a rage and reaching for my phone. I easily dodged her, raising my phone high with my left hand. While using my right to block Victoria's attacks, I adjusted the angle, making sure both Victoria and the entire room were in frame. "I'm telling you right now, you're violating my image rights. I'm going to sue you," Victoria shrieked, her voice painfully sharp. "You obviously stole my necklace. Ethan saw you coming out of my room this morning. He saw it with his own eyes. Then my necklace disappeared. If you didn't steal it, who else could have? You disgusting creep. God knows what filthy things you were doing in my room." She cursed while clawing at me like crazy. Before long, several scratches and bite marks covered my arm. "You worthless brat." Robert clutched his swollen face and picked up the whip from the floor but didn't dare swing it, afraid he might hit Victoria by accident. Instead, he shouted toward the doorway, "Frank! What are you standing there for? Get Brian Walker over here." The moment I heard Brian's name, I made my decision. I knocked Victoria's hand away, grabbed her shoulder with my left hand, and locked my right arm around her neck before dragging her into the corner. Then I snatched a porcelain plate off the table and smashed it. I picked up the largest shard and pressed it against Victoria's throat. "Nobody move. We wait for the police. Otherwise, I'll kill her." My voice was cold and unwavering. The room instantly went silent. The head butler and Brian had just reached the doorway, but after seeing the scene, neither dared make a move. Ding. Victoria struggled a few times, but my arm held her like an iron clamp, leaving her barely able to breathe. "What are you trying to do?" Victoria's voice trembled. I didn't answer. I simply stared coldly at everyone in the room, while keeping the porcelain shard pressed firmly against Victoria's throat. "You animal." Robert was furious beyond words, his voice squeezing through clenched teeth. "She's your sister." "My sister?" I laughed coldly, my gaze sharp as a blade. "You, Robert Carter, never treated me like your son. Victoria never treated me like her brother. So why the hell should I treat her like my sister? I'll say it one more time. If anyone takes one step forward, I'll kill her. After all, I'm just a worthless piece of trash." So I'll trade my worthless life for your precious daughter's noble one. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. The piercing sound was especially jarring in the silent room. Every nerve in my body instantly tightened. The porcelain shard in my hand pressed even harder against Victoria's throat until it actually broke her skin, and a thin line of blood appeared. I didn't dare relax for even a second, afraid this might be another Carter family trap. Is that the police? I muttered under my breath, my eyes alert, as they swept across every corner of the room. Then I saw a maid hurry over to Robert and whisper a few words to him. Robert's expression instantly turned grim. His gaze flickered back and forth between Victoria and me, until he finally seemed to make up his mind. He gritted his teeth. Let them in. A moment later, the maid led two men in police uniforms into the room. The taller one shouted as soon as he entered, "Who called the police?" "Bro, look." The shorter officer pointed toward the corner, where I was holding Victoria hostage, his voice full of surprise. "Hey, kid." The taller officer forced himself to stay calm as he tried to talk me down. "Don't do anything rash. Whatever happened, tell us about it. We're police officers. We'll make sure you get justice. Just let her go first, okay?" I gave the two of them a cold once-over and immediately knew what was going on. Then I laughed, my voice dripping with mockery. "Robert Carter, you really are unbelievably stupid. Impersonating police officers? That's another crime to add to the list. Watch your mouth, kid." The shorter officer immediately snapped back. "We're real police officers." "Really?" I sneered. "I entered the police academy at 18, graduated at 22, joined the force at 23, and worked until I was 35. Before I crossed into this world, I had 12 years on the force. And you two idiots think you can fool me? Take out your phones and call 110. Give the dispatch center your badge numbers." When the two of them hesitated, my smile grew even more mocking. "Robert Carter, you didn't even bother doing your homework? My adoptive dad retired from a government agency. I've met plenty of cops. Police badge numbers have 7 digits and start with 01. So what are you two supposed to be from the Supreme Procuratorate? The courts, or the Ministry of Public Security? With the way you two look, you expect me to believe you're cops?" The room fell completely silent. Only my voice echoed through it. My gaze was sharp as a hawk's, while the porcelain shard in my hand remained pressed tightly against Victoria's throat, as though I could slit it at any second. Just then, a man in a black security uniform hurried over to Robert and said a few words to him. Robert's face instantly went pale. "You seriously told the real police to leave?" I let out a cold laugh and pressed the shard even harder. Victoria's face was already starting to turn blue. "Then you'd better get ready to bury your daughter. They're the real police this time." Robert's voice was filled with panic. He was obviously trapped with no way out. After struggling with himself for a moment, he finally softened his tone. "Son, we can talk this out." "There's nothing to talk about," I refused flatly. "The moment your whip came down on me, there was nothing left to discuss. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. If I don't see the real police, you'll be collecting your daughter's body." I stared coldly at Robert, my eyes filled with contempt. A dad forcing his own son to kill his own daughter. If that's the kind of show you want to see, I'd be more than happy to put it on for you. At those words, Robert's face went from red to white and back again. He couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. Just 2 days ago, I had been completely under his control. So how had I suddenly become this defiant? After weighing his options, he finally gritted his teeth. "Let the police in." The maid hurried away. Not long afterward, a series of steady, heavy footsteps approached. A middle-aged police officer and a younger officer walked into the living room. "Other officers got here before us?" the younger officer asked quietly in confusion. The moment the middle-aged officer entered, he saw the situation and immediately raised both hands. His voice was calm and gentle. "Easy, son. We're police officers. My badge number is 03663. My name is Officer Daniel Sullivan. You can call 110 and verify my badge number. But trust me, Shanghai isn't a place where people can just ignore the law. We'll make sure you get a fair explanation." Some of the tension finally left my body. With all my years of experience, I was almost certain he was a real cop. But I still said cautiously, "Call 110 from your own phone. I need to verify your identity." "Of course," Officer Sullivan immediately pulled out his phone and dialed 100 right in front of me. The operator quickly confirmed Officer Sullivan's identity. Only then did I finally breathe a sigh of relief, and lower the porcelain shard in my hand. Victoria collapsed to the floor like all the strength had left her body. I'm the one who called the police. I pointed at Robert and the others, my voice steady. They've been abusing me, and they falsely accused me of stealing from them. Grace Carter immediately rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Victoria, brain hysterically. You monster! What did I do in my past life to deserve this? How did I give birth to such an ungrateful son? We brought you back into the Carter family out of kindness. We gave you food and a home. We gave you the best of everything. And look at what you've done. You stole your sister's necklace. You refuse to listen to anyone. And now you're threatening your own family. Family problems should stay inside the family. But you just had to. Victoria clung to her mother and burst into tears. He tried to kill me. I told you from the beginning, Ethan is the only brother we need in this family. He's an ungrateful animal. Officers, arrest him right now. Make sure he spends the rest of his life in prison, ignoring the pain all over my body. I pulled up the video on my phone, officer. This is what actually happened. The Carter family's precious adopted son accused me of stealing a gemstone necklace. As I played the video, I explained everything from beginning to end. Just then, I suddenly noticed the two Carter family security guards who had impersonated police officers. Trying to quietly slip away, I immediately barked, "Stop right there." I lunged forward, grabbed both of them by the arms, and yanked them back. Officer, look at this. The Carter family actually had people impersonate police officers. And there's more. I raised my arm, revealing the welts left by the whip. Take a look at these injuries too. They were all caused by the man who claims to be my biological dad, Robert Carter. Officer Sullivan frowned. Clearly, the situation was much more complicated than he'd expected. He took a deep breath and said to me, "Son, don't worry. We'll investigate everything. For now, come back to the station with us and give a statement." I stayed silent for a moment before nodding. Then I took off my shirt, revealing injuries all over my body. My voice remained calm and firm. Robert Carter says I'm his biological son. But the moment I came back, they locked me in a basement storage room. It's damp, dark, and filthy down there. It's not fit for anyone to live in. That so-called adopted son accused me of stealing Victoria's necklace. But I've only been here for 3 days. On the first day, I was warned not to go upstairs. On the second day, I wanted to go out with my friend, but they locked me in the basement instead. They didn't give me food or water, and I wasn't let out until just now. So when exactly was I supposed to steal that necklace? "You're lying," Grace shrieked, cutting me off. "You clearly wanted to go hang around with those good-for-nothing street punks. You call friends. You even said you wanted to bring them here. The Carter family has standards. We can't tolerate behavior like yours." Robert quickly chimed in. "Officer Sullivan, I admit I went a little too far today, but he's still my biological son. His adoptive parents spoiled him rotten. We can't just stand by and let him turn into some delinquent who steals from people." "Delinquent?" I let out a cold laugh and swept my gaze across the room. "Who exactly? Are you talking about Ethan Carter? Where is he? Why is he suddenly gone?" I looked around the room and realized Ethan had disappeared without anyone noticing. He had probably run off to find some backup. But it didn't matter. I'd already recorded every word they'd said. Bro, just then, Ethan rushed back into the living room, breathing hard, with a middle-aged man following behind him. He looked anxious, as if he had something urgent to say, but froze when he saw the scene in front of him. "Where did you go?" Robert asked irritably. He genuinely hadn't noticed Ethan leave earlier. I saw how serious things were. "So I went to get Dr. Lucas Bennett. He's a psychologist and a trained negotiator. I thought he might be able to calm my brother down." Ethan put on an innocent expression. "Oh, right! How did I forget about that?" Robert slapped his forehead, his eyes full of approval. "Ethan really is the smart one. I was so panicked. I completely forgot. Frank, look at the terrible idea you came up with. Having people impersonate police officers. This was all just a misunderstanding. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, we'll investigate that ourselves." Officer Sullivan glanced coldly at the injuries covering my body, then looked back at the video. If what this young man says is true, then you're already suspected of unlawful detention and intentional assault. And according to the original report, a necklace worth more than 10 million is missing. That's an extremely large amount of money. We'll be investigating all of it. All you need to do is cooperate. He gave the younger officer a look. Go take statements from the Carter daughters, as well as the sons, Mr. Carter and Mrs. Carter. Also, Mr. Carter, I need you to provide the villa's surveillance footage. Yes. Robert had barely opened his mouth when Ethan cut in with a smile. Officer Sullivan, our security cameras just happened to stop working a few days ago. And this is really just a family matter. Mom and Dad only wanted my brother to have a better social circle and make real friends instead of hanging around with street punks. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Maybe their methods were a little extreme, but that's normal. When I was younger and made friends Mom didn't approve of, she'd lock me in my room and refuse to let me go out too. I waited until Ethan finished speaking and made sure the recording had captured everything before I said, Officer Sullivan, my adoptive dad's name is George Miller. He retired from the provincial government 2 years ago. The friend who called me yesterday is Ryan Mitchell. His dad is Michael Mitchell, and he works at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. You should know him, right? I opened the photo gallery on my phone and pulled up several pictures of Ryan and me on the basketball court. We're both students at No. 3 high school. We're taking the college entrance exam together this year, and we're in the same class. I paused and looked up at Officer Sullivan before continuing, and look at what this family has done. Impersonating police officers, unlawfully detaining me, assaulting me for no reason, and now property worth more than 10 million has mysteriously disappeared. Is this really something that ends with us simply giving statements? I lightly raised the phone in my hand, then added, I recorded our conversation just now too, and I've already sent it to Ryan Mitchell. Officer Sullivan's expression instantly darkened. He turned to his partner without expression. Officer Lewis, call for backup, as the two officers requested additional units, and their expressions grew serious. I quietly stood to the side and watched. Robert, meanwhile, immediately called the Mitchell family, trying to explain the situation, but I watched his expression darken as he stared at his phone. What's going on? He muttered to himself. Clearly, every call he made was going unanswered. He turned toward Grace in confusion. Honey, did you get through to Michael's wife? Grace shook her head, looking just as confused. The moment I mentioned that the friend who had contacted me yesterday was Ryan Mitchell, Robert had clearly realized he was in trouble. His hands were almost trembling as he lowered his head and looked at the 6 calls he'd already made. Every single one had gone unanswered. At that moment, he seemed to suddenly remember something his dad had once warned him about. The mainland isn't like other places. No matter how big your business becomes, never look down on people whose monthly salary isn't even as much as your spending money, and whatever you do, don't offend them. Just then, the shrill wail of sirens rang out, cutting through the night. I could hear police cars rapidly approaching. No one even needed to announce them. A large group of officers poured straight into the villa. Mr. Carter, Mrs. Carter, and you two young men, please come with us. This time, the man taking the lead wasn't Officer Sullivan, but another officer who had just arrived. He was still wearing his coat, and looked like he'd rushed over in a hurry. I quietly memorized his face. Robert's eyes immediately lit up, and he hurried forward like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline. Deputy Chief, you came here personally? Look, Before he could finish, 2 officers stepped in and stopped him. Deputy Chief Thomas Hayes gave Robert a cold glance, his expression completely unreadable. Mr. Carter, we've known each other for some time, and you're a respectable man, so don't make this difficult for me. I won't. Robert craned his neck anxiously, trying to push past the officers blocking him. This whole thing is a misunderstanding. It's a family matter. Deputy Chief Hayes waved a hand. I know. It's a misunderstanding. We can discuss it slowly once we get to the station. With that, he gave a subtle signal, and 2 officers immediately stepped forward and handcuffed Robert before escorting him outside. No matter how hard Robert struggled, it was useless. More officers surged in and restrained the rest of the Carter family. Victoria and Ethan were quickly handcuffed as well and taken away together. At the same time, Deputy Chief Hayes ordered his men to seal off the scene, secure the surveillance recordings, and formally collect statements from everyone in the Carter family. He even specifically ordered officers to examine Victoria's room for fingerprints, hair, and other physical evidence. It didn't take long before Deputy Chief Hayes walked over to me and carefully looked me over. When his gaze fell on my body covered in injuries, his originally cold expression gradually became complicated and even showed a hint of sympathy. His voice sank as he immediately turned toward the two officers who had arrived earlier and snapped, "What the hell are you two doing? Can't you see this kid is covered in injuries? Get him to a hospital right now and have his injuries formally evaluated while you're at it." The two officers lowered their heads after being scolded and quickly nodded. Deputy Chief Hayes glared at them again. "Well, move. Take him to Jinghai First Military Hospital." Deputy Chief Hayes, Officer Lewis was still a little stunned, but Officer Sullivan smacked him on the back of the head, then apologized with an embarrassed expression. "Deputy Chief, this kid only joined us this year. He's a little slow, and this is his first time dealing with something like this." "Don't be mad. I'm not." Deputy Chief Hayes waved it off. "Just get moving." Then he turned toward me, his tone much gentler. "Son, can you still walk?" I nodded. "Yeah." "Then, let's go." Deputy Chief Hayes walked with me out of the Carter estate. My entire body throbbed with pain, but I forced myself to keep going without showing weakness. Along the way, he questioned me in detail about everything I'd experienced over the past few days, asking about every part of what had happened. I answered while carefully emphasizing the right details, doing my best to make the Carter family's actions as clear and serious as possible. By the time we got into the police car, I heard Deputy Chief Hayes sitting beside me murmur, "A necklace worth 10 million. Jinghai hasn't seen a case involving this much money in years." I froze for a moment, before immediately understanding what he meant. As someone who'd spent 12 years as a cop in my previous life, I could hear the implication behind his words, loud and clear. He was obviously planning to use this case to stir up something much bigger. And when I thought about it carefully, it made perfect sense. If this had only been about me being locked in a basement and whipped a few times, it really wouldn't have justified such a large-scale response. There were clearly deeper considerations behind this whole thing. Guy sighed and said, "Ethan probably stole the necklace. He's Robert and Grace Carter's adopted son. The Carter family spoils him rotten, so they'll probably refuse to press charges against him. At most, I could go after him for defamation, but if that happens, the case goes from criminal to civil. I was locked up for a day and a half, and I'm covered in injuries, but that's probably only enough for an administrative security violation. It doesn't reach the threshold for a criminal offense." I paused briefly, then added, "So this bigger case you're hoping to build might not be that easy." Deputy Chief Hayes didn't say much after hearing that. Clearly, from the evidence at the scene and everything I'd told him, he had already pieced together the entire situation. This case really wouldn't be easy to expand. But that didn't mean it was impossible. The Carter family had gotten far too arrogant over the past few years. He silently organized his thoughts and fell deep into contemplation. I quietly closed my eyes and began carefully sorting through the memories of this body's original owner. When the Carter family incident first happened, I'd only rushed through the memories of the previous 3 days. Now that I finally had time, I wanted to properly examine all 18 years of this body's life. Those memories felt both incredibly long and strangely brief. Brief enough that after crossing into this world, I'd skimmed through them in less than 3 minutes. And yet, there was still more than enough to require hours of careful sorting. I had no idea how much time passed before I suddenly discovered a strange fragment, starting from the age of 5. This body's original owner had apparently been having the same kind of dream over and over. In those dreams, an old man constantly taught him lessons. As I concentrated and dug deeper, those memories gradually became clearer. Lessons taught in dreams. A strange excitement surged through me, and I focused all my attention on those bizarre memories. What had started as faint, indistinct murmurs slowly became words I could hear clearly, one by one. I realized these hadn't been ordinary dreams at all. Memories flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. They told the story of a bizarre second life that began on his 5th birthday. That day, I'd encountered a dying old beggar on the street out of a child's simple kindness. I'd called emergency services without hesitation, and even used the allowance I'd saved for a long time to cover the old man's medical expenses. But that old beggar turned out to be a cultivator who had lived for 600 years, with spiritual energy drying up and no path forward left to him. He had reached the final moments of his life and chosen me as his successor. From that day onward, my dreams were occupied by a thin, elderly man. He would stand beneath an ancient crooked pine at the summit of a mountain, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, and teach me profound, nearly incomprehensible cultivation techniques. Those dreams continued day after day for an entire decade. The old man claimed to be the 71st disciple of the Qingwei sect, whose lineage traced back to Tai Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals. Yet even after more than 600 years of cultivation, he had failed to ascend. Now, with spiritual energy exhausted and his path completely cut off, he chose to pass everything he'd learned in his lifetime on to me, making me the 72nd disciple of the Qingwei sect. Reality, however, had been brutally cruel. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't sense even the slightest trace of spiritual energy. That journey from hope to disappointment, and finally to despair, had nearly driven the original owner of this body to the breaking point. He began to suspect that all of it had been nothing more than fantasy, and even sought answers through modern medicine, but found nothing. After reviewing all those memories, I let out a soft sigh. The words spiritual energy depletion explained everything. Without spiritual energy, I was no different from one of those fake masters scamming people. The martial arts and sword techniques might still be somewhat useful, but everything else required spiritual energy to work. I slowly opened my eyes and thought to myself, I crossed into another world, didn't I? As a transmigrator, shouldn't I at least get some kind of special advantage? System, are you there? I silently called out a few times, but no cheerful ding sounded in my head. All I could do was sigh. Then I pulled out my phone and checked the remaining drive. The military hospital was one of the best hospitals in Jianghai, and was also one of the designated facilities used by the Public Security Department for medical examinations and treatment, unless the person requesting an injury evaluation had a special requirement, or specifically requested another facility. Injury assessments were normally performed there as well. The map showed we still had about an hour before arriving. After roughly calculating the time, I followed the memories of this body's original owner, formed the 5 hearts facing heaven meditation posture, and began following the cultivation method I'd been taught. Following the method the old cultivator had taught me, I relaxed my entire body and rested both hands flat on my thighs, with my palms facing upward, forming a simple 5 hearts facing heaven meditation posture. As I tried to breathe in and absorb spiritual energy, about 10 minutes passed, when I suddenly felt something enter through my right wrist and spread from there throughout my entire body. This is spiritual energy. A surge of wild excitement rushed through me, although I wasn't sure whether this really was the legendary spiritual energy or why it was entering through my right wrist. Wasn't spiritual energy supposed to have completely dried up? So why was I suddenly able to sense it, despite all the questions racing through my mind? I knew an opportunity like this couldn't be wasted, because it might never come again. I immediately followed the breathing and circulation technique the old cultivator had taught me, and began guiding that strange energy through my body. Gradually, it gathered in my lower abdomen, and even the pain from my injuries seemed to ease slightly, though the wounds themselves were still there. Then I opened my eyes. Wait, does this mean I've actually become a cultivator? My heart pounded with excitement. The original owner of this body had squeezed time out of his exhausting schoolwork and extracurricular classes, whenever he could, and practiced cultivation for more than 3 whole years. Forget drawing spiritual energy into his body. He hadn't even managed to improve his physical condition. Instead, he'd nearly driven himself into a nervous breakdown. So, how had I managed it in less than half an hour? I quickly closed my eyes and focused again. Deep inside my lower abdomen, I could clearly sense that faint but undeniably real power. It was as if a door to an entirely new world had opened before me. I didn't dare relax for even a second, and continued following the old cultivator's method, guiding that power through my meridians, and slowly circulating it throughout my body with every complete cycle. The energy became slightly denser. I actually did it. But why does something feel wrong? Before I could fully immerse myself in this sudden rush of joy, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly rose inside me. The energy was weak, but I could clearly tell that its source wasn't stable. More importantly, this was completely different from what the old man had described. My entire body was supposed to be immersed in spiritual energy, surrounded by it and absorbing it from all directions. But only a tiny part of my body was surrounded by spiritual energy. And the source of that energy, I suddenly lowered my head and stared at my right wrist. A faint warm glow was coming from it. My heart skipped, and I quickly pulled up my sleeve. Only then did I realize that a jade bracelet had somehow appeared around my wrist. The jade felt smooth and warm, its color soft and elegant, with an unmistakably ancient quality to it. This is that jade bracelet. I immediately raised my wrist and examined it carefully. Judging by its color, it had to be the same bracelet I'd discovered at the bottom of the sea before I transmigrated. The green jade bracelet that had been wrapped around the bones of a corpse. Tiles. The only difference was that the bracelet now looked even smoother and more lustrous, and some strange energy seemed to be flowing inside it, giving off a faint but beautiful emerald glow. This is spiritual energy. Since I'd already drawn some spiritual energy into my body and gathered it in my lower abdomen, according to what the old cultivator had taught me, I'd completed the stage of drawing spiritual energy into the body, which meant I'd officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. That was why I could sense the energy inside the bracelet was exactly the same as the energy now inside me. This really is one hell of a treasure. I tried taking the bracelet off so I could study it more carefully, but no matter how hard I pulled, it remained firmly locked around my wrist. The moment I tried to remove it, the bracelet automatically tightened against my skin. Since I finally had some spiritual energy, I might as well take advantage of it while I could. I returned to the 5 hearts facing heaven posture and began circulating the spiritual energy again. But my excitement didn't last very long, because I soon discovered that there wasn't much spiritual energy inside the bracelet at the rate I was consuming it. Another full circulation cycle would probably drain it completely. This isn't nearly enough. I sighed inwardly. I'd originally hoped I could use this spiritual energy to truly begin cultivating, but it looked like I'd still have to find another way. So I did get a transmigrator's special advantage, but it was painfully limited. While I was still worrying about it, the car slowly came to a stop. We had arrived at the military hospital. I immediately pushed those thoughts aside and got out. The fresh air around the military hospital carried a faint medicinal scent as it washed over me, but my mind was still a complete mess. Transmigration, cultivation, a real heir and an adopted heir fighting over a wealthy family. I honestly felt like nothing from my 35 years in my previous life had been as ridiculous as everything that happened today. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. Deputy Chief Hayes noticed my tension, but had no idea what I was really thinking. He assumed I was scared, or didn't know how to face my adoptive parents. Although he clearly had his own thoughts about the situation, none of them showed on his face. He simply comforted me gently. Don't be afraid. You're only here for a checkup. What's done is done. Parents and children don't stay angry forever. Even if you're not their biological son. They still raised you, didn't they? I forced a faint smile and shook my head. Deputy Chief Hayes, I'm fine. I know what I need to do, seeing that I genuinely seemed to have reflected on things. Deputy Chief Hayes had Officer Lewis take me inside. I was quickly brought into the emergency room, where the doctors examined my injuries with practiced efficiency. Afterward, I was transferred to the Forensic Injury Assessment Department for photographs and evaluation. Once all the procedures were finished, I lay down on a hospital bed and began recalling everything that had happened since the original owner learned the truth about his birth. The first time he'd met his biological parents had been in the lobby of Baixiang Garden Restaurant, where his adoptive parents were holding his 18th birthday banquet and college entrance celebration. That chance encounter had started the entire process of confirming his identity. The original owner had been an idiot. He hadn't noticed his biological parents' reluctance or constant delays. Instead, once he learned he was the biological son of Shanghai's richest family, he immediately became arrogant. Maybe it was because, for more than a decade, His adoptive parents had always disciplined him strictly, and he hadn't even dared rebel much during his rebellious teenage years. So everything finally exploded at once. Fortunately, the worst thing he'd done during that outburst was flip over a dining table once. He hadn't done anything truly outrageous. Most of the time, he'd just thrown sarcastic remarks at his adoptive parents and accused them of stealing his life from him by keeping him from meeting his biological parents. After reviewing the original owner's behavior, I sighed inwardly. At least there was still a chance to fix things. Once my injury assessment was complete, Deputy Chief Hayes accompanied me to a hospital waiting room. We hadn't been sitting there long when the door quietly opened and a middle-aged couple hurried inside. Their eyes were filled with worry and a little reproach, but more than anything, there was unmistakable parental love. I recognized them instantly. Almost instinctively, I slid down from my chair, knelt before them, and bowed my head to the floor 3 times. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I knelt to repay the debt the original owner owed his adoptive parents. Linda Miller stumbled back in shock when she saw me suddenly kneel and bow. But when she saw the injuries covering my body, her heart seemed to break. Pain filled her eyes as she hurried toward me. She wanted to hug me, but was terrified of hurting me. Her eyes instantly turned red. Her hands trembled as she reached down to help me up, and her voice choked with emotion. Sweetheart, what are you doing? Get up. The floor is cold. Those damned Carters. Even if you really did something wrong, they still couldn't do this to you. How could they be so cruel? Linda was crying so hard she could barely speak. She turned toward my adoptive dad, George Miller, and sobbed, You stubborn old man. Why are you just standing there without saying anything? The Carter family beat your son like this. Are you really going to just stand there and watch? George acted as if he hadn't heard her. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, and his expression was terrifyingly dark. His voice trembled slightly, but his eyes were colder than ever as he stared at me. So now you know you were wrong? The Carter family treated you like that, and you still couldn't wait to run back and claim them as family. Linda, stop defending this brat. He doesn't even care about the 2 old fools who raised him. He only remembered us after they beat him half to death. After we spent more than 10 years raising him, you brought this on yourself. Hearing her husband's words, Linda's tears fell even harder. She wiped them away while instinctively shielding me. George, don't say that. Tyler must be hurting inside too. Those are his biological parents. Who could have imagined his own parents would treat him like this? I looked at my adoptive parents, overwhelmed with guilt. I knew the way the original owner had behaved lately had truly broken their hearts. I also knew George was all bark and no bite when it came to me. If he'd really given up on me, he wouldn't have shown up here at all. Right now, he was simply venting everything he'd kept bottled up for the past month. I'm sorry, Dad. Tears streamed down my face, and I silently swore I'd spend the rest of my life treating them right, to make up for the mistakes the original owner had made. That single word, Dad, hit George like a hammer. The stern father act he'd been maintaining almost completely fell apart. This was his son. You could grow attached to a dog after raising it for more than 10 years, let alone a son he'd poured his heart, effort, and love into raising. For all his outward strictness, even when I'd genuinely done something wrong in the past, he'd always lectured me first and avoided punishment whenever possible. Even when punishment was necessary, he'd explain exactly what had happened and why I was being punished. Even when he disciplined me physically, he had never once beaten me the way I'd been beaten today. Until my skin split open and my entire body was covered in wounds. Even though I'd driven him crazy over the past month, he could still understand why I'd acted that way. Who wouldn't be excited after finally finding their biological parents? When George and Linda first adopted me, I was already over 2 years old, almost 3, old enough to understand and remember things. They knew orphan children could be timid and extremely sensitive, terrified that they might be abandoned again. Which was why I'd always been so careful around my adoptive parents. Then, after suddenly learning who my biological parents were, my personality changed completely. It was the explosive backlash of more than 10 years, spent living cautiously and trying not to make mistakes. George didn't truly blame me. After all, he'd raised me for more than 10 years. The bond between us was real. I was his family's treasure too. Even he had never dared treat me like this. So what gave the Carter family the right? Get the kid off the floor already. He's embarrassing himself. George finally couldn't hold back and snapped at me. But his voice was filled with unmistakable concern. I knew he'd forgiven me. I weakly pushed myself up and sat back in the chair. Linda immediately stepped forward, taking my hand and looking me over from head to toe. Terrified she'd missed another injury, Jan's expression softened slightly, though there was still anger in his eyes. Only now, that anger was no longer directed at me. He asked in a low voice, Have you thought about what you're going to do about this? I looked up, my eyes flickering thoughtfully. After thinking for a long moment, I asked, Uncle Thomas, have you gotten any results from the investigation into the Carter family? Hearing my question, Deputy Chief Hayes, who had accompanied my adoptive parents here, answered from the side. The surveillance footage was deleted, but our technical team recovered it. Based on our interviews with everyone in the Carter family except Ethan, and the statements given by the others, we've narrowed down the time the theft could have occurred. Ethan was the only person who entered Victoria's room during that period, and while collecting evidence, we also found evidence on Victoria's vanity and inside her jewelry cabinet, including Ethan's fingerprints and hair. In addition, after questioning the security guard responsible for the surveillance system, we learned that after you called the police, Ethan took several people into the security room, most likely to delete the footage. Deputy Chief Hayes didn't say much, but his explanation made the situation perfectly clear. Aside from my injury assessment, which would take some time, the physical evidence, combined with the servants' matching statements, basically confirmed that Ethan had taken the necklace. At this point, the obstacle standing between Deputy Chief Hayes and his next promotion was the necklace's whereabouts and my attitude. According to the investigation, Ethan probably hadn't disposed of the necklace yet, and hadn't taken it outside the Carter estate. As for where he'd hidden it, all the police needed was a search warrant, and they could search the entire Carter estate from top to bottom. Finding the necklace wouldn't be difficult. The next obstacle was me. Deputy Chief Hayes clearly wanted this opportunity to advance his career, after running around handling everything. At this very moment, the eagerness was practically written all over his face. The one sentence he most wanted to hear from me was, I refuse to settle. As long as I, the victim, refused to settle, he'd have a way to turn this case into the breakthrough he wanted, and take a major step forward in his career. What disappointed Deputy Chief Hayes slightly was that I didn't immediately say I refused to settle. Instead, I asked, has the Carter family requested mediation? Deputy Chief Hayes frowned slightly. The case is still under investigation. The Carter family hasn't formally requested mediation yet. But even if they do, we'll still need your opinion. If you don't agree, no one will force you. I nodded, already calculating how I wanted to deal with the Carter family. Rubbing my chin, I asked, Deputy Chief Hayes, could Ethan's actions qualify as criminal solicitation? And assuming that necklace isn't actually worth more than $10 million, could this qualify as extortion? I silently worked through the possibilities. The Carter family was actually useful to me. The real obstacle standing between me and the Carters was their adopted son. So I might as well use this opportunity to send him to prison. The original owner had been a complete idiot. And since I'd only just transmigrated here, I didn't yet know exactly how this world's legal system differed from the one in my previous life. And besides, in novels like this, the police, prosecutors, and courts were usually strangely powerless. So I might as well use Ethan as my test case. If I could send him away for 3 years, or even longer, then not only would I have 3 years without that adopted brat interfering, while I dealt with the Carter family, I'd also be able to learn how much power this world's police, prosecutors, and courts actually had. With that in mind, I cautiously asked, what if I only pursue Ethan? Deputy Chief Hayes' interest was immediately piqued. He hadn't expected a kid my age to be this calculating. My thinking was almost exactly the same as his. As someone who'd spent years navigating official circles, he knew this operation was meant to send the Carter family a warning, not completely destroy them. And Ethan, the adopted son, was the perfect target. Tyler, that's a very good question. Deputy Chief Hayes considered it for a moment before answering. Ethan's actions. could potentially constitute criminal solicitation and extortion. But that will require further investigation and evidence. Don't worry, we'll enforce the law fairly. We won't let anyone guilty escape responsibility. Of course, I understood exactly what Deputy Chief Hayes was really telling me, so I put on an equally serious expression and said, "Then please make sure the law is enforced fairly. Don't let a single guilty person get away. I definitely won't forgive them. Especially anyone who deliberately plotted all of this. That's someone I absolutely refuse to forgive." Inside the mediation room at the Binhai District Public Security Branch, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The Carter family and I sat on opposite sides of a long table, and a middle-aged man wearing a formal Chinese-style jacket sat between us. At the head of the table, holding a cup of strong tea, Samuel Grant, a 40-year-old legal professional, had been appointed as the mediator for this incident, and was responsible for mediating the Carter family dispute. He had already reviewed the case beforehand, and now sat between us with a serious expression. After taking a sip of tea, he said, "All right. Let's hear your proposed settlement. My position is..." Before I could even finish, Ethan spoke first. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Tyler. I really am." Ethan had originally been sitting quietly between Victoria and Grace, his body leaning slightly forward, as though he didn't even have the strength to sit upright. Anyone watching, all they could see was his pale face and eyes filled with pleading and guilt. Then he lowered his head and covered his face with both hands. Grace immediately stroked his back in distress and comforted him softly. "Ethan, why would you think that? When did your dad and I ever say we'd make you leave? You're the child we love most. Even if we aren't related by blood, how could we ever let you suffer?" "Exactly. You're my only real brother." Victoria stared at me with endless hatred and said, "What is he supposed to be? Just because we share a little blood doesn't mean he could ever compare to you." Robert seemed to get swept up in their emotions too, and turned on me. "You ungrateful brat. If you insist on believing your dad was wrong, then fine. I admit I made mistakes. That was just a moment of anger. I acted without properly investigating and used family punishment on you. But Tyler, what do you have a mouth for? Couldn't you just explain yourself? Did you really have to call the police and let things get this far? You ungrateful brat. What parent doesn't love their own child?" Grace immediately jumped in to support him. "I think you could have slowly become part of our lives. You could have shared the warmth and happiness of this family with us, even if we punished you sometimes. It was only because we hoped you'd correct your bad habits. Even if we misunderstood you, you should have taken it as a warning if you were innocent, and corrected yourself if you weren't. But look at what you've done. As our biological son, you can't even show us the slightest tolerance. And now you've turned everything into this complete disaster." I folded my arms across my chest. Even though I'd already prepared myself for this, I still couldn't help rolling my eyes. "Have you people been brainwashed or something?" I couldn't resist mocking them. "Whatever. I'm not interested in sitting here watching your performance." It had only been an offhand remark, but I immediately noticed that the instant Ethan heard the word brainwashed, his expression froze, and obvious panic flashed across his face. But as someone who'd mastered the art of playing innocent, his acting skills were already nearly flawless. Within seconds, that frozen expression disappeared, and he returned to looking like a fragile, harmless victim, pitiful enough to make anyone feel sorry for him. Could he really have used some kind of goo? My heart stirred. As a veteran cop in my previous life, I'd seen plenty of criminals who were experts at hiding what they felt. That tiny change in Ethan's expression couldn't escape my eyes. Could something like that actually exist? I closed my eyes, and my thoughts raced. Spiritual energy had dried up in this world. Yet even an ancient cultivator teaching through dreams was real. So could things like goo insects exist too? The old cultivator had once mentioned that raising goo insects didn't rely entirely on spiritual energy, but could instead depend on other resources. In an era where spiritual energy had nearly vanished, goo techniques might be among the few mystical arts that could still function. I can try calculating it. I quickly formed a hand seal. Now that I had spiritual energy, I could finally try the divination method the old man had taught me. But the moment I began, my expression turned serious. My cultivation was too weak, and the spiritual energy was too thin. On top of that, this was my first attempt at divination. So the result was extremely blurry. Everything appeared dim and lifeless, except for one faint point of light flickering on and off, according to what the old man had taught me. This result meant the Carter family would eventually be completely destroyed. As for whether Ethan had actually used goo, the answer was yes. But the goo hadn't completely taken control of the Carter family, or turned them into puppets under Ethan's command. I slowly opened my eyes and sneered. So Ethan really does have a few tricks up his sleeve. But ultimately, the people making these decisions were still the biased members of the Carter family themselves. Still, it didn't matter. I continued. Do you people even know where you are? This is the mediation room of the Binhai District Public Security Branch, not the Carter estate. So spare me this touching little performance about how deeply your family loves each other. 50 million, and I'll sign the settlement agreement. I had absolutely no interest in the Carter family's future. Between a family that didn't love me and one that genuinely did, the choice couldn't have been easier. All I wanted now was to squeeze some money out of the Carter family. It was 2018, and this was an interesting point in time. I was also planning to follow the usual path of stories about real and fake heirs, and try starting my own business. The moment the Carters heard my demand, they were completely stunned. Why don't you just rob us? Victoria was more shocked than anyone else. She shot to her feet and accused me. You're demanding 50 million over something like this? I didn't answer. Instead, I gave the mediator a look. It was his turn now. I'd already gone over this with him. Samuel took a sip of tea before calmly speaking. Before we discuss mediation, I'd like to ask you something first, Ms. Carter. Is your necklace really worth 12 million? What does its value have to do with you? Victoria replied coldly. My older sister is a lawyer too. So what if it isn't worth that much? This is a family matter. The necklace belongs to me. I choose to forgive Ethan, and I don't intend to hold him responsible. What can any of you do about it? Samuel smiled. Ms. Carter, under the law, you may choose not to pursue the matter personally, but the police believe this case is serious. The suspect is accused of framing someone, destroying evidence, acting with strong malicious intent, and showing no willingness to turn himself in. During the investigation, the suspect showed no remorse and refused to cooperate. Although the case hasn't been made public, it has already caused a certain degree of social impact. We're currently coordinating with the prosecutor's office regarding prosecution. The value of that necklace is therefore critical. If it really is worth that much, then this case involves theft of property worth an enormous amount. If it isn't, then extortion may also be involved. After saying all of that, Samuel took another sip of tea. The police have their own appraisal department, as well as professional appraisal agencies they regularly work with, so the exact value of the necklace can be determined. But there's a major difference between you personally claiming its value and the police officially appraising it. I picked up where Samuel left off and stared coldly at Ethan. Ethan, you don't need to keep acting. Nothing you say here will change the facts. The police rely on physical evidence, as well as witness statements. Your performance is useless, as for the rest of you. Mr. Robert Carter is currently suspected of assault and abuse. Mrs. Grace Carter is suspected of unlawful detention. And Ethan's situation is far more serious. The police already recovered the deleted surveillance footage and confirmed that you entered Victoria's room. Inside Victoria's jewelry cabinet, on her vanity, wardrobe, and bed, they recovered your fingerprints and hair. They even recovered biological material belonging to you from tissue paper in her trash can. Let me give all of you a quick lesson in the law. I continued. Mr. Robert Carter, under Article 234 of the criminal law, anyone who intentionally causes bodily injury to another person may be sentenced to up to 3 years in prison, criminal detention, or public surveillance. My injury assessment hasn't been completed yet, but if I refuse to sign a settlement agreement, you're definitely going to spend some time behind bars. Mrs. Grace Carter. There's also video evidence showing you locking me in the basement. Under Article 238 of the criminal law, you may face up to 3 years in prison, criminal detention, public surveillance, or deprivation of political rights. As for the exact sentence, that's up to the court. Ms. Victoria Carter, your situation is a little different. If the necklace you reported missing really is worth that much, the police currently see two possibilities. Either you truly knew nothing about Ethan's plan, or you were part of it. If you genuinely knew nothing, then you won't be held responsible. But if you can't provide a reasonable explanation for suddenly forgiving Ethan, then the police may consider whether you were involved. And if your necklace isn't actually worth what you claimed, then you and Ethan may be suspected of conspiring to commit extortion. As for you, Ethan, I stared directly at him, my voice turning ice cold. Your role in this case is the most serious. First, you entered a residence to steal property worth an enormous amount. Second, you committed an indecent act inside someone else's private room. Third, you framed another person and damaged his reputation. Fourth, don't think the things you said were just words. Your statements may already constitute criminal incitement, and they directly led Robert and Grace to assault and unlawfully detain me. So once all those offenses are considered together, even if I sign a settlement agreement, you're still looking at least 3 years. Mr. Robert Carter, you're a businessman and the richest man in Shanghai. Even if I refuse to sign the settlement, you may still have ways to get yourself out. But from the moment you're taken inside until the moment you get back out, have you thought about how long you'll be detained and how much money you'll lose? For a moment, the expressions of all four Carters changed dramatically. Inside the mediation room at the Binhai District Public Security Branch, the air seemed to freeze. I watched the Carter family's expressions shift and sneered inwardly. These people were supposed to be shrewd businessmen. Yet somehow they radiated stupidity. No wonder people said wealth rarely survives 3 generations. The current head of the Carter family wasn't even as capable as a street vendor in my eyes. He had none of the composure of a major businessman, and none of the cunning of a small-time hustler. He was an absolute joke. 50 million? Why don't you just rob us? Robert finally couldn't hold back, his expression turning ugly. I couldn't be bothered arguing with him. I simply gave the mediator a calm glance, then folded my arms and closed my eyes to rest. Samuel cleared his throat and set down his teacup. His tone remained calm. Mr. Carter, 50 million may sound like a lot, but compared to the damage this incident could do to your corporation, it's really not much. Only after signing the settlement agreement can you get out quickly enough to handle the public relations fallout. Then what about our son? Grace's face went pale, and her voice trembled. I let out a cold laugh and cut her off. Your best option is for the two of you to get out first and contain the public backlash as quickly as possible. As for Ethan, he should go to prison and serve his time. If he behaves well, he might even get his sentence reduced. And for Victoria, you can try arranging medical parole. That's your only way out. Victoria shot to her feet, pointed straight at me, and screamed. You ungrateful bastard. I didn't react. I simply stared coldly at her, without the slightest ripple of emotion in my eyes. The Carter family has treated you well, and this is how you repay us? Ding, as Victoria's voice was shrill, her eyes burning with rage. I stared back at her coldly, my gaze like ice, without the slightest emotion. You've treated me well, Ms. Carter? In 3 days at your house, I got 1 full meal. Spent 2 nights sleeping in a basement, got whipped half to death, and was somehow accused of being a thief? Victoria's expression instantly froze. Then her face flushed bright red. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't say another word. Samuel chuckled softly, breaking the brief. Silence. He patted the mediation agreement and settlement documents. That had already been prepared, his tone calm but firm. Mr. Carter, Ms. Carter, what Tyler said is factual. Based on the evidence currently in our possession, Ethan's actions may constitute multiple criminal offenses, including burglary, indecent conduct, framing another person, and more. These are not simple family disputes. They are serious criminal matters. This isn't merely about whether someone chooses to forgive him. The public security authorities are already preparing to pursue charges against Ethan. Through the prosecution process, I shook my head, watching the family continue to struggle against reality, and sighed inwardly. I glanced at my phone, then spoke in a calm voice carrying a clear warning. Mr. Carter, the mainland doesn't work the same way as overseas. Don't sit there wondering why you've spent so much money, building relationships with so many people, yet still can't make a little problem like this disappear. Because people inside the system and businessmen outside it don't always have the same goals or interests. On the mainland, there are plenty of ways to turn power into money, but trying to turn money back into power is much harder and carries enormous risk. Come to think of it, I remember Grandpa Carter sent you abroad when you were very young, and you spent years in the U.S. So let me give you one piece of advice. Don't bring American rules of the game back to the mainland. With that, I stood and straightened my clothes. My voice remained calm but left no room for argument. It's 14 in the morning. There are still more than 6 hours before offices open at 8003 So I'll say this one last time. You're a businessman. Signing now and cutting your losses is what you should be doing. Once you miss the best window, both you and Shingrachang Group will lose far more than 50 million. I lightly waved my phone with a faint threat in my voice. And one more thing. Don't think you can walk out of here and refuse to pay. I've saved every video and recording. These things might not cripple you or Shingrachang Group, but they'll become a thorn in your side and make your lives miserable, especially those entertainment companies under your group. Businesses like that depend heavily on public perception and online traffic, don't they? After saying that, I turned toward Samuel and spoke casually. Uncle Samuel, thanks for the trouble. Samuel didn't answer and only smiled faintly before lifting his cup and taking another sip of tea. Then he watched me leave. As the mediator, he naturally understood. Plenty of people outside that were eagerly hoping the mediation would fail. After all, when one giant tree falls, countless things beneath it can flourish. Now it all depended on whether Mr. Carter really understood when to cut his losses. Outside the Binhai District Public Security Branch, the night was pitch black, and the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow. I stepped out of the mediation room and immediately saw my adoptive parents waiting anxiously outside. Tyler, how did it go? Did everything get resolved? Linda tightly held my hand, her eyes filled with concern. I smiled faintly, with a trace of confidence hidden beneath it. Mom, don't worry. It's basically handled. The Carter family is willing to pay $50 million to settle everything. George's eyebrows rose slightly, and disbelief flashed through his eyes. $50 million? That's a huge amount of money. The Carter family is really willing to bleed for this. They don't have a choice. Otherwise, they'll lose even more. My tone was calm, with the composure of someone who already had everything under control. After a brief pause, I asked, Dad, how is the former head of the Carter family, Charles Carter, doing health-wise? George thought for a moment, then replied, pretty well. Did you forget that just last week there was news about that old man taking an 18-year-old girlfriend to a prenatal checkup? I froze when I heard that, and the news report from last week immediately flashed through my mind. I frowned slightly and asked in confusion, wasn't she supposed to be his oldest granddaughter? I remember Shingrachang even issued a statement saying old Mr. Carter was accompanying his granddaughter to a prenatal exam because he wanted to see his future great-grandchild. Who knows? George shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. The world of rich people is complicated. Just because you saw an official denial doesn't mean it was true. Who can really tell what's real and what's fake? Get in the car. As George spoke, he handed me a document. This is your injury assessment. Deputy Chief Hayes brought it to me. He said they rushed it and got the result out early. I took the document, gave it a casual glance, then tossed it aside, and closed my eyes to rest. I understood perfectly well that Deputy Chief Hayes was indirectly reminding me to consider whether demanding such a large settlement was reasonable. The car started and slowly pulled away from the branch station. On the way, Linda still looked worried and said anxiously, Tyler, I know you're the victim here, and it's your decision how to handle this. But $50 million, that's not a small amount of money. I opened my eyes and glanced at Mom, then closed them again. My voice was calm but firm. I'm not asking for compensation. This is the price the Carter family is paying to suppress a scandal. Robert might not know how to calculate the cost, but someone in the Carter family certainly does. We won't even have to wait until tomorrow morning. My guess is that by 4 or 5, the first payment will already hit the account. I paused, then continued. Once I receive the $50 million, I plan to give $20 million of it to you and Dad. And I'll use the remaining 30 million to try starting a small business. George was about to refuse, but I cut him off. Dad, don't worry about me. Then I closed my eyes again and said tiredly, I want to rest for a while. If you really want to talk about it, at least let me recover a little first. Seeing how exhausted I looked, the old couple stopped talking and simply sat quietly in the car, both worried and hopeful. I sat in the back seat with my eyes closed. But even while resting, I was planning my future. I knew perfectly well that whether I wanted to cultivate immortality or survive in modern society, resources came first. Cultivation required pills, treasures, and spiritual resources, while modern life required massive amounts of capital. That 50 million would become the first foundation stone for my path of cultivation. But investing was never easy. One wrong move could wipe out everything. I carefully searched through the memories of my previous life, trying to find the right investment opportunity. It was 2018. The global economy was recovering, but protectionism and unilateralism were on the rise, and the international situation was growing increasingly complicated. The U.S.-China trade war was about to begin. That meant both danger and opportunity. I thought about new energy, drones, artificial intelligence, and other high-tech industries. But all of those fields required enormous amounts of capital and resources. 30 million was nowhere near enough. The medical industry might be an option, but whether the future pandemic would even happen in this world was still unknown. I slowly opened my eyes and looked out the car window, sighing inwardly. Was there really no opportunity where I could get in early? Just then, a Wuling minivan roared past us. My eyes sharpened, and I murmured, Wuling, Howling, the company that makes whatever ordinary people need. The next second, it was as if lightning struck my mind. Everything suddenly became clear. I carefully studied the streets, trying to spot differences from my previous life. Then, suddenly, a heavily modified motorcycle screamed past us, its piercing engine noise shattering the quiet night. My eyes lit up. I finally realized what was missing: electric scooters. At this point in my previous life, electric scooters were already everywhere. Delivery riders and designated drivers used them constantly, weaving through cities day and night. But, on the streets of this world, electric scooters were surprisingly rare. Instead, motorcycles and bicycles were everywhere. Could this be the opportunity I've been looking for? I thought quietly. If I entered the market early, the electric scooter industry could explode over the next few years. The trade war, rising fuel prices, and government support for new energy and green transportation would all become major forces driving the industry's growth. More importantly, I could use Dad's connections and work with national policy to help push motorcycle restrictions forward. The initial investment required for electric scooters was relatively low. This world already had an electric vehicle industry, and new energy automakers like BYD were already rising. Shanghai itself also had local EV brands and supporting industries. Capital, industry support, and policy were all in place. All I needed was solid market research, and I'd have plenty of room to expand later. While I was still planning out the future, the car slowly entered our neighborhood. Suddenly, my phone chimed. I casually glanced at it and saw a notification from ICBC. When I opened it, my pupils contracted slightly. 30 million had just been deposited. The Carter family's response was much faster than I'd expected. I'd thought I'd have to wait until deep into the night before seeing what decision they made. After all, Robert didn't exactly look brilliant, and power struggles inside a wealthy family usually took time, yet we'd barely reached the entrance to the neighborhood, and 30 million was already in my account. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly, and I sneered inwardly. Looks like not everyone in the Carter family is an idiot. I put my phone away, my gaze becoming firm. This money was the key that would open the next chapter of my life. I narrowed my eyes and looked through the window as the car slowly entered Green Bamboo Residential Community. This was the old neighborhood where my adoptive parents lived. Most of the buildings were over 30 years old and only a few stories high. The streetlights had been modernized, but the neighborhood still carried traces of the 1970s and 1980s. Simple signs hung from old brick walls, quietly showing the passage of time. Green Bamboo might have been old, but it was one of the safest neighborhoods in all of Shanghai, even safer than the wealthy villa districts. It had originally been built as government housing, for employees of various municipal departments. Police officers, prosecutors, judges, municipal officials, tax employees, and other government workers had all lived here, even though the residents were much more mixed now. It was still filled with people connected to the government system. Committing a crime here was practically the same as turning yourself in. The car stopped in an out-of-the-way spot, and George led us up to the 6th floor. The stairwell lights were dim and yellow, casting shadows over walls marked by decades of wear. The moment we reached the 6th floor hallway, an unexpected figure appeared in front of us. A short, elderly man in a formal Chinese-style jacket sat there with a cane, quietly waiting outside George's apartment. George froze for a moment. The old man looked strangely familiar, but he couldn't remember his name. He was about to walk over and ask, when I gently tugged on my adoptive dad's sleeve and reminded him, "Dad, go inside first. I'll talk to the old gentleman for a while." George looked at me and immediately understood. Then he nodded and took Linda inside. Only after the door closed did I walk over. I almost called the old man an old bastard, but stopped myself at the last second. The old man opened his eyes and pushed himself upright with his cane. I obediently stepped forward to support him. Neither of us said a word as we went downstairs. Only after leaving the neighborhood did the old man let out a long sigh. "You still have some consideration." I thought after what that worthless son of mine did, you'd hate this old man along with him. I smiled faintly, my tone polite but distant. One thing is one thing, even when blood ties are involved. I won't blame the dad for the son's crimes. Otherwise, how would I be any different from Mr. Carter, who can't tell right from wrong or understand the situation he's in? It was already late at night, but the moment I'd gotten a clear look at the old man's face, I'd recognized him as Robert's dad, Charles Carter. Whether it was the resemblance between father and son, or the photos from all those tabloid stories, his face was impossible to forget. Charles smiled. "Tyler, what happened this time was my worthless son's fault. Would you be willing to forgive him?" Exactly as I'd expected. That 30 million hadn't arrived so quickly for no reason. I calmly recalled what had happened at the branch station, where there was already a settlement agreement I'd signed. I didn't directly answer the old man's question. Instead, I replied in a formal, distant tone. Charles understood what I meant, and sighed. His voice weakened slightly. "There's really no possibility at all? What do you think?" I spread my hands, although my clothes covered most of my injuries. The wounds on my arms, neck, and legs were still clearly visible. Under the streetlights, Charles's eyes shimmered with tears. He opened his mouth several times but couldn't get the words out. Then, I raised my phone and said, "I have a few questions. Answer them for me, and transfer another 30 million. I guarantee I'll delete every video, and won't give any independent interviews to the media. If necessary, I can even coordinate with you in advance, to minimize the damage. I'm not some reckless idiot who charges in swinging at everyone without thinking. And I'm not some reborn protagonist obsessed with revenge. I'm just an ordinary person. And as long as my interests are maximized, I'm willing to give you a graceful way out." Charles sighed again, as though he'd already guessed what I wanted to ask, and answered directly. "Actually, Ethan's background is much more complicated than you think. Years ago, I traveled overseas and stayed at a beachfront hotel in the Caribbean, where I unexpectedly ran into my first love, who had been 18 when we first met. She was single at the time, and I'd just been forced into a marriage with a woman I didn't love. So you have to understand, once we met again, things quickly got out of control. Even if it was only temporary, we wanted to enjoy that passion again, but neither of us expected her to become pregnant. At the time, I'd only just taken over the family business, and I couldn't afford to remain overseas. I didn't even know she was pregnant. So I left her some money and my contact information, then returned home. Later, she gave birth overseas to Ethan's biological father, Connor, and raised him alone. Connor went through a lot growing up abroad. He married, then later divorced, and eventually had a son, Ethan, by pure chance. I eventually learned Ethan existed. By then, my first love had already passed away. So I brought him back to China. But at the time, your dad already had his own family, and there was no way I could publicly acknowledge Ethan's father. So I secretly arranged for him to live in Shanghai, and never revealed his existence to the public. I didn't even tell your dad, but that child had a hard life. He barely got to enjoy a year of stability before he passed away following his mother. After that, Ethan was left all alone. I immediately guessed where the story was going next. Let me guess. That was around the time I went missing. Mom was crying every day, and Dad was devastated. And, conveniently, Ethan was about the same age as me. So you arranged an adoption and brought Ethan into the Carter family? Charles looked surprised, but he didn't deny it. What about me? I asked next. Don't tell me the Carter family used every resource it had, searched for more than 10 years, and still couldn't find me, while somehow running a missing child search for over a decade, with the reward increasing year after year. The original owner realized when he was little that he looked like Robert Carter. He went to the Carter estate several times, but every single time the security guards chased him away. The last time, they even released a dog on him and nearly got him bitten. If he hadn't happened to run into the family at his 18th birthday banquet, with no way to avoid them, none of the later recognition would have happened. So tell me, old man, how do you explain not finding me for more than 10 years? Charles fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting toward a light that had just turned on upstairs. Only after a long while did he ask, Tyler, are you planning to take the civil service exam? I thought for a moment and immediately understood what he meant. With my adoptive dad's connections, as long as I passed the written exam, even barely scraping through would probably be enough to get me in. Add the Carter family's money and the Miller family's network, and my promotion speed could be rocket fast. Considering the original owner's personality, all the Carter family would need was to manufacture a few chance encounters, offer him a little family warmth and a few favors, and the Carter family could gain a backer in Jinghai whose value couldn't be measured in money. Even if the original owner didn't remain local, his position and connections could still be used to make the Carter family's business dealings elsewhere more convenient. The combination of influence inside the system and capital outside it during a period of complicated international conditions and national economic transformation would mean that even if the Carter family achieved nothing spectacular, they could still remain almost impossible to shake. Unfortunately, plans never survive reality. A cold smile curled across my lips. As for Ethan and Robert, those two idiots, they were completely beyond saving. Plans really couldn't keep up with fate. A flash of anger crossed Charles's eyes, but there was even more helplessness there. He sighed. Yeah, they were too stupid. These past 6 months, I was supposed to be staying with my eldest granddaughter, waiting for the birth of my first great-grandchild. I never expected something like this to happen. My early return had been outside Charles's original plan. But, since we'd already met, and there was a paternity test, plus the fact that I had personally asked to return to the family, Charles hadn't thought too much about it. He figured earlier was earlier. As long as they treated me well, and treated my adoptive parents well, so that the family bond didn't completely break, they could still find a way later to push me toward the civil service exam, and the plan could continue. But who would have imagined that in only 3 days, those two idiots would completely destroy a plan he'd spent more than 10 years preparing, with their own hands, from the moment he received the news until now. Charles had spent half the day trying to understand what Robert and Grace had even been thinking. Even if they couldn't see through his plan, I was still their biological son, their own flesh and blood, carried by Grace for 10 months. At first, he hadn't believed it, until a friend in public security called him and confirmed everything was true. He'd been so furious he nearly ended up in the hospital. Everything was ruined. Idiots. Complete idiots, Charles slammed his cane down and cursed. Those useless animals should rot in prison and never come out. 50 million. I'll transfer it to you right now. Go tear up that settlement agreement. I want those two idiots to spend the rest of their lives in prison. The rest of their lives? I curled my lip. Come on. If they really stay in prison forever, who's going to inherit the Carter family? Don't tell me you're planning to hand it to a great-grandchild, or that you have some secret illegitimate son or grandson somewhere. Charles didn't answer. His gaze settled on me. Even though the original plan had changed, if there was someone intelligent enough to preserve the family business, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Forget it, I waved my hand. I'm not interested. in taking over that giant mess of yours. You can deal with it yourself. I finally escaped the real heir versus fake heir plot. Why would I willingly jump back in? And judging by the usual rules of this kind of story, Shingri-chan Group is probably full of parasites right now, and most of them can't even be removed easily, without memories from a previous life in the company. I don't know who's loyal, who should be fired, or who has dirt I can use. Besides, I was only a low-level cop in my previous life. I've never managed a corporation that big. Throwing me into it wouldn't accomplish anything. This isn't some novel where I walk in and immediately launch sweeping reforms and turn the whole company around overnight. My best option is to build my own company from scratch. If I go take over Shingri-chan now, I'll only be walking into a dead end. Old Master Carter, I spoke calmly. I've walked you far enough. I should head back. As for whether I sign a settlement agreement, if you don't want me to, then transfer another $50 million like you just said. If you do want me to sign, send the remaining $20 million. Take care. I won't see you off the next morning. Sunlight slit through the gap in the curtains and fell across my face. I rubbed my sleepy eyes, picked up my phone, and saw that $30 million had been deposited into my account, bringing the total to $60 million. The number was subtle enough to make me raise an eyebrow. Looks like old Master Carter wanted me to compromise, but wasn't willing to completely give in either. Still, Ethan probably wouldn't be detained for very long. A fake heir, an illegitimate bloodline, and a legitimate eldest grandson clashing head-on. I sneered and didn't care. Whatever happened to Ethan had nothing to do with me. As long as I stayed away from the Carter family, everything would be over. Now I was going to use this $60 million to start my own electric motorcycle business. After washing up, I told my adoptive parents I wanted to go look at motorcycles, then threw on a casual jacket and headed out. I didn't mention the startup yet. Instead, I began my investigation. Electric motorcycles had become popular in my previous life because they were cheap to operate, convenient and efficient for everyday transportation. But in this world, they were extremely rare. The external conditions weren't much different from my previous life. So if the industry couldn't develop, the reason had to be internal. Before long, I arrived at a specialty store in the high-tech district called Flash E-Mobility. The store wasn't large, but it displayed a wide variety of electric motorcycles, from simple and stylish designs to futuristic high-tech models. They had practically everything. The moment I walked in, a salesperson immediately came over enthusiastically. "Sir, are you interested in electric motorcycles? We have the newest models here, and their performance is excellent." I smiled and nodded. The salesperson immediately began introducing one. "This is our flagship electric motorcycle. It comes equipped with our latest smart system, including voice control, automatic navigation, cruise control, lane monitoring, self-balancing, and several other features." As I listened to the salesperson, my confusion gradually grew. The electric motorcycles here seemed way too intelligent. Even in my previous life, they hadn't reached anything close to this level. I couldn't help interrupting the salesperson and asking the question I cared about most. "How much does this model cost?" The salesperson smiled slightly. $80,000. $7,000 down. With monthly payments as low as $3,000. I nearly choked. That was already enough money to buy a decent regular motorcycle. I shook my head. "That's a little expensive. Do you have anything cheaper?" The salesperson looked slightly disappointed. "Then you'd have to look at used models. But, as you know, used ones have very limited range. This is actually already our cheapest new model. And we'll install a charging station for you free of charge." The moment I heard the words charging station, I frowned slightly and muttered under my breath, "This thing needs its own dedicated charging station?" The salesperson nodded as though it were obvious. "Of course, if you install one yourself, the cost is extremely high, and it's really not worth it." Realization suddenly hit me. I finally understood why electric motorcycles were so rare in this world. These things were clearly being designed to compete directly with electric cars. They were expensive, inconvenient to charge, and had limited range. Who would buy something like that? Now that I had $60 million in capital, I wasn't here just to look at electric motorcycles. I had 3 objectives today. First, Investigate market prices and specifications for electric motorcycles through test rides, so I could develop a basic understanding of this world's electric scooters. Second, I needed to rent a warehouse that could eventually be used to store electric scooters and serve as a base for the R&D team, where we could carry out reverse engineering. Third, I needed to build a team and start replicating mature products already on the market. I didn't think there was anything shameful about copying. In my view, studying and learning from existing products was a necessary stage in the growth of any company, even companies that constantly talked about innovation and intellectual property usually had plenty of copying buried somewhere in their history. I was a realist. I had no intention of blindly chasing innovation from scratch. Copy hard, then surpass them even harder. That was my strategy. Meanwhile, Robert and Grace returned to the villa in a miserable state, their eyes bloodshot, with none of the composure of a wealthy chairman and his elegant wife left. The moment they reached the estate entrance, they sensed something was wrong. Normally, the butler and maids would already be waiting at the door, but tonight, the place was completely silent. The gate stood open. Robert called out several times, "Frank," but no one answered. Grace's voice trembled nervously. "Honey, maybe we should call the police first." Robert frowned deeply, his expression dark. He had only just gotten out of the police station, and his resentment toward the police hadn't faded. There was no way he was going to call them voluntarily. He said coldly, "No, I refuse to believe anyone would dare break into the Carter estate." He pushed the door open, ready to lose his temper, but immediately froze. The people standing inside weren't maids, but two massive men in sharp suits. They were Charles Carter's personal bodyguards. "Young master, madam, please," one of them spoke without expression. His tone was icy, and he didn't move an inch. There was nothing remotely inviting about the gesture. Robert's heart sank. He followed the bodyguards through the living room. The chaos from the previous night hadn't been cleaned up at all, as though silently reminding him of how badly things had gone. The bodyguards led the couple upstairs to the study. Under the dim lighting, Charles sat behind the desk, holding a thick report in his hand. Stacks of documents covered the desk. Some new, some old. Robert carefully sat down beside the couch, trying to keep his voice calm. "Dad, you wanted to see me?" Charles looked up. His gaze was deep, almost as though he could see straight through people. He let out a soft sigh, filled with disappointment, helplessness, and something even heavier. "Robert, did you read the group's internal affairs report for the second quarter?" Charles asked. He handed the report to Robert, his tone perfectly calm, yet the pressure behind it felt like an invisible mountain, crushing the air from Robert's lungs. Robert accepted the report, his fingers trembling slightly. One report every quarter. It was a rule Charles had established when he still ran the family. The report covered finances, department progress, and other internal matters. It summarized the company's previous quarter and planned the next one. Robert had read countless reports like it, but today, this one felt impossibly heavy. He opened the first page. Dense numbers and charts seemed almost painfully sharp, making him afraid to look directly at them. But he forced himself to read line by line. With every page he turned, the weight in his chest grew heavier. "Do you remember the water park project you invested in back in 2013 in Chongshan District? It was supposed to be completed in 2 years, but this year it officially became an abandoned project. The group lost nearly $2 billion. Charles's voice remained perfectly calm, but Robert's hands shook, and he nearly dropped the report. "Dad, that was because during the first phase of construction, we discovered a Han Dynasty tomb underneath the site. I was worried it would delay the project. So Robert's voice trembled, but Charles cut him off before he could finish. "I know," Charles said calmly. "If I hadn't happened to visit the site myself, things would have turned out even worse. But do you even know where you're standing now?" Robert opened his mouth, but couldn't force out a single word. And then, there was the smartphone company you insisted on acquiring last year. Because you said you wanted to become Shanghai's Steve Jobs. Charles's tone remained calm, but every word landed like a hammer, pounding against Robert's chest. What was the first phone that company released? Sweat poured down Robert's face. His legs went weak, and he dropped directly to his knees, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Charles rose with the support of his cane. and tapped the documents on the desk. He shook his head. Didn't Ethan study medicine? Arrange for him to go to Hani Hospital. Have his third sister look after him. This old man doesn't have much dignity left to lose. Charles walked past Robert's kneeling figure, his voice low. 60 million. Imagine what you could have accomplished if you'd put that money into business. Do you think an old man like me can buy back my youth with it? Meanwhile, I was busy running around the market for an entire day. From morning until night, I visited almost every electric scooter shop in Shanghai. The small notebook in my hand was packed with, and 2 open information about electric scooters from every store. The last one. I tilted my head back and finished a canned drink, then looked at the sign in front of me. Brandt Motorcycles. It was a European brand in this world, a century-old company, built on craftsmanship and focused exclusively on motorcycles. That dedication had made it one of the top names in the motorcycle industry and a dream brand for countless riders. I walked inside. The interior was upscale and elegant, with the atmosphere of old European nobility. Every salesperson, male or female, looked polished and attractive. A young woman approached me, wearing a practiced professional smile, and asked gently, "Hey there, is this your first time visiting our store? What kind of motorcycle are you interested in?" he asked with a smile. "Electric scooters," I answered simply, while scanning the vehicles on display. Her eyes lit up. "Do you already have a model in mind? Or would you like me to introduce them for you?" "All of them." I opened my notebook and prepared to take notes. Although she looked a little confused, the thought of the high commission on electric scooters immediately energized her, and she began enthusiastically pitching them. "This is one of our newest models. It has excellent range and premium specifications." I listened while rapidly taking notes, carefully recording the details of every electric scooter. Just as I became absorbed in the work, a familiar figure entered my line of sight. It was Ryan Mitchell, the guy the Carter family had called a street punk. But the Ryan standing in front of me looked nothing like the cheerful teenager in my memories. It had only been 1 month since the college entrance exam ended. How had he already become like this? Ryan had always ranked near the bottom of our class, but when it came to fighting, he was an expert. He'd even made friends with some so-called people from the streets. If the school and his parents hadn't kept him under control, he probably would have become a real delinquent long ago. Still, Ryan wasn't without good qualities. He was fiercely loyal, and because his dad and my adoptive dad had once served together, he had voluntarily protected me throughout all 3 years of high school. Whenever anyone bullied me, Ryan would step in without hesitation, even if it meant ambushing them later with a sack over their heads. But the Ryan standing before me now felt unfamiliar, and it worried me. I rubbed my temple, then told the salesperson, "Give me one of every electric scooter in your store. I'll send you an address in a few days. Just deliver them there." A flash of surprise and excitement appeared in her eyes, and she hurried off to prepare the paperwork. I straightened my clothes, then walked toward Ryan with firm steps. Naturally, Ryan had already seen me too. He'd assumed that after we ran into each other, I'd thank him for saving me, and maybe even buy him a Brandt motorcycle. But the first thing out of my mouth left him stunned. Cool. The Ryan Mitchell I know doesn't look like this. I frowned and sighed. I heard from Uncle Michael that you can only get into a vocational college. Are you really planning to spend the rest of your life drifting around like this? Ryan fell silent for a moment, before embarrassment turned into anger. He never would have expected that I'd start lecturing him the moment we met. Then I threw an arm around Ryan's shoulders and forcefully smothered his anger before it could explode. "Come on. You want one of the motorcycles here, don't you? Ryan, I know you love motorcycles. Every bike in this place is top tier." I smiled at him, my tone carrying a teasing edge. Ryan's eyes immediately lit up. He knew. I'd gotten $50 million in compensation from the Carter family. $50 million. Buying a motorcycle with that was nothing. But I shook my head and laughed. "I'm not buying one for you. But I do know a way for you to afford one yourself." Ryan instantly got angry and shoved my arm away, lowering his voice. "If you don't want to help, just say it. Don't stand there acting like some big shot. It's not like I need your charity anyway." I wasn't offended. Instead, I looked at him with an amused smile. "Oh, mighty Godfather, I'm doing this for your own good. Have you forgotten about your old man? Chi. Ryan snorted. You think I'm stupid? You think I can't just pressure my old man into buying me one? That made me laugh. I tapped the limited edition collaboration motorcycle beside us and grinned. How about we make a bet? What kind of bet? Ryan frowned, looking at me suspiciously. I calmly pointed at the bike. You want this one? I remember you telling me about it. It's a global limited edition. Only 40 were made. It was designed by Brandt's 6th generation head, in collaboration with legendary motorcycle designer Branya. Kill. It even has signatures from Brand the Sixth and Branya's artisan team right on the body. You want it? Then take my bet. If you win, the bike is yours. At that moment, the salesperson returned carrying the contract and keys, and respectfully walked over. My voice became almost devilishly tempting. The bet is simple. And PM, let's see how long you can keep this motorcycle. I bet by tomorrow morning, your dad will personally drag you back here to return it. Ryan's eyes widened, and he stared at me in disbelief. You're betting my dad will drag me back here tomorrow morning? You've got to be kidding. I looked completely serious. If you take the bet, you can ride this bike out of here right now. So, you scared? Ryan froze, staring at the smug smile on my face. Anger surged inside him. But more than that, he felt provoked. He gritted his teeth. Fine, you're on. You think I'm afraid of you? But what if you lose? I smiled. If I lose, I'll buy you a motorcycle even better than this one. So, still want to bet? A trace of hesitation flashed through Ryan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by stubborn defiance. He clenched his jaw. Fine, I'll take the bet. Tomorrow morning, you'll see me riding this bike right back here. I smiled to myself. Ryan Mitchell. If you can actually hide this from that old man of yours, I'll take your last name. That evening on the 6th floor of Unit 6, Building 6 in Green Bamboo Residential Community, inside apartment 666, the lights were bright. The three of us sat around the dining table, and the atmosphere felt slightly awkward. So, how'd it go? Tyler, did you find a motorcycle you liked? George asked while mechanically picking at the food in his bowl, trying to break the heavy silence with a casual tone, but concern was obvious in his eyes. He didn't approve of buying a motorcycle, but it was his son's decision, so he didn't want to stop me outright. He knew boys my age naturally liked motorcycles, and now that I had money, wanting to buy one to fulfill a youthful dream wasn't exactly unreasonable. Still, George eventually put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Tyler, I know how you spend that compensation money. Is your choice. But motorcycles are too dangerous. There's nothing protecting you. So I still don't recommend buying one. Linda agreed with him, while gently serving me a bowl of soup. Tyler, motorcycles really are dangerous. If you're only buying one because it looks cool, your dad and I don't think it's worth the risk. I took a bite of my steamed bun and smiled, with a hint of mystery and confidence. Actually, I spent today doing market research. As I spoke, I pulled a small notebook from my bag and placed it seriously on the table. Take a look. This is what I collected today. George and Linda exchanged glances, both looking surprised. They hadn't expected me to research it this seriously. Instead of acting on impulse, George flipped through the notebook, his brows knitting tighter, as if he were searching for some obvious flaw, but couldn't find one. The only thing that confused him was why every model I'd researched was electric. Those things are just flashy toys with no real use. George frowned, his tone clearly dismissive. I set down my bowl and chopsticks, then continued seriously. Actually, I'm planning to invest $15 million into producing electric motorcycles. As I ate, I enthusiastically explained my grand plan. Dad, Mom, tomorrow I'm going to the bank and transfer $10 million into each of your accounts. If you're willing, I'd like each of you to invest $200,000 back into my project as seed capital. And Mom, don't you work at Shanghai University of Technology? Do you know anyone in mechanical design, electrical automation, vehicle engineering, or industrial design? I want to build a professional team. After hearing me out, George and Linda both looked stunned. $15 million was an astronomical amount for an ordinary family like ours, almost beyond imagination, and investing it in electric motorcycles seemed incredibly risky. George's hand trembled slightly. as though he couldn't believe what he'd heard. "Son, how did you come up with something this reckless?" I could see how worried they were. So I continued, "Based on the market research I did today, combined with what I've already learned and observed, I believe electric motorcycles have tremendous advantages and potential. The reason they're struggling right now is because the design philosophy has gone in the wrong direction and wiped out most of their natural advantages. I believe that if we can identify those problems and fix them, we can completely open up the market." The more I talked, the more excited I became, as though I could already see my future success unfolding in front of me. I even stood up and started gesturing enthusiastically, my eyes shining with endless anticipation for the future. But George's expression grew darker the longer he listened, like the eerie calm before a storm, ready to erupt at any second. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and slammed his bowl down on the table. "You get a little money and immediately want to throw it away. Electric motorcycles? Do you even know how many manufacturers have entered this industry? Since electric motorcycles were included in national green transport subsidies in 2008? Do you? And look at where the industry is now. Do you have any idea how fierce the competition is? How high the risk is? Who gave you the confidence to think some inexperienced kid like you can succeed?" His voice trembled slightly with anger, and disappointment and worry filled his eyes. In his mind, I'd clearly gotten carried away the moment I had money. The government had invested so much and still hadn't managed to make electric motorcycles truly take off. So where did I get the confidence to think I could? Linda immediately set down her own bowl and chopsticks with a sharp clack, her voice filled with displeasure. "Why are you talking to him like that? I know you're worried about our son. But what kind of attitude is this? Tyler having his own ideas is a good thing. We should encourage him, not crush him every time he tries something. He's already grown up. He's capable of making his own judgments and decisions." She paused before continuing. "You stubborn old man. I told you last night, you've always been too hard on him and put too much pressure on him. If the Carter family hadn't treated him like garbage, our son might never have come back to us." George didn't budge at all. He said coldly, "Naive. Way too naive. If this could work, someone would have already made it work. I don't want your money. Keep it for yourself. If you really want to invest, at least don't put it into an industry that's obviously dying. The government has already announced that subsidies for electric motorcycles will be canceled in 2020. Looking at my parents, warmth spread through my chest. This stubborn old man. Still, I personally witnessed how huge the electric motorcycle industry would eventually become. And I firmly believed my choice was right. I smiled, my expression full of confidence and determination. "Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry. I already did the market research today. Later, I'll use my findings and the current policies to write a feasibility report. You can read it before making your decision. Even if you write a feasibility report, I still won't agree," George answered without hesitation. "This industry is too complicated, and the risks are too high. I don't want you ruining your future over this. You'd be better off buying a house with that money, or investing in some other stable business." I didn't argue anymore. I simply nodded silently, though defiance still burned in my eyes. I looked firmly at my parents. "Mom, I believe in the future of electric motorcycles. This could become a market worth tens of billions, hundreds of billions, even trillions. The only reason electric motorcycles are failing right now is because the industry took the wrong path. I believe I can find the right one and make electric motorcycles people's first choice for everyday transportation." There was no hesitation in my voice, as if I could already see the future glory of the electric motorcycle industry unfolding before me. "Whether you agree or not, I'm doing this. Even if you both oppose it, I'm still doing it. I'll be happy if you support me. But opposing me won't change anything. I've already made up my mind. I don't need government subsidies, and you don't have to worry about me scamming subsidy money." George's face turned livid with anger, and his fingers trembled slightly. He clearly wanted to pull off his belt and teach me a lesson. But I was already grown, and hitting or yelling at me wouldn't solve anything. So he could only suppress his anger and say coldly, "You brat. You really have no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth goes." Being how furious Dad was, I knew arguing any further would be pointless. I took a deep breath and said firmly, "Dad, I'll prove it to both of you. My decision is the right one. You'll see just how much potential the electric motorcycle market has. You'll see it for yourselves." With that, I turned away from the dining table and went back to my room. I dropped onto the bed, closed my eyes, and circulated the spiritual energy inside me, feeling that dense and powerful force. Then I looked at the jade bracelet around my wrist. The jade that had once been crystal clear was now dull and lifeless. Time was running out. I had to find another source of spiritual energy before the bracelet was completely drained. There was no other way. This business venture had to succeed. I turned on my computer, began searching through every national standard and policy document related to electric motorcycles, along with every relevant guideline I could find. I carefully read through each one, trying to identify the root of the problem. The electric motorcycle industry's struggles had both internal and external causes. I'd already identified the internal problems, but what were the external ones? Infrastructure clearly wasn't the issue. So what was? I soon found the key. The government classified electric motorcycles as motor vehicles. A policy that should have helped regulate and promote the industry had instead become its biggest shackle. License plate and driver's license requirements blocked huge numbers of potential users, and many regulations simply copied standards used for motorcycles and electric cars, which meant electric motorcycles required dedicated charging stations that weren't even compatible with electric cars. These unreasonable restrictions had severely limited the industry's development. On top of that, after 2012, the government hadn't introduced any major new standards, while subsidies had been reduced year after year, pushing the industry even deeper into winter. "Motor vehicles," I murmured, my brows tightly furrowed. "That really is a problem. I'll have to operate right along the edge of the regulations." Thinking back to how electric motorcycles developed in my previous life, a clear idea gradually formed in my mind. First, my product couldn't be classified as a motor vehicle. Second, I had to keep costs as low as possible by optimizing mature products already available on the market. Finally, every specification had to stay right at the lower boundaries of national standards. In short, I had to avoid motor vehicle restrictions entirely. Electric bicycles. My eyes lit up. I'd finally found the breakthrough. In my previous life, the electric motorcycle boom had begun with electric bicycles. So I could call my product an electric bicycle too. That would avoid the restrictions placed on motor vehicles, while preserving the convenience of an electric bike. The moment I thought of that, I immediately began sketching out a design. My drawing skills weren't great, but as long as the concept was clear, that was enough. After finishing the sketch, I started writing a business plan and feasibility report. I'd never written anything like this in my previous life, but I could learn by researching examples. I focused completely on every word, trying to present my ideas and plans as clearly as possible. Just as I was writing smoothly, a startled cry suddenly came from outside my room. I checked the time. It was already past midnight. Who would come over this late? A moment later, I heard the front door open, followed by George's surprised and delighted voice. "Oh, Michael, what brings you here? It's so late. Did something happen?" I looked at the printed draft of my plan and laughed inwardly, feeling even more pleased with myself. The Mitchell family moved even faster than I'd expected. The light of justice had already shone straight onto Ryan's backside. I just wondered how many belts Uncle Michael had broken on him. "You win." Ryan forced the words through clenched teeth. His dad, Michael Mitchell, half shoved, half dragged him into the apartment. The moment Ryan saw me walk out of my room, his anger flared like gasoline catching fire, and instantly burned out of control. His eyes widened, and he let out an angry snort, looking as though he'd suffered the greatest humiliation of his life. Then, he pulled a motorcycle key from his pocket and slammed it onto the coffee table. "Here's your motorcycle back." The moment Michael saw his son's attitude, his temper flared again. "You little brat, I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already acting like someone owes you something? I told you to come return it, and this is the attitude you bring?" His voice was so loud that even the air in the room seemed to tremble. I quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Uncle Michael, don't be mad, don't be mad. Let me talk to Ryan." As I spoke, I grabbed Ryan and pulled him into my room. the moment the door closed. Ryan glared at me indignantly. Tyler, this was pretty low of you. Did you rat me out? I chuckled and shook my head. What, do you think I have nothing better to do? Just because of a stupid bet. You really think I'm that kind of person? Ryan leaned against the wall and demanded stubbornly. Then tell me how the hell he found out. I pulled out a chair and sat down, then said slowly, Ryan, don't get worked up yet. Do you know what position your dad holds right now? My dad? Ryan snorted. He's the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, the top man in the city's police system. Who doesn't know that? I nodded. Exactly. And Uncle Michael is younger than my dad. If he advances one more step, it's entirely possible he could move into the provincial public security department, right? Ryan didn't understand much about official politics, but he knew that much was true. So he nodded. I suddenly changed direction. Then do you know why Deputy Chief Hayes from the Ben High branch was so invested in my case? Ryan snorted. Because my dad ordered him to handle it. What else would it be? I shook my head and sighed. Ryan, you really only see what's on the surface. On the surface, yes, your dad directly arranged it. But another major reason was that Deputy Chief Hayes himself wants a promotion. He wants to transfer out of Ben High District and move up a level. So when your dad assigned my case to him, it became an opportunity for him. If he handles it well, he'll get noticed by higher-ups, and the leadership will remember him. Then when an opportunity comes up, he'll be one of the first people they consider. Ryan froze for a moment. He hadn't expected there to be so many layers behind it. I continued, the same principle applies. There are people around your dad who want to move up too. The second in command wants the top position. If the second in command moves up, then the third in command can become number 2. And it keeps going down the line. There are 2 ways to make your dad's position change. Either he gets promoted or he gets forced out. And people's interests aren't all the same. Some people want him promoted, while others want him gone. If they can't find dirt on your dad, they'll start with the people around him, like you. Ryan's heart skipped, and he stared at me with wide eyes. I tapped the table and continued, you ride around on that motorcycle, dressed the way you are now, and all someone has to do is take one picture, then point out whose son you are, and post it online. Your dad's career could basically be over. The way you look today was already bad enough. Add an expensive motorcycle, and people can easily accuse your dad of corruption and taking bribes. Ryan's heart sank, but he still snorted stubbornly. My dad would never do something like that. If you've done nothing wrong, you've got nothing to fear. Let them say whatever they want. I shook my head and sighed. Ryan, have you ever seen Let the Bullets Fly and the story about Little Six? People online don't actually care how many bowls of noodles Little Six ate. They just want to watch him cut open his stomach. So, whether your dad really did anything wrong isn't the point. Once public outrage explodes, your dad will have to be investigated. To you and the people working under him, your dad is a powerful official. But to the country and to the provincial leadership, a 3-legged frog might be hard to find. But officials at your dad's level aren't exactly rare. Ryan's expression changed. He could be dense, but he wasn't stupid. After I laid it out for him, he finally understood how serious the situation was. Teach. He still snorted unwillingly. Fine! I just won't take the bike. I grinned and threw an arm around Ryan's shoulders. Come on, time for plan 2. Remember what I told you? I'd make it possible for you to buy one openly with your own money. With that, I led Ryan out of the room and into the living room, where George and Michael were chatting enthusiastically about their days in the military. I smiled and sat down with them, then placed the motorcycle key on the table and gently pushed it toward Michael. Uncle Michael, let's consider the bike temporarily left in your care. You don't need to worry about anything. I'm preparing to start a business, and I want Ryan to work with me. Michael froze. He hadn't expected me to make such a proposal. I pulled out a loan agreement. I'm planning to lend Ryan $100,000. Then Ryan can invest that $100,000 into my company. In return, I'll give him 5% of the founding shares. After the company pays its first dividend, he can use that money to repay the $100,000. A business? Michael frowned and looked at me suspiciously. Electric motorcycles, George snorted irritably. I don't know what's gotten into this brat. He insists the electric motorcycle market will be worth hundreds of billions, and says everyone else failed because they went down the wrong path. He thinks he's the one who can finally get it right. I handed my business plan to Michael. Uncle Michael, take a look. Based on my research, there are 4 main reasons electric motorcycles haven't taken off. First, they're expensive. Second, charging is inconvenient. Third, their range is too short. Fourth, they're restricted by government policy. So here's what I'm planning. My electric motorcycle has to fall outside normal motor vehicle regulations. It needs to stay just below the legal threshold for classification as a motor vehicle. Second, my electric bike has to be chargeable anywhere. It shouldn't require a dedicated charging station. A normal household outlet should be enough. Gulp. Third, range actually isn't that important. As long as charging is convenient, it won't be a major issue. Besides, electric motorcycles are mainly used for short-distance travel, so users won't have much range anxiety. Fourth, I need to drive the cost down as much as possible. I pointed at my sketch. Every unnecessary feature found on current electric motorcycles gets removed. Top speed will be limited to 50 kilometers per hour. The core components will simply be the frame, lights, controller, battery, and motor. I haven't set the final retail price yet, but it'll definitely be less than half the price of the cheapest electric motorcycle currently on the market. Of course, this product won't be launched as an electric motorcycle. It'll be launched as an electric assist bicycle. Michael listened as I explained everything, and his eyes gradually brightened. He had to admit, the idea was genuinely fresh. He wasn't a businessman, but even he could tell it seemed to attack the industry's biggest pain points directly. He'd heard Ryan complain about electric motorcycles countless times, about how terrible they were, and how inconvenient they were, and that buying one was basically paying an idiot tax. But what I was proposing was completely different. No license plate, no driver's license. Charge it anywhere and sell it cheaply. That combination was extremely appealing. Put all those advantages together, and it was practically tailor-made for people who wanted cheap and convenient transportation. Michael thought for a moment, before slowly saying, Tyler, your idea really does have potential. The electric motorcycle market has always struggled because of policy restrictions and flaws in the products themselves, which made it difficult to grow. But your approach does seem to avoid a lot of those problems. If you can actually make it work, the market potential could be enormous. I was delighted. I knew my proposal had caught Michael's interest, but I also knew Michael was a smart man and wouldn't be convinced that easily. Sure enough, Michael changed direction. But this doesn't sound entirely compliant with regulations. The moment I heard that, I immediately pressed my advantage. You're right, Uncle Michael. But this product has enormous market value. Given where our country is in its development right now, solving the problem of affordable transportation for ordinary people is becoming increasingly urgent. I think the government will probably be willing to give something like this a little flexibility. After all, it makes everyday transportation easier for ordinary people. That's serving the public too, isn't it? Michael nodded, and a trace of approval flashed in his eyes. Fine. I'll invest another $200,000. But you have to promise me one thing. Everything you do has to be legal and compliant. Don't put me in a difficult position. I immediately assured him, don't worry, Uncle Michael. I'll absolutely follow the law and regulations. I won't make things difficult for you. I knew perfectly well that as long as the product technically couldn't be classified as a motor vehicle, there would be plenty of room to work with. And electric assist bicycles didn't even have a unified standard yet. Michael snorted, but there was still approval in his eyes. Then he looked toward Ryan. You brat. Go work with Tyler. Learn how to actually get things done. Instead of wandering around doing nothing all day. Ryan still looked a little unwilling, but he knew this was an opportunity. He glared at me and snorted. Fine, I'll give it a shot. I grinned and patted Ryan on the shoulder. Don't worry, Ryan. If you stick with me, I won't let you lose out. Ryan, take a look. These are the places we're hitting today. We've got a lot to cover, so we'll need to move fast. At dawn, just as the first pale light appeared on the horizon, Ryan wandered over to my place and quietly waited for me to wake up. Not long afterward, I came strolling out of my room. Before Ryan could say anything, I shoved a notebook into his hands. We've got a long day ahead. First, we're going to the auto mall to buy a car. I've already picked out what I want. There was no room for negotiation. In my brisk tone, Ryan, you got your driver's license and everything with you, right? Ryan glanced down at the itinerary in his hands and couldn't help clicking his tongue. We've really got a lot of places to hit today, huh? Baron Fashion Mall? You're buying clothes too? Both of us need to look the part, I said while brushing my teeth. Right now, you're basically my driver. But that's temporary. Once we get the company up and running, you'll be Vice President Mitchell and one of the shareholders too. You don't have to wear a suit every day, but for formal occasions, banquets and things like that, you'll need at least one proper outfit. As I spoke, I looked Ryan up and down. Just look at what you're wearing, and then look at your hair. Ryan instinctively touched his bright blonde hair, then glanced down at the random outfit he'd thrown together, and suddenly felt a little awkward. Clothing really did carry labels of class and identity. People like to say everyone was free to dress however they wanted, and that clothes didn't define a person, but different styles still cause people to unconsciously put you into certain categories. Looking at what he was wearing now, there was nothing wrong with it when he hung around his old crowd. His friends even thought it looked cool. But when he imagined people calling him a boss or a vice president someday, the outfit suddenly felt wrong no matter how he looked at it. If he'd been walking around with his street friends like before, he would have thought it looked cool, even badass. But now that he was working with me, everything felt completely different. Nothing about his appearance seemed right, especially the hair. It stood out more than anything. What company executive or vice president dyed his hair bright yellow? Fine, I'll dye it back today. Ryan rubbed his hair and said awkwardly, but our business is definitely going to work. I said without hesitation, and we're going to make it big. Ryan, let me make something clear up front. You have the freedom to dress however you want. If you insist on keeping your style, I won't stop you. But when it comes to business, it doesn't matter much when you're small. Once you get big, people judge the person and the clothes first. If we lose a deal because of you, I'm docking your share. My tone became serious. And about those street friends of yours, we can help them and even bring them along to make money. Egover. But Ryan, let me be clear about this too. If they start causing trouble, they won't just ruin my business. They'll ruin yours too. I didn't know much about Ryan's friends, but based on the original owner's memories, they had helped, Ryan back him up, stand beside him when things got tense, and deal with troublemakers at school who bullied me. I was someone who repaid favors. So even though I didn't have a great impression of those guys, I was still willing to give them a chance and bring them along. I just hoped they were merely rebellious and not genuinely bad people. Of course, Ryan had actually been wondering how he should bring this up with me. The moment he heard what I said, he slapped his chest and promised, "Bro, don't worry, I guarantee. Those guys will behave themselves." Good, I nodded. Eat. We start working as soon as breakfast is over. There are still 2 months before school starts. I'm going to Shanghai University of Arts, which is here in the city. But once classes start, I'll have a lot on my plate and won't have as much time for the company. So during these next 2 months, I want to get the basic company structure built and start operations. Can we really do that? Ryan sat down at the table and asked doubtfully, if we're producing electric motorcycles, won't just building the production line take forever? No, I shook my head. For now, we're basically an assembly plant. We just need a big warehouse with enough storage. Wincesses, then hire workers to assemble everything. We don't need the kind of fancy production line you're imagining right now. And for the first run, I'm planning for 100,000 units. Our main focus early on will be product design and choosing retail showroom locations. As for actual manufacturing, we'll place orders directly with factories and have them produce the components to our specifications. Once the parts arrive, workers can assemble them. For every product, we'll use existing components already on the market whenever possible. Only a small number of parts will be custom designed, then outsourced to factories capable of manufacturing them. My voice was full of confidence. As long as the R&D and design team doesn't hold us back, with this country's industrial capacity. If the money is in place, A month and a half to launch is already slow. If it takes longer than that, that's on us. Backed by the strongest manufacturing base in the world. Even a month and a half sounded slow to me. 100,000? Ryan jumped in surprise. Isn't that way too many? No. The 100,000 will be produced in batches. The first batch will only be 5,000. The full 100,000 is mainly so we can establish long-term relationships with certain suppliers, I explained. Some components definitely aren't standard parts, so suppliers will need to create new molds. If our order is too small, they won't bother making custom molds for us. But if the volume is large enough and we'll keep ordering long-term, they'll gladly make dedicated molds for us. Isn't that moving a little too fast? George, who had been listening to my plan at the table, couldn't help frowning. Shouldn't you make a small batch first and test the market, while properly refining the product? We don't have time. I shook my head. This is like a thin sheet of paper waiting to be pierced. There's no major technical barrier. What we need to do now is seize the market and establish the brand. Once we've secured our position, we can gradually upgrade each generation. And during that process, we can keep refining the product until it's as polished as possible. That was also what made competing in the world's strongest manufacturing nation so suffocating. The competition was brutal, and everyone was fighting like crazy. Meanwhile, inside the Carter family's enormous and imposing estate, Mercedes AMG slowly entered the family's private underground garage. The tires made a faint, scraping sound against the floor, unusually clear in the silent space. The car door opened, and a young woman in high heels and fashionable clothes stepped out from the driver's seat looking to be in her early 20s. Every step she took carried confidence and arrogance. A faint trace of superiority lingered on her face as she looked over the servants working throughout the garage. Some were cleaning, some were carefully washing cars, while others rested in the corner, drivers and bodyguards waiting to be called at any moment. But every one of those faces looked unfamiliar to her. Her delicate brows furrowed, and irritation rose inside her. She had just finished an exhausting film shoot, and had come home full of anticipation, only to discover that every servant had been replaced. There wasn't a single familiar face left. She almost lost her temper, but then remembered that her parents had already warned her that something had happened at home. Grandpa had dismissed all the old servants, and personally hired every one of the new ones. Their salaries were paid directly by Grandpa too. Her parents no longer had any authority over them, and weren't allowed to hire anyone else. Thinking about that, she suppressed her anger. But resentment still churned beneath the surface. Is Grandpa basically putting Mom and Dad under house arrest? Madison Carter wondered bitterly. She had grown up surrounded by wealth and privilege. From her great-grandfather's generation to her dad's, each heir had been an only son. So there had never been much internal fighting over the family fortune. By her dad's generation, there were more children, but most of them were daughters, and everyone had dreams of their own, so she knew very little about the kind of vicious infighting wealthy families were famous for. Still, she'd acted in several dramas about rich families over the past 2 years, and knew a little about those kinds of plot lines. The situation in front of her made her instinctively think of those stories. And all of this was because of that little bastard they'd just brought home. The moment she thought of her newly returned younger brother, a strange disgust rose inside Madison. Ever since she was young, she'd heard her dad Robert say how greedy government officials could be, and how often they made things difficult for the Carter family. In her mind, government people were no better than a pack of dogs. Throw them a couple of bones, and they'd immediately wag their tails for you. And, since that younger brother had been raised in a household of government officials, how much better could he possibly be? Especially when the moment he returned, her parents ended up effectively confined by Grandpa. That only made Madison hate him even more, feel even more disgusted with this younger brother. She carried an elegant designer handbag, stepped into the private elevator, and headed straight for the third-floor study. Before coming home, she'd already agreed to meet her parents there, and she could roughly guess what they wanted to discuss. The moment she pushed open the door, Madison saw both of her parents sitting on the couch, their faces filled with worry. Robert's face was tense with anger and restraint, his fists clenched tightly, as though he might explode at any moment. Grace looked heartbroken, with tears gathering in her eyes. ready to fall at any second. Madison, you're back. The moment Grace saw her daughter, she hurried over, took her hand, and pulled her down beside her. Her voice trembled slightly. Your oldest sister, second sister, third sister, and fourth sister aren't home. Right now, you're the only one your dad and I can count on. This is about that bastard, isn't it? Madison asked coldly, her voice full of disdain. Robert opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger inside him. He knew this wasn't the time to vent. They needed Madison's help. By the way, Madison continued, what about Ethan and Victoria? How are they? The moment they were mentioned, Grace's tears immediately started pouring down. She sobbed as she spoke. No matter how much we begged him, no matter what we said, he refused. He refused to sign settlement agreements for your sister and Ethan. He's determined to send them both to prison. That monster. How can he be so cruel? Robert listened from the side, his anger surging like an erupting volcano. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. But he still didn't lose control. He knew. What they needed right now was calm judgment, not impulsiveness. That bastard. Madison shot to her feet and shouted furiously. I knew he was up to no good. Who does he think he is? How dare he treat our family like this? I'll make sure he learns exactly who he's dealing with. A week passed in the blink of an eye. I had no idea that the Carter family's fifth daughter had returned and was already planning how to cause trouble for me. I was busy looking at properties and renting workspace, and my first design team had finally begun to take shape. My adoptive mom had used every connection she had to carefully select the team. There were 5 fresh graduates straight out of college, along with a middle-aged man who had once held a management position at a major company. His name was Daniel Lee. The team included 2 graduates with degrees in mechanical design, one specializing in vehicle engineering for new energy vehicles, one in graphic design, and one in automation and control engineering. There weren't many of them, but it was obvious that these recent graduates still had that uniquely clear-eyed college student stupidity. No, every one of them was filled with dreams and passion. Their faces still carried the innocence and youthful awkwardness of campus life. Daniel Lee, the one with management experience, was around 40. His previous company's profits had been declining in recent years, and unfortunately he'd been laid off during corporate restructuring. Now, they were all gathered inside the warehouse I'd rented. The warehouse was filled with different electric motorcycle models I'd carefully selected from manufacturers across the market. The new company had only just been established. I stood in front of everyone and said firmly, I'll be straightforward about compensation. Uncle Daniel, your monthly salary is $10,000 with full social insurance and housing fund, 9 to 5, weekends off. After you've worked here for a year, you'll receive 1 month of paid vacation every year. For the 5 of you fresh graduates, the starting salary is $5,000 a month, with the same benefits as Uncle Daniel. However, because we're short on time, everyone will need to work overtime for the first project. Overtime will be paid at triple rate. Of course, if you don't want to work overtime, that's your choice. After saying that, I pulled out my sketches and showed them to everyone. Your first task is to design a company logo. The company will be called Pegasus. Your second task, see all those vehicles behind me? Take them apart, then follow my drawings, and build a vehicle exactly like the one shown here. I have 4 requirements. First, keep the cost as low as possible. Second, performance needs to be solid, and it has to run reliably. Third, it must charge from a normal household outlet without requiring a charging station. Fourth, you must follow the drawings closely. Of course, you can still use your creativity, but my design philosophy is simplicity. No unnecessary decoration. As long as it has pedals and lights, that's enough. In short, it needs to be cheap, easy to manufacture, and chargeable from household electricity. Then I turned toward Daniel. I'll leave the team in your hands for now. If you need anything, come directly to me. If we're short on manpower, I'll figure something out. Lululu Demacia. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. I glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Without thinking much about it, I answered, tomorrow morning at 9,030. Odyssey Western Restaurant on Jingyi 5th Road. My name is Madison Carter. A young woman's voice came to the phone, her tone forceful, as though she were assigning me a task. Madison Carter? Who? I was completely confused. Did you call the wrong number? Heh, pretending you don't know me? The woman sneered. Stop putting on an act. But whatever. Remember this. I'm your 5th older sister. You little bastard. Beep, beep, beep. Before I could respond, she hung up. I stared at the number on my screen and immediately felt a headache coming on. Were characters in these real heir versus fake heir stories all this brainless? Boss? Daniel noticed my expression and asked with concern. It's nothing. I waved it off. Get started. We're a brand new company. Whether we survive depends on everyone's effort. The next day, Ryan drove his newly purchased Audi A6L, with me in the passenger seat, toward Odyssey Western Restaurant on Jingye 5th Road. He glanced back at me, while I rested with my eyes closed, and asked worriedly, Bro, are you sure this meeting is okay? I'm fine. I opened my eyes. Ryan, just stay outside. You don't need to get involved in anything else. If you hear me say, call the police through the earpiece, then call them immediately. How could everything possibly be fine? Based on what I knew about these real heir versus fake heir stories, something was definitely going to happen today, but it didn't matter. I'd already prepared a miniature camera, hidden inside my jacket pocket. I genuinely wanted to see what kind of stunt this so-called 5th sister planned to pull. With that, I got out of the car and entered the restaurant. After giving Madison's name, I was led to the private room she'd reserved. About half an hour later, the sharp click-clack of high heels approached. I didn't even need to think about it. This was probably my 5th sister by blood. Before I could fully prepare myself, a furious-looking woman shoved the door open and stormed inside. She swept her gaze around the room, with unmistakable arrogance in her eyes. As though the entire room dimmed the moment she entered, she walked straight toward me, dropped into the seat across from me, and skipped even the most basic greeting. Tyler, I came here today for one reason. Madison got straight to the point, her voice cold as ice. Sign settlement agreements for my useless brother Ethan and my sister Victoria. Then they can get out, and this whole thing ends here. I frowned slightly, lifted my coffee, and took a small sip, while calmly looking at Madison. The public security authorities are already pursuing charges against them, and these are criminal cases. This isn't something that can be solved just because I sign a settlement agreement. It's a criminal case. Madison raised her brows, her voice sharp. Don't try to scare me with that. He just took a few things from his own family. And boys your age all have some adolescent fantasies, don't they? Ethan just made the kind of mistake plenty of teenage boys make. Besides, he only took his admiration for his sister a little too far. How does something like that count as a crime? And Victoria. What exactly did she do wrong? She owns plenty of expensive jewelry. If she remembered the price of 1 or 2 pieces wrong, how is that such a big deal? And you demanded an outrageous amount. 50 million right off the bat. Then Grandpa secretly gave you 60 million. If I posted that online, your family wouldn't have an easy time either, would they? Madison looked at me with a smug smile. She didn't really understand the difference between people inside and outside the government system. But she did know that both groups seemed afraid of public scandals, especially government employees. After finally securing a stable position, getting dragged into an online controversy could cost them their jobs and ruin their futures. That's 60 million. If this little bastard dared take it, then she could use it against me. She could expose me online and say I took money without keeping my end of the deal. Accuse my adoptive parents of corruption and accepting bribes, and accuse the police of protecting criminals and shielding their own. Then, she wanted to see how this little bastard would clean up the mess. I set down my coffee cup and folded my hands on the table. My tone turned faintly amused. That's 60 million. First, part of it was personal compensation paid to me. I have an official injury assessment. Second, your grandfather voluntarily paid the money because he wanted to suppress the scandal involving your parents, brother, and sister, and keep the situation from spreading. He gave it to me willingly. I had an agreement with your grandfather. Third, Ethan and Victoria are involved in criminal cases. If you want them released, you should apply for bail pending investigation, not come here and pound the table at me. Fourth, by blood. I'm also a member of the Carter family. So this money is partly, no, it's compensation for the Carter family failing to find me all these years. Madison's expression changed, and she slammed the table with a loud bang. Stop throwing legal provisions at me. Our second sister is a lawyer. She's the star attorney at Gold City Law Firm. I understand the law better than you do. And let's talk about what happened at home. Are you seriously saying you did nothing wrong? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Everything was perfectly fine before. Then you showed up, and within 3 days, the whole family fell apart. Every bit of this is your fault. My fault? My expression darkened, but I remained polite and calmly asked in return. In those 3 days, I ate exactly 3 meals at the Carter estate. Mrs. Carter locked me in the villa's basement storage room without even asking what really happened, and kept me there for 2 days and 1 night. Mr. Carter whipped me for no reason. I never went anywhere, and Ethan still accused me of being a thief. As for Victoria, she was the one who claimed the necklace was worth $10 million, and she was the one demanding I pay for it, when I couldn't come up with that kind of money. She stood there screaming for Mr. Carter to beat me. Then the recovered surveillance footage proved I never even went upstairs. On the first night, I slept in a guest room downstairs. On the second day, I was locked in the basement. On the third day, they dragged me out and beat me. And you're saying I'm the problem? If you're not the problem, then who is? Madison rolled her eyes at me, her contempt impossible to hide. That dogshit family of yours, those dogshit friends you hang around with, and the dogshit things you people do. What are you government system people anyway? Just a pack of dogs raised by the Carter family. No, you're more like stray dogs that come to our family, wagging your tails and begging for food. As she spoke, Madison pulled a check from her bag and slapped it onto the table. $5 million. Take it and give it to your little friends. Isn't this all because we didn't give you enough money? You just want more, don't you? I suggest you take it and get them released. Otherwise, I'll make sure both you and your adoptive family, and that Mitchell family of yours, regret ever crossing us. I glanced at the check and was genuinely speechless. What kind of situation was this? Did everyone in the Carter family seriously have no brains? Was this really how the biological sisters in these real heir versus fake heir stories acted? This whole family really was perfectly matched. So many people, and somehow not one functioning brain between them. I shook my head. And kept the last trace of a smile on my face. Ms. Carter, I'm not refusing to sign because of money. This is criminal law. The state is prosecuting the case. Do you understand what that means? Madison jumped to her feet in fury and pointed a finger straight at my nose. Don't think I can't do anything to you. If you refuse to sign that settlement agreement, then don't blame me for what happens next. Before she'd even finished speaking, Madison raised her hand and slapped me hard across the face. Her eyes were filled with provocation and disdain. I'm telling you right now, if you don't agree today, you're not walking out of this room. The slap left my ears ringing, and a red handprint instantly appeared across my cheek. My eyes widened as I stared at Madison in disbelief. Before I could say anything, she raised her hand and tried to slap me again and again. I'd already taken 1 hit. There was no way I was going to keep taking them. I shifted left and right, dodging every follow-up strike. You animal. You actually dare dodge me? Madison was beside herself with rage. Her eyes locked tightly on me. I touched my cheek. That first slap had been brutal. It felt like this crazy woman had put every ounce of strength she had into it. The side she'd hit was already badly swollen, and blood had appeared at the corner of my mouth. I suppressed my anger, but my mind remained unusually calm. I even felt like laughing. I lightly touched my swollen cheek. Even though I was the one who'd been hit, I smiled. There was almost pity in that smile, as if I were reminding her. Harder. You just destroyed your own future. Do you know what happens if I call the police? Do you? So what if I hit you? Madison still had no idea what she'd just done. She shouted arrogantly, I'm your older sister. I have every right to hit you. You deserved it. So, what if I slap you a few more times? This really was the legendary slap-happy sister from those fake air stories. I laughed. A brain is a wonderful thing. Too bad you don't have one. Everything was happening almost exactly as I'd predicted. Now I had everything I needed. The moment I saw another slap coming, I moved. Enough! I flipped the table over, then pulled back, and suddenly jumped out of her reach before steadying myself. I sucked in a breath, my tone mocking but perfectly calm. Let me explain something to you. Assaulting someone without cause can result in either an administrative public security penalty or criminal punishment. Under Article 43 of the Public Security Administration Punishments Law, if someone assaults another person without causing an injury serious enough to qualify as a minor injury or worse, they can be detained for 5 to 10 days and fined between $200 and $500. I already warned you, but you showed no remorse and kept trying to hit me. That counts as an aggravated circumstance, which means more than 10 days of detention, plus a fine of $500 to $1,000. And if my injury assessment comes back as a minor injury, then you're looking at up to 3 years behind bars. Heh. Madison didn't look scared at all. She pulled a stack of 100 yuan bills from her bag and casually tossed them into the air. I've got plenty of money. Besides, you're my little brother. This is a family matter. The police can't touch me. But the very next second, someone who absolutely could touch her charged into the room and pinned Madison down against the table. Click, click, the handcuffs snapped around her wrists, and they hauled her away. You damn bastards. You animals. What right do you have to arrest me? What law did I even break? Madison shrieked, her eyes bulging with rage, as if fire might burst from them. Her voice was sharp and piercing, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, completely hysterical. Help! They're abusing their authority. They're acting above the law. She struggled wildly while screaming at the top of her lungs, looking exactly like a crazed woman throwing a tantrum. Madison still hadn't fully figured out what was even happening before the officers mercilessly cuffed her. This was the first time in her life she had ever worn those cold restraints, although before this, she had always looked down on public officials with contempt and disdain. The power of those handcuffs was brutally direct and instantly filled her with a fear she'd never experienced before. She kept screaming and cursing, her hysterical behavior enough to make anyone uneasy. The 2 female officers who had come to arrest her could barely control her wild struggling. Fortunately, more officers had arrived this time, and, with help from 2 more female officers, they forcibly shoved Madison into the police car and took her away. Everyone in the Carter family is insane, especially that woman. Back inside the restaurant's private room, Brian had already been listening to everything through the earpiece. Madison's attitude alone had made him furious. He came storming inside, and the moment he saw my swollen face, his mood became even worse. God damn it. I've never even laid a hand on you. How the hell did that crazy woman dare hit you that hard? He roared and turned to charge outside, as though he was ready to fight Madison himself. Stop. I lightly touched my burning cheek, and the sharp pain made me frown. My gaze turned colder as I asked in a low voice, "Where are you going?" "Don't cause trouble." Ryan stopped and looked at me with a mixture of anger and grievance, as though he'd somehow been wronged even more than I had. "What do you mean, cause trouble? If we're pissed off, then that crazy woman deserves to be taught a lesson." "Oh, damn it. My dad told me to watch your back, and even I never dared hit you. This is humiliating as hell." He waved his arms around, completely worked up. "Quit yelling." I calmly took another sip of coffee, said evenly, "We've already graduated from school, even if it was only high school. We've temporarily left campus life behind and entered society. The rules out here aren't the same as the rules at school. You can't take the way things worked at school and apply it to the real world. Sure, slapping someone back would feel great, but hitting back could create a whole new problem. I'd been a cop in my previous life, so I knew how difficult it could be to establish legitimate self-defense. Taking one slap might look like I was the one who lost, but that wasn't necessarily true over the past few days. I'd also been seriously studying this world's criminal law, public security law, civil law and relevant cases. Watch. The person who threw that slap was going to pay a huge price for it. Just then, the door opened again, and a police officer walked in. The moment I looked up, I realized it was the same officer I'd met at the Carter estate last time, along with his young partner, Uncle Daniel, Officer Lewis. I immediately stood up and greeted them with a smile. What a coincidence. Are you here to take my statement? Just ask you a few questions. Officer Daniel Sullivan replied seriously. We happened to be patrolling nearby and saw Ryan here, so we chatted for a bit. When we heard you were meeting someone from the Carter family again, we figured something might happen, so we called for backup ahead of time. Then I really have to thank you, Uncle Daniel, I said gratefully. When do you get a day off? I'll treat you and Officer Lewis to dinner. Forget dinner. Officer Sullivan waved it off. We just need to ask you about what happened today. At that, I pulled out the miniature camera, hidden inside my jacket pocket, checked the footage, then handed it to Officer Sullivan. You can watch it yourself. Officer Sullivan took the camera, and only then noticed that the left breast pocket of my jacket looked unusual. It appeared to have been specially modified, specifically to conceal a recording device. He didn't comment on it, and simply started reviewing the footage. After a while, he finished watching the important parts. Then he said seriously, go get another injury assessment. That face looks bad enough to potentially qualify as a minor injury. Officer Lewis, go back to the station and issue the referral. Move fast and send it directly to the hospital. Then he looked at my face again and shook his head. The Carter family really thinks they're above the law. Officer Sullivan had been a cop for many years, and he'd genuinely never seen a family this bizarre. There was no point saying anything more. Officer Sullivan led the way, with me following behind. This time, I had my own car, so I had Ryan drive and follow Officer Sullivan to the hospital. Because arrangements had already been made in advance, everything moved quickly. The examination was finished in no time, and we walked out of the hospital. Bro, where are we going next? Ryan turned to look at me in the back seat and asked unwillingly. He'd come here to protect me, yet hadn't protected me at all. I'd still gotten slapped across the face. Never mind what would happen if his dad found out. About this later, Ryan himself couldn't get past it. In the past, protecting me had been something his dad required, though friendship had also played a part. But now I was bringing him along to make money, giving him a future where he could become an executive, and openly buy the motorcycles he loved with his own money. That kind of friendship made it impossible for him to tolerate seeing me bullied. And yet today, that crazy woman had hit me this badly. He hated it. He just couldn't let it go. The Carter estate. I closed my eyes and rested as I answered. I've been thinking our startup funds are still a little tight. Last time, that old man paid up, so I didn't make a big issue out of it. But now they're coming after me again, so I'm not going to be nearly as easy to deal with this time. Let's go collect some interest first. There's no rush to deal with mediation. Officer Sullivan already said, the evidence is solid. They can detain Madison for a day first. Then, once the injury report comes back, we can start discussing mediation. So I wasn't in any hurry. I could let Madison suffer for a while first. If she learned something from it, I might still let her off this. But if she didn't learn, then she couldn't blame me for what came next. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered something and opened my eyes. Ryan, did you already talk to those friends of yours? Huh? Ryan froze. I'd previously said I was willing to bring them along to make money. But unlike Ryan, I hadn't promised them specific positions. I'd only said the company was still new and didn't need that many people yet, so they should wait for word from me. Now that I suddenly brought them up, could it mean, oh, I get it. Ryan gave me a knowing look and immediately reached for his phone. Don't do anything stupid. I shot him a look that clearly said, you don't get a damn thing. Jabia, and said, Ryan, the rules of society aren't about throwing punches and kicks or putting sacks over people's heads. This isn't some gangster movie where you grab a machete and fight over territory. It's about suits and ties, drinks around a table, connections, favors, and knowing how to deal with people. Ryan scratched his head. He really didn't understand this stuff. All he understood was that this wasn't the time to gather the guys and go teach the Carter family a lesson. Still, something about it felt contradictory. If they weren't going to fight, why was I asking him to gather his friends? Ryan, I closed my eyes again and said while taking a short rest, remember one thing, I may not need to use it, but I absolutely can't afford not to have it. And you'll understand soon enough just how valuable that spoiled young lady's slap really was. Based on the usual plots in these fake heir stories, there were plenty of times when the adopted heir, or even his loving family, would resort to methods that couldn't be brought into the light. So I still needed to understand the underground forces in this world. If they were the same as in my previous life, nothing more than bugs crushed tightly under the law, then there was obviously nothing to fear. But if this world was like those urban power fantasy novels, centered around wealthy young masters, where underground forces wielded enormous influence, then I'd need to start building some power of my own. And besides, based on what the old cultivator had taught me in my dreams about the secrets of cultivation and his own experiences, even though spiritual energy had nearly vanished from this world, cultivators, demons, ghosts, and strange creatures still existed, along with certain people with unusual constitutions. If that was the case, could this world also have organizations like the Dragon Clan, or special security departments, dedicated specifically to handling supernatural matters? That was something else I needed to be careful about. I pulled out the laptop stored in the car and started transferring the video evidence onto it. Ryan kept driving, and about an hour later, we slowly arrived at the Carter estate. No one stopped us from the moment we entered the Villa district, and when we reached the estate entrance, several maids were already waiting outside. The moment the car stopped, they stepped forward to open the doors, as though welcoming the head of the family home. I didn't mind in the slightest. I glanced at Ryan as he got out behind me, looking as tense as if he were walking into enemy territory, and laughed. Relax, Yetches. Then I turned toward the driver, who was preparing to take the car into the underground garage. Just leave it here. We'll be leaving again soon. Finally, I looked toward an older man dressed differently from everyone else. He wore a tailcoat, white gloves, and carried himself with exceptional dignity. He looked to be around 50. You're the new butler? I asked. Yes, young master. The elderly butler replied politely. Welcome home. My name is William Bennett. You may call me Butler Bennett. This isn't really my home yet. I narrowed my eyes slightly, correcting his wording. Then I asked, where are Mr. Carter and Mrs. Carter? Have them come see me. Yes, young master. Butler Bennett showed no anger whatsoever at my somewhat arrogant attitude, nor did he show even the slightest intention of defending the people who were, supposedly, the heads of the household, Robert and Grace Carter. He simply turned and walked back into the villa. Ryan stared at me in surprise. Why did it feel like I was the real owner of this place? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, didn't you already leave this family? Why does everyone here seem to listen to you? And how do you seem to know everything that's going on? There are smart people in the Carter family, I replied calmly. If Robert and Grace weren't Charles Carter's son, daughter-in-law, they would have been thrown out too. What do wealthy families care about most? Profit, reputation, and bloodline. Robert's family still has genuine blood ties to Charles. Otherwise, the old man would have never tolerated them. As for me, I was certain Charles was keeping an eye on everything I did. Whether my startup succeeded would be one of the key factors determining whether I gained absolute leverage. In this whole real heir versus fake heir mess, I didn't want to waste too much time on idiots like Robert and the rest of his family. I only hoped they'd behave themselves, hold on to whatever little influence they still had, and stop making their situation worse. After waiting for a while, Robert and Grace finally came outside. Both looked furious and unwilling, but several bodyguards stood behind them, so neither dared do anything. Take this and watch it. I pulled out an SD card and handed it to Robert. I have 3 copies of the video evidence. One is backed up in cloud storage. One is on my phone, and one has already been submitted to the police as evidence. I've already completed the injury assessment. The report should be out by tomorrow morning. After that, I'll go to mediation. Take a look at the handprint on my face. It was only one slap, but there's a lot behind that one slap. Maybe you should go ask your lawyer daughter about it. I pointed at my swollen face and smiled mockingly. Right now, my adorable fifth sister is sitting in a police station cell. You'd better make your choice quickly. If she gets out early enough, she might still save her career. But if you wait too long, she could end up spending the next 2 years working a prison sewing machine. Mrs. Carter, you wouldn't want to watch your daughter destroy her own future, would you? Oh, right. I don't know if you've heard, but I'm starting a business. Considering we're related by blood, shouldn't you give me a little financial support for free? You, Robert's voice nearly cracked. His eyes bulged, as though he wanted to swallow me alive. You heartless monster. You heartless monster. He hadn't understood much else, but he definitely understood the part about his precious fifth daughter. Sitting in police custody, Robert's voice sounded like a wounded beast. How could you do this to her? You're her biological younger brother. How could you bring yourself to do this? Robert's body swayed unsteadily. His trembling finger pointed at me, and his voice was filled with despair and rage. You ungrateful bastard. You've ruined her future. Do you even understand that? That was her future in the entertainment industry. The stage she'd dreamed about. How could you be this cruel? How could you? The entertainment industry? I couldn't tell whether he was grieving for his daughter, or grieving for all the money he'd invested in her. His fifth daughter had always wanted to become a celebrity. That was her dream. And, as her dad, Robert had been willing to help make that dream come true. It wasn't purely out of fatherly love. There were also business interests involved. If he could turn his own daughter into a star, he could, later, collaborate with Sunrise Entertainment, one of the group's subsidiaries, and use her popularity to help drive the family's entertainment business. Sunrise Entertainment's performance had been declining for the past 2 years. Every new artist they launched had remained lukewarm, and every movie they'd invested in had lost money, leaving them badly burned. Robert's plan had been simple. Since his fifth daughter wanted to become a celebrity anyway, why invest in outsiders instead of investing in his own daughter? Wasn't the entertainment industry built on image, resources, and connections? As the richest man in Shanghai, he had plenty of money and plenty of connections. Throw in millions or tens of millions. Hire the best agents, the best image management teams, and the best coaches. Even if his daughter couldn't sing, act, or dance, she was beautiful enough to attract plenty of attention. By using money to clear the way, he finally managed to get her a role in a production directed by a filmmaker with both domestic and international recognition. After all that effort, he'd planned to give her even more intensive training once she returned, especially in acting and singing. Then, push her career to the next level. But instead, she'd left home in the morning and ended up in police custody before noon. His youngest son and youngest daughter hadn't even gotten out yet. And now, another child had gone in. Grace was sobbing hysterically, while screaming at me, "You heartless, ungrateful monster. How could you treat your own sister like this? She's your biological sister. Is your heart made of stone? How can you be this cruel? How can you be this heartless?" She suddenly lunged at me, trying to claw at me, but the bodyguards stopped her. Grace struggled and screamed, "You animal. You ungrateful brat. You destroyed our family. You ruined Victoria. You ruined Ethan, and now you've ruined Madison too. How could you do this to us? How can you be so cruel?" Robert's eyes were bloodshot as he roared hoarsely. What did I ever do to deserve this? How did I end up with a son who turns against his own family? Did a dog eat your conscience? Her future. You destroyed every dream she ever had. Do you understand that? Do you even understand? He staggered forward a couple of steps, as though every bit of strength had drained from his body. His eyes were filled with despair and hatred as he stared at me, like he was looking at a complete stranger. From this moment on, I sever our father-son relationship. You are no longer my son. I, Robert Carter, have no son like you. I raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this completely backward? In stories about real and fake heirs, wasn't the real heir supposed to be the one who demanded to cut ties, while the parents desperately refused? Why was my story going the opposite way? Grace continued sobbing, her voice thick with resentment. How can you be so heartless? How can you treat us like this? What have we ever done to you? Why are you doing this to us? You destroyed our family. You destroyed everything we had. I'll never let this go. I'll never forgive you. I looked at them coldly, without the slightest emotion in my eyes. I shook my head, as though I'd expected all of this. The evidence is right there. You, Robert Carter, illegally punished and assaulted me. Your wife unlawfully detained me. Your youngest daughter was involved in extortion, and your youngest son has even more charges hanging over him. You brought all of this on yourselves. So how did it somehow become my fault? Robert roared. You ungrateful bastard. You still dare argue? If it weren't for you, how would Victoria have ended up in custody? She's always been so sensible, so well-behaved. You ruined her. And Madison. All she wanted was to become a star. What did she do wrong? Why did you have to treat her like this? Grace immediately chimed in. Exactly. What did Madison ever do wrong? She was only trying to pursue her own dream. What right did you have to treat her this way? You ungrateful brat. You curse. Why did you come back? Why did you come back just to destroy our family? I laughed coldly. Madison, if she wants to become a celebrity, then she should obey the law, not rely on your family's power and money to do whatever she wants. She's in custody because she broke the law. That has nothing to do with me. As for the other two, I didn't force either of them to commit crimes. Robert trembled with rage. He could only stare at me, his voice shaking. You unfilial son. How can you talk like that? Do you even realize that you've destroyed everything our family had? You ruined Victoria's reputation and destroyed Madison's future. How is the Carter family supposed to show its face after this? Grace cried even harder and screamed, You monster! You heartless thing! How could you treat us like this? We treated you so well, and this is how you repay us. How are we supposed to face anyone now? What are we supposed to do with all this pain? I looked at the two of them with a strange expression, my eyes filled with contempt. I genuinely couldn't understand how either of them could say things like this with a straight face. Had I transmigrated into the wrong world? Or had these two somehow gotten the wrong script? They sounded like NPCs whose dialogue had bugged out. Do you two even hear yourselves? Are you seriously saying you treated me well? I almost laughed. You treated me well? Robert roared, You ungrateful bastard. You're still arguing? How did we ever treat you badly? We fed you, clothed you, and gave you the best education. And this is how you treat us. You're completely heartless, Grace cried. You ungrateful brat. How can you say that and still have a conscience? We sacrificed so much for you. And this is how you repay us. Do you even know how deeply everything you've done has hurt us? I'm going to sue you. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Robert craned his neck and shouted even louder. I'll take you to court. I'll file petitions. I refuse to believe there's nowhere in this country where justice exists. I shook my head, finding the whole thing ridiculous. Then I took out my phone and played a video. It showed everything Madison had done in the private dining room earlier that day. I said coldly, As for your fifth daughter, watch the video yourself. And if you want to sue me, go ahead. Take me to court if you want. Go to the prosecutor's office too. File complaints and petitions. Call the mayor's public hotline. You can even write directly to the country's top leader. I don't care. Do whatever you want. But I'm telling you now, none of it will help. I didn't know any of the officers handling these cases beforehand. No one connected to me interfered with the investigation. So there's no possibility of favoritism or manipulation. I haven't bribed a single person. My hands are clean. Robert and Grace stared at the recording. Even with undeniable evidence right in front of them, neither of them would admit they were wrong. Robert's voice trembled. You ungrateful bastard. How could you do this to us? Do you even understand that these deceptive things you're putting together could destroy everything our family has? Grace cried out too. You monster. You heartless thing. How could you treat us like this? We treated you so well. And this is how you repay us. How are we supposed to face anyone? How are we supposed to live like this? I looked at them, my eyes full of mockery. Forget it. I guess getting some people to admit they're wrong really is harder than killing them. It wasn't even that unusual. In my previous life, I'd seen people commit unforgivable crimes, and still refused to believe they'd done anything wrong, let alone these two, who had clearly been praised and catered to their entire lives, surrounded by people constantly flattering and agreeing with them. Growing up in an environment like that, they probably didn't even have the concept of admitting fault. Forget it. I don't want to say anything else. I'll leave you with one sentence. The fact that I'm talking to you here, instead of going straight to Grandpa Charles, is me preserving your dignity. You should be thinking about how to preserve what's left of it, not standing here arguing with me. With that, I turned around and prepared to leave. But when I glanced back, I met Robert and Grace's venomous stares, as though they wanted me dead. My expression grew even colder. I turned to Ryan. Come on, we're going inside. With that, I led Ryan straight into the villa. Butler Bennett followed quietly behind us. At the entrance to the estate, only Robert and Grace remained, along with the two bodyguards accompanying them. After walking for a while and reaching the villa, I finally asked Butler Bennett, "Where's the surveillance room? Take me there." Butler Bennett immediately bowed slightly and gestured ahead. "Young master, please follow me." I had to admit, Butler Bennett really knew how to do his job. The moment he realized I wanted to visit the surveillance room, he began explaining how the surveillance system operated. There are 2 teams assigned to surveillance. The cameras are divided into 3 zones: the exterior zone, interior zone, and private zone. One of the 2 teams has a fixed roster, with 9 people in total. There is no supervisor. Everyone holds the same rank. They're divided across 3 shifts: morning, evening, and overnight, with personnel always stationed in the surveillance room. So the system is staffed 24 hours a day. The second team doesn't have fixed personnel. It also operates across 3 shifts, with 2 people per shift. They're randomly selected from the estate's security staff, excluding permanently stationed guards and personal bodyguards. The exterior surveillance zone mainly covers outdoor gardens, sports areas, and other activity spaces. Those cameras operate 24 hours a day and can be accessed remotely at any time. The interior zone covers corridors inside the villa, the living room, staircases, underground garage, kitchen, and other indoor areas. These are considered shared spaces within the estate's private areas. The cameras in these areas also run 24 hours a day, but they're completely offline, physically disconnected from the internet. After all, for the family living here, the interior of the villa is far more private. They don't want hackers breaking into the system and exposing footage from inside the house. However, external network access ports were reserved. So if the family insists, or there's an emergency, the system can still be connected to the internet. Finally, there are the private areas, which mainly means the study rooms and bedrooms. Those areas only have cameras and storage devices. There are no live monitoring screens. If you want to view the footage, you have to enter the storage room and access the hard drives. And getting inside requires a key. Only Robert Carter originally had that key. However, Ethan took advantage of how much his parents spoiled him, stole the key, and made himself a copy. Last time, he used that copied key to get inside, removed the hard drives, connected them to another computer, and deleted the footage. But because the process was so complicated, he didn't have time to physically destroy the drives or hide them. In the end, the police took all of the hard drives and managed to recover the evidence from them. The surveillance room itself is located inside the underground garage. There's a dedicated room specifically for monitoring, and it's fairly well hidden. Butler Bennett soon led me down to the basement level. He had also sent word ahead, telling every bodyguard who might be assigned to surveillance duty to gather together and wait there for us. Ryan and I walked around the group once. Then I told him, go talk to these guys for a bit and see if there's anyone here you think is worth keeping an eye on. Ryan looked a little surprised, but since it was an order from the boss, he could only get to work. He scanned the group and quickly picked out 2 or 3 men. After asking them a few questions, he brought over a young man who looked rather simple, with slightly vacant eyes. Him. Ryan patted the young man on the back. He looks like someone you can trust. The young man had dark skin, short hair, and a square face. He even looked a little like Wang Baochang. I asked, name, age, and date of birth. You look underage. Why are you working here? The young man answered in a dull voice, with a heavy Northwestern accent. My name's Wade King. I don't know my birth chart. I was born on March 6, 2003. I've got one younger brother and two younger sisters. My grandparents are dead. My dad came out here for work, fell, broke his leg, and ended up crippled. My mom has a bad back and can't do heavy labor either. So I dropped out of school to make money for her treatment and also earn enough to keep my brother and sisters in school. I quickly calculated with my fingers, although I was still only a beginner at divination. With information this detailed, the calculation itself wasn't difficult. I only wanted to know whether there was any risk of him facing a death sentence in the future. I silently repeated Wade's birth date, March 6, 2003, then converted it according to the lunar calendar. Giwa year, Jain month, Wuyan day. My fingers moved slightly as I rapidly worked through the patterns of the I Ching and 8 trigrams, arranging the heavenly stems and earthly branches according to year, month, and day, and examining the cycles of generation and restraint between them. Gi water was yin, while Wei earth concealed Yi wood, Ji earth, and Ding fire. Gai water sat above earth, and although it was restrained, Yi wood could still break through the earth, while Ding fire warmed the structure, giving it strength beneath a gentle exterior. In the Jain month, when wood was strong, the Wu Earth Daymaster received support from hidden Ding fire, while Yin wood concealed Jia wood and Bing fire, forming a structure where pressure and support reinforced one another. This suggested someone with a firm and resilient personality, who wouldn't fear hardship. On a Wu Yin day, earth and wood stood together, while Bing fire hidden within Yin warmed and strengthened the earth. And because Wu Earth itself was naturally solid, it represented an honest and dependable nature, capable of carrying great burdens. I continued examining the chart carefully. Although I didn't have an exact birth hour, I could still infer from the Daymaster that this person would likely receive help from righteousness or noble benefactors, giving him an especially strong sense of loyalty and honor. I nodded inwardly. Wade King's birth chart showed that he was loyal and courageous, with signs of noble fortune in his destiny. Although born into poverty, he had ambition, and remembered every kindness shown to him. I looked up at Wade, with a trace of approval in my eyes. Since Ryan thinks highly of you, I'll trust his judgment too. So, tell me, how much are you making right now? What benefits do you get? Wade scratched his head, and glanced at Butler Bennett. Butler Bennett nodded, signaling that he could answer. $3,500 a month. With food and housing included, I wasn't surprised. After thinking for a moment, I said, give me your payroll account information. Starting today, your existing salary and benefits stay exactly the same. I'll personally pay you another $5,000 every month. And I'll cover full social insurance and housing fund contributions too. Also, Butler Bennett rent an apartment here in Shanghai and bring his entire family over. His younger brother and sisters should attend the best local schools available. Bring his mother to the military hospital and make sure she gets proper treatment. Once she's recovered, she can work at my company. When the company gets bigger, we'll need someone to cook for everyone. She should be able to handle that. As for his dad, I also need someone I can trust to help watch the warehouse. I'd just taken the opportunity to roughly calculate Wade's family too, since I didn't have their personal information. The result wasn't very accurate, but I could at least tell they were honest people, even if they had minor flaws. Nothing about them seemed dangerous. Young master, Wade froze. He truly couldn't understand why the young master of this family would treat him so well. But this offer really could save his entire family. His eyes immediately turned red, and he started dropping to his knees in gratitude. But I grabbed him before he could kneel. A man's knees are worth gold. You kneel to heaven, to earth, and to your parents, not to an ordinary man like me. I'm not giving you charity. Starting today, you take orders from me and me alone. At the same time, you'll keep working here and remain assigned to the surveillance room. First, you need to learn everything you can about every member of the Carter family. Memorize every one of their faces. If you see any Carter family member return, or notice them holding any secret meetings, or making unusual trips, tell me. The same goes for all of you. I turned toward the remaining security guards. I want to know who comes to the Carter estate, who leaves, when people gather, and what they're doing. Pass everything you learn to Wade, and Wade will report it to me. Every useful piece of information earns you 1,000. If it's especially important to me, I'll pay an additional bonus. But if anyone tries feeding me garbage just to collect money, don't blame me for what happens. Then I looked back at Wade and thought for a moment, you're not using that old name anymore. Starting today, your name is Victor King. Victor for wisdom, courage, and loyalty. There it is. Detected, host system binding process, initializing. Super invincible, omnipotent number 1, entertainment system. Binding process underway. Binding, D, second. Couple of rough but deliberately gentle calls hit my ears like a sandstorm sweeping through the morning light, lightly rattling against my head and kicking me straight out of deep sleep. I rubbed my tired eyes and asked groggily, was I talking in my sleep? Ryan was reclined in the passenger seat with an amused smile on his face. You weren't even in the car for 2 minutes before you were already off playing chess with the Sandman. I was going to talk to you about those friends of mine, but you were sleeping so well. I figured I'd just park here and wait until you woke up. I even took a nap myself. We've all been completely exhausted lately. I stretched and sighed. Ryan stretched too, and being a billionaire, then sighed. Being a boss really isn't as easy as I thought. I figured I'd finally get to relax. But instead, I have to worry about every tiny detail. You call that tired. I rubbed my shoulder, picked up the Coke lying on the seat, and took a long drink. Then I laughed. Seriously, Ryan, you need to start learning management. And I'm not talking about the stuff they teach in textbooks. And I don't mean whatever you're learning in vocational college either. I mean real, hands-on management experience. Read more whenever you have time, and learn as much as you can from Daniel at the company. If I put you in charge of a branch someday, don't end up unable to handle anything and run the whole company into the ground. Shh. Ryan curled his lip and straightened his seat, pretending to sound dismissive. You really think I'm that kind of guy? It's just managing a few people. Piece of cake. I can handle it easily. And that was what he said. But his voice had clearly lost a lot of confidence over the past few days. He'd watched me running around nonstop, and honestly felt a little overwhelmed just looking at it. The company didn't have many employees. You could practically count them on your fingers. Yet there was still a mountain of work. Every morning when Ryan came over, he'd see me checking the day's schedule, contacting suppliers, calling Daniel to ask about progress, and dealing with all kinds of problems inside the team. Looks like I need to hire a secretary. I rubbed my temples and thought for a moment before saying, and we need to build a dedicated logistics team too. Definitely. Ryan nodded in agreement. I used to think a secretary was just someone you could sleep with. But now I see that's not what a secretary is for at all. I rolled my eyes at Ryan and silently prayed that he'd stop confusing a secretary with a mistress. Come on, let's go meet your guys. Oh, and one more thing. Make me a detailed list of every one of them. Who has good physical fitness? Who's smart? Who has bad habits? What kind of character each person has? Who can be trusted? Who can't? Who has a clean record? Who's gotten into trouble before? What they did? Whether they've ever been detained or jailed? I want all of it clearly marked. Ryan instantly felt like his head was twice its normal size. He grimaced. Bro, do we really have to make it that detailed? Of course, I said seriously. These people are the foundation we're working with right now. Every one of them needs a file. For the ones worth developing, we'll even need to visit their families personally. In the future, there may be things that aren't convenient for us to handle directly, so we'll need them to do it. If you don't know these people inside and out, it's easy for someone to scare them off. Then not only does the job fail, we end up embarrassed too. You know the founder of JD, right? Before he became successful, he ran a restaurant. And because he trusted his employees too much, without checking anything, his chef and accountant teamed up and screwed him over. The restaurant went bankrupt. I spoke earnestly. Learn from other people's mistakes, so you don't repeat them yourself. If you don't do proper background checks, how can you trust them with important work, especially sensitive work? I opened my little notebook and looked over the rest of the day's schedule, thinking about what needed adjusting. Then I casually asked, by the way, what exactly was I saying in my sleep? You were dreaming about binding some kind of system. Ryan laughed while driving. I was saying, bro, can't you give me that system instead? Your life is already starting like some overpowered web novel. Let me be the protagonist for once too. I'll bind the system and crush everyone. Keep dreaming. I kicked the back of his seat and laughed. Just drive properly. Systems are standard equipment for transmigrators like me. Natives like you aren't qualified to bind one. Was I getting a little obsessed? Even in my sleep, I was dreaming about getting a system of my own. I silently mocked myself. Damn system. Don't wait until I've already ascended to immortality before finally showing up. Clown. More than 10 kilometers west of Shanghai stood Hongya Mountain, a natural scenic area rising 1,300 meters above sea level. Its winding mountain roads stretched like a giant dragon, coiling through the mountains, guiding visitors toward resorts of every size, and countryside guest houses. Some were family businesses run by local mountain residents, while others were summer resorts funded by major Shanghai investors, combining vacation, leisure, and entertainment among them. The largest was Hongya Mountain's Starlight Resort. It sat halfway up the mountain, facing south, with the sea spread out before it. From inside the resort, the entire city of Shanghai could be seen below. There was even a dedicated observatory. Whenever the weather was clear, it became an ideal place for astronomy enthusiasts to watch the stars filling the night sky. Starlight Resort was one of the Carter family's properties. Every member of the Carter family had their own private villa there. If they got tired of living at the Binhai District estate, they could come here and enjoy the peace and fresh mountain air. But at that moment, inside the red maple garden villa, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Grandpa, a visibly pregnant woman who looked close to 30, walked into the living room and sat beside an elderly man. She had a beautiful, charming face and had clearly been blessed with good looks. But right now, anger simmered beneath her expression, even though she didn't dare let it out. That little bastard. Your precious eldest grandson had your 5th granddaughter thrown into the police station. The old man was Charles Carter. He gave the woman a cold glance, without saying anything, yet that single look made the woman tense and shift uneasily in her seat. Anger surged inside her. This was her grandfather, the same grandfather who had spoiled all of them since childhood, even after she'd grown up and taken over part of the family business. When she'd made mistakes, Grandpa had never looked at her so coldly. Every time, he would quietly clean up the mess for her, then teach her what she should have done differently. So, why was this time different? Helena. The coldness in Charles's eyes gradually softened, but he still didn't answer his eldest granddaughter's question. Instead, he asked, how are sales at Flash E-Mobility? For the first 2 quarters this year? That's right. This woman was the eldest daughter of the Carter family's younger generation, Helena Carter. Like the eldest sisters in most real heir versus fake heir stories, she had entered the family business early and begun helping manage it. However, unlike those exaggerated stories, she hadn't doubled the family's business overnight or led the entire corporation to suddenly dominate some new industry. After all, by Helena's generation, the Carter family businesses had already been operating for at least 3 generations. Their interests were deeply intertwined, and every faction was entangled with every other one. Everyone had connections inside everyone else's territory. So making sweeping reforms was difficult. Extremely difficult. Shangrachang Group still looked rock solid on the surface and appeared to be developing steadily. Its newest long-term corporate strategy was still full of ambition, but in reality, Shangrachang's growth over the past several years was more like slow forward motion driven by the enormous inertia of its sheer size. Rather than genuine momentum, it was like a giant struggling through a swamp. The moment that inertia disappeared, the entire giant could collapse. That was why Helena had been smart. After working in the family business for several years and gaining enough experience, she'd left and chosen to start her own companies. She founded 2 businesses. One was called Jingrui Foods, which mainly produced spicy snack strips, instant noodles, ham sausages, and other packaged foods. That was her core business, backed by Shangrachang Group and Grandpa's connections. It quickly established itself in Shanghai, then expanded into surrounding markets, With livestream e-commerce booming over the past few years, Jingrui Foods had ridden the wave perfectly and was growing fast. Her other company was called Flash E-Mobility. Yes, it was the same store I'd visited during my market research, based on the news she'd followed and information she'd obtained from government contacts. Helena knew the country was absolutely determined to promote new energy vehicles, but for both her and the entire Shengrichang group. Even though Shengrichang had already become a true industrial giant, it still couldn't fully enter the automobile manufacturing industry, because building cars, even new energy vehicles, required an extremely long industrial supply chain and involved a huge number of specialized fields. The barriers to entry were incredibly high and required enormous amounts of capital. Competition in the market was also intense, and whether the business could even become profitable was uncertain. If it failed, the losses to the company would be massive. Helena knew directly manufacturing cars was impossible. That kind of move required the entire Shengrichang leadership team to discuss and approve it as a strategic decision. Even with support from her grandfather and father, he still couldn't convince every shareholder to invest, but she could settle for something smaller, something that still belonged to the new energy sector, but carried far less risk. Electric motorcycles. Compared with cars, electric motorcycles were much easier to manufacture and didn't require the entire group to support the project. The required investment was relatively small, and even if it failed, the losses wouldn't be devastating. And as the daughter of an ultra-wealthy family, Helena naturally operated on a much grander scale than I did. She directly assembled a professional design team, built production lines, and opened company-owned stores in the best locations. She went all in from the very beginning, with advertising campaigns loud enough to shake the city. But the final result was probably only, Helena answered somewhat guiltily, a little over 1,000 units. Just over 1,000? Charles sneered inwardly. That was probably the total sales volume. From last year through the first 2 quarters of this year. His lips moved slightly, but in the end he said nothing. Only his icy gaze revealed a chilling disappointment. Forget it. Charles shook his head, his voice carrying helplessness and disappointment. Don't worry about Madison's situation. Call your husband Julian and have him come pick you up. I know you're busy with the company, but don't forget about your marriage. You two should spend more time together. Grandpa, Helena wanted to say something, but under her grandfather's commanding gaze, she had no choice but to stand, and leave. Just then, Butler Bennett, who had previously been at the Carter estate, walked in. He glanced at the departing Helena, then at Charles sitting on the couch, and sighed inwardly. The old master's disappointment in his eldest granddaughter was already obvious, and that disappointment wasn't only because of Flash E-Mobility's poor sales. It was also because of how Helena approached the family business. She had plans, but often rushed too aggressively. She had courage, yet hesitated when it was actually time to let go. She was intelligent, but even when the road ahead was obviously blocked, she still walked step by step into the same traps others had already fallen into. Charles sat there quietly, his gaze deep and complicated. After Helena left, Charles took a sip of tea. What do you think of Tyler's electric motorcycle plan? How feasible is it? Tyler's project. How far has it progressed? Charles asked calmly, with a trace of concern hidden in his eyes. Faced with the old master's question, Butler Bennett's expression became slightly complicated, neither excited and impressed, nor sharply critical in wealthy circles. Having good information channels was normal, especially when it came to movements in the business world. When I first started doing market research, Charles hadn't known about it. But once I began buying electric motorcycles in bulk, hiring people, and contacting manufacturers, it became impossible for him not to notice. When he learned that the direction of my startup overlapped with Helena's project, Charles couldn't help feeling disappointed. The electric motorcycle industry had swallowed countless small entrepreneurs whole, and even major companies didn't dare make it their primary focus. Helena's Flash E-Mobility project had already lasted 4 years, from the massive initial investment in building the factory to the ongoing operating expenses. The total amount invested had already made Charles's heart ache. He had originally planned to make Helena shut the project down after this year, but before his eldest granddaughter had finished losing money, his newly returned grandson had taken the money he'd squeezed out of him and jumped into the same fire. Charles couldn't help grumbling inwardly. Why did he have so many foolish children and grandchildren? Is it difficult to say? Charles noticed Butler Bennett's hesitation and the slight displeasure in his expression. Just say it. It's only $60 million. Besides, it's that brat's money now. This old man doesn't care about it. But as elders, we should still warn him, before he loses the little capital he has left. Old master, don't get angry yet. Butler Bennett quickly handed him a document envelope. These materials were brought over by Daniel Lee, the former administrative manager of Flash E-Mobility's R&D department. They concern the young master's project. His proposal is highly feasible. But there are also considerable risks. Daniel Lee? Charles frowned. Wasn't he working under Helena? How did he end up with that brat? I arranged it. Butler Bennett explained. Miss Helena has been laying people off. Flash E-Mobility's design and R&D department was basically gutted. The young master happened to be starting a business. So I introduced Daniel to him. Layoffs. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Charles's face. It seems my eldest granddaughter finally knows that road is going nowhere. Good. At least she has some self-awareness. That way, when I tell her later this year to shut the company down and liquidate it, there won't be as much conflict. But now another grandson had jumped into the same industry, which gave Charles another headache. Still, since Butler Bennett had arranged for one of their own people to join the project, the losses might at least be smaller. He still needed to make that brat focus on giving his statement properly, Charles thought to himself. As for the successor, well, Robert was already like that. For now, he'd just have to keep him in place. They couldn't replace him yet. At least he could still keep the company stable. As for Ethan, Charles would leave him at his third sister's hospital for a while, and let him gain some experience. After that, he could put Ethan in charge of a subsidiary and test him. If he still proved hopeless, then daughters 2 through 6 were all still unmarried anyway. Worst case, they could recruit a live-in son-in-law. And if that still didn't work, Robert could always try having another child. If Robert refused, then Charles wouldn't mind taking matters into his own hands. But the moment he opened the documents, Charles's expression became even more complicated than Butler Bennett's. Can this thing really work? Wasn't he supposed to be building an electric motorcycle? Why does this look like some kind of industrial? Charles forcibly swallowed the word garbage. Before it left his mouth, the documents contained design drawings, concept sketches, as well as the first prototype, assembled by those recent graduates, and the finalized prototype, built from the revised production-ready design. If a gamer had been there, they probably would have said, the first prototype looked like something straight out of an industrial wasteland. A bunch of scrap parts thrown together into a piece of junk that somehow moved. As for the second prototype, anyone from the same world as me would have recognized it immediately. It was basically the classic cheap electric scooter. And visually, it wasn't even as impressive as Helena's first product. It can work, Butler Bennett nodded. If we judge purely from the design and concept, this thing might genuinely revive the entire electric two-wheeler market. Butler Bennett had spent years serving one of the wealthiest families around, and had followed Charles for a long time, although he didn't personally run businesses. Years of exposure had given him solid judgment. Charles picked up the remaining documents and compared them with my design requirements. His eyes gradually brightened too. My approach from the very beginning had been completely different from Helena's. Helena's first product had been built around originality and independent innovation. He had hired a large team and demanded something completely different from every electric motorcycle already on the market. Ideally, they were supposed to create an entirely new design that clearly distinguished itself from competing products. The result had naturally been a complete failure. Her research team spent a long time without producing a design anyone was satisfied with. Eventually, after Charles advised her, she compromised and began designing based on existing market products. But even then, many of the details were incompatible with standard market components. To put it in extreme terms, even the screws practically required their own custom screwdriver. Helena was confident. Jingrui Foods' success had convinced her that she could replicate that success. with Flash e-mobility too. Industrial products like these would definitely require after-sales service and repairs. And customers would have to come to me for those repairs. Even if someone eventually copied my repair tools, it wouldn't matter. That was exactly what I wanted. I could use that advantage to standardize the entire market around my own rules. Helena Carter had always been confident, bold, and aggressive, but her venture had ended in absolute disaster. If she hadn't had Sunrise Group behind her and his sharp business instincts, her company would have gone bankrupt and been liquidated long ago. There was no way it could have survived until now. But after looking through Tyler Carter's proposal, Charles Carter found it refreshingly different. It wasn't that Tyler's proposal and business plan were particularly innovative. They were simply extremely practical. For a research and development team of only 5 people, he didn't set unrealistic expectations. In fact, his first requirement was basically to copy what already worked. Innovation was encouraged too, but everything had to be completed within the deadline. Second, he wasn't trying to build his own production line. Instead, he planned to source everything from the existing market, using products that were already mature and reliable. If something wasn't available, he'd have a manufacturer custom produce it. Third, his performance targets were completely different from Helena's. Helena wanted her first electric motorcycle to accelerate from 0 to 62 in 5 seconds and reach a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour with excellent handling, plus smart features like lane assistance, and so on, while Tyler's requirements were incredibly simple. First, it had to move and stop. Second, it had to turn. Third, it had to carry both people and cargo. As for the detailed requirements, first, its top speed couldn't exceed 60 kilometers per hour. Second, its payload capacity had to be at least 200 kilograms. Third, it had to be rechargeable at home. That last requirement, in particular, being able to charge it at home, allowed him to completely bypass charging stations, and with a top speed below 60 kilometers per hour. It wouldn't even qualify as a motor vehicle under the speed regulations. Judging from the photos, the second prototype even had pedals. He was obviously trying to sidestep motor vehicle regulations entirely. If he could really pull this off. Now, he'd already built the first prototype. Next, all he needed was to finalize the manufacturing process and get the product approved. Then he could launch it on the market. Charles narrowed his eyes. He could already imagine where this product might go. Tyler's adoptive parents both worked within the government system, and his friend's dad worked for the city police department. So product approval probably wouldn't take long. Besides, the vehicle itself used plenty of components that were already mature products on the market. Aside from the chassis and a few parts that needed customization, everything else was readily available. All Tyler needed to do was recruit a few people, finalize the assembly process, and then push the product onto the market. If there were weaknesses to this thing, the first was safety. The second was the fire risk while charging the batteries. And that second problem was the most dangerous one. If he couldn't control the fire hazard properly, a single accident could destroy everything if the PR response failed. Still, Tyler himself had plenty of connections within the government system, and the country was aggressively promoting new energy vehicles. There were rumors that subsidies for electric motorcycles would soon be reduced, but there was also a good chance the government would give the industry one final boost before cutting them. If Tyler went ahead with this, he might actually carve out a path for himself. What exactly do you think he's trying to do? Charles thought it over carefully. Surely he isn't planning to manufacture this kind of vehicle. Butler Bennett considered it for a moment too. I met the young master today. He's extremely meticulous. I think his plan is probably similar to Miss Helena's. Use electric motorcycles as a stepping stone into the new energy vehicle industry. I see, Charles thought for a moment. Then there's no need to keep Flash Mobility alive. Prepare it for bankruptcy liquidation. If Tyler's startup really succeeds, he'll definitely need those assets. My eldest granddaughter is clearly a lost cause. So now I'm left with this youngest grandson. In that case, let's see what he's really made of. If he actually has some ability, then the Carter family may still have a decent heir after all. Charles let out a long sigh. Then he asked, do you think he'd ever take the Carter name again? Forgive me for being blunt. Butler Bennett answered without hesitation. Young Master Robert and his wife can't make that happen. Miss Wu has already been sent away. Ms. Six and young master Ethan Carter still haven't been released either. As for the other young ladies, Pink, they'd be better off staying away from young Master Tyler. Otherwise, they'll only make things worse. Thinking back to when he passed Helena earlier, and seen the disgust and hatred in Tyler's eyes, Butler Bennett couldn't help feeling. There was absolutely no chance those women could convince Tyler to return to the Carter family. If they went looking for Tyler, they'd be lucky just to come back in one piece. And even luckier if they didn't get themselves thrown behind bars. How did things end up like this? Charles's sigh was filled with helplessness. Why did this happen? Everything was obviously, it was supposed to be a winning hand. According to the future he'd planned, Robert Carter didn't need to be exceptional. He only needed to keep the family business stable. His 6 daughters could rely on the massive foundation of Sunrise Group and branch out into different industries. Ethan Carter would become the future heir. And once Ethan took control, he could use the paths his 6 older sisters had already explored to begin transforming the company once Tyler returned. His influence within the government could provide the Carter family with a stable external environment and political support. 3 generations of the family would work together. His granddaughters would scout out promising directions ahead, while Tyler provided a stable external environment, along with information about government policy. Then Ethan could boldly begin reforming the company and adjusting its direction, allowing the entire Sunrise Group to make it safely through the transition and keep pace with the country's economic transformation, moving from traditional industries into emerging sectors. But why did it turn out like this? Charles simply couldn't understand it. Everything was supposed to work. Even if Tyler came back early, that shouldn't have mattered. Ethan only needed to build a good relationship with him. I told them all that from the beginning. Tyler's position would never threaten Ethan's. I would have pushed Tyler toward a government career. So why? Where did all this hatred come from? Doesn't make any sense. Even if Tyler had flaws. Who in this world doesn't? He simply couldn't understand how Ethan, a grown man, had somehow started acting like one of those vicious schemers from a trashy TV drama, using all kinds of underhanded tricks. He couldn't understand why Robert Carter and Grace Carter were so blatantly biased toward Ethan, and even more baffling, Olivia Carter and Helena Carter had never even met Tyler before. So why did they hate him so deeply? I don't know either. Butler Bennett shook his head. But then something suddenly occurred to him. There is one thing. I'm not sure whether I should mention it. Charles's gaze sharpened. Say it. Butler Bennett spoke cautiously. Today the young master brought his friend along and picked one man from the security team you arranged, then ordered him to report directly to the young master. There was nothing unusual about his friend, but before choosing that security guard, the young master first asked for the man's exact birth date and time. Butler Bennett copied the way Tyler had counted on his fingers. The young master looked like he was doing some kind of fortune-telling. He only made his decision after finishing the calculation. And I also went to the precinct to review the mediation footage from that day. The young master did something similar there too. Also, the injuries on his body healed unusually fast. Do you think it could be? Ryan, Tyler, come on, let's have a drink. A loud shout rang out, immediately followed by a burst of cheering. Here's to Tyler and Ryan making a fortune. May the money keep rolling in every single day. Another voice quickly joined in, filled with flattery and anticipation. Everyone cheered in agreement and raised their glasses together. Inside the luxurious banquet hall on the 2nd floor of New Springs Grand Hotel, a dozen or so teenagers sat around a massive dining table. Their hair came in every color imaginable. Their makeup was loud and exaggerated, and their outfits ranged from bizarre to outrageous. They stood in stark contrast to the elegant banquet hall around them. Without the slightest concern for etiquette, they eagerly devoured dish after dish, while chugging beer straight from large green bottles. They looked exactly like a bunch of country bumpkins who had just stumbled in from the sticks. Hey Ryan, check out that girl over there, she's pretty cute. A blonde-haired guy narrowed his eyes and pointed toward a waitress not far away, his tone dripping with sleazy interest. Knock it off, don't get any stupid ideas. A red-haired girl glared at him and cursed bluntly. We're here today to support Tyler. Don't start trouble. The teenagers spoke crudely, without the slightest trace of manners. Ryan's brows kept twitching as he watched them. Every so often, he glanced back toward Tyler, who was carefully reviewing the documents. His eyes filled with worry, guilt, and irritation all at once. These were personal information forms that had been hastily prepared for the teenagers to fill out, and they were now scattered across the table in front of Tyler. The more Tyler read, the bigger his headache became. The forms were an absolute mess, and the handwriting was so sloppy it was barely legible. After going through them carefully, he pulled out 3 that were at least somewhat presentable: Daniel Lewis, Noah Lane, and Lily Lewis. When Tyler saw the last name, Lily Lewis, his eyebrow rose slightly, and he thought to himself, could this legendary Lily archetype really have come here to experience the mortal world, and somehow ended up right in front of me? Whatever, it didn't matter. He looked more closely at the 3 people's education, family backgrounds, and personal histories. Each of them had taken an unusual path through life. Daniel Lewis was born on July 28, 1993. His education wasn't impressive, but among this group, it was still the highest. He came from a single-parent household. During his second year of high school, financial pressure forced him to drop out and enter an electronics factory, where he became an ordinary assembly line worker. Every day after work, he ate dinner at roadside food stalls. One day, a female co-worker at the factory was being harassed, and Daniel stepped in without hesitation. By coincidence, Ryan happened to pass by that day and witnessed the whole thing. Something about one tough guy recognizing another instantly clicked, and that was how the two became friends. Noah Lane was born on December 10, 1995. He was male, and his education ranked second among the 3. He had only finished middle school, but his family situation was far more tragic. Both of his parents died when he was young, and his grandparents passed away when he was 10, leaving him completely orphaned. Later, with help from the government, and by working whatever jobs he could find, he managed to survive. After middle school, he couldn't afford further education, so he went to work at a factory. He and Daniel both worked at the same electronics plant. He met Ryan through the same incident that brought Daniel and Ryan together. And since Noah and Daniel were already friends, he naturally became connected to Ryan as well. As for Lily Lewis, she was part of the younger generation, born on January 1, 2002. Her education was the lowest of the 3. She had dropped out before even finishing middle school. Her family lived in a remote rural village in the Northwest, and the reason she left school was actually to support her younger brother so he could continue studying. She worked alongside Daniel and Noah at the same factory and met them through the same incident, except she was the girl who had been harassed that day. Interesting. The corner of Tyler's mouth twitched slightly. He murmured under his breath, "The 3 heroes of the electronics factory, huh?" His gaze moved between the 3 of them, and he already had a plan forming in his mind. Their handwriting might not have been impressive by Tyler's standards, but compared with everyone else's wild scribbles that were practically impossible to read, theirs looked considerably neater. Daniel's handwriting was the cleanest. Noah's came second. "You do!" Lily's handwriting looked a little childish then, but it was still clear and easy to read. When filling out their information, those 3 had also been the most serious and careful. As for everyone else, Tyler shook his head inwardly. Their value, for what he had in mind, was basically negligible. A thought suddenly occurred to Tyler. After doing this twice before, he was already much more familiar with the process. This time, he decided to use the 3 people's Gregorian birth dates to calculate their 8 characters of birth. His fingertips moved lightly, as though he were reaching toward some invisible thread of fate, while silently reciting their dates of birth. July 28, 1993. December 10, 1995. January 1, 2002. In his mind, he began converting those ordinary calendar dates, according to the ancient principles of the I Ching, into the mysterious 8 characters of birth. Then he began divining how the 3 of them would be connected to him in the future. First came Daniel's 8 characters, slowly taking shape in Tyler's mind. Gyo year, Jiwei month, Gingshu day. He closed his eyes and pondered, his fingers unconsciously tracing one mysterious pattern after another through the air, as if communicating with the unseen energies of heaven and earth. Ryan, who kept glancing over at Tyler from time to time, noticed him doing that strange thing again. He had already seen Tyler do it once at the Carter estate, and now that he was witnessing it again, It only seemed even stranger. Though he couldn't explain why, H9, it felt as though something around Tyler was quietly shifting and flowing, making his entire presence seem distant and almost unreal. This is the second time. Ryan couldn't quite describe what he was seeing, but his instincts told him that ever since everything happened with the Carter family, his little brother had become a completely different person. The way he spoke, the way he acted, even his eyes, especially those eyes, everything about him had changed. He didn't look anything like a kid who had just gotten into college. If anything, he reminded Ryan of some of the veteran cops he knew. Could Tyler seriously have some kind of system? Or had some transmigrator possessed his body? No way, right? Tyler didn't notice Ryan's strange expression. He had already entered a state of divination. This time, he went deeper than before, and the calculation became more detailed. The Gilyo year carried powerful metal energy. Its spiritual force was like a sword being drawn from its sheath. The Jiwei month carried heavy earth energy, steady and grounded, solid as a mountain. While the Gangshu day formed a cycle where metal and earth supported each other, with Gang metal seated upon Shu earth, like a treasured sword resting inside its sheath. Its edge concealed, but its power held deep within. Tyler thought, this destiny is overflowing with metal and earth, a sign of wealth and status. But hidden within that fate was also a trial, one that could only be overcome through his own intelligence and courage. Only then could he break free from his cocoon and become something greater, and enjoy a smooth road afterward. Daniel's fate contained wealth and success, but he needed a benefactor to guide him. Only then could he avoid the thorns along the way and step onto a smoother path. Not bad. I can be that benefactor for him. After confirming Daniel's fate, Tyler turned his attention to Noah. His 8 characters were Yihai year, Wuzi month, Gongchen day. Tyler's brows drew together slightly. Complicated look flashed through his eyes. The Yihai year carried water and wood nourishing one another. Yi wood was flexible and resilient, while high water was vast and deep. Water and wood intertwined, overflowing with vitality, while the Wuzi month mixed water and earth. Wu earth was heavy and solid, while Zai water was agile and restless. Water and earth opposed and supported one another, creating constant rises and falls. The Gingchen day brought metal and earth together. Ging metal was firm and unyielding, while Chen earth was warm and nourishing. Metal and earth harmonized, stable as solid rock. This destiny, its future, is difficult to predict. Tyler couldn't help marveling inwardly. Without more detailed information about the exact birth hour, he could only make a broad judgment, but this looked like the fate of a heavenly solitary star. An extraordinarily rare destiny, according to his calculations. Noah was destined to live a lonely and difficult life. If he wanted to break free from that fate, he would have to stay beside someone protected by immense fortune and borrow that person's powerful luck. Only then could the solitary curse be suppressed, and his fate finally begin to change. In that case, I'll just keep Noah by my side. After all, I was a transmigrator, and the true heir in one of those switched-at-birth rich family stories. Or, the true heir usually suffered horribly in the first timeline, but once the second run began, everything always went his way. Whatever he tried, he succeeded. Within a year, he could casually build a fortune worth tens of billions, and mingle with the richest and most powerful people in the country, or even the world. If someone like that didn't have overwhelming luck, then who did? And on top of that, I was a transmigrator. The luck of a transmigrator combined with the luck of the true heir. If that still didn't count as overwhelming fortune, then I had no idea what would. So from now on, Noah could simply stay by my side. Bach af. Last came Lily. Tyler's gaze settled on Lily Lewis as he began calculating her 8 characters. Jinsi year, Gingzi month, Jicho day. Suddenly, a strange sensation stirred in my chest, as though I had felt some inexplicable tremor deep inside. Something about this didn't feel right. The Shinsi year carried both metal and fire. Thin metal was sharp and piercing, while sea fire burned fiercely. Metal and fire intertwined, forging something extraordinary. The Gingzi month brought metal and water together. Ging metal was cold and pure, while Z water was clear and crystalline. Metal and water blended into a chilling harmony, agile and ethereal. The Jishu day was dominated by earth. G-Earth was fertile and nurturing, while Chu-Earth was cold and still. Its earth energy was dense and powerful, stable as a mountain. I carefully continued the calculation, and waves of shock surged through my heart. This girl's fate also carried signs of wealth and status, but she was destined to go through a passionate and devastating ordeal, one intense enough to burn down everything around her, including the lives of those closest to her. Only after surviving it could she finally reach a good ending. More importantly, that ordeal seemed to involve me somehow. So the legendary Lily really was here, to undergo her romantic tribulation with me. I drew a deep breath. No, I had to calculate it. I absolutely had to find out what this romantic trial was, and exactly what role I would play in her future. Was I supposed to be the villain or the one who saved her? I decided to go all in, pouring every bit of spiritual energy and mental strength in my body into divining the beginning and end of this ordeal. I closed my eyes and focused. My fingertips moved lightly, as though they could touch the invisible secrets of fate itself. I used the 8 trigrams of the I Ching, taking Qian and Kun as the foundation, Jun and Shun as the moving forces, Han and Li as the core, with Jin and Dewey as support. Then I merged Lily's 8 characters into the formation, trying to uncover even the slightest clue about her romantic ordeal. Ryan, who had been watching me the whole time, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He seemed to notice that on my right wrist, a jade bracelet was faintly glowing. If he remembered correctly, his little brother had never worn anything like that before. And why had he never noticed it until now? Could it be Ryan suddenly remembered something his dad had once told him long ago? That some unsolved cases weren't impossible to crack. They simply couldn't be prosecuted even after the truth was uncovered. Could this be? I didn't notice Ryan staring at me. I was still calculating, silently reciting the trigrams of the I Ching. Qian represents heaven. Kun represents earth. Zhen represents thunder. Shun represents wind. Kan represents water. Li represents fire. Jin represents mountain. And Dewey represents lake. My fingers traced one complicated pattern after another through the air, as though communicating with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. But this romantic ordeal seemed to be hidden beneath a mysterious veil of fog. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't make out the specific details. After several rounds of calculation produced nothing. I could only curse inwardly. This legendary Lily had really brought her romantic tribulation straight to me. Everyone. I stood up, intending to say something. But suddenly, my vision went completely black, and then I knew nothing at all. At the military hospital, a luxurious Rolls-Royce slowly entered the underground parking garage, before it had even come to a complete stop. The rear door was flung open. An elderly man sprang out with surprising agility, landing firmly on his feet, then immediately taking long strides. As he hurried toward the elevator, the old man was Charles Carter. Just moments earlier, he had still been at his villa listening to Butler Bennett's report about everything concerning Tyler, and wondering what excuse he could use to visit the grandson who wanted nothing to do with the Carter family. Unexpectedly, an excuse had arrived on its own. Butler Bennett had received a phone call, and the identity of the caller had surprised him. It was Ryan, Tyler's friend, and currently his personal driver. Butler Bennett already knew quite a bit about him. After taking charge of matters involving the Carter family, he had thoroughly investigated everyone around Tyler, and Ryan was naturally no exception. He knew that the young man had been born into a police family, yet had chosen not to follow in his dad's footsteps, instead taking a completely different path, running around with street punks and delinquents. He might have seemed like someone throwing his life away, but Ryan was loyal and kept his word. When his dad asked him to look after Tyler, he devoted himself completely to it, without a single complaint, even if some of his methods were occasionally less than respectable. Thinking about it carefully, Ryan wasn't actually a bad kid. Maybe family pressure had simply pushed him into rebellion, and those gangster movies had influenced him too much. That was why, during their meeting this time, Butler Bennett had seized the opportunity to quietly chat with Ryan for a few moments and exchange phone numbers with him. Butler Bennett was a trusted retainer of the Carter family. If Tyler truly rose to greatness one day, then the people around him, Dow, especially Ryan, would inevitably become members of his inner circle. Judging from their relationship so far, the bond between the two of them was beginning to resemble the relationship between Butler Bennett and Charles. Still, they were children of a new generation, and were ultimately different from them. Perhaps they could forge a path completely different from the one Butler Bennett and Charles had taken, and build an entirely different kind of relationship. At that thought, Butler Bennett glanced down at the silver phone in his hand, then looked toward Charles, who was already striding away and couldn't help smiling to himself. The old man's health really was impressive. Indeed, Charles's life had gone remarkably smoothly when he inherited the company from his own father. The country was entering a period of rapid growth after economic reforms. Sunrise Group had taken off like a ship with the wind at its back. Charles himself had also enjoyed excellent health and successfully passed control of the company to his son, Robert Carter. He normally paid close attention to maintaining his health and exercising, although he often walked with a cane and deliberately moved at a slow, measured pace. Most of it was just an act. Once a man reached his age, he had to look like the dignified elder and patriarch of the family. Otherwise, Charles would never bother shuffling around with a cane every day. The moment he heard that Tyler had fainted, he couldn't sit still anymore. "Bennett, what are you dawdling around for?" Charles was already almost at the elevator when he realized Butler Bennett hadn't caught up yet, though he turned around and urged him on. "Hurry up, I'm coming. Butler Bennett was getting old too, so naturally his legs weren't as quick as Charles's. He hurried his pace and finally caught up, then entered the elevator with Charles and headed for the third-floor ward. When the two arrived, my adoptive parents, George Miller and Linda Miller, were already waiting there. Linda was silently wiping away tears as she cried. George's face was grim, but his eyes were filled with deep concern. When they saw Charles arrive with Butler Bennett, their expressions stiffened slightly, but neither of them said much. After everything Robert Carter and his family had done, anyone would have been angry. So it was perfectly understandable that George and Linda resented the Carter family under the circumstances. Still, they were reasonable and well-mannered people. They wouldn't blame an elder for the mistakes of his children and grandchildren. Besides, Charles himself had personally visited their home that day and waited outside until they returned. That alone showed a certain amount of sincerity and proved that the Carter family did care about me. What exactly happened? Charles stepped forward, his gaze landing on Ryan. "Kid," Bennett told me, "you two were perfectly fine when you left the estate, weren't you?" The third generation of the Carter family could barely maintain what they already had, and Ethan Carter, who had once carried all Charles's hopes among the fourth generation, now looked like a completely hopeless case. He had finally seen a glimmer of hope in Tyler, in ATI, and Charles had no intention of watching something happen to him now. How the hell would we know? George was already irritated, so he answered Ryan's question for him with obvious sarcasm. He was perfectly fine when he left your family's estate. So how can you blame the kid? I heard he suddenly collapsed while they were eating. The doctors still haven't figured out exactly what's wrong. They said it might be exhaustion. But he's young and strong. How could he suddenly end up like this? Maybe there's something wrong with the feng shui at your Carter estate. Maybe your family picked up something unclean. Exhaustion? Butler Bennett frowned. He had been closely following Tyler's activities lately and knew the young man had been extremely busy. But considering his age and his current workload, it didn't seem likely that he'd collapsed from overwork. "Ryan," Butler Bennett suddenly thought of something. He walked over to Ryan and asked, "Did the young master do anything strange along the way?" "Don't rush. Think carefully. What happened from the moment you left the estate until he was admitted here? Anything strange?" Ryan found the question a little odd, but he still answered, "My little brother fell asleep as soon as he got in the car after leaving the estate. So I found somewhere to pull over and let him rest for a while. After he woke up, we went to meet one of my friends and had dinner together." Wait, how did I forget about that? Ryan suddenly slapped his forehead, as if something had just come back to him. Now that you mention it, I really did notice something. During dinner, Tyler didn't sit at the table with us. He was looking through the forms my friends had filled out. Then all of a sudden, he started doing this. Ryan imitated Tyler's movements, closing his eyes and gesturing with his hands. It wasn't exactly the same, and plenty of the movements were completely made up, but he still managed to recreate the general idea. I also heard him quietly muttering something about Gingzi month, metal and water, and a bunch of other stuff. Then something about Qian being heaven or whatever. At first, I had only been reciting everything silently. But when I started calculating Lily's fate, and realized it somehow involved me, yet I still couldn't see the answer, I grew impatient, and as I kept calculating, a few words occasionally slipped out. Ryan had pretty good hearing, so he'd managed to catch a little of it, though even if I had shouted the entire thing, he probably still wouldn't have understood much. Butler Bennett and Charles were both startled. They exchanged a glance, and suddenly looked as though everything had clicked into place. Mr. Carter. Linda noticed the change in their expressions, and realized they seemed to have figured something out. She wiped the tears from her face, and forced herself to calm down, before asking anxiously, "Have you two figured out what's wrong?" "It's not exactly that something's wrong," Butler Bennett answered on Charles's behalf. "Mr. and Mrs. Carter, has the young master ever had contact with any Taoist priests, especially anyone skilled in divination? Or has he ever studied fortune-telling, or anything similar himself?" No. Linda shook her head. She had never seen Tyler interact with anyone like that, nor had she ever seen him study such things. "Wait," George suddenly disagreed. "Linda, did you forget? His teacher told us years ago that he kept dreaming about an old man teaching him lessons, showing him how to practice this and learn that." Linda also found it strange, but she remembered what had happened back then. Didn't they say it was because we were putting too much pressure on him? That he couldn't handle it and started hallucinating. They could no longer remember the exact date. But it seemed to have happened during his final year of middle school, when Tyler had been preparing for his high school entrance exams, and they really had put quite a lot of pressure on him back then. The moment Charles heard that, his eyes widened. "My Tyler actually had an opportunity like that? What are you talking about?" Linda was completely confused. "It's like this," Butler Bennett quickly explained. "Mrs. Carter, you and Mr. Carter probably know that the eldest member of the Carter family is a returned overseas Chinese, and Mr. Carter himself also studied abroad. The family has always maintained ties with overseas Chinese communities, and overseas Chinese, especially first-generation immigrants, often view these things differently from people back home, particularly when it comes to matters like this. People here tend to be selectively scientific. If something predicts good luck, they call it a blessing from the gods. If it predicts bad luck, they dismiss it as superstition. Didn't he specifically ask for that security guard's birth date today? Charles finally grew impatient with Butler Bennett's long explanation and directly asked Ryan when he had everyone fill out those forms. Didn't he insist that they include their birth dates? And that the dates had to be accurate, preferably down to the exact hour and minute? Ryan froze for a moment, then quickly nodded. "That's fortune-telling through divination." Charles gave the answer directly. "Plenty of people here believe in it too. They just tend to believe the good predictions and dismiss the bad ones as feudal superstition. People overseas take this kind of thing much more seriously. Even I do. In the past, whenever I faced a major decision I couldn't make, I'd invite a master to calculate it for me, then make my decision afterward." Tyler's movements were obviously those of someone performing divination, Butler Bennett continued, judging from the bracelet and the fragments Ryan just overheard. He was probably using birth dates and 8 characters to calculate people's destinies and futures. So, instruction or a fist, the young master has studied divination and apparently reached a respectable level. But, Charles fell silent for a moment before speaking, fortune-telling and divination always come with a price. The more significant the thing you calculate, the greater the price. Tyler probably became overconfident because he'd learned the technique and started recklessly calculating other people's destinies and futures. He failed to control how far he went and suffered a backlash. Still, using someone's 8 characters to calculate their general destiny or take a glimpse at their future isn't usually anything serious, Charles added. Normally, it wouldn't cause much trouble. Even calculating several people in one day should be fine. Unless one of those people has an extremely unusual fate. The moment he said that, Charles's expression suddenly froze, then completely collapsed. Under everyone's stunned gaze, He suddenly slapped himself hard across the face several times. "Sir, don't do that." Butler Bennett immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly grabbed Charles, pulling him aside. So that's what happened. So that's how my Carter family was destined to be harmed. Ah ha ha ha, both. So the root of everything was me. Charles looked as if he'd lost his mind. Tears streamed down his aged face. As he muttered words no one else understood, while repeatedly striking himself. "Sir, everyone's watching." Butler Bennett was confused too, but he didn't know what else to say. "What happened to you? What are you talking about?" No one could understand the bitterness tormenting the old patriarch. Years ago, when Grace gave birth to her 5th daughter, Charles had grown anxious and secretly traveled to Mount Longhu to visit an elderly Taoist priest skilled in divination whom he often consulted, and asked him to cast a hexagram. He simply wanted to know whether he would ever have a grandson, and what kind of abilities that grandson might possess. Taoist laid out 3 copper coins and performed the divination for him. The hexagram showed that he would indeed have a grandson, and that the boy would be extraordinary, possessing an exceptionally rare destiny, and carrying tremendous fortune. However, the boy's connection with the Carter family would have to be handled carefully. Otherwise, he might bring harm upon the family itself. The exact meaning had been mysterious and difficult to predict. Later, when Ethan Carter appeared, Charles assumed this grandson, who had grown up outside the family, would have no attachment to them and would return only to fight over the inheritance. He thought that was what the old Taoist had meant by harming the Carter family. Such things weren't uncommon among wealthy families, and had led to plenty of scandals and tragedies. So Charles had assumed that was how the prophecy would come true. But now he realized that wasn't it at all. My head hurt so badly it felt like my skull had been stuffed full of angry hornets. Sharp pain exploded through every nerve ending. I clenched my back teeth. My hospital gown, soaked through with cold sweat, clung to my back. A muffled groan escaped my throat. "Tyler, wake up!" A young man's voice with a northeastern accent cut through the haze, like someone had slammed a palm directly against my eardrum. "Nurse, where's the nurse?" "Tyler." A woman's gentle voice trembled with sobs. Cold fingers gently wrapped around the back of my hand. "Mom's right here. Open your eyes and look at me." "Young master." Butler Bennett's aged voice was trembling too. "Doctor, nurse." "Doctor, my precious grandson." The heavy thud of a wooden cane struck the floor, as Charles shouted through tears, setting off an alarm on the heart monitor. "If you people can't save him, I'll tear this hospital down and turn it into a doghouse." Calm down. This is a military hospital. Another man's deep voice tried to reason with him. "Please stop making things harder for everyone. You're getting everybody worked up before I could even recover from the sudden wave of agony." All kinds of voices were already flooding into my ears. Some sounded shocked. Some were filled with concern, and others were choked with anxious sobs. "Where am I?" I wondered in confusion. After quite a while, I finally managed to force open my eyelids, which felt as heavy as lead. The first thing I saw was an unfamiliar white ceiling. The sharp smell of disinfectant hung in the air. A hospital. My heart stirred. That pungent smell hit me full force and instantly cleared my head. I turned and looked at the people gathered around my bed, and warmth spread through my chest. This was what friends were. This was what family felt like. In my previous life, I'd had friends and family too, but my family situation had been complicated, to say the least, and I hadn't had many friends. It wasn't until I entered the police academy, and later joined the force, that I finally made more friends, and learned what genuine concern and care felt like. Even so, that feeling was still different from having a real family beside me. "I'm fine." I struggled to sit up. My voice sounded weak. "I'm just a little tired." Linda looked at me with concern. She hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, "Tyler, did you perform divination for several people today?" I froze. I hadn't expected my adoptive mom to know about that. My gaze swept across everyone in the room, and I found the whole thing strange. That shouldn't have been possible. The old Taoist had once told me that spiritual energy was almost non-existent in this era. And after the campaigns against the Four Olds following the founding of the country, practices like divination, whether real or fake, had been swept aside across the board. Even after the economic reforms began, restrictions had loosened somewhat, But things still hadn't been completely opened up. There weren't many fortune tellers in the country today with genuine skill or real ability. Most only understood the surface-level basics and relied on vague psychological tricks to fool people. Even if someone could recognize that I was performing divination, they still shouldn't have known what I was calculating. I was confused, so I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I tried to figure out how to explain it away. But every change in my expression was clearly visible to everyone around me. Kid, I've met more than a few genuinely capable fortune tellers. Charles finally spoke. There was still some irritation on his face, but even more concern. He looked exactly like an elder who was truly worried about his grandson. Both angry and anxious, he said. I may never have studied this stuff myself, but I've seen enough of it to know roughly how it works. Didn't the master who taught you tell you about the taboos and precautions involved in divination? How could you just mess around with it like this? I froze again and couldn't help thinking back to the old Taoist in my dreams. He really had talked about divination before. As I carefully searched my memory, his words seemed to echo beside my ears once again. The art of divination is a secret method that communicates with heaven and earth and peers into the hidden workings of fate. It uses spiritual energy as its foundation, connecting with heaven and earth to deduce what cannot normally be known. Its demand for spiritual energy is not especially severe. Even the faintest trace is sufficient as long as it can connect with heaven and earth. Yet, although the requirement for spiritual energy is not high, this art still seeks to peer into the secrets of fate and glimpse what lies ahead. So, it demands extraordinary natural aptitude from the practitioner. Furthermore, every matter being divined is different, and the things required, as well as the price paid, will vary accordingly. If one forces a divination without proper preparation, the lighter consequence is damage to one's own vitality and fortune. The worst may end in death and the destruction of one's path. For the secrets of heaven are profound and cannot be casually read by ordinary will. The path of divination is not something one may recklessly practice. Therefore, those who walk this path must exercise extreme caution, judge the circumstances carefully, and make thorough preparations. Only then may they enter the mysteries of divination and attempt to glimpse the hidden workings of fate. The difficulty of this art does not lie only in spiritual energy, but also in one's aptitude and the completeness of one's preparation. The moment I remembered that, cold sweat broke out across my body. Whatever emotional entanglement awaited Lily and me in the future, and whatever that ordeal involved, it had to be extremely difficult to calculate, and something with enormous consequences. Yet today, I tried to force the divination without any preparation. I had probably damaged my own fortune and injured myself in the process. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known how to clean up the mess. Charles snorted. You brat! Now you know enough to be scared? Then he turned toward butler Bennett. Bennett, prepare some nourishing supplements. This kid acted recklessly. His body must be drained and weak right now. Make sure he spends the next few days recovering properly. I could hear the concern in Charles's voice, and I could see it too. My biological grandfather genuinely cared about me. The feeling left me a little conflicted, because everything Robert Carter and his family had done had left me biased against the Carter family as a whole, but I also knew better than to blame everyone for the actions of a few. Out of all the Carter family members I'd met, Charles was easily the most reasonable one. Besides, his concern was genuine, and he really had been spending money and giving me things to make up for the past and show that he cared. Thank you, Grandpa. It still felt a little awkward, but I thanked him sincerely. The moment Charles heard me call him that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Much of the anger disappeared from his face, replaced by a smile and genuine concern. He thought for a moment and seemed to hesitate before finally saying, Tyler, there's something, Grandpa. The old man stumbled awkwardly over his words, and his hesitation made me curious. When Charles saw the confusion on my face, he gritted his teeth and continued. It's about what happened during the mediation at the precinct. Did you calculate something back then? Could you tell Grandpa what it was? Then he hurriedly added, Of course. I'm not trying to force you to say anything. If you don't want to tell me, then forget I asked. I paused, but then I quickly understood. There had been surveillance cameras in the mediation room. Charles knew about divination and had met fortune tellers before, so he could probably recognize what I'd been doing. All he had to do was watch the footage, and he'd know I'd been performing some kind of divination. After thinking it over, I said I won't bother talking about Victoria Carter and Ethan Carter. There's nothing strange about them. Children naturally compete with each other and want more attention from their parents, so they reject other children, especially someone new. That means their hostility toward me and their desire to drive me away forever was understandable. But Mr. Carter and Mrs. Carter behaved differently, and that's what I found strange. I continued. Their behavior didn't make sense under normal circumstances. That's why I asked back then whether someone had frightened or threatened them. The moment Charles heard that, his expression instantly hardened, but he didn't interrupt, and simply waited for me to continue. Then I noticed something was wrong with Ethan's expression. I explained truthfully. So I performed a quick divination on that kid. Charles's expression darkened even further, until it looked almost terrifying. Yes, I had no intention of hiding it, since the old man already knew about divination. He was probably capable of noticing that something about Robert Carter and his family was abnormal, even if I said nothing. Judging from how much Charles believed in this kind of thing, he might investigate it himself sooner or later, so I might as well tell him first. I didn't know whether it would earn me any goodwill, but it was still better than bringing it up only after everything came to light. I silently weighed my options, then continued aloud. But my skill is still shallow, so the result may not be accurate. You're still making excuses for that little bastard. Charles struggled to suppress his anger and glared at me. No, I'm just being realistic. I shook my head. I had absolutely no intention of defending Ethan. First, my cultivation in divination is limited. Second, I performed the calculation without any proper basis that day. The signs in the hexagram were unclear, so the result was uncertain. I explained as I analyzed it. Based on what I calculated, Ethan Carter is connected to the curse. But that doesn't necessarily mean he was the one who placed it. He could have done it himself, or he could have known about it and kept quiet, or even conspired with someone else. Of course, there's also a chance someone was using him. As for Mr. and Mrs. Carter, their prejudice against me and the way they mistreated me wasn't entirely caused by the curse either. I continued. A large part of it came from their own personalities and choices. As for exactly how the curse was placed, what kind of curse it was, or how many people it affected, I have no way of knowing. Well, I sighed. Divination is complicated, at least for someone who hasn't become an immortal. It's impossible to just calculate everything out of thin air. Even though I hadn't revealed much, Charles's expression was changing faster than a color wheel. His face shifted again and again, and only after a long while did he finally calm down. He drew a deep breath. Someone is trying to destroy the Carter family, more or less. I nodded, judging by the method. Then I shook my head. Honestly, it reminded me of pouring boiling water onto someone else's money tree. Simple, crude, and overflowing with superstition. But in this world, I really didn't dare dismiss things like that, because methods like these were genuinely vicious and underhanded, and they really could kill someone. Still, personally, I don't think Ethan was the one who placed the curse. I added. Why? Charles asked, his brows furrowing. Because he doesn't have the guts or the brains for it, I explained. My master told me about secret techniques like this. If we're talking about a goo curse involving poisonous insects, then both raising the goo and placing it take a toll on the person doing it. The cultivation process can take anywhere from a year or two to several decades. Goo insects are useful and extremely difficult to detect, but if you didn't raise one yourself, it's almost impossible to control. And if you ask someone else to place the goo for you, you're basically putting your own fate in that person's hands. Other curses aren't as easy as television makes them look either. You can't just get someone's hair and a few personal items and call it done. I thought back to what the old Taoist had taught me. Some rituals require setting up an altar and performing ceremonies, and certain materials have to be supplied continuously. Not only are they incredibly expensive, but some of the things required aren't something Ethan would dare obtain. If someone wanted to target a family like the Carter family, with such deep accumulated fortune, They'd need specific human skin, bones, and blood. I looked at Charles and said with a hint of mockery, he doesn't have the nerve. Ethan could never go that far. I stated it with absolute certainty. If Ethan really had that kind of intelligence and that kind of courage, he wouldn't need to hide behind other people and play these petty manipulative games. Charles fell silent for a while, as though digesting what I'd said, then slowly nodded and sighed again. I shook my head. That kid, if you really want to investigate this, Ethan is the key to breaking the case open, even if he didn't do it himself. He definitely knows something. At the exit of the military hospital's underground garage, a Rolls-Royce slowly pulled out like an elegant beast. Gliding silently beneath the morning light, Charles sat in the spacious back seat, his eyes closed, as though sinking into a deep ocean, searching for even the slightest bit of peace. Butler Bennett occasionally glanced at Charles through the rear-view mirror. The old man's usually steady, rock-like face now carried a barely noticeable ripple of emotion. With a soft sigh, he seemed to have 1,000 things he wanted to say, yet every word felt lodged in his throat, and he didn't know where to begin. "Are you trying to plead for that little bastard?" Charles sighed softly, as though he'd already seen through Butler Bennett's thoughts. There was a trace of exhaustion in his voice. Butler Bennett sighed too, and slowly said, "Young Master Ethan may have been deceived. Maybe that's why he did all of this." Deceived? Charles opened his eyes. His gaze passed through the car window, watching the city streets rush past, without saying another word. Deep down, he regretted that he'd once believed Ethan was destined for greatness, and had overlooked his smaller mistakes. After all, no one was perfect. Guys, everyone made mistakes, thinking back on Ethan's past. His grades had always ranked near the top of his class. He was a starting player on the basketball team, and he played the piano well. He wasn't world-class, but among amateurs, he was certainly outstanding. He was humble and polite toward others, and deeply loved by his family and elders. He said his dream was to become a doctor, to heal the sick and save lives, and help take care of his family's health. But now, a strange chill rose inside Charles, as he suddenly realized that everything Ethan had done seemed almost too deliberate. He wasn't like an ordinary child, who simply tried to show his best side in front of his elders, in hopes of receiving praise and approval. Instead, he deliberately showed them exactly what they wanted to see. Even if he disliked something, he would still do it, as long as he could display it in front of the elders. By comparison, Tyler had never been especially outstanding in the past, but he had still been a fairly well-behaved kid. His grades were above average, and he liked martial arts and weapons. Though his actual skills were mediocre, he had taught himself swordsmanship and boxing. But they were mostly flashy moves, good enough for show, but useless in a real fight. His adoptive parents had also arranged piano lessons for him, and his progress had been neither impressive nor terrible. He had barely reached an advanced amateur level, roughly on par with Ethan. But when it came to dealing with people, Tyler had been far worse. His teachers described him as quiet and somewhat dull, completely clueless about social etiquette and human relationships, and often lost in thought. Still, by comparison, Ethan had undoubtedly seemed more impressive and more promising as an heir. But after everything that happened today, Charles's opinion of Ethan had completely changed. He finally realized that Ethan's behavior had always been carefully calculated. He was constantly studying what other people liked, then shaping himself around those preferences. There was nothing inherently wrong with that. Appealing to people's preferences was a basic skill every businessman needed. Even smiling politely at an enemy, while secretly plotting against them, was understandable. Charles himself had done the same thing. But the problem was, Ethan had actually used those same tactics against his own family. The kind of heir Charles wanted should be open and sincere with family, united and loyal on the inside, flexible on the outside, knowing exactly how far to go, while still being ruthless when necessary. Ethan, however, had done the exact opposite. Now that Charles knew the truth, when he looked at Tyler again, everything seemed completely different. As a wealthy man, Charles frequently interacted with people from those circles, and he knew that receiving teachings through dreams was real. Tyler wasn't the only example. Charles personally knew another one, a celestial master from Mount Longhu, who was one of his closest friends. When that man had been a child, his own master had entered his dreams to teach him, passing down many mystical techniques and secret arts. Disciples like that were often true direct disciples of their sex, sometimes even closer than biological sons. Because teachings passed through dreams could include secret techniques known only to the master or his direct lineage, as well as many things that even insiders in those circles knew little about. Looking at it that way, his biological grandson had managed, despite heavy schoolwork and extracurricular classes, to study all these mysterious arts while still maintaining his academic performance and keeping up with his other lessons. That was already extremely impressive. He wasn't inferior to Ethan at all. If anything, he might have been even better. Charles let out a long sigh, a helpless bitterness rising inside him. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. He sighed once more, and in the end, his heart softened. Finally, he spoke slowly. Get him out. As for what happened this time, fortunately, it didn't cause too much damage. But the follow-up needs to be handled properly. I warned that child long ago. Consider this a lesson for him. As for Madison, cut off her allowance starting today, and notify everyone. No one is to give her a single cent of spending money. She'll get only 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Transfer her from elite private high school to number 6 high school. Tell her she can either live on campus or take the bus to and from school herself. Sir, perhaps, Butler Bennett wanted to persuade him. After all, number 6 high school was some distance from the Carter family estate in Binhai. It wasn't terribly far, but the bus ride still took about 30 minutes. Charles scoffed. These kids have all been spoiled rotten. One throws a 5 million yuan check at someone. Another talks about 10 million like it's pocket change. Do they really think the Carter family's money grows on trees? Just look at the last 2 days. Do you know how much money this old man has spent cleaning up the messes caused by their mouths? We got incredibly lucky this time. Thank God Tyler is actually my biological grandson and knows where to draw the line. If they'd done this to someone else, who knows what that person would have done? Demanding outrageous compensation without even thinking. Idiots. Absolute idiots. Charles made no attempt to hide his anger. The family poured so many resources into them, teaching them manners and giving them the best education. How did we end up raising fools like this? When you cut off her allowance, tell that idiot, since she loves throwing around the number 10 million, then after she graduates from college, I'll give her 5 million yuan as startup capital. If she can turn that 5 million into 10 million, then in the future, she can inherit a portion of the shares I personally hold. If she can't, then when I'm gone, the only thing she'll receive from me will be a dowry worth 10 million yuan. Of course, if she wants to take it early, she can. But make one thing absolutely clear to her. Once that 5 million is gone, the family won't give her another cent. And tell her this too. If she doesn't take the money early, her allowance will be restored after college. But if she takes it early until she earns 10 million, she'll live on nothing but 2,000 yuan a month. As for that bastard Ethan Carter, Charles clenched his teeth. A cold gleam flashed through his eyes. Once he's released, lock him inside the Carter Ancestral Hall. Confiscate his phone and computer, and don't let him touch either one. I want someone watching everything he does, even when he eats or sleeps. He's not allowed to go anywhere. Have someone monitor him 24 hours a day. And remember, don't use anyone he knows. Choose the guards randomly. Rotate them in shifts. No shift should last longer than 2 hours. Then arrange a plane for me. I'm going to Mount Longhu myself. Charles decisively laid out how the family would handle everything. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Ryan had already gone home. He had stayed up all night and was completely exhausted. Although he still had plenty of questions, he wasn't sure whether he should ask them. After my adoptive parents urged him to rest, he finally went home. Now, inside the private hospital room, only my adoptive parents and I remained. Tyler. Linda peeled an apple and held it out to me. She looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't quite bring herself to. It's about your divination. I looked at Linda and George, seeing the expectation in their eyes, along with their embarrassment at asking, and immediately understood. Do you have the person's exact birth information? I asked. We only know the Gregorian date, George quickly answered. Tyler, if your body isn't up to it, then you don't have to. I waved him off. and smiled. What happened before was because I forced a difficult calculation. Just locating someone won't be a problem. Really? Linda immediately lit up with joy. But she still sounded worried as she said, they were born on February 28, 1998 at 4:03 p.m. If it's too difficult, then forget it. And their name is the same as yours. I took the apple Linda handed me and gently set it aside. My attention had already locked onto that crucial Gregorian date, February 28, 1998. Halfway through the Shen hour, I instantly converted it into the 8 characters of birth and murmured, Wu Yen year, Jiayin month, Bing Wu day. Bing Shen hour. Those 8 characters were like a secret cipher written by heaven itself, concealing the hidden trajectory of that person's fate. I closed my eyes and focused, drawing in a deep breath until my mind became completely still. My hands formed a divination seal, as though connecting with the mysterious forces between heaven and earth. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams slowly unfolded within my mind, while the verses of the I Ching surfaced silently in my thoughts. I first examined the balance within the 8 characters, and sensed the rhythm of earth and wood nourishing one another. This suggested that the person possessed a will as tough as iron, along with extraordinary resilience and vitality. The Jiayin month was rich with wood energy, indicating an energetic personality and a fierce drive to move forward, while the Bing Wu day burned with overwhelming fire, symbolizing a passionate nature and an unyielding ambition, while the Bing Shen hour brought fire and metal into conflict, suggesting that their life would be filled with countless dangers and hardships. They're alive, and apparently doing pretty well. Relief flashed through my mind, judging from the signs. They had probably learned something somewhere, and received help from someone. Their fortune burned fiercely like fire. Impressive. Seriously impressive. I couldn't help marveling inwardly. Then I pushed the calculation deeper, merging the 8 characters with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. One hexagram after another appeared within the sea of my consciousness. The Qian hexagram revealed strength, integrity, and balance, showing that this person's convictions were exceptionally firm, and their determination was solid as stone. The Kun hexagram represented gentleness and tolerance, suggesting a broad heart and deep emotions. The Zhen hexagram carried the force of thunder in motion, revealing tremendous initiative and the courage to open new paths, while the Sun hexagram moved like the wind, showing flexibility and adaptability, the ability to adjust no matter how circumstances changed. Deep within the hexagrams, I also detected Kan and Li intertwined. Kan represented water and danger lurking everywhere, while Li represented fire and blazing passion. With those 2 hexagrams intertwined, this person's life was destined to rise and fall dramatically. Yet, it was precisely those hardships that would forge an even stronger mind and a more mature personality. As the divination went deeper, I gradually began to see the person's overall fortune more clearly. Their blessings ran deep, and throughout life they would encounter many benefactors, along with countless opportunities. However, their destiny was far from easy, and trials would follow one after another. Those hardships would test their iron will, but they were also necessary for growth. I combined their destiny with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and examined the interactions of yin and yang, carefully calculating their future and when they might return. The hexagram showed that the person was still alive and would return within a few months. Their fate carried fortune and disaster side by side. There would be great blessings, but also serious trials. At the very end of the divination, I discovered that this person seemed somehow connected to the Carter family. Their destinies appeared linked by invisible threads, making conflict and entanglement unavoidable. That gave me another headache. Why was the Carter family involved again? Was it because of me? After thinking about it for a moment, I finally spoke. The hexagram is clear. This person has survived danger and hardship. Earth and wood nourish each other. Jiayin marks the month. Vitality and ambition burn beneath the Bingwu sun. Passion runs deep within the Bingshan hour. Yet the road of life is filled with danger. Qian brings strength and integrity, with conviction and determination. Kun brings gentleness, with a broad heart and deep emotion. Zen moves like thunder, forever opening new paths ahead. Shun follows like the wind, adapting safely through every change. Kan and Li intertwine, bringing waves of hardship between cold water and blazing fire. Yet those trials will forge greatness, and deep fortune will bring powerful benefactors, though hardships will come one after another. They are trials that must be endured in order to grow. The time of their return is drawing near. Within a few months, fortune and misfortune will arrive together, intertwined. Their fate is also entangled with the Carter family through conflict and unresolved ties. To understand the root of it, you'd have to look at interests, temperament, and personal choices. After hearing everything I said, my adoptive parents, neither of whom had studied the humanities, were completely lost. So I simplified it for them. They're alive, and they're doing pretty well. They've had help from someone, and they've learned quite a few things. They'll come back and reunite with you within the next few months. There was just one thing I couldn't understand. Why did calculating this person's future give me a feeling so similar to the one I'd gotten from Lily? That was seriously strange. Wasn't the missing child supposed to be a son? After enjoying 2 peaceful days, I threw myself back into my busy schedule. I sat in the spacious back seat of an Audi A6, flipping through my schedule and 2 lease agreements. Feeling incredibly pleased. I was in an especially good mood today because, as of now, the first prototype had been completed successfully. The Engineering Institute had sent good news. The design department and engineering team had already discussed everything and finalized both the assembly process and the vehicle testing standards. The government's product inspection and approval procedures were also progressing smoothly. Once the certification and related paperwork came through, we could officially start selling. Everything was expected to be finished next week, around June 24. As for the business side, I'd been putting in plenty of work there too. Across Jinghai City's 12 districts, through a mix of leasing and outright purchases, I'd secured 24 storefronts. According to my plan, most of those stores would be like the first one, small storefronts, with simple decoration and various electric motorcycles packed inside. All they needed was one manager, and a few employees to run them. But there were exceptions. In the old district and the high-tech district, I'd leased 2 much larger locations to serve as the main stores on the east and west sides of Jinghai City. Each location covered 2,000 square meters, with showroom space, repair and maintenance facilities, and full warehouse capacity. The reason they were so complete was because both had originally been Zodi 4S dealerships. As for the Zodi brand, in another 2 years, it would disappear into history completely. So naturally, both dealerships were going to change hands. Originally, there was no way those locations would have ended up with me. But then that ridiculous incident happened, and Charles had someone secure both properties before handing them over to me. At the same time, I really did plan to use electric motorcycles as a stepping stone into the auto industry. So having those 2 dealerships was actually a great fit for my plans. I agreed without hesitation and signed the settlement agreement. One slap had gotten me 2 4S dealerships in prime locations in both the new and old districts. Sitting in the car, I couldn't stop smiling. Miss Madison Carter really was the goddess of slaps. I even mimicked the way she'd slapped me and mocked her with obvious sarcasm, probably never imagined. One slap could cost her this much money. Her hand was practically made of gold. If she slapped me a few more times, maybe I could squeeze a few more dealerships out of the Carter family. These 2 locations were leased, and for the first 3 years, Charles would cover 40% of the rent, while Madison would personally cover the remaining 60%. The renovation and maintenance costs, along with utilities, would also be paid entirely by Madison. After 3 years, I'd take over those expenses myself. Shanghai was one of the country's top-tier cities, and both dealerships sat in prime commercial districts. Annual rent alone started in the tens of millions of yuan. In other words, 6 slaps had saved me tens of millions. That deal had been insanely profitable. Today, I was planning to inspect both dealerships personally. I sat in the car full of anticipation, while Ryan, sitting in the driver's seat, kept glancing at me in the back. He held himself back for a long time, before finally asking, "Hey Tyler, can I ask you something?" "Sure, what is it?" I replied cheerfully. I hadn't really noticed how conflicted Ryan looked. He scratched his head, trying desperately to figure out how to phrase it. "It's just, I keep feeling like, you're not the same Tyler you used to be. Don't get mad, okay? It's just that you and the old Tyler feel kind of different. Really different. Almost like you're two different people." A warning bell immediately went off in my head. I looked at Ryan's face, filled with doubt, scrutiny, and hesitation, and thought to myself, so someone finally noticed. The Carter family barely knew the old Tyler, and my adoptive parents assumed that everything I'd suffered with the Carter family had simply caused a drastic change in my personality. Only Ryan, the older brother figure who had always looked out for the old Tyler, had realized that my changes went far beyond personality. It was as if the person inside civism had been replaced. Still, I didn't panic. I put on a serious expression, while thinking, not bad for a cop's son. That brain of his really does work. The fact that he even managed to phrase this indirectly must have taken everything he had. Ryan still couldn't quite figure out how to explain himself. He thought back to what the old Tyler had been like, then said uncertainly, "I guess maybe he'd still be locked in that basement." The old Tyler had been quiet, submissive, and willing to endure almost anything. Ryan believed people could change, but he also knew the saying that a person's nature was much harder to change than their circumstances. And the Tyler sitting behind him now, even after everything that had happened, still didn't feel like the same person. "Not bad at all, my dear Ryan." I praised him silently, based on the original Tyler's memories and personality, combined with everything I knew about switched at birth heir stories. This world was currently still in the first timeline. If I hadn't transmigrated here, the original Tyler would probably still be living like an obedient servant in the Carter household, suffering both physically and emotionally, either dying young and becoming a resentful ghost waiting for a second timeline, or enduring humiliation until one day fate finally killed him and sent him into that second run. Ryan was a native of this world, and probably didn't even read switched at birth heir novels. Yet he'd somehow managed to guess this much. He really was surprisingly sharp, like a brute trying to thread an embroidery needle. Rough on the outside, but far more perceptive than he looked. Still, I'd already lived 2 lives, so I knew exactly what to say. My expression slowly changed, and I looked at Ryan before saying quietly, "Yeah, if I hadn't met you, I probably would still be locked in that basement right now." "Me?" Ryan sounded surprised. He stared at me in confusion. "What does that have to do with me?" I took a deep breath, as though remembering the time I'd been imprisoned there. No matter how much I begged, no matter how loudly I shouted, no one answered me. The door stayed locked. There were no windows, no lights, just darkness. I didn't even have food or water. At the time, I really thought I was going to die. So my mind started going back over everything that had happened in my life. Eventually, I remembered my school days, from the time I first met you in middle school, all the way through high school graduation. And that's when I suddenly realized just how pathetic my life had been. My voice carried a mixture of reflection and admiration. I was isolated, falsely accused, misunderstood by my own parents. No matter what happened, I never dared defend myself. I lived cautiously, always trying to please everyone. But then I suddenly realized that there had always been someone in my life who lived completely differently from me. He dared to chase the life he wanted. He dared to fight back. Even if it meant taking a beating, he'd still shout, "No." He never tolerated wrongdoing, and he never tolerated being falsely accused. He would never swallow his anger in silence, even if everyone was blaming him. Even if it was his own dad, forcing his head down and demanding that he admit he was wrong. He still wouldn't bow. He'd shout, "It wasn't my fault, and I won't admit to something I didn't do." A growing look of admiration entered my eyes. Back then, I kept thinking, if I could be like him and shout, "It wasn't my fault," would I have avoided being locked in that basement, waiting to die? Would my life have ended differently? Maybe, I laughed at myself. Maybe I could have found a completely different path. But when they finally dragged me out, I lost my nerve again. I thought they had learned the truth. But instead, they whipped me for no reason. yelling and cursing with every lash. Each strike shattered another piece of the fantasy I'd been clinging to, and slowly forced me to face my future. What exactly was waiting for me? Was I going to stay in the Carter family and keep being treated like that, until I eventually died in humiliation? Or would I follow the path my adoptive parents had planned for me, and live an ordinary, unnoticed life? God dog. I mimicked the way Robert Carter had swung the rattan whip, then said firmly, honestly, I should thank Robert Carter. His whip woke me up and shattered every illusion I had. It forced me to finally face my future. That's when I realized that throughout my life, there had always been someone protecting me, someone willing to speak up for me. He lived the kind of life I wished I could live. He was a light in my life, showing me how a person should truly live, and what it really meant to live for yourself. My fate belongs to me, not to heaven. What kind of road I walk is my decision. I pointed at myself, looking almost crazed. I refuse to be locked in a basement, treated like garbage, and someday die a humiliating death. I don't want to live like my adoptive parents either, cautiously spending my whole life as an ordinary civil servant, starting from the bottom and slowly climbing toward whatever position they expect me to reach. I want to live a spectacular life. I want a life that's truly mine. I want to prove to everyone through my own actions that I decide how my life is lived. After saying that, I gradually calmed down again, then looked seriously at Ryan. Ryan, do you know why I brought you with me? If this were only about gratitude, I could have simply given you a motorcycle. So why didn't I? Ryan shook his head, clearly confused. I continued, because you're that light in my life. When I was at my lowest, you showed me the kind of person I wanted to become. I want both of us to live brilliantly, to shine as brightly as the moon in the night sky. I want us to carve out a road together, straight to the top. I'll never let the person who gave me that first ray of hope fade away into obscurity and disappear into the crowd like everyone else. Ryan listened to my words, and warmth surged through his chest. He scratched his head awkwardly, feeling even more guilty than before. He had just been wondering whether the timid little brother he once knew had changed because someone else had taken his place. He never imagined the change had actually been inspired by him, and Ryan knew he wasn't nearly as amazing as I made him sound. He had only made it into a junior college, and had once thought becoming a street punk wouldn't be such a bad life. If it hadn't been for his little brother, he might really have ended up as nothing more than a delinquent. Those expensive motorcycles would have been things he could only admire at dealerships, maybe sit on them for a few minutes and dream, without ever having the chance to own one himself. Ryan said awkwardly, Tyler, you're making me embarrassed talking like that, but don't worry. If you really believe in me this much, then I'm not the kind of coward who's going to back down. From now on, we'll do this together and build something of our own. Exactly, I grinned. When brothers stand together, nothing can stop them. Come on, let's go check out our 4S dealerships. One day, not just Shanghai City or Guangdong Province. This entire country, this entire world will be our stage. Let's go! Ryan's blood was boiling now. My grand vision had fired him up completely. Let's go see our dealerships. Teen, meanwhile, deep within Mount Zhongnan, inside an ancient Taoist temple that had stood for 1,000 years, an elderly Taoist with white hair and a youthful face suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his fingers and performed a quick calculation, then murmured, could another great upheaval be coming? It's time. That boy should descend the mountain and find his family. Girl, the old Taoist called to a young woman, where's your junior brother? Go find him and bring him here, at the Carter family's estate in Binhai District. A Maybach slowly entered the underground garage, its deep, steady engine echoing through the open space. The front passenger door opened, and a woman around 30, with a graceful figure and a meticulously maintained appearance, stepped out wearing a perfectly tailored women's suit, her eyes hidden behind sunglasses. She looked beautiful and capable, while radiating an unmistakably commanding presence. She swept her gaze across the underground garage, looking over the busy servants and security guards. And irritation immediately flashed across her face. Are all of you blind? She raised her voice, questioning the servants and guards throughout the garage. Second, Ms. Carter is back, and not one of you came over to greet her? But the guards and servants only gave her a casual glance. before going right back to their work, as though she didn't exist. This is outrageous. The woman looked as though she'd suffered some enormous insult, and snapped angrily, "You useless trash. You lowlifes. You take the Carter family's money, and still dare act arrogant here? Are you deliberately trying to disrespect second Miss Carter?" Jessica Lee. At that moment, a deep and powerful male voice echoed through the underground garage. There wasn't even any anger in it. He merely called the woman's name, yet she instantly trembled, as though an invisible force had crushed her arrogance. Like a cat that had just been caught misbehaving, she immediately shrank back, lowering her head and not daring to make another sound. The man who had arrived was Butler Bennett, a figure whose status in the Carter family was second only to Charles himself. Within the Carter family, and even throughout Benhai District, aside from Charles, Butler Bennett was the person people feared and respected most. His relationship with Charles went far beyond that of an ordinary servant and master. Butler Bennett had been taken in by the Carter family as a child, and had grown up alongside Charles. From elementary school all the way through college, they were rarely apart. Ross. Later, when Charles went overseas to build his career, Butler Bennett became his most capable right-hand man, handling matters that couldn't be brought into the light. After they returned home, many of his old methods could no longer be used because the environment had changed. But Butler Bennett relied on his own ability and Charles's support to quickly adapt to the rules back home, and once again became Charles's most trusted lieutenant, with Charles working openly and Butler Bennett operating from the shadows. Charles successfully seized control of Sunrise Group as the person who had followed Charles through everything and earned his absolute trust. Butler Bennett was generously rewarded as well. Charles transferred all the companies he had founded overseas into Butler Bennett's hands. Butler Bennett then returned to his ancestral home region, Handong Province, where he founded Handong Evergreen Food Group Co. Ltd. With the Carter family's backing, it took him very little time to become a major force in Handong Province's food industry. Like Charles, Butler Bennett eventually stepped away from day-to-day management and allowed his eldest son to take over. Once his son's position was secure, he returned to the Carter family and resumed his role as their butler. And Grace Carter, Robert Carter's wife, was actually Butler Bennett's third daughter. That was exactly why Jessica Lee was so terrified of him. Even though she wasn't one of Butler Bennett's own descendants, and her status in the Carter family was far above that of an ordinary employee, she still didn't dare act out in front of him. "Full of energy today, aren't you?" Butler Bennett slowly clapped his hands. The words sounded almost like an elder praising a junior, but there wasn't the slightest approval on his face. To Jessica, the sharp sound of those claps was practically a death sentence, and she began trembling. Jessica knew exactly how terrifying Butler Bennett could be. In a place like Shanghai City, perhaps his influence wasn't absolute, but if he decided he wanted to eat fish, that fish's only choice was how it would be prepared. Scaled, gutted, and served on the table. Enough. The rear door of the car opened, and another woman, also dressed in a suit, with short hair and light makeup. A sharp, capable-looking woman stepped down, holding a small case file in her hand. She walked over to Jessica and said calmly, "This was my fault. On the way back, I happened to take on a case from this area, and I spent the whole trip reading through the file. So I forgot to tell Jessica what was happening at home. That's how this misunderstanding happened." After saying that, she casually stuffed the file into Jessica's arms and instructed, "I've already reviewed this case. Go speak with the plaintiff for me. The defendant has agreed to mediation. See what the plaintiff thinks. Oh, and the amount involved in this case is pretty substantial. Tell the plaintiff. The court is currently pushing dispute resolution measures before trial. So getting a case like this all the way to a formal hearing isn't easy. If they agree to mediation, it can be resolved much faster, and the mediation agreement will still have legal force. The court will recognize it, and they can apply for compulsory enforcement later if necessary. Go. Don't keep the plaintiff waiting." Jessica looked as though she'd just been granted a pardon. She hurriedly gathered everything and slipped into the car. Only then did Butler Bennett's expression finally relax somewhat and soften a little. "Hannah," Butler Bennett said gently, "coming home at a time like this. Are you trying to make life difficult for this old butler?" "Uncle Bennett," Hannah Carter said playfully, "of course not. I'd just been away for a long time. I miss Mom and Dad, so I came home to visit. Besides, didn't they say my biological little brother was found? I wanted to meet my own little brother too. Watch how you address me. Butler Bennett's expression changed. It's working hours right now. Address me by my position. Fine, Butler Bennett, Hannah muttered with a pout, clearly unhappy. The young master is in the second-floor study. Butler Bennett sighed. A trace of helplessness flashing through his eyes. Hannah said nothing more, and walked straight into the private elevator, just as the doors were about to close. Butler Bennett suddenly called out, Hannah, don't underestimate him. What are you talking about? Hannah looked completely unaware of the situation and asked in confusion. She had no idea what Butler Bennett meant. Neither Mr. Carter nor I will interfere, Butler Bennett said in a low voice, his tone carrying unquestionable resolve. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Butler Bennett could only shake his head. If the younger generation really intended to take things this far, then all he could do was clean up whatever mess they left behind. Once the elevator doors closed, the faintly girlish look on Hannah's face instantly turned cold and sharp. A fierce light entered her eyes, but it wasn't the look of someone consumed by hatred. It looked more like a battle-hardened general, eager for the war that was about to begin. Filled with confidence and anticipation, she reached the second floor and entered the study. The Bass, Robert Carter, Grace Carter, Victoria Carter, and Madison Carter were already inside. Ethan Carter was the only one missing. Hannah wasn't surprised by that. Before coming home, she had already learned most of what had happened. Here, take this. The moment Robert saw his second daughter return, he hurriedly picked up a relatively thin file from the desk and handed it to her. That little. The words reached his lips, but he forcibly swallowed them back and changed it to, your little brother seems to know a lot about the law, especially criminal law, and the Public Security Administration punishments law. So, after thinking it over, I figured you're probably the only one in this family. We can rely on, Hannah didn't say much. She dropped onto the couch, picked up the relatively thin file, and began reading. Tell me everything that happened from beginning to end. Without looking up, Hannah said, Dad, Mom, Victoria, Madison, don't exaggerate anything, just because you made mistakes yourselves. She raised her head and looked at her parents and two younger sisters, her gaze sharp, as she repeated firmly, remember, do not embellish anything. Tell me exactly what happened. From what I've learned, our seventh brother is extremely careful about preserving evidence. If you exaggerate or fabricate facts, not only will that fail to help, it'll mislead me. This wasn't because Hannah knew her family especially well. It came from her deep understanding of human nature. After working as a lawyer for so many years, she knew exactly what hatred could drive people to do. When someone hated another person, they could easily fabricate facts or even blame their own mistakes on the other person, and that would put her at a serious disadvantage. The others exchanged glances. Although they weren't happy with what Hannah had said, they understood how serious the situation was. So they did their best to strip away their personal emotions and objectively recount everything that had happened. After listening to their account and carefully reading through the documents, Hannah rubbed her temples in frustration. After a while, she finally said slowly, I have to admit, Dad, Mom, and Madison, the fact that you're even sitting here right now is because he chose to let you off. What do you mean by that? Robert immediately became unhappy. Why are you taking that brat's side? This isn't about taking anyone's side. Hannah wasn't angry. Instead, she patiently explained, he said something. People inside the government system and people outside it pursue different things. And he was absolutely right. What's so different? Robert was still angry, but he managed to control himself. When Tyler had said those words, Robert had taken them as mockery, but coming from his second daughter, he could at least force himself to listen. Isn't everyone just after promotions and money? That's exactly where the difference lies. Hannah analyzed the situation with perfect clarity. For people inside the government system, promotion comes first. For people outside the system, making money comes first. That's why people inside and outside the system can face the exact same situation and react completely differently. Take Ethan's case as an example. Hannah continued, for someone outside the government system, As long as there's enough money involved, they'll naturally side with Ethan. Take a lawyer like me. If Dad pays enough in legal fees, a lawyer can treat Ethan like their own father and do everything possible to minimize his charges. But people inside the government system are different. Hannah's tone became firm. If handling this case properly can help someone get promoted, they'll investigate it thoroughly and make their decision according to what their superiors want. If the order is to release someone, they'll focus on the least serious offense and find the most appropriate justification. But if the goal is to put someone behind bars, then, as long as there's evidence, they'll push for the harshest sentence possible. Even if that evidence isn't particularly strong. That doesn't necessarily matter. As long as they get the person locked up and their superiors notice, and it helps pave the way for their career, that's enough. Then what if we pay them? Robert started to ask. Money is a liability to them. Hannah cut him off. A higher position brings greater authority, and greater authority can bring far more financial benefits later. So acting incorruptible for a while isn't difficult, especially in a case being watched by higher-ups. She looked at everyone and spoke earnestly. Dad, Mom, and Madison. Seventh brother's adoptive father and his friend's father. Both come from military backgrounds, so there are military connections involved. One of their connections has risen to a provincial leadership position, giving them political backing. Another is the current chief of the city police department, giving them strong law enforcement connections. The fact that all of you can still sit here, that the Carter family is still completely intact, and that this whole scandal hasn't exploded across the city, means the other side has already shown you enormous mercy. Grandpa and Uncle Bennett have been using everything they have to keep this contained for you. As a lawyer, Hannah frequently dealt with courts and other government agencies, and understood those systems extremely well. She knew just how much official rank and authority mattered in this society. Her explanation left everyone in the room deep in thought. So there's absolutely nothing we can do, Robert asked unwillingly. He simply couldn't accept this outcome. The others felt the same way, and all looked at Hannah expectantly. It's not that there's nothing we can do, Hannah said. It's just going to be complicated. It depends on what kind of outcome Mom and Dad want. My factory was located in Linjiang district, inside an industrial complex built in 1990. It wasn't especially old, but the passage of time had still left deep marks across the buildings. Linjiang District was one of Shanghai City's 5 old urban districts, located along the western edge of the city, right beside the modest Hongya Mountain, because it bordered a river originating from Hongya Mountain, known as the Qingshui River. The district had been named Linjiang. That same river was also where the Jiang in Shanghai City originally came from, because water was easy to access here. Linjiang District had once become a major concentration point for Shanghai City's state-owned factories. During the last century, it had been one of the city's major economic engines and industrial development zones. However, as the wave of economic reform swept across the country, Shanghai was designated as a city open to foreign trade, and its development gradually shifted toward port-based shipping and large-scale import and export commerce, combined with the continued restructuring of state-owned enterprises. Linjiang District quickly fell into decline. Shanghai City had once tried to reverse that decline, planning to rebuild the district into a manufacturing base for both light and heavy industry. Unfortunately, Linjiang was relatively far from the main urban center, and although the Qingshui River had river in its name, in reality it was little more than a large, fast-flowing stream, originating from Hongya Mountain. It rushed eastward toward the sea. Its channel was narrow, and even at its deepest point, it was only about 3 meters deep. The riverbed was also filled with sand and rocks, and the current was strong, making it completely unsuitable for inland shipping. The investment produced little improvement. Later, environmental policies aimed at protecting water sources made the district's situation even worse, and it never recovered. It wasn't until 10 years later, when Shanghai City began developing its tourism resources, that Linjiang District used its proximity to Hongya Mountain and its beautiful natural scenery to slowly begin recovering. Because the area had once housed so many state-owned factories, combined with poorly executed later planning, a large number of abandoned industrial buildings remained. Some were demolished to make way for tourist attractions. Others had no real value and were simply left behind to slowly decay beneath the wind and rain. Through his connections, Tyler had already leased one former motorcycle factory that had originally been funded by the local government and jointly established by Jianghai Automobile Group and Yamaha. At first, the factory had been extremely successful, but it soon declined after Jianghai Automobile Group went bankrupt. Yamaha withdrew its investment, along with several other problems, and the factory eventually collapsed. Now, all that remained were the factory buildings, warehouses, and other fixed assets. The production lines and other equipment had long since been dismantled, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. But I didn't need the old production lines. What I wanted was the space itself. This empty facility came with factory buildings, dormitories, testing grounds, and warehouses. And because the roads and basic infrastructure had been built relatively recently, they were still in good condition, more than enough to satisfy my needs. Most importantly, the rent was cheap. Anywhere else in Shanghai City, finding a factory this suitable would have been nearly impossible, and even if I found one, the price would have been far beyond what I could afford. For me, this factory was practically a perfect match. Besides, my adoptive dad already had plenty of connections, and the local government also thought such a massive facility, sitting here unused, was a complete waste. So they leased it to me for 1 million yuan a year. Of course, the government had its own considerations. We only signed a 3-year lease. And whether it would be renewed afterward would depend on the situation. I arrived at the factory early today. Yesterday, I'd already inspected the storefronts. The 2 main dealerships needed to be renovated, which would take quite some time. As for the smaller stores, I planned to model them after the basic rural sales outlets from my previous life. The simplest ones wouldn't even need renovation. All they needed was a sign out front, along with 1 store manager and 2 or 3 salespeople, and that would be enough to keep the store running. With such a simple business model, basic employee training became especially important. The staff needed to understand our product's main selling points and other essential information. So, today I'd called all the sales staff to the factory. The designers and assembly workers would give them basic product training and simple troubleshooting instruction, along with fundamental repair knowledge. We're finally starting to look like a real company. I walked through the workshop with Ryan, a faint sense of satisfaction in my voice. Even though this was only an assembly plant, it still operated on an assembly line model. Every single step was currently done by hand, with almost no mechanization at all. The operation might be small, and we might not have many workers, but I had no intention of running it like some small workshop, where a handful of workers handled multiple stages at once, assigning several different stations to the same worker or the same small group. I firmly believed this factory would never stop here, and it certainly wouldn't rely on manual labor forever. Building this fully manual assembly line had forced me to hire a lot of workers, which looked like unnecessary overhead, but in reality it significantly improved efficiency. At the same time, these workers were also the foundation for the future. Once a true automated production line was built, they would be able to adapt quickly, reducing the amount of retraining required. Right now, I needed to seize the market as quickly as possible and capture as much market share as I could. So, efficiency came first. Yeah, Ryan also looked out at the busy workers inside the factory and couldn't help feeling emotional. We had started with only 5 people and a single supervisor. Yet in less than half a month, we had already expanded into a workforce of nearly 1,000 people, and that number would keep growing. Oh, right, Tyler. While Ryan was still marveling at everything, he suddenly remembered something. What about those guys I brought over? Oh, right, I almost forgot about them. I slapped my forehead, pretending I'd only just remembered. I actually have a plan for them. I pulled Ryan aside and lowered my voice. I told you before, we need people who can handle certain kinds of jobs for us. First, you don't have to worry about their pay. I'm not going to treat them badly. The second, not all of them need to officially join the company. I need them to keep operating under their current identities. Basically, they'll become street-connected guys on our payroll with steady support. A complicated look flashed through Ryan's eyes, and mixed emotions filled his heart. People often said your values followed your looks, but they also followed where you stood. Once your position changed, Your perspective naturally changed with it. Ryan already felt that his status was completely different from before. In the future, he was going to be someone people called Mr. Ryan, and toward the street punks he had once thought were cool. He now felt a faint trace of disgust and contempt. Still, those guys were his brothers. Letting them continue living like that would be embarrassing if people later found out they were connected to him, and made him lose face. Even paying to support them now made Ryan feel a little painful inside. This was a business he and Tyler had built together. And Tyler's money was basically his money. So spending Tyler's money was the same as spending Mr. Ryan's money. And Mr. Ryan's heart hurt. No. I wagged my finger and said dismissively, that's way too low level. These guys, I want to position them as our plainclothes network. Plainclothes, you understand? These plainclothes guys, well, looking at Ryan's clear, slightly clueless, still very student-like eyes. I suddenly had no idea how to explain it. My brother could be genuinely smart when he wanted to be. But when he was dumb, he was really dumb. So I decided to explain it another way. I've prepared some courses for those guys of yours. They'll study law and physical conditioning. The legal courses will mainly cover criminal law, the Public Security Administration punishments law, and some civil law. As for physical training, have your dad help us find some veterans and retired police officers to train them. I'll set some performance standards and exams. Tell your guys, none of it will be too difficult. They just need to pass. These things will be extremely useful to them in the future, especially the Public Security Administration punishments law. They need to study that one carefully. That's going to be the main focus of my testing. I also hired a no-rules fighting expert at a high price. His name is Marcus Chen. He'll train them for 3 months. Everything I'm arranging is practical, so they need to take it seriously and learn properly. As for you, I patted Ryan on the shoulder and said earnestly, starting today, you're not going to be my driver anymore. I've arranged a special teacher for you. Who? The moment Ryan heard the word teacher, his head immediately started hurting. Butler Bennett. I narrowed my eyes and said thoughtfully, it won't be long, just 1 week. All you have to do is follow him around. There aren't any textbooks, and you don't need to force yourself to learn some specific skill. You just need to stay with Butler Bennett and listen to his stories. Listen to what he and Grandpa went through in Seattle, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, and after they came back home. Learn how they fought their way up, what they won, and what they lost. That's it? Ryan froze when he heard that, then asked in surprise. Seriously? I smiled. Actually, you have another option. I told you before, to read more books about management. Learn management experience from Mr. Lee, and work toward transferring from junior college into a bachelor's program. So tell me, Ryan, how many of those books have you read? How many times have you gone to Mr. Lee for advice? And what preparation have you made for transferring into a bachelor's program? Ryan's expression immediately became awkward. He stammered, Tyler, you know me. I'm just not cut out for studying. I asked you to read, so you'd understand what management actually means. I said seriously, I told you to learn from Mr. Lee, so you could use other people's experiences as a warning and avoid making the same mistakes they made. And I wanted you to transfer into a bachelor's program so that while you're in college, you can build as many connections as possible. College isn't just a place to study. It's also one of the foundations for building your social network. But you aren't willing to do any of that, and you still can't let go of that group of brothers of yours. So I'll arrange something. That suits you better. A butler? Ryan grumbled unhappily. It wasn't that he looked down on the position. He just didn't like the idea of doing that kind of work. Gives me a break. I looked at him with disgust. Make you a butler? I'd rather hire a gorilla. At least a gorilla can't understand human speech. So it wouldn't get fooled so easily. Butler Bennett. I had my dad look into him. He's definitely not just some ordinary butler. Once you spend time with him, you'll understand. Just then, someone came running toward us. I looked over carefully. Wait, wasn't that the man I'd planted? Inside the Carter family estate, Sam Carter? Sam? I frowned slightly and asked in confusion, why are you here, young master? Sam gave me an honest grin, then said seriously, I was worried it wouldn't be safe to talk over the phone. What if my phone was being monitored? or somebody was listening in. So I came here myself to tell you in person. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you doing? Acting out some spy thriller? If you're worried, just get a new phone and number. And besides, we're not important enough for anyone to spend serious money wiretapping us. Still, seeing how nervous Sam looked, I added, all right, tell me, what happened? Are those people at the estate planning something again? Second, Miss Carter came back yesterday. Sam pulled out his phone and handed it to me. This is a copy of the video I saved. They were talking about all kinds of stuff in the study, their plans and what they wanted to do. I couldn't really understand most of it, but it sounded like they were planning something against you. Yesterday, I frowned. After thinking for a moment, I asked, then why didn't you report it yesterday? Because Butler Bennett brought my family over yesterday, Sam said with some embarrassment. So I took the day off to get my dad and mom settled. My dad and little sister started work today. When I came back to work today, I checked the surveillance footage and asked Frank about it. That's when I found out. I see. I shook my head. Looks like they deliberately moved my man out of the way. But it didn't really matter. I'd arranged all of this openly from the beginning anyway. So I'd expected something like this. And the reason I planted someone there wasn't purely to spy on them. I mainly wanted to test Charles's attitude and at the same time give Robert Carter and his family a warning, so they'd learn to restrain themselves. All right, just don't let it happen again. I didn't blame Sam. It looked like Charles and Butler Bennett still leaned slightly toward Robert's side of the family, but they were also making it clear they intended to stay neutral and avoid interfering too much. That made sense? The original Tyler had been separated from the Carter family for so many years, while they had all grown up together, emotionally speaking. It was only natural that Charles and Butler Bennett would favor them a little. The Carter family really just won't leave us alone. Ryan immediately realized that this second sister was probably coming after us too. But after glancing at me, he grinned again. Man, they're loaded. Looks like they've sent us another walking ATM. That's hard to say. I shook my head. Ever since that whole incident, I'd understood that even if I refused to follow the original plot, my twisted connection with this family wasn't going away. So I'd investigated all the important members of the Carter family, and I knew this second sister wasn't some brainless idiot like Madison, but seeing Ryan's expression, I couldn't help giving him a wicked grin. 3 minutes. I want everything there is to know about this woman. Within 3 minutes. No, actually. Right now. Ryan dramatically threw up his hands and looked at me helplessly. Tyler, are you seriously doing some improv as an overbearing billionaire CEO? What is this? Do you think we're filming a romance drama? And that's your biological sister. Are you planning to start some kind of forbidden sibling romance with your own sister? And just so you know, investigating people's private information without permission can be illegal. Be careful or the cops might invite you in for a little chat one day. I looked completely unimpressed. My eyes full of contempt. See? This is why you're not professional. Investigating someone illegally is one thing, but asking around about a person is perfectly fine. Besides, if Butler Bennett handled it, maybe he couldn't give me everything within 3 minutes. But getting me a detailed report within 3 days would be child's play for him. And even if you don't have her information, I do. I smugly pulled out my phone and began reading. Hannah Carter, Robert and Grace Carter's second precious daughter. Born in 1988, the year of the dragon. Exactly 30 years old this year. During high school, she attended Zhonghai No. 3 High School. So technically, she's even our alum. She graduated as the top scorer in her school and got into the law department at Yanjing University of Political Science and Law. That's basically one of the temples of legal education. After graduating, she spent 3 years gaining experience in Shanghai, then moved to the capital, and now she's thriving in the legal world. When it comes to her career, her resume is ridiculously impressive. She joined 818 Law Firm, one of the country's top law firms. They work with major tech companies, like Penguin and Ali year-round. Among the civil cases she's represented, there have been 63 corporate disputes involving more than 10 million yuan, 163, and more than 30 criminal cases. She's extremely serious about her work. Her clients have given her so many appreciation banners. She could practically open a little exhibition hall. More than 20 of them. Back when she worked in Shanghai, She was even awarded the title of Outstanding Legal Professional of Shanghai. She's basically a female powerhouse in the legal world. And seriously impressive. Ryan's eyes widened as soon as he heard all that. Flamer. No way. Tyler, when did you turn into a detective? Did you hire a private investigator? Or do you have some kind of secret intelligence network that's already been digging into everyone? I waved my phone, looking smug. Baidu Baiki and 360 Bake both have detailed profiles on her. Even 808 Law Firm, where she currently works, has a profile of her on its official website. She's practically a celebrity. Looking her up is ridiculously easy. Public information is easy to find. The hard part is finding what isn't public. Lulala, Demacia, just then, my phone suddenly started ringing. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen, and the caller location showed the capital. I chuckled softly and looked at Ryan and Sam. Want to make a little bet? Just 10 yuan. I bet this number belongs to my biological second sister. Is that even worth betting on? Ryan rolled his eyes and said irritably, obviously it's her. Who else would randomly call you right now? I don't think it is. Sam smiled honestly and shook his head. When I left, I saw Second Miss Carter's car just entering the underground garage. There's no way she'd call the boss that quickly. I smiled, looking completely confident. I still bet it's her. Either of you want to change your answer? Just pick up already. Stop dragging it out, Ryan urged. Heh, I answered the call and turned on speakerphone. My expression instantly became solemn, as though I'd switched straight into acting mode. Hello, who is this? Is this Tyler? A gentle woman's voice came through the phone, without the slightest hint of arrogance. I'm your second sister, Hannah. I heard a while ago that you'd finally come home. When you went missing all those years ago, I was devastated for a long time. Jake, as she spoke, she actually sounded genuinely regretful and terribly worried. Second sister? My voice changed too, taking on a trembling, emotional quality. As I choked out, Sis, you have no idea how much I've missed you. I still remember you holding me when I was little. Sis, my own sister, I've missed you so much. I threw myself fully into the performance, my voice overflowing with emotion. Tyler, my little brother, you've suffered so much out there. The woman on the other end sounded moved too, and started crying, speaking between sobs. I actually went to your adoptive parents' house, but nobody was home, and I couldn't find you. I finally managed to get your number. Tyler, I know Mom and Dad were wrong, but that shouldn't affect the bond between you and me, right? Can we meet? I pretended to be deeply moved too, and started sniffling. Sis, my own sister, Paulette, I knew it. I knew not everyone in that family could hate me. Sis, I've missed you so much. I wish I could see you right this second. Where are you? I kept acting, my voice filled with urgency. I've missed you so much too, Tyler. Hannah sobbed on the other end. Then it's settled. 5 o'clock. Let's meet at Happy Outlet Plaza. You have to come, okay? You absolutely have to. I will. I cried too. I'll head there right now. See you soon. Hannah kept crying without saying anything. Nothing but sobs came through the phone, and she still didn't hang up. Sis, I kept crying too. My quiet sobs gradually turned into loud wailing, then became downright heartbreaking, almost hysterical, as though I were putting on the performance of a lifetime. Either way, I absolutely refused to hang up first. So the two of us waunched at each other over the phone for nearly half an hour. Eventually, Hannah seemed unable to take it anymore and hung up first. Beep, 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 the call ended. A second ago, I'd been crying like my world was ending, almost as though I might pass out, but I instantly became energetic again, my face practically glowing, as if the man who'd just been wailing his heart out hadn't been me at all. The sudden transformation left Ryan and Sam completely stunned. Wait, what? Weren't you just crying your eyes out? Like you two were the closest siblings in the world, and neither of you could bear to hang up. Why'd you stop crying the second she disconnected? Ryan opened his mouth and stared at me blankly. What were you thinking? I calmly shot back. What did you think that was? Deep sibling love? You're thinking way too much. Life is a stage, and everything depends on your acting. Want to bet she hasn't even left the underground garage yet? She's probably still taking her sweet time getting ready. Before heading out, I guessed. Sam quickly pulled out his phone and checked, then took 20 yuan from his pocket, handing 10 to me, and 10 to Ryan. Boss, you're incredible. You're more accurate than the fortune teller back in my village. Ryan leaned over to look. It was surveillance footage someone had recorded on a phone. The image wasn't very clear, but they could still make out a woman leaving one room and entering another. Then 2 more women came out and met in the hallway, whispering together for a while before heading off to different rooms. There was no need to guess. They were obviously women from the Carter family. Your boss is the real fortune teller, I said smugly. Let's go. Time to meet my second sister. Ryan glanced at me and cautiously asked, should we call the police ahead of time? No need. I shook my head. Nothing's going to happen today. Hannah is a lawyer, and judging from what we've seen so far, she's also very good at hiding her true intentions. So since she's the one asking to meet me, she won't give me anything I can use against her. And someone like her, if she decides to come after us, will be much harder to deal with than those 2 idiots, Madison and Victoria, I said with a serious expression, then immediately started walking away. But just then, something occurred to me, and I looked back at Sam. Do you know anyone currently on duty in the estate's underground garage surveillance room? Sam nodded. Go back now, I instructed. Call that friend of yours and tell him to pay attention when Hannah comes out later. See how many people get into the car and exactly who goes with her. Meanwhile, back at the Carter estate, Hannah had changed into casual clothes and put on light makeup. With a handbag over her shoulder, she headed down to the garage and had barely gotten into her car when her 2 younger sisters opened the doors and climbed straight inside, squeezing Hannah between them. You two? Hannah immediately felt a headache coming on. Didn't I tell you both to stay home? Why are you coming with me? She asked helplessly. We just wanna go out together, Victoria said sweetly. You finally came home, so I want to go shopping with you too. I'm not going shopping. Hannah was starting to get irritated. Do you seriously think I'm going out to have fun? Don't worry, we won't cause trouble. Madison quickly reassured her. We'll just walk around. And that brat isn't, Anyway, we won't interfere. And if anything important happens, we can protect you, or act as witnesses for you. Hannah stared at them in disbelief. These 2 were saying they would protect her and serve as witnesses. What kind of joke was that? With Tyler's ridiculously cautious personality, protecting her from him was practically unnecessary. If a real conflict breaks out, I'll be thankful if those 2 don't get themselves arrested again. That alone would be a miracle. And they're talking about protecting me? I'd be the one protecting them. Hannah suddenly started feeling a little hopeless about coming back to help with this mess. She was annoyed too, and she hated Tyler for returning and turning the entire family upside down, nearly ruining Madison and Victoria in the process. Judging from everything she'd seen so far, those 2 were completely outclassed by Tyler intellectually. Dragging 2 useless teammates along suddenly gave her a very bad feeling, but trying to force the 2 of them out of the car didn't seem realistic either. They were both stubborn, and there was no way she'd be able to send them home. Forget it. Hannah glanced at the driver and said, I'll drive myself. The driver didn't argue and simply got out, leaving Hannah to take the driver's seat. Only then did she say, you 2 can come, but I'm warning you, the reason we're going today is completely different from what you're imagining. He's our biological brother. No matter how much we dislike him, no matter how much we hate him or refuse to accept him, even if we think he's nothing but bad luck. That he came home for 2 days and caused trouble, refused to listen, and turned the entire family upside down. Anna paused, then continued, he's still our biological little brother. A little brother who was missing for more than 10 years before finally coming home. Someone who was mistreated by his adoptive family, who never had nice clothes, and suffered through all kinds of hardship. What? Victoria immediately protested. Suffered through hardship? Shut up. Hannah cut her off without hesitation. That's how you have to think. And that's how you have to talk. We need to show him that we're gentle and generous. That we treat him well and make him believe we're the ones who truly care about him, not the people who treat him like dirt. Then Hannah decided that still wasn't enough. She pulled the car over and said, remember this. When you're capable, make him think you're incapable. When you're going to act, make him think you won't. When you're close, make him think you're far away. When you're far away, make him think you're close. We're going there today to buy him gifts. And clothes. Pick the most expensive and the best ones. And act as enthusiastic and happy as possible. Understand? If not, get out of the car and go home right now. Outlet Plaza, whose full name was Jianghai Outlet International Trade Center, was a massive commercial complex located in the heart of the Port Trade District, a large shopping center filled with domestic and international, affordable luxury brands. For Jianghai City's middle class, shopping there was definitely something of a luxury. But for wealthy businessmen and powerful families, it was nothing more than an ordinary place to shop. That was all. From the factory I'd leased in Linjiang District, driving to Outlet Plaza would take about an hour and a half, assuming there wasn't heavy traffic. But from the prestigious Carter Estate in Binhai District, the trip took only a little over 40 minutes. By the time my car slowly entered the underground garage, the three Carter sisters had already been waiting for almost another half hour, and the last call I'd received, asking where I was, had come just 10 minutes earlier. "Aren't you going to meet that wonderful sister of yours?" Ryan turned around, looking at me resting with my eyes closed in the back seat, and asked teasingly. I didn't even lift my eyelids, and merely replied calmly, "No rush. Making my dear sister wait a little longer won't hurt." "Wait?" Ryan looked confused. He scratched his head and said, "From the way you two talked on the phone, this second sister actually sounds like she really cares about you. There's finally one normal person in that family, and you're deliberately keeping her waiting this long. Aren't you afraid you'll hurt her feelings?" During the entire trip, I deliberately kept the car at the lowest reasonable speed, and taken my sweet time getting here. Traffic had already been somewhat congested, so we'd arrived much later than originally expected. And throughout the journey, every time Hannah called me, I put her on speakerphone. So naturally, Ryan heard every word clearly. At first, he assumed Hannah's concern was nothing more than fake sympathy. But after hearing it repeatedly, he started wondering whether there might actually be some sincerity behind it. Maybe she really was different from the rest of the Carter family and genuinely cared about me. Whoa, care. The corner of my mouth curled into a mocking smile. I sneered. Why would Hannah care about me? Because I'm handsome? Or because she and I share a little blood? We were born to the same parents, but we've been separated for all these years. So why would she suddenly be different from everyone else and care so much about me? Ryan, I'm telling you, some things can't be judged by appearances alone. Ryan shook his head. Although he couldn't find any real argument against me, he still stuck to his opinion. I just think you're looking at it the wrong way. You shouldn't assume everyone is that bad. What the Carter family did before was definitely disgusting. But not everyone in a rich family has to be like that. Even a dragon has 9 sons. And every one of them is different. There has to be at least one normal person, right? A dragon has 9 sons. Only then did I slowly open my eyes and look at Ryan. I looked left and right, up and down, from every possible angle, for a long time, yet I still couldn't see where that occasional spark of intelligence came from. If anything, he looked even more innocent than Sam. His dad had seriously protected him too well. He had never experienced how ugly society could really be. I silently complained, then chuckled. Ryan, since you think she genuinely cares about me, let me ask you something. Why do you think Robert Carter, Grace Carter, Madison Carter, and Ethan Carter all hate me? Why did they team up to frame me and push me out? Ryan scratched his head helplessly. Because they're stupid? He couldn't figure it out either. Because of fights. But I didn't give him a chance to continue and answered my own question. The moment I returned to the Carter family, it meant I was going to take a slice of the family fortune away from everyone else. And because I'm a son, my slice would theoretically be the biggest. Let's say the Carter family's wealth is divided into 10 shares, because I'm theoretically the only male heir. According to traditional expectations, I could probably take 9 of those shares, leaving all the sisters to split the last one. Sure, the Carter family is enormous. Even if 6 people split 1 share, they'd still live incredibly well. But how could that compare to 6 people splitting all 10 shares? I paused for a moment, letting Ryan process what I'd said, then continued. Do you know why those sisters treat Ethan so well? Because he's adopted, so he doesn't have real inheritance rights. Quote, to them, Ethan is basically a pet. From my perspective, all those sweet words of his are nothing more than him reading the room and telling people what they want to hear. But he really does know how to make them happy. And when a pet poses no threat to you, naturally you don't mind showering it with affection, but I'm different. The moment I officially return to the family, they go from 6 people splitting 10 shares to 6 people splitting 1. So how could they possibly like me? I continued. Even children understand wanting a bigger share, let alone grown adults. I sneered. Of course they care about me. Believe me, if I died right now, they'd immediately give me the grandest funeral imaginable. Tell the whole world how deeply they regretted everything. Talk about how horrible their past selves were, how cruel and disgusting they'd been, and claim they couldn't understand why they'd ever treated me that way. But as long as I'm alive, there's no real possibility of reconciliation. This is a conflict of phi until our interests align. That contradiction can't disappear. So my second sister can't genuinely be nice to me. The only thing she can do is lower my guard. Mockery flickered in my eyes, as if I had already seen through everything. If you want a more detailed explanation, go read Marxist philosophy, Mao, Deng, and Capital. They explain it far more clearly and far more brutally than I ever could. But those stupid women still haven't realized that the fake little brother they've doted on all this time is actually the one trying to swallow 9 shares of the cake. As for Robert and Grace, their situation is a little more complicated. They may have already figured out what Charles has planned. After all, Ethan and Charles are grandfather and grandson, even with a generation between them. They can't look completely unrelated. If you examine them carefully, there are still a few similarities. If Robert and Grace figured that out, then the reason they treat Ethan so well could be because they're arranging an escape route for the 6 sisters. And the reason they treat me so badly could also be explained as them trying to force me away from the Carter family, so their only son wouldn't get dragged into this mess. When parents truly love their child, they plan far into the future for them. But human motives were complicated. I still didn't know Robert, Grace's true intentions, nor did I know whether they were aware of Ethan's real identity. It was also possible that the couple had some completely different goal. There was no way to say for sure. Of course, these were only my own predictions, and there was no way I'd lay all of them out for Ryan. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. It was about right. So I said, Ryan, you don't need to stay here and wait for me. I have some things I need you to handle. We still don't know exactly what the other side is planning, but some preparations need to be made ahead of time. I needed Ryan to make a trip home and explain the situation to my adoptive parents and his dad. After finishing my instructions, I prepared to get out of the car. But just as I took a step, I stopped again, then turned back to Ryan. Oh, one more thing. After you're done at home, go straight to a phone store and buy a new phone. Register a new SIM card under your own name. Then head to the Carter estate. Talk to Butler Bennett first. After that, give Sam a hint. Tell him to come find you tonight. A hint? Ryan raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, how am I supposed to hint at it? And will that dummy even understand? Do you really need me to teach you that? I said with some irritation. Just tap him on the head 3 times. Then walk away with your hands behind your back. Ryan, don't underestimate Sam. That guy is much smarter than you are. Ryan really was a little too straightforward. But Sam, just from the fact that he'd personally come all the way here today to contact me directly, I could already tell. He was nowhere near as simple as he looked. All right, get moving. I'm going to meet my dear sisters now. With that, I strode away. Lou, Lala, Demacia. Just then my phone rang again. I quickly answered and said anxiously, I'm coming, sisses. I'm coming. I'm almost there. Oh, you're in the lounge area? I'm coming. As I spoke, I pushed open the mall's doors and was immediately greeted by a dazzling blend of luxury and prosperity. Brilliant lights illuminated every corner. Designer logos glittered invitingly everywhere I looked. I had to admit, this place was even more luxurious than some upscale malls I'd seen in my previous life, by quite a margin. This so-called affordable luxury mall seemed to emphasize the luxury part, far more than the affordable part, choosing this place for our meeting. Were they planning to bombard me with expensive gifts? Too bad. I'd gladly take the sugarcoating. But they could keep the cannonball. I mocked them silently, then adjusted my emotions once again, and walked forward with the swagger of someone who feared absolutely no one, heading toward our agreed meeting place. Madison Carter, Hannah Carter, and Victoria Carter had already been waiting in the lounge area for quite some time. Madison was dressed head to toe in designer brands. Her makeup immaculate, but hidden in her eyes was a faint trace of disgust. Hannah looked much gentler, dressed in simple, elegant clothing, with a warm smile on her face, as though she genuinely looked forward to a family reconciliation. Victoria was as lively as ever, dressed fashionably, and constantly glancing around. There wasn't the slightest flaw in her performance. She looked exactly like a sister curious to meet her long-lost brother. "He's here." Victoria, who had been looking around, was the first to notice me. A mixture of displeasure and restraint appeared on her face. She whispered to Hannah, "This guy seriously knows how to act important. He made us wait this long." Hannah was irritated too, but she glared at Victoria. If these two younger sisters hadn't insisted on coming, today's meeting probably would have gone much more smoothly. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. As I walked up to them, our eyes met, and an awkward tension hung faintly in the air, even though they had agreed to endure it. Victoria and Madison's eyes were still filled with hatred and disgust, especially when they looked at me, swaggering like a victorious rooster, with my chin slightly raised, and that cocky, untouchable stride. The disgust in their eyes only grew stronger. Even Hannah felt a little contemptuous. Her first impression was that I was indeed intelligent, but only slightly smarter than her two foolish younger sisters. It seemed, I wasn't all that different from Victoria and Madison, the type who achieved a little success and immediately became arrogant, getting carried away with himself without understanding how dangerous the real world could be. But that was fine. Big Sis would teach me. Hannah quickly steadied herself again, and not a trace of contempt remained visible on her face. He was the first to break the silence, standing up with a smile and extending her hand. "Tyler, it's been so long. We've all missed you." I reached out and lightly shook Hannah's hand, then moved as though I wanted to give her a gentle hug. "Second sis, me too. I've wanted to see all of you so badly." Behind me, Madison and Victoria immediately twisted their faces into ugly expressions, their mouths moving non-stop as they silently cursed me. Hannah instantly felt another headache coming on. Her expression shifted, and she glared at the two of them, mouthing at those two idiots, "Cry. Cry already. Damn it, cry. Cry. Right now. Start crying immediately." Madison and Victoria were furious inside, but they had no choice. They desperately prepared themselves mentally, and reluctantly stood up. Apparently, members of the Carter family all had at least some natural talent for acting, no matter what any of us truly thought. At that moment, the four of us seemed to reach some kind of silent understanding, and embraced one another, our eyes filled with tears, as though every grudge from the past had vanished with the wind, leaving behind nothing but this precious reunion between siblings. Finis sis, second sis, fifth sis, sixth sis. "I'm sorry. Tyler, we're the ones who are sorry," all three cried at once. For a moment, the three Carter sisters were sobbing uncontrollably, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. I didn't mind joining the three Carter sisters in putting on this little show. Within this performance, it was as if I were a carefully arranged supporting actor, yet somehow carrying the composure of the lead. Among the three Carter sisters, Hannah maintained the same warm and caring expression from beginning to end. But the other two, Madison and Victoria, had expressions that were almost impossible to describe, like they'd swallowed something revolting, but still had to force themselves to smile, as though they were being forced to treat a pile of crap like it was the finest chocolate. Along the way, Hannah walked in front, pulling her seventh brother Tyler along, while Madison and Victoria trailed behind them with visibly forced expressions. Every step they took carried 7 parts helplessness and 10 parts reluctant compromise under pressure. Designer clothes, imported watches, lace, belts, shoes. The three sisters didn't hold back when it came to spending money, and I accepted everything they offered, looking absolutely delighted. We kept shopping as we walked, as though we were fighting a shopping war without gunfire. Before long, all four of us had our hands full of bags large and small. Some contained things the sisters had bought for themselves, but most of them were gifts they had picked out for me. After shopping for nearly 3 or 4 hours, the sun had already begun to set outside, and the mall gradually shifted into its evening atmosphere. The lighting grew softer and more intimate. By then, all of us were tired and hungry. As the one who had arranged the outing, Hannah had already reserved a restaurant here in advance, an upscale French restaurant on the top floor of Outlet Plaza. She said she wanted to take me to experience an authentic French meal, authentic French cuisine. That actually gave me trouble. I'd lived 2 lives, and the fanciest thing I'd ever eaten was probably steak. But the restaurant these three sisters brought me to was the real old-school European deal, an authentic French restaurant opened by an old French aristocratic family. In my previous life, I'd read articles about French cuisine. French dining was one of the classic representatives of European cuisine, and you could even say that much of modern European table etiquette and dining culture had originated from it. It had been standardized and refined during the era of Louis XIV, before spreading throughout Europe. That French king, known as the Sun King, had transformed eating into something beyond the food itself, and simply filling one's stomach. It had become a symbol of etiquette and social status. Because of that, this place was nothing like those Western restaurants and novels, where you simply ordered a few dishes with foreign-sounding names and called it a day. Here, you weren't even allowed to order individual dishes. You had to order an entire set meal, following the traditional French dining sequence: aperitif, appetizer, soup, main course, salad, cheese, dessert, coffee, then an after-dinner drink. Not a single stage could be skipped. You could adjust the food within each course according to your taste and personal preferences, choosing whichever option you liked best. But the courses themselves were mandatory, and French dining etiquette wasn't complicated only when it came to ordering and serving food. There was an entire system of manners, from how you sat down and used utensils to how you ate and paired the wine. Everything came with a long list of detailed rules that had to be followed. In my previous life, I'd watched some explanations online, but this was my first time actually experiencing it, and all the knowledge I'd once read about had suddenly become blurry in my head. My eyes were saying, I know this. My brain was saying, sure, no problem. And my hands were saying, what the hell am I supposed to do? That was exactly what was happening right now. I didn't even know how to properly hold the knife and fork, and ended up fumbling all over the place, looking like a complete country bumpkin. So from the moment we sat down, I became half the restaurant's center of attention. My awkward, inexperienced behavior contrasted sharply with my three sisters' calm composure, making the difference impossible to miss. 3 Carter sisters had been attending places like this since they were little. Their family had strict rules, and they'd received plenty of training in this kind of etiquette. So now, they carried themselves with complete ease, their manners polished and proper, exactly like daughters raised in an elite family. As for me, I already didn't know how to use Western utensils properly, and I'd never seriously practiced those online etiquette tutorials. So right now, I looked pretty awkward. Eventually, I could only ask the server for the chopsticks I was most familiar with. That move drew mocking looks from quite a few wealthy or wannabe wealthy diners in the restaurant, who turned to stare at me with amusement. Ding, even the server's eyes carried a trace of contempt. But I didn't care. I didn't act like some other transmigrated protagonist and launch into a speech about how China was a nation of etiquette and had no need to follow the customs of foreign barbarians. Nor did I show even the slightest bit of insecurity. Why should I? I only needed to move at my own pace. As for other people's mockery and attempts to embarrass me, I couldn't care less. Etiquette and little tricks like this were superficial. Only tangible benefits that actually ended up in my hands mattered. I understood that perfectly. Throughout the meal, everyone had their own thoughts, and we didn't talk much. It wasn't until dessert that Hannah finally broke the silence. Galler, you must have suffered a lot all these years. I took a sip of champagne and smiled faintly. Not really. People only eat 3 meals a day. and sleep in a space only a few feet wide. Living in luxury is one way to live, and living simply is another. You're not a fish, so how would you know what makes a fish happy? And you're not me, so how would you know whether I was happy? Madison couldn't help blurting out, "Keep pretending." Go ahead, keep pretending. If your life was really that good, then why would you? Before she could finish, Hannah kicked her under the table. Cutting her off? Hannah's eyes were filled with warning and reproach, and she cursed inwardly. "Idiot, use your brain. Watch your mouth." Tyler looked at Madison with amusement and said, "Come on, that's not quite fair. We were born from the same parents, and we're siblings connected by blood. Sure, we've had some conflicts, but that bond still exists. Second sis cares about me this much. I'm not made of stone. How could I not be touched? How could I not cry?" Hannah sighed. "We all came from the same parents. We share the same blood. Even if bones break, the tendons still connect them. Although Madison and Victoria both misunderstood you, you're still family. They've both realized their mistakes, and they've already compensated you so much. Can't you give them another chance and forgive them?" Everything became clear to me. So Hannah was finally playing the emotional card. I gently pushed the pile of clothes and watches on the table and smiled calmly. "You're right, sisses. Family shouldn't hold grudges overnight. But, like you said, as for all these things today, I'm not sure how I should handle them. If they're supposed to be apology gifts, then forget it. You three should take them back, because I've already forgiven you." I signed the settlement agreement and agreed not to pursue the matter any further. I paused, then continued, "It's already over, and I've already forgiven everything. So how could I still accept these things? I'd feel guilty taking them, really guilty." I even looked apologetically at Hannah. Then I suddenly changed direction. "But if these things are gifts from my sisters because you care about your little brother, and you're welcoming me back into the family, then since we're family, I won't put on some fake show of politeness, or pretend I don't want them. Thank you very much for caring about your little brother. In that case, I'll gladly keep everything." The moment I said that, a flash of anger crossed Hannah's eyes. But her expression didn't change at all. She maintained the same calm smile. Madison and Victoria, sitting on either side of Hannah, however, had absolutely priceless expressions. Victoria had never been good at controlling her temper, and unlike Madison, Hannah, all the shopping she'd done today had come directly out of her own savings. For her, it was a considerable amount of money. If they failed to accomplish their goal, then all that money would truly have been wasted. Ignoring the warning look Hannah kept giving her, Victoria snapped angrily, "You bastard. Do you really have to push us this far? I know I went too far that day, but I was locked up for quite a while too, so I've already been punished. Is it really that hard for you to put in a few good words for me in front of Grandpa, so he won't cut off my allowance?" Dauria's voice carried obvious anxiety and dissatisfaction. Hannah's heart sank. She immediately sensed trouble. She knew it. Bringing these two girls along had been a mistake. Her expression turned cold as she said to Victoria, "This was your own mistake, and in Cade, the fact that you're even standing here means Tyler already forgave you. So what are you still blaming him for? Apologize to Tyler right now." Victoria couldn't understand the logic behind any of this, seeing that Hannah didn't seem to be defending her. She said aggrievedly, "Didn't I already apologize? Didn't he say he forgave me? Then why is Grandpa still cutting off my allowance?" Her two older sisters both had jobs and their own incomes, so they could afford not to care about an allowance. But Victoria was different. She was still a high school student. She had no job, which meant no income. All of her expenses came from her allowance and a credit card. And even then, she sometimes had to ask her parents for extra money. Now Grandpa had cut off her allowance and frozen her card too. So every cent she spent on this outing was one less cent she had left. She'd never had any habit of saving money. The only reason she had anything left this month was because she'd been locked up and couldn't spend it. And the moment she got out, she learned that from now on, she'd only have 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. How could she not panic? I was secretly delighted. This was actually a perfect opportunity. In these switched at birth heir stories, there was always someone who awakened early and realized what was really going on. Maybe I could make Victoria wake up too. With that thought, A plan formed in my mind, but on my face, I put on a troubled expression. Sixth, sis. It's not that I don't want to help. It's just that I barely ever see Grandpa. You're kind of asking the impossible. And as for forgiveness, I said helplessly, how could I possibly not forgive you? I already told Grandpa that I'd forgiven all of you. I really don't hold a grudge, and Grandpa's decision has nothing to do with me. You can't force me to overturn Grandpa's decision, can you? Instead of asking me, you'd be better off talking to Grandpa yourself. I'm sure Grandpa will forgive you, right? Victoria didn't listen to my explanation at all. She snorted and said, everyone knows Grandpa values you now. He pays more attention to you than he does to Mom and Dad. So don't say things like that. You just don't want to help, right? It's not that I don't want to. I spread my hands and said with a helpless expression, it's that there's nothing I can do. Victoria stood up angrily and snatched back the gifts she'd bought. I knew it. You really are. Not even half as good as Ethan. I'd rather give my things to a dog than give them to you. With that, she left the table. That had all been her own money. If Hannah hadn't told her to do it, she would have never spent a single cent trying to please the guy sitting in front of her. She'd already lowered herself this much, and yet he was still making excuses. Seeing Victoria leave, Hannah couldn't sit still either. She called after her, then looked at me with disappointment and sadness. Tyler, do things really have to be like this? The family is already in complete chaos. It barely feels like a family anymore. All you need to do is say a few good words to Grandpa. Is that really too much to ask? I let out a sigh. If you hadn't said that, I honestly wouldn't have known I had that much influence. But I don't even have Grandpa's phone number, and I'm not in the family WeChat group either. So I don't even know how to contact him. How about this? I gave her a flattering smile. Why don't you add me to the family WeChat group? Then I can add Grandpa on WeChat and talk to him directly. Inside Hannah's heart, she was already starting to curse. The feeling was like lifting a rock, only to smash it straight onto her own foot. Painful and frustrating. She had never expected that I would ask to join the family group. That immediately put her in a difficult position. The sisters had their own private group chat where they could say whatever they wanted, but the family group was completely different. The moment I joined, it would mean I already had half a foot inside the family's inner circle. Hannah's original plan was to keep me out of the family group, take me to see Grandpa herself, and then personally escort me away afterward. That way, I would remain outside the family, without being completely cut off. And I still wouldn't be able to enter the family's core circle, but once I entered the family group, that would mean I had a direct way to contact any member of the family. The Carter family itself was relatively simple. Grandpa's generation had a single direct line, with no brothers or sisters. So there were almost no aunts, uncles, or other relatives on that side, but Grandma's side was much more complicated. Her family had always followed Grandpa, but unlike his side, Grandma's family had far more children. There were 2 sons and 3 daughters. The eldest son inherited the family's domestic businesses. The second son went overseas and took over the family's international operations. Among the 3 daughters, the eldest was Hannah's mother, Grace. The second and third both passed the civil service exams and entered government work. And those relatives seemed to have no direct conflict of interest with me, but anyone intelligent could see that joining that group would bring me nothing but advantages, especially if I entered the group and built good relationships with those elders. Then, if I eventually returned to the Carter family and wanted to take control of the entire family, there would be almost nothing standing in my way. More importantly, there was one person in that group Hannah least wanted me to contact. Now that I'd made this request, there was no reasonable way for Hannah to refuse. And she couldn't create a fake group to fool me either. After this first round of confrontation today, she felt that the young man sitting before her was even more cunning than she'd expected, and far harder to deal with, even though I didn't use the Carter surname, and my adoptive parents clearly disliked the family. I still wanted access to the family group. That was something Hannah had never anticipated. She looked at me, her heart filled with caution and vigilance. Is that not okay? I put on a wounded expression and pushed the things in front of me away, my voice trembling slightly. Money is just something outside the body. Whether these things are apology gifts or presents to welcome me home. I don't really care about any of them. From beginning to end, all I've wanted was a little warmth from a family and some care and love from my biological sisters. As I spoke, my eyes reddened as though I were about to cry. Even my voice became choked with emotion. Why? Why lie to me? Why give me hope just to deceive me again? I know I don't use the Carter surname right now, but I did that for you, Mom, and Dad too. I know you've raised Ethan for more than 10 years. I know you have deep feelings for him. So I never demanded that he leave. I never said you had to change your feelings immediately or accept me right away. I only wanted to try, little by little, to become part of this family. My voice was filled with pleading and longing. I only hoped that some of the love and care you've given Ethan could also be shared with me. Even just a tiny little bit. That would have been enough to make me happy. Then, my gaze suddenly sharpened and locked directly onto Hannah. But now, you won't even let me join a simple family group. Got even that? Sis, do you really care about me? Or do you actually not care at all and never wanted to? Was everything you showed me just an act? After saying that, I slowly rose to my feet. I cried out, I knew it. I never should have expected any of this. You two aren't my sisters. You're the precious young ladies of the Carter family. I'm just some outsider who had the nerve to reach above my station. I'm leaving. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. As I spoke, I wiped away my tears, crying so pitifully it almost looked real. My body swayed as though I'd suffered a devastating blow, staggering slightly, like someone whose heart had been completely shattered, walking alone down an empty street. One heavy step after another as I slowly headed away. Damn it, Hannah's heart sank. She quickly looked around and realized several nosy diners in the restaurant had already pulled out their phones to record us. This was wrong, completely wrong. If Tyler walked out that door now, then in Grandpa's eyes, she would immediately become a hypocrite, cold-hearted and completely two-faced. Tyler, Hannah called anxiously. She knew that no matter what happened, she had to protect the image she'd built first. It's not like that. I didn't give her even the slightest chance to explain. Instead, I became even more emotional. Do I not even have the right to join one family group? I already said, I don't want your gifts. I don't want anything. I just want all of you to acknowledge me. I just want to return to the family that gave me life. Is even that too much to ask? My voice was filled with despair and anger. I'm not asking for anything unreasonable, am I? I've tolerated the adopted son, Ethan Carter, the one who took my place, staying in the Carter family. Mom and Dad said that to protect Ethan's feelings, I wasn't allowed to change my last name. I wasn't allowed to transfer my household registration. I wasn't even allowed to live in a normal bedroom. They made me sleep in a storage room, and I accepted all of it. I did everything they asked. I didn't fight him. I didn't try to take anything from him. What more do you want from me? It's just a family group chat. Why am I the only one who can't join? My eyes were filled with accusation and unwillingness. Hannah was cursing internally, but she still had to force an awkward smile and try to comfort me, while desperately searching for an excuse. However, at that moment, she felt completely trapped and helpless. Madison stayed off to the side without saying anything, watching the scene with secret satisfaction. 6 slaps had nearly destroyed her career, and she'd been forced to pay out so much money. She had known for a while that this little brother wasn't simple. The whole reason she'd come along was to watch the confrontation in person and see how her second sister would deal with their real 7th brother. Even fighting him to a draw would have been good enough. At least then there would be someone in the family who could stand against him. But now, watching Hannah trap herself with her own plan was honestly kind of satisfying. Sis, stop looking for excuses. I had already seen through Hannah's thoughts. I stood up directly and said with absolute determination, in your heart, I'm not worthy of being part of the Carter family, and I'm not even worthy of joining the group. I'm leaving. The moment I said that, Hannah's heart sank to the bottom. She knew that from this point on, no excuse she came up with would work. And if Grandpa heard about this, she'd probably have no choice but to pack her bags and crawl back to the capital in disgrace. Worse, she might even receive the same punishment as Victoria and lose the family's financial support. It's just a group chat. Hannah gritted her teeth and made the decision, forcing down her anger and unwillingness. Tyler, that's not what I meant. Only then did I wipe away my tears. I took out my phone and added Hannah as a contact. Then she pulled me into the family group chat. Well, look at that. Grandpa's eldest grandson is finally here. The family group instantly became lively. Lord of half the city was the first to send a message. Welcome home, young master. Traveler followed right behind. So, this is our real nephew? Someone asked curiously. Watching the group explode with activity, Hannah's heart was filled with resentment and fury. She hated herself for letting Tyler push her this far, and hated how helplessly she had allowed him into the family group. Thanks, second sisses. I instantly changed my expression, looking completely delighted. I picked up the gifts. I knew it. Second sis treats me so well. I'll head back now. I've got something important tomorrow. Bye, sis. With my goal accomplished, I grabbed the bags and left, leaving Madison and Hannah staring at each other. Second sis, Madison asked with obvious schadenfreude. What do we do now? That little bastard. Anna could no longer maintain even the slightest trace of gentleness. She dropped the act completely, picked up her champagne, and drained it in one gulp, then gritted her teeth. Let's go to the Lin family. Meanwhile, I was walking toward the underground garage in complete satisfaction, phone in hand. I quickly found Victoria's WeChat account and checked it. The girl hadn't restricted access to her moments, so they were publicly visible. I browsed through them for a while, and eventually identified one particular person. I had just taken a screenshot of the photo when a new friend request suddenly appeared. It came from someone in the family group. Which sister is this? I frowned slightly. I actually had no interest in adding these people, and was about to reject it, when the reason attached to the request made my pupils contract. The username was Cutting Off the Past, and the request message read, I have something you want, a way to replenish spiritual energy. How does she know? My heart jumped. I really was worried about running out of spiritual energy. The jade bracelet contained a limited amount, and every bit I used was gone forever. I'd reached the point where I barely even dared cultivate anymore. As for the things my master in the dream had told me could assist cultivation, most of them had already disappeared in the modern age, and even if some survived, they were treasured by other cultivators. They were practically their lifeblood. There was no way they'd sell them. That was why my master hoped that in this new era, I could carve out an entirely new path of cultivation. So how did this person know? My heart was filled with confusion and curiosity. I accepted the request. Let's see what she was really after. My name is Emma Lin. I'm the fourth child of the Lin family. Technically speaking, I'm your fiancé. Cutting Off the Past, immediately send another message. My dad is a close friend of your dad. And when your grandfather first took control of the Carter family, my grandfather helped him too. So our families arranged our engagement when we were still babies. The two of us are actually pretty similar. You went missing when you were little, and I was switched at birth by a nanny. I only returned to the Lin family a year ago. Today, I decided to cut ties with them. I have nowhere to go. Can you let me stay with you for one night? I have something you want. Emma's message left me completely stunned. Wait, seriously? This was a thing too? I was speechless. Actually, I'd thought about this before. According to the usual formula of switched at birth heir stories, I was supposed to have some blind, foolish fiancé who constantly defended the fake heir. I'd assumed that after everything involving Ethan, that fiancé would definitely jump out immediately and start causing trouble for me, but she'd never appeared. So eventually, I'd forgotten about her. Now, though, I needed to sort this out. If she came from one of those switched at birth heiress stories, and she was the real daughter, then, according to how those stories usually worked, the real daughter probably hadn't been publicly acknowledged and might currently be staying with the family under the identity of some relative's daughter, if the engagement still existed, and hadn't changed after the real daughter returned. Then, that meant my supposed fiancé was actually the fake heiress from her switched at birth story, and if that was true, then the real heiress had already completed her first timeline. If so, this world had actually been reset once already, which meant the original Tyler wasn't really a first-run player. He was already on his second run, but then why didn't the original body's memories, Ting Porty, contain anything from the first timeline? The more I thought about it, the more interesting it became. A playful smile curled at the corner of my mouth. I decided to meet this so-called fiancé of mine. Send me your location. I'll come pick you up, I replied. I was actually getting curious. What kind of surprise could this second-run player possibly bring me? The moment I got back into the car, I quickly explained the situation to Ryan, then took the phone and confirmed the location. After that, I sank into the original Tyler's memories. According to the usual formula of switched-at-birth heir stories, this fiancé of mine should have two obvious traits. First, she'd be breathtakingly beautiful, practically goddess level, and second, she'd be blind to the truth and hopelessly foolish. No, wait, more accurately, first, she should be the daughter of some top-tier family in Jianghai City. Second, that family should probably be declining, and desperately need support from the Carter family. But why wasn't there anyone like that? I carefully searched through my memories. Yet among Jianghai City's wealthy families, there wasn't a single major family named Lin. Now that was strange. Marriage alliances between wealthy families weren't unusual. What was strange was why the other family was so obscure. Ryan, I had no choice but to ask him, does Jianghai City have some hidden wealthy family nobody knows about? What? Ryan looked completely speechless. Tyler, what the hell are you thinking about? If you think you're the male lead, then you're in a modern urban power fantasy story, not some ancient romance novel. Where would a hidden aristocratic family come from in modern times? Then what about this Lin family? I asked in confusion. There isn't any major Lin family in Jianghai City. Why are you thinking so hard about it? Ryan waved dismissively. When you meet your future wife, just ask her yourself. Fair enough. I narrowed my eyes and looked out the window, feeling increasingly curious about what kind of surprise this second-run player might bring me. Emma Lin was also currently in the Port Trade District, more specifically, near Jinshu Garden, across from the Phase 3 Villa District, at a JD-operated convenience store. Without traffic, it was about a 20-minute drive from Outlet Plaza. To get there, traffic was a little heavy today, so it took us more than 30 minutes. The moment we arrived, I spotted a disheveled young girl who looked like she'd just been humiliated. She wore a faded school uniform and carried an old backpack as she stood outside the JD convenience store looking around. Tyler, just then, Ryan suddenly pointed toward a car approaching ahead of us. Look, isn't that your second sister's car? I followed the direction Ryan was pointing and saw a Maybach entering the Villa District. Its headlights were on, so I couldn't make out the license plate fit about them. I narrowed my eyes. If it really was Hannah, and she'd left the family gathering to come all the way here, then the most likely reason was probably this fiancé of mine. But that could wait. I patted Ryan on the shoulder and said, "See that girl over there? Drive over to her." Ryan followed my gaze and immediately frowned. "You're sure it's that little girl? You're sure she's some rich family's daughter? You're sure you're not being scammed? That's her?" I nodded and said with absolute certainty, "No doubt about it. In Rebirth stories about switched-at-birth heirs, or switched-at-birth daughters, the second-run protagonist almost always starts out looking exactly like this. There's a 99.99% chance that's her." Seeing how certain I was, Ryan stopped arguing and drove over. He lowered the window, and the girl looked into the car with a hint of surprise. I'd already cleared a seat for her and said gently, "Get in. I'm the person you're looking for." "So you're my theoretical fiancé?" Emma looked completely unguarded. She opened the door and climbed straight in, then settled in as casually as if it were her own car, and looked me over. "Not bad. You're much more handsome than I expected." Handsome? That was practically standard equipment for transmigrators. And for the true heir in a switched-at-birth story, my adoptive parents were both good-looking, and my biological parents were both top-tier in appearance, only slightly below the legendary beauty of the readers themselves. Naturally, I'd inherited my looks from my biological parents. Even if I became some rich woman's pretty boy, I'd still be top-tier among pretty boys. You seem to trust me a lot. I studied the girl and thought to myself, is she some kind of naive sweetheart? She has absolutely no sense of caution. Is it because you met me in your first life? That aside, as the fiancé in a rich heir story, Emma's looks definitely qualified. She was the kind of beauty you'd compare to a top-tier celebrity, as gorgeous as any reader's dream girlfriend. She simply hadn't fully grown into her features yet, and she currently looked exactly like the real heiress in one of those novels. Her forehead was wrapped in gauze. There was a clear handprint on her face. Her body was painfully thin. Her hair was dry, and obviously hadn't been cared for properly. She looked severely malnourished, as if she hadn't eaten a proper meal in a long time. So, how could I still tell she was beautiful? Because true beauty showed in the bone structure, judging from the shape of her face. Once she got proper nutrition, she'd quickly become bright and beautiful again. What? Ryan froze, then complained in disbelief. Tyler, are you saying, Ryan? I decided to prepare him in advance and said, seriously, don't be surprised. You're going to discover very soon that in this world, there are certain special people and another side of reality ordinary people can never touch. Ryan was about to make another sarcastic comment, but then he suddenly remembered my jade bracelet and everything he'd heard at the hospital. At first, he'd assumed it was all just mysterious superstition, but now, could it actually be real? Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up, and anticipation filled him. We're still too weak. I gave him a vague but affirmative answer. I've only touched the edge of that world. I'm not qualified to truly step inside yet. Emma looked surprised too, but then nodded with certainty. So you really aren't simple. Thinking about how her greatest secret had just been exposed by the man who was, theoretically, her fiancé, she couldn't help asking curiously, how did you know? That I've already lived once and been reborn, because switched at birth heir stories and switched at birth heiress stories always work like this. I glanced at Emma, then slowly continued. In the first life, you crave family love. So you put up with blind, foolish brothers and parents who emotionally and physically destroy you. Then the fake daughter frames you again and again until you eventually die. Either you reincarnate immediately, or your soul lingers after death and watches everything that happens afterward while learning all kinds of skills. Then you return to the past, and your current situation looks exactly like the opening of a Second Life revenge arc. I said with certainty. You were probably falsely accused again. This time you finally refused to take it. So you fought back, wrote a letter cutting ties with your family, and ran away. What? Emma froze too. There are actually novels like that? You don't read novels? I was surprised too. Oh, right. If I remember the usual backstory in switched at birth heiress novels, the nanny who switched you at birth probably treated you like a servant and made you do all the dirty work. And even after you returned to the family a year ago, you still didn't live well. So you probably never had time to read this kind of story. Are you still using some ancient phone? Like one of those old basic handsets. No proper smartphone? I continued asking. Oh, wait, you joined the family? Group chat. So you're probably using some old smartphone somebody else discarded. One that practically freezes just opening WeChat, right? Emma silently nodded, thinking to herself, how does this fiancé of mine know everything so clearly? Good enough. I immediately turned to Ryan. Ryan, drive straight to the military hospital. She's getting a full physical examination. The hospital? Emma clearly didn't want to go there. As someone who had been reborn, she had originally planned to use some of the information she knew to gain a little leverage over this fiancé who might help her get revenge. But why did everything feel so different from her first life? In her first life, she had never even met Tyler. But from what I'd heard about everything she'd been through, this didn't seem like how things were supposed to go. Something about this felt off. Emma really wanted to ask if they could eat first, but the words reached her lips and she swallowed them back. I'd already guessed what Emma was thinking. I said seriously, you haven't eaten properly in a long time. Going straight to a restaurant and eating greasy, salty food would be hard on your stomach. The hospital has meals for patients and some restaurants nearby. Specialize in light meals for people recovering from illness. Stick to bland food for the next couple of days. We can talk about everything else once you've recovered. Oh, okay, Emma murmured. She felt like everything was slipping further and further out of her control, and that made her a little uneasy. But it was obvious I was concerned about her health, and warmth quietly spread through her heart. Tell me about yourself and your family. I got straight to the point. Start with yourself. I want to know what skills you picked up during your first life. Do you know any ways to make a fortune in the future? Don't tell me that, besides cooking and taking care of people, you didn't learn a single useful skill. From what I remembered about those stories, with real heiresses and wealthy young heirs, when they got their first chance at rebirth, they usually came back knowing all kinds of things, like secret codes, stocks, lottery numbers, future trends, and so on. After being reborn, they'd usually start by buying lottery tickets, then invest in stocks, then build connections with people destined for success, and finally rise to the top. Surely this girl had learned something useful too. I'm really good at studying. Emma scratched her head. As for the future, well, there'll be a pandemic in 2020, and it'll last for 3 years. We could invest in masks ahead of time, and AI is going to become huge in the future. The trade war is going to start this year too. Oh, and there'll be chip supply cutoffs later. We could invest in that. Also, we could buy BYD stock or something. That's all too far off. I shook my head. What about actual skills? Acupuncture or medicine? Elite hacking? Music composition? Genius-level design? Or maybe a photographic memory? Emma shook her head, looking a little dejected. Useless, I said without holding back. What a waste of a rebirth. How can you say that? Emma protested, clearly unconvinced. Isn't knowing the future important? Not really. I shook my head. Because if we want to ride the wave and make it big, we need capital. Without money, knowing future trends won't get us very far. There are plenty of smart people in this world who can predict where things are headed, but they don't have the capital to take advantage of it. And I'm already building up my capital, even if I don't know exactly what's coming. When the big opportunities arrive, I can use my capital to put myself right at the center of them and ride the momentum straight to the top. The confidence and ambition in my voice left Emma staring at me for a moment. Besides, I gave Emma a casual glance. For a capitalist, the most important things are information and judgment. In the future, I'll build my own intelligence network and have professional teams analyzing everything for me. So, everything you just told me is useful, sure, but it's a bonus, not something I desperately need. As for the one thing you mentioned that would actually help me the most, as long as I have enough money, I can eventually figure it out myself. I said with complete confidence, I have the coded information my mentor gave me. With the wealth I'm accumulating, as long as I'm willing to burn enough money, I'll eventually find the right path. Oh, right. Something else occurred to me. About getting revenge on the Lin family? Don't tell me your whole plan is just cutting them out of your life. And when they come begging on their knees for you to return someday, you'll simply refuse to go back? Emma scratched her head awkwardly. Well, yeah, that pretty much is my plan. What a waste of a rebirth. I shook my head. Ryan, tell my future wife about our glorious achievements so far. Sister-in-law? Ryan sounded a little proud himself. Your fiancé has already sent his biological dad, biological mom, fifth sister, sixth sister, and Madison to the police station at least once. As things stand now, his parents had to pay a huge amount of compensation. His fifth sister lost 2 car dealerships. His sixth sister and Madison are both out on bail. The sixth sister's case should basically be over, but Madison could still end up in prison. Now that's what I call revenge. I leaned lazily against the back of my chair, and I've never even been reborn. I'm still on my first playthrough. As for your version of revenge, I'd rather not comment. Everyone has the right to choose their own fate. You're my fiancé, so I can help you. But you'll also need to prove that you're worth helping. Well, look who's here, Hannah and Chloe. Inside the Lin family villa, the head of the household, Richard Lin, brightened immediately when he saw Hannah and Chloe arriving. His face broke into a broad smile. As he warmly welcomed them inside, Uncle Richard, Hannah greeted him politely. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Sorry for coming by so late. I hope we're not disturbing you. Good evening, Uncle Richard, Chloe followed, greeting Richard just as politely. With a sweet smile on her face, the 2 women crossed the short hallway and had barely stepped into the living room when Chloe's brows furrowed instinctively. She looked around at the slightly messy state of the Lin living room, especially the floor, where several drops of blood stained the white carpet. There was blood on the ashtray on the table too, and the sight immediately made her suspicious. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Uncle Richard, what happened here today? Did your daughter make you angry again, or did she argue with her brothers?" The Lin family had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and recently Chloe had heard that a relative's daughter had also come to stay with them and was living in the Lin home. The 3 sons all worked away from home and rarely came back on ordinary days. Could that relative's daughter who had moved in have caused some kind of trouble? Richard sighed, as though he didn't want to talk about it. A helpless look crossed his face. Just then, Hannah's gaze suddenly landed on an A4 sheet of paper lying on the table. At the top of the page were the bold words, "Agreement to sever family ties." Her heart jolted. As someone extremely sensitive to legal documents, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. She quickly picked up the document and examined it. Agreement to sever family ties. Her eyes skimmed rapidly over the text beneath the title and went straight to the signatures. The parents listed were Richard Lin and Susan Lin, while the child named was Emma Lin. Emma Lin? Hannah froze. She remembered that name. Wasn't she the girl who had supposedly come to stay with Richard's family as the daughter of one of his relatives? What exactly was going on here? Hannah continued reading. The agreement clearly stated that the parent-child relationship was severed, and that neither side would have anything to do with the other from that point forward. Emma Lin voluntarily gave up all rights to inherit any of the Lin family's assets. Uncle Richard, Hannah's expression stiffened. She stared at Richard in disbelief. What is going on? Wasn't Emma supposed to be your relative's daughter? She no longer cared about formalities, and immediately pressed him for an answer. Richard instantly became awkward the moment he saw the severance agreement in Hannah's hand. His mind went blank. He'd been so furious earlier that he'd completely forgotten to put it away. Now that the daughter of his future in-laws had seen it, he felt unbearably embarrassed and had no idea how to explain himself. "Well," Richard stammered, desperately searching for an excuse. "It's a long story." "Oh no!" Chloe suddenly remembered something. She slapped her forehead. "When we were coming over just now, we saw a thin girl in a school uniform waiting for a ride outside the JD convenience store near the villa complex. She looked really frail, and an Audi pulled up at the same time. I didn't think much of it then, but now that I think about it, that girl must have been Emma, and that Audi. If the girl really was Emma, then it had to be Tyler's car. He came to pick Emma up." Chloe continued, her voice filled with outrage. "This is ridiculous. How did Tyler end up getting involved with Emma? And if this severance agreement is real, and Emma was never your relative's daughter at all, she's your biological daughter, which means this agreement is nothing but a worthless piece of paper." Hannah slapped the document down hard. Hannah slammed the severance agreement onto the table. Her voice rose several notches. "If Emma ends up with that little bastard, then we're finished. What are you two talking about?" Richard was completely overwhelmed by the two of them, talking over each other nonstop. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. How had this suddenly become connected to that ungrateful daughter? Tyler. Hannah finally calmed herself down. She looked at Richard and said gravely, "Uncle Richard, you know about the real heir my family recently found, right? Sit down first." Richard gestured for the 2 women to take a seat. Then he called toward the second floor. "Emily, your 2 sisters are here. Aren't you coming down to say hello? It's the 2 girls from the Carter family. Give me a minute, I'll be right there." Emily Lynn's voice came from upstairs, clear and pleasant. Only after hearing her response did Richard turn back to the 2 women. "Of course I know. It's not exactly a secret. Even the fact that he sent the head of the Carter family to the police station could never stay hidden in circles like ours. The reason we came here is because we hope you won't change the marriage arrangement." Hannah's expression turned extremely serious. "We want Emily to marry my brother exactly as planned. But why didn't you tell me that you also had a biological daughter? We just saw her outside, and she looked like she was waiting for Tyler. That little bastard definitely picked her up." Chloe added angrily. "You really put us in a terrible position here." Hannah felt as though every calculation she'd made today was about to fall apart. Was the biggest setback she'd ever suffered in her life really going to come from that little bastard? Meanwhile, at the military district hospital, Linda Miller smiled warmly. At the girl drinking chicken soup in the hospital bed, she looked both happy and heartbroken as she said, "What kind of parents in this world could beat their own biological daughter this badly?" After my adoptive parents received my message, they rushed over immediately. Susan had even made chicken soup herself and brought it with her. She stayed in the room, carefully looking after Emma, while Ryan and George waited outside. George wanted to light a cigarette, but remembered he was in a hospital and gave up on the idea. He felt like his head was about to explode. The things that had happened this month were so absurd that they almost surpassed everything he'd experienced in half his life. An arranged marriage from before you were even born, George said to me with mixed feelings. Why? What century are we living in? But if the two of you really can make it work, then as your dad, I'll support you. His son had finally managed to bring a girlfriend home. So of course, he was happy as a dad, but this was still a childhood betrothal, a marriage arrangement with political and family interests attached to it. So he couldn't help worrying, especially since the Lin family situation clearly wasn't simple. Dad, I finally asked, how much do you know about the Lin family from Jianghai Shipyard? I wanted to know everything he knew. The Lin family I was talking about was Richard Lin's. Richard is the deputy party secretary at Jianghai Shipyard. George thought for a moment before continuing. He has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The 3 sons supposedly aren't biological. The story is that some relatives in the countryside had too many kids to support, so they gave the boys to Richard to raise. His only daughter is Emily Lin. As for Emma, they say she came to live with Deputy Secretary Lin last year. After finishing her examination at the hospital, Emma briefly explained her family's situation to us. Only after hearing her story did I finally understand why I'd never heard of some wealthy Lin dynasty before. 3 generations of the Lin family had worked at Jianghai Shipyard, and since a company with a party organization like that was naturally state-owned, Jianghai Shipyard was the largest shipbuilding company in Guangnan province and one of the biggest state-owned enterprises in the region. The first generation of the Lin family had been ordinary factory workers. The second generation went to college and finally moved beyond frontline labor into management. The third generation was the current Lin family. Richard himself had graduated from Chentangguan Institute of Ship Design with a degree in naval architecture and ocean engineering. After graduation, he interned at Jiangnan Shipyard for a while before transferring to Jianghai Shipyard, where he'd worked ever since. His oldest son reportedly worked in customs. His second son had joined the Coast Guard, and his third son served in the Navy as the captain of a destroyer. Only his daughter was a year younger than me. She was currently a junior in high school and about to enter senior year, preparing for the college entrance exam. And because this was simply a family of employees at a state-owned enterprise, they weren't actually some rich dynasty. I'd been completely misled. I leaned against the wall and thought it over. The moment I'd heard the Lin family, I'd instinctively interpreted it through the lens of those rich family urban novels and assumed they were some powerful elite clan. But that wasn't the case at all. The word family could literally just mean a household. The Carters weren't some billionaire dynasty, nor were they business tycoons. They were simply a family of public sector employees. Still, I frowned slightly, because something continued to bother me. Adopted? Dad, are you sure those 3 sons were adopted? That's harder to say. A knowing smile appeared on George's face. I met Deputy Secretary Lin before during an inspection, but I've never met any of his children, not even once. As for his wife, I heard she used to live in the countryside and only moved into the city after their daughter was a month old. George didn't say anything more, but I immediately understood. In rural areas during the 1980s and 1990s, a lot of rules weren't enforced very strictly, especially in villages and small towns, which left plenty of room for people to manipulate things. Never mind the issue of the switched child. Just those 3 adopted sons alone were worth thinking about. And judging from Dad's expression, he clearly understood more than he was willing to say. So the car we saw today really was from the Carter family. I looked at Ryan. Ryan, go back first. I figured the 3 of them should be arriving soon. Come pick me up at the hospital tomorrow morning. I'm staying here with Emma tonight. All right, Ryan nodded. At that moment, Susan also finished talking with Emma and walked out of the room. She looked at me and said earnestly, "She's a good girl. Treat her well, I know." I turned and went back into the hospital room. Emma had finished eating and was sitting beneath the blanket. Her petite figure made her look almost like a little kitten, and considering how similar her experiences were to mine, I couldn't help feeling a strange emotion rising inside me. That thought was kind of embarrassing. I immediately shoved it aside and silently reminded myself to get a grip. I sprawled casually across the small caregiver bed and said, "I pretty much understand what's going on with your family now. When we left earlier today, I ran into a car from the Carter family. They were probably heading over to discuss something, most likely the marriage arrangement." I continued, "What they want is for you, or, if they still don't know about you, then for the fake heiress in your family, to be permanently tied to the fake heir in mine. Now I finally understand why they didn't want him joining the group chat. It wasn't just because they didn't want him having more ways to connect with the rest of us. This was probably the bigger reason. Richard Lin is basically the second in command at Shanghai Shipyard, and his 3 sons work in customs, the Coast Guard, and the Navy. So the Lin family must have a pretty strong network. The Carter family built its fortune in shipping, and even now, although they've expanded into several other industries, shipping is still their core business. So, from the Carter family's perspective, the Carters are obviously the perfect family to marry into. If their son married a Lin daughter, his position in the family would become much more secure. Those sisters of his trying to shake his status would basically be dreaming. But fate has a funny sense of humor. They probably never expected the Lin family to have its own real heiress, fake heiress drama. "If you want revenge," I said with my eyes half closed, "I can deal with Richard Lin for you right now. As for the others, I can't touch them yet." Emma's heart stirred when she heard that. She looked into my unwavering eyes, and warmth welled up inside her. After everything she'd seen today, and what she'd heard from my adoptive mother, she had more or less realized that I was the kind of man who meant what he said. If I really was willing to stand up for her, then maybe she could. By the way, how did you know about me and the spiritual energy? I didn't even give Emma a chance to answer. Before switching topics, Emma looked at my profile as I lay on the caregiver bed. Her cheeks reddened slightly as she said, "Actually, I never met you in my previous life. I only heard that after the Carter family's real heir was brought home, he went crazy and kept shouting every day that he'd mastered divine martial arts, and that he was invincible or something. Then they sent him to a psychiatric hospital. After the pandemic, the Carter family's business took a major hit. Then, in 2024, the Carter family's patriarch died from COVID. That same year, one of their longtime housekeepers, a man named Wilson, also died. I heard the first 7 days after his death hadn't even passed, before the police opened an investigation into the Carter family. Robert Carter was implicated in hiring someone to commit murder. Michael Carter and Grace Carter, along with several of the other Carter sisters, were suspected of abuse and unlawful confinement. After that, the entire Carter family collapsed almost overnight. As for spiritual energy, when I existed as a spirit, I heard some cultivators discussing it. They said spiritual energy is essentially just a form of energy, and that other forms of energy can be converted into it. Emma thought for a moment. Electricity has the highest conversion rate. You need metal to construct a spirit gathering array, and then place a pseudo-spirit stone at the center of the formation. First, you activate the array with spiritual energy, then supply electricity to it. At that point, the spirit gathering array converts electricity into spiritual energy. Then you place plants inside the array, and after being nourished by spiritual energy, they can transform into spiritual plants. Spiritual plants can absorb and release spiritual energy on their own. Then you transplant them into fertile soil, and they'll gradually transform the soil into spiritual soil. Finally, you bury jade, emeralds, or similar gemstones into spiritual soil, and those gemstones will eventually transform into spirit stones by repeating that cycle. In theory, spiritual energy can slowly be restored. I see. After hearing Emma's explanation, I felt a headache coming on. Then, where am I supposed to get a spirit stone? The only thing on me that could barely qualify as one was probably this jade bracelet. but I couldn't even take the bracelet off, so it didn't seem very useful. I shook my head. I heard there are 2 other methods, Emma said somewhat shyly. The first is dual cultivation. That method, well, let's not get into the details. The second one is that the bodily waste of someone with spiritual energy will also contain traces of spiritual energy, so it can be used to nourish spiritual plants. Pseudo-spirit stones don't exist right now, I said after hearing Emma's explanation. We'll just have to see if we get lucky enough to find one later. Computer names, and we can see what you just said about using a cultivator's waste to nourish plants is basically just using spiritual energy to nurture vegetation until the plants transform into spiritual plants. That method is technically possible, but the process takes far too long. The methods Emma described had also been mentioned by my mentor in my dreams. Cultivators in the past had already experimented with the first method. Among different forms of energy, light, wind, fire, and electricity were relatively easy to convert. But when it came to conversion efficiency, light energy was practically negligible. Wind energy had the lowest efficiency. Fire energy was considerably better. And electricity was the most efficient. But each of the 3 had its own drawbacks. Wind energy was extremely unstable. Fire energy was incredibly picky about fuel. It required wood from trees at least 1,000 years old. The wood had to be cut at precisely the right moment and ignited with spiritual power while the flames were kept at maximum intensity. The entire piece of wood had to burn completely, and not a single step in the timing could be off. Otherwise, the conversion rate would drop dramatically. Electricity didn't have those problems. But the issue was that in ancient times, electricity couldn't be stored or supplied continuously and steadily. And by the time humanity could reliably generate electricity, actual spirit stones were basically already exhausted. Even pseudo-spirit stones had become extremely rare. More importantly, although electricity had one of the highest conversion rates among all known energy conversion methods, the actual efficiency was still extremely low. Suppose completing one minor circulation cycle required 10 units of spiritual energy. Then, 100 kilowatt hours of electricity would only convert into 0.1 unit of spiritual energy, and to transform a piece of jade the size of a fingernail into a pseudo-spirit stone would require at least 10,000 units of spiritual energy. If the process were interrupted at any point, everything done beforehand would be wasted. The electricity consumption would be enormous, and even someone like me didn't currently have a pseudo-spirit stone to construct even the most basic formation. As for the second method, using spiritual energy to nourish plants, spiritual energy itself was a form of energy that could stimulate life potential and improve physical constitution once ordinary plants transformed into spiritual plants. They could use processes similar to photosynthesis to gradually improve the surrounding soil, while also absorbing and releasing spiritual energy. The problem was that nurturing a plant into a spiritual plant took an incredibly long time. At minimum, several years, and sometimes several decades. And even then, not every plant could transform successfully. The mutation rate was only around 1 in 10,000. Especially now, when spiritual energy was so thin, trying to obtain even a single spiritual plant would take far too long. Nurturing one would take at least 10 years, and success still wasn't guaranteed. If it failed, all the spiritual energy invested would be wasted. Even if a spiritual plant successfully formed, the amount of spiritual energy it could initially generate would be extremely low, probably only around 0.001. The spiritual plant would need time to mature before reaching its peak state, and it would still need constant nourishment during that period. And if the plant itself was low quality, then producing even 1 full unit of spiritual energy would already be considered impressive. As for dual cultivation, the person cultivating with you would also need to possess a certain level of cultivation. During dual cultivation, you would continuously nourish the other person with spiritual energy, because dual cultivation was fundamentally tied to the process of creating life. And during the moment when both sides reached perfect harmony, the spiritual energy inside both cultivators would become exceptionally active, while also stimulating the surrounding natural energy at that moment. Some of the energy in the surrounding environment would be converted into spiritual energy. That newly converted spiritual energy would then be absorbed by both cultivators, strengthening the spiritual energy inside their bodies. As the spiritual energy inside them increased, it would in turn influence the spiritual energy around them. Repeating the process would create a positive feedback loop. The surrounding environment was ideally somewhere at high altitude, with sunlight and water, wind, and, well, to put it plainly, if you could climb all the way to the summit of Mount Everest, bring a few potted plants with you, and then have sex outdoors up there, the results would be optimal. But these days, finding someone with any cultivation at all was already unbelievably difficult, let alone convincing them to climb a mountain and have sex with you. Go to sleep. I rolled onto my side, clearly disappointed. You should spend your time thinking about how you're going to get revenge. On your biological dad. You. Emma's face turned slightly red. She looked hesitant and conflicted, as if she had no idea what to say. Why are you willing to help me? Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I answered with my eyes closed. When I went over there earlier, I noticed my second sister's car seemed to be heading toward your house too. If she's planning to manipulate your family and use their connections to come after me, then you're a card I can play against her. And not just any card. You're a trump card that could destroy her the moment I use you. Everything from your examination results today to your hospitalization records and medical diagnosis will become knives pointed straight at your dad. Didn't he publicly claim that you were just a relative's daughter, while the girl at home was his biological daughter? These days, the government is encouraging families to have a second child. But what about back when they had you? I said calmly. Ruining him would be ridiculously easy. He's not a businessman. He's a public sector official, and the deputy party secretary at that. First, we send a formal complaint to the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Then I take you to some influencers and bring the media straight to Shanghai shipyard with banners. Let's see how he cleans up that mess. They could start by expelling him from the party, then strip him of his public position. And once we add the abuse he inflicted on you, even if he has connections everywhere, the authorities would still have to put him away. Public outrage would have to be dealt with. And even after they calm things down, the scandal still might not disappear. People could drag it back up every holiday season. Even if someone managed to get him released, his career would still be completely finished. Not to mention that once things reached that point, who would even be willing to save him? But I wasn't acting yet, and it wasn't only because of Emma's wishes. As long as Emma remained here, it was equivalent to me holding a trump card that could be used whenever I wanted, to control the most important person in the Lin family right now. Is that really all? Emma seemed to have been expecting something more, and looked disappointed by my answer. What else did you expect? I shot back. Everything you've told me, I already knew, and I actually know far more than you do. You don't have a photographic memory, and you don't know any upcoming winning lottery numbers. Anything you think could make money is something I can't invest in right now. And by the time I can invest in it, I won't need your help anymore. So tell me, what other value do you think you have? I waved a hand. Little girl, you've lived 2 lives and still haven't figured out how the world works. If you want me to help you get revenge, then you need to show me what value you can offer. And right now, your only value is as a chess piece. A chess piece doesn't get to negotiate with the player. You're seriously realistic. Emma bit her lip, as though she'd finally made a huge decision. What if I offer myself as that value? I didn't even look at her. Are you sure? Don't tell me you think you're so beautiful that every man who sees you will lose control and want you. Beauty is a resource, and it's a resource that money can buy. With what I'm worth now, if I really wanted to, I'd never be short on that kind of resource. Like I said, you've lived 2 lives and still haven't figured out how the world works. Emma said, there's something about me that no one else has. I can help you cultivate. I was born with yin-yang eyes, and my real date and time of birth was March 25, 1999 at 10,000 p.m. My 5 elements chart lacks fire, and water dominates my fate. I can see the spiritual energy around you. You've already stepped onto the path of cultivation. And I can also see that the jade bracelet on your wrist is anything but ordinary. What? I shot upright from the bed. March 25, 1999 at 10,000 p.m.? That would be the 8th day of the 2nd lunar month in a Jimao year during the Dinghai hour. So you were born in a yin year, yin month, yin hour, and yin period, with natural yin-yang eyes, your 5 elements lacking fire, and water dominating your fate. No way, that's too perfect. I hurriedly closed my eyes and focused, lightly calculating with my fingers. The more times I performed these calculations, the more skilled I became. It felt as though something had taken shape inside my mind, an image of the Zhouyi 8 trigrams. Following the principles of the Zhouyi, I began, carefully calculating Emma's birth chart. A person born in a yin-aligned year already carried a degree of yin energy in her fate. Being born on the 8th day of the 2nd lunar month added another layer of yin, and the Dinghai hour added even more cold yin energy, especially because of the timing itself, making her yin energy exceptionally heavy. A birth chart like this, combined with natural yin-yang eyes, was a clear sign of an innate yin constitution among the 5 elements. She lacked fire while water was overwhelmingly strong. Water represented cold, while fire represented warmth. Without fire, her body naturally leaned cold, and excessive water only intensified that yin nature. Her chart was dominated by heavy water energy, with that water surging uncontrollably, and little earth to restrain it, nor enough wood to redirect it. With water pushed to the extreme, the cold yin nature became overwhelming, an extreme yin, extreme cold constitution. I couldn't help sucking in a sharp breath. I'd actually stumbled across someone like this. My calculations showed that she wasn't lying, and my mentor in my dreams had once told me that someone born with an extreme yin, extreme cold constitution was an exceptional partner for dual cultivation. If I could find a place where yin and yang naturally converged and cultivate together with her, I could use the cold yin energy of her body to balance my own yang energy and increase my cultivation. More importantly, during dual cultivation with her, the spiritual energy released would nourish the surrounding plants like spring rain, as well as jade and gemstones, allowing them to transform into spiritual plants and spirit stones much faster. And once I had spiritual plants and spirit stones, the speed of my cultivation would increase dramatically. An opportunity like this was almost impossible to find. I opened my eyes, my gaze instantly sharpening. A place where yin and yang converged. According to the feng shui principles my mentor had taught me, such a place needed mountains and water existing in harmony, balanced symmetry on both sides, a proper balance between movement and stillness, harmonious energy, and a healthy natural environment. One place immediately came to mind, Hangya Mountain. It was a solitary mountain in the area, unconnected to any larger mountain range. The mountain faced south with its back to the north, and stretched from east to west, with the Qingshui River splitting it through the middle, creating almost perfect symmetry. Near the summit was a natural lake nearly 60 meters across at its widest point, and about 9 meters deep, surrounded by the main peak. It was also the source of the Qingshui River. The entire landscape was naturally symmetrical, perfectly matching the ideal arrangement of azure dragon on the left and white tiger on the right, with vermilion bird in front and black tortoise behind. Streams flowed gently through the mountain, while lush forests surrounded them, combining moving water, still mountain woods, creating the perfect balance of motion and stillness, and therefore a balance between yin and yang. The mountain's energy was also exceptionally harmonious, and there had never been any stories about sinister energy or bad omens there, which meant the place was, naturally, one of the most ideal cultivation sites imaginable. If we were going to dual cultivate there, then I would only need to choose the best possible location, set up a spirit gathering array in advance, select the plants with the highest chance of mutation, and begin at the high hour at night, continuing until the Chen hour the next morning. My face instantly turned green. Forget the fact that we'd have to keep going from late at night until morning. We'd also have to do it completely exposed beneath the open sky, without anything blocking the surroundings, with the sky as our blanket and the earth as our bed, all the way until sunrise. I'd already started cultivating, and even I wasn't sure I could last that long. How was this girl supposed to survive it? "Are you sure?" I asked, my expression turning strange. My voice sounded noticeably tense. You said that was your real birth date, which means the date on your ID is fake. And if it was deliberately concealed, then someone must have told you about this before. Who was it? Did they tell you about dual cultivation too? Don't tell me. You think dual cultivation is just some ordinary, romantic thing between a man and a woman. I'm giving you 2 chances. First, decide right now whether you still want to do it. Second, hear everything I have to say before deciding again. Actually, forget it. I'll give you 1 more chance. Once I've prepared everything and brought you there, you can make your final decision about whether you still want to help me. It takes that long? After hearing my explanation of dual cultivation, Emma's face turned green too. Can you even do that? Damn. She'd questioned whether I could handle it. A man could never admit he couldn't. I scoffed. You can see the spiritual energy around me, so you should already know I've begun cultivating. I may not have transcended ordinary humanity yet, but I've at least gotten 1 toe across the threshold. I'm basically 1/1000th of a cultivator. Give me a little more time, and fighting until sunrise should still be possible. The real problem is you. You're still completely ordinary. I looked Emma up and down. Even with your natural advantage, you still might not be able to endure it. Thinking about it, even that sounded exaggerated. I'd probably be lucky if I lasted until midnight. Making it all the way until morning was definitely impossible right now. And as for Emma, an ordinary woman trying to keep up with a cultivator, didn't even require thinking about. She'd be completely worn out in 1 session. Emma stared at me. I wasn't lying. She could see it. Although I was still physically an ordinary person, there was already a faint trace of spiritual energy inside me. And I also had that mysterious bracelet, which contained spiritual energy of its own. More importantly, she could see that the spiritual energy inside the bracelet restored itself automatically. It wasn't much, but it slowly recovered bit by bit. There was one thing Emma hadn't told me. She wasn't only born with yin-yang eyes. She also had the extremely rare condition known as tetrachromacy. Tetrachromatic vision made her exceptionally sensitive to changes in light, color, allowing her to distinguish differences in shades that most people couldn't perceive. That was why, when it came to my jade bracelet, even the slightest changes in its color and luster were visible to her. Emma bit her lip. Her heart was filled with conflict. During the time she'd wandered the world as a spirit, she had indeed learned certain secrets and witnessed how the future would unfold, but she'd never expected that she herself would be reborn. Suddenly returning to this era left her unsure what she was even supposed to do, getting away from that family that had never given her any warmth or anything worth holding on to. Had already felt like enough. As for revenge, she had thought about it, but had no idea how to actually carry it out. Will you answer me now? Emma asked at last. She had already placed her future in the hands of this man, who was supposedly her fiancé. What kind of answer do you want? I asked in return. The truth, Emma said firmly. The absolute truth. The absolute truth. I let out a quiet breath through my nose and chuckled. You really are a foolish girl who learned nothing from living twice. But since you're asking, then here's my answer. I don't automatically assume the worst of people, and I don't condemn people in the present for things they might do in the future. I'm actually a fairly kind person. Take the Carter family, for example. If those idiots in the Carter family don't provoke me, then I'm perfectly happy to leave them alone. But if they go looking for trouble and provoke me, then they can't blame me for being ruthless. As for the answer you want, I can't give you one, because I don't know what the future holds either. But if you never betray me, then I will never betray you. Okay, Emma nodded. Her small face looked like she still had plenty she wanted to say. But in the end, she said nothing. Go to sleep. I lay back down. We've got a lot to deal with tomorrow. Huh? Emma sounded a little surprised. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Why? You're not coming over here? You're so skinny I'd be afraid I'd break you. I replied without even looking up. And if you and I actually do it, even if it isn't formal dual cultivation, it'll still produce some of the same effects. I need to use the spiritual energy we release to nurture and create a pseudo-spirit stone. Besides, you need to recover first. During dual cultivation, my spiritual energy will enter your body through our physical connection and circulate inside you. I rolled over and looked into Emma's shy eyes before calmly explaining, that spiritual energy will automatically follow the path best suited to your body and refine your physique. You need to remember exactly how and where the spiritual energy circulates inside you, because that path will become the cultivation technique best suited to you. That's actually how some pheno cultivators developed their cultivation methods. The same principle can work for men too, but this effect only works when a high-level cultivator dual cultivates with someone at a much lower level. If both people are at the same level, it's a completely different situation. And this method puts a huge burden on the higher-level cultivator. At the same time, the lower-level cultivator will never be able to fully catch up with the person they're dual cultivating with. It's that complicated? Emma asked in surprise. Of course it is, I sounded exasperated. It's called dual cultivation. The important part is the cultivation. If it were just about me doing all the work on top, while you made noises underneath me, I could do that right now. I could even pay a few more women to join us. That's only the beginning. We'll need a room built from jade, or emerald, including the bed. That way, we can maximize how efficiently the spiritual energy is used, while producing as many pseudo-spirit stones as possible. Spiritual energy is incredibly precious these days. We need to squeeze every last trace of value out of it. Jade and emerald are the two materials my mentor said were easiest and most suitable for refining into spirit stones. When spiritual energy was abundant, the highest quality spirit stones were usually refined from those two materials. As for the metal used to build the formation, I don't even need to experiment. Previous cultivators already figured out that pure silver works best. Pure copper comes second, and pure gold is the least efficient of the three. If none of those are available, copper alloys work, and only after that would you resort to iron or similar metals. In short, it all comes down to one thing: money. You really are a capitalist. Emma teased. You even calculate things like this down to the last detail. Aren't I a capitalist? I shot back. Isn't this exactly what capitalists do? If you're going to squeeze value out of something, squeeze it to the limit, whether it's yourself or someone else, especially when cultivation was involved. I wasn't going to waste even the tiniest trace of spiritual energy. Aren't you afraid someone will hang you from a streetlight someday? Emma joked with a grin. Relax. I couldn't have cared less, with how small time I am right now. Every streetlight in the country would be occupied before they ever got to me. Go to sleep. Neither of us said anything else. Emma was exhausted too. After everything she'd been through, she quickly drifted off to sleep. When the morning sunlight streamed into the hospital room the next day, I was already awake. Just then, the door opened a crack, and a head cautiously peeked inside. Let's talk outside. I didn't even need to guess who it was. I walked straight to the door and pushed Ryan back into the hallway. Wow, rough night? Ryan gave me the kind of look every guy understood. Rough night, my ass. I shot him a look that clearly said he had no idea what he was talking about. Quit imagining things. Call Sophia, Grace, and Natalie. When I said Grace's name, I paused briefly, but still shook my head. Call all three of them, and have them come over. Grace will stay with Emma, while Sophia and Natalie stand guard. If anything happens that they can't handle, tell them to call me immediately, other than the medical staff, me and my parents. No one else is allowed into this room. After saying that, I still felt it wasn't enough, because Emma might eventually become involved with people who had supernatural abilities. I didn't have enough people. More importantly, I didn't have enough capable people I could truly trust. The more I thought about it, the more urgent it felt. Got it. Ryan finally dropped his joking expression, and turned serious. Do you have anything planned today? Why? Seeing the look on Ryan's face, I immediately sensed that something was wrong. Something happened at home? Ryan said, my dad told me too. Even if you've got something planned today, you need to cancel everything and go home. Okay. I nodded without saying anything else. I already had a pretty good idea what this was about. Ryan made the calls, and once the three women arrived, he hurried downstairs with me to the parking garage. Only after the car slowly pulled away from the hospital did I ask, Ryan, did number 3 bring the phone? He did. Ryan looked surprised. You really called it? That kid's pretty smart. Of course. I looked smug. You picked him? And I approved him. My judgment doesn't miss. Give me the phone. I've got something I need to contact him about today. Contact him? Ryan immediately seemed to realize something. You mean... Exactly. I gave him a direct answer. He should be making his move now. The weather's getting colder. Somebody's finally managed to dig his own grave. Neither of us spoke for the rest of the drive. When we arrived at the Cooper residence, Michael Cooper and Robert Hayes were already sitting in the living room. The ashtray on the coffee table was overflowing with cigarette butts. Michael looked grim, and Robert didn't look any better. Dad, Uncle Robert. I walked over like a kid who knew he'd done something wrong, and stopped in front of them. I obediently pulled over a chair and sat down, waiting to be lectured. The two men exchanged a look, before finally deciding Michael should speak. You know about the thermal power plant in Changshan District, right? I nodded. Yeah, I know about it. The Changshan District Thermal Power Plant was a project launched in 2012, with funding from the municipal government, to solve Shanghai City's shortage of electricity by constructing a new thermal power station. When the project was first established, no one expected that it would eventually trigger protests from local residents. The reason for the protests was simple. The plant didn't burn coal to generate electricity. It burned garbage. The thermal power plant was one of the pilot projects under the National Urban Household Waste Harmless Treatment Facility Construction Plan. For the 13th five-year plan, construction was scheduled to begin in 2012 and finish in 2014, with power generation and grid connection beginning that same year to provide electricity for Shanghai City. Everything went smoothly at first. Construction was actually completed by the end of 2013. But just as the plant was about to officially begin operating, somehow, rumors suddenly spread online claiming that burning garbage produced deadly toxins. That seriously threatened the public's physical and mental health. The situation escalated incredibly fast. The rumors appeared online in the morning, and by that afternoon, local residents were already protesting. By the next day, so-called support groups from all over the country had begun arriving, catching the Shanghai city government completely off guard. The reason I remembered the incident so clearly was partly because back then, people at our school had also been spreading propaganda about it and trying to encourage students to join the protests. The other reason was that my adoptive dad had been one of the officials leading the response at the time. Back then, their response strategy included public messaging to cool down the controversy, intercepting those outside support groups, negotiating with local residents and increasing compensation, and arresting a number of people who had spread false rumors online or taken the lead in organizing the protests. Robert had personally issued the orders for both the interceptions and the arrests. We stopped someone trying to file a petition today. Ducks, Robert said. He was one of the people who led the protests back then, and one of the hardliners who refused to settle or accept any compensation. I had someone investigate him, and he's been receiving unexplained payments for the past few years. The largest one arrived the day before yesterday. Supposedly, it was compensation from a labor dispute, paid by a company after mediation. I looked at the man in the photograph and shook my head. The weather's getting colder. Some people need another layer. And some people are just desperate to die. Dad, lend me your car. I already knew exactly what was going on. Michael seemed to have expected this. He silently took out his car keys and placed them on the table. Ryan, let's go. Ryan was still a little stunned, but he could tell something was wrong. Even though he couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind everything, he had already begun to sense that among the 6 Carter sisters, someone was about to become the first one to truly be taken out of the game. The two of us left the room. Once outside, I didn't waste any more words. Go to the Carter estate and give Butler Wilson a message. Tell him when one meridian opens, all things begin to grow. He's a smart man. He'll know who that message is really meant for. What does that even mean? Ryan could tell this sounded like some kind of coded message, but he still couldn't fully understand it. Are we helping him? He absolutely hates the Carter family. No, I shook my head and patted Ryan on the shoulder. I'm just making a guess. There may be a blade coming that even they won't be able to stop. We don't know the full picture yet, so prepare for the worst. And Ryan, bring number 3 out with you. Where are we going? Ryan asked, surprised. Bin Hai District. I'll send you the location in a bit. My footsteps thudded heavily against the floor as I quickly headed downstairs toward Dad's car. I started it, backed out, set the navigation for Binhai District Public Security Bureau, and drove straight there. Then I picked up my phone and called a newly saved number. Ring, ring. After a short while, someone answered. Hello? Tyler? Deputy Director Joe's voice came through the phone, sounding a little lazy and tired. What made you think of calling your uncle today? Calling to ask about the case? Uncle Joe, I said cheerfully. Not at all. I just happened to have some free time today. I've been saying I'd treat you to a meal, but I never had the chance. So I figured today would be a good time. Dinner? Deputy Director Joe didn't sound particularly interested. I was just out on patrol. Really? I immediately cut in. Well, I just booked a table at a restaurant in Binhai District for some seasonal specialties. It'd be a real shame if you didn't come. Seasonal specialties? Deputy Director Joe instantly sounded much more awake. Oh, wow. You really know how to treat your elders. I just inspected the cafeteria, and honestly, the food lately hasn't been great. I was just thinking about getting something good to eat. And then you called. All right. Then I won't be polite. We're practically family. Why be polite? I laughed. I'll send you the location in a minute. I pulled over to the side of the road, opened the Kangaroo delivery app, and searched for well-known private restaurants in Binhai District. Then I filtered for places averaging over 300 yuan per person, and chose one called Song Dynasty Moonlight. I immediately ordered their most expensive private course menu, but didn't send the location to Director Joe just yet. I still had to drive there myself, and it would take at least another 40 minutes. Even though this was mutually beneficial, I couldn't make him wait impatiently. So I first sent Director Joe a voice message on WeChat, telling him I'd be there shortly. And that traffic was a little heavy, so I hoped he'd understand. Deputy Director Joe replied almost immediately, saying it was fine. Good food is worth waiting for. Drive safely. After receiving the message, I sent the location to Ryan as well, then continued driving toward the restaurant. After I'd covered nearly half the distance, I realized I would probably arrive early enough, so I finally sent the location to Director Joe. Not long after, I pulled up outside the private restaurant I'd reserved when I saw my own car already parked outside. I nodded. Good. Not bad. I got out and walked inside. There, I saw Ryan and number 3 waiting in the lobby. The moment they saw me, both immediately stood up. Boss. Number 3 hurried over first, speaking in his thick hometown accent, with a huge, bright grin on his face. He jogged over. Man, this place looks expensive. I've been around here before, but I've never eaten somewhere like this. Thanks, boss. Once you've made enough money, you can come whenever you want, without worrying about the bill. I smiled. But before that, I need to ask you something. When the second Carter sister came back, did anything happen? Like some kind of civil dispute? Number 3 thought carefully for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Boss, now that you mention it, when I went back, I did see something like that on the surveillance footage. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. It was the new phone Ryan had given him, and it already contained the surveillance video from when Hannah returned. I had to admit, the Carter estate's surveillance system was excellent. The video was crystal clear, and the audio was equally sharp. Everything that happened on the day she returned had been captured perfectly. Heh, I sneered. So it really was Hannah. What? Ryan still couldn't see the connection. Remember the power plant incident? I narrowed my eyes. Negative stories appeared online in the morning. People started holding protest banners that afternoon, and by the next day, supporters from other provinces had already arrived. Within 3 days, it had become a full-blown online controversy. Combined with a real-world protest movement, everything converged rapidly, and the momentum became enormous. Yeah, as someone who had experienced it firsthand, Ryan sounded nostalgic. I remember people in our class talking about it too. Back then, it almost felt like if you didn't say something or join the protest, you were in the wrong. I think I even got mad at my dad over that whole thing. Exactly, I sneered. I also remember there was a law firm that became famous because of that incident. Do you remember what it was called? But, Ryan thought for a moment. I think it was called Dawn Law Firm. My dad has friends at the courthouse, and they said that firm is pretty famous now. Lots of people go to them for representation and legal advice. Exactly. I pulled out my phone and opened Hannah's Baidu Baiki page. Did you know that after she came back, she started working at that exact law firm? Ryan leaned closer and looked. The profile clearly listed Dawn Law Firm. Right there. He still couldn't understand what the problem was, so he shook his head. So what, idiot? I shook my head helplessly. But that's fine, as long as someone here isn't an idiot. Oh, look at this. Just then, Deputy Director Ju walked in wearing casual clothes. His eyes first landed on me, then swept over Ryan and number 3. He laughed heartily. Ryan's here too? We're doing business together, I said with a cheerful smile, as I brought Ryan and number 3 over. Sorry I couldn't message you while I was driving. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. It's fine. Deputy Director Joe smiled, his tired expression immediately turning more relaxed. Safety comes first. If you're driving, don't send messages unless you absolutely have to. Then his gaze shifted toward number 3. He's my bodyguard, I introduced him. Right now, I've stationed him in the Carter Estate's security control room. I wanted to get some experience first, and learn the basic procedures. Once my company is fully up and running, I'll bring him over to manage my security department. Deputy Director Joe nodded, and looked number 3 up and down, before praising him. Looks like a solid young man. Work hard for Tyler from now on. The food should be ready. I said, let's head upstairs and talk while we eat. The group laughed and quickly went up to the second floor and entered the private room. Sure enough, 3 cold dishes and 3 hot dishes had already been placed on the table. After seating Deputy Director Joe in the place of honor, the rest of us hadn't even sat down yet when he said, I've been looking forward to these seasonal dishes for a long time. Last time, because of that Carter family situation, I never got to eat them. So this time, I'm curious to see how good they really are. They're definitely worth it, I said with a grin, and there's one dish that's especially huge. As I spoke, several servers came in surrounding something. Deputy Director Joe looked more closely and saw several people pushing a small serving cart. On the cart sat an enormous platter. It was so large that 3 people had to work together just to place it safely on the table. The portion itself was equally massive. It was a soup-based dish, similar to Sichuan boiled fish, with a whole fish in the center and a ring of vegetables arranged around it, all of them seasonal produce. The broth nearly covered everything, with only a few tips sticking above the surface. That's too much, Deputy Director Joe pointed at the dish. Are restaurants really this wasteful now? That platter alone is enormous, and there's barely anything in it. That's just how it looks. I pointed at the dish. This one's called Sea Swallow and Greens. From the top it looks like there's hardly anything there. But once you dig in with your chopsticks, it's packed underneath. Forget just the few of us. You could take the leftovers back and still have enough to feed plenty of people at the precinct. Oh, Deputy Director Joe's eyes lit up. He picked up his chopsticks. Then I won't hold back. Why would you? I smiled. We're practically family. Come on, everyone, eat. With that, I started urging everyone to dig in. As expected from an upscale restaurant, the dishes looked great and tasted just as good. After we'd eaten for a while, I finally said, oh, right, when I went home today, I saw Dad and Uncle Robert talking. They seemed pretty worried about some petition case. After saying that, I glanced at Ryan. He reacted as though he'd only just remembered. Oh, right. I heard my dad mention that today too. Something about a case where someone received money from a labor dispute and then went to file a petition afterward. Could it be that case? Just then, number 3, who had been eating with his head down, suddenly looked up. I don't really know, but when the Carter family's second daughter came back, I heard her telling one of her assistants something about settling a case and getting some kind of... Anyway, she said the money could be obtained really quickly and that they needed to communicate with the plaintiff or something. Just eat your food. I immediately snapped at him. What's that got to do with you? The second daughter is a lawyer. It's perfectly normal for her to handle a case while she's back. At that, Deputy Director Zhou's eyes brightened even more. But it still seemed like one piece was missing. I sighed as well. It sounds like it might still be connected to that Chongshan District power plant incident from years ago. Don't you think that whole thing was strange? It felt like everything suddenly happened all at once. So fast, no one could even keep track of it. As I spoke in front of Deputy Director Joe, I reached into the seasonal dish and picked up a large portion of vegetables and fish. Come to think of it, I heard Trump may be cutting some overseas funding lately, and over in District 11, some province is apparently planning to increase foreign funding. I saw people talking about it online. They seem to really like funding. All kinds of nonprofit organizations, legal professionals, artists, and cultural workers. Surely none of that money could be reaching people around here, right? Deputy Director Joe's expression became rather interesting, but he quickly returned to normal. He picked up another bite of food and said, "There's way too much food today. One person could never finish all this. Can I pack some up and take it back?" "Of course," I smiled. "Absolutely." Deputy Director Joe immediately broke into a broad smile. "Look at me, eating your food and taking leftovers home too. I'm almost embarrassed." "Not at all," I quickly replied. "I actually invited you to dinner because I have a small favor to ask. You're familiar with the courts, right? Do they have any jade or emerald coming up for judicial auction? I'm looking to buy some, and the more, the better. This is your last chance." Chloe was at home eating snacks and watching a movie when she suddenly noticed that her phone had received a new friend request on WeChat recently after I'd gotten her arrested and she'd been released. Her company had ordered her to keep a low profile for a while. They told her not to post anything on social media, including Moments or Weibo, and not to update her accounts at all. The excuse her company had prepared for the public was that she was undergoing intensive closed-door training. Fortunately, the incident had been settled, and the police had never released an official statement, nor had anyone recorded a video at the scene, though as long as she stayed quiet for a while, it supposedly wouldn't affect her comeback too badly. Of course, wouldn't affect her too badly was nothing more than reassurance. In reality, an invisible ceiling had already been placed over her career. Chloe had been in the entertainment industry long enough that she wasn't completely brainless, at least when something directly affected her own interests. She still had some common sense. Her manager had torn into her viciously. More than a dozen endorsement deals that were nearly finalized had fallen apart, and she'd effectively been put on temporary hiatus. Even an idiot would understand how badly she'd screwed up. Her career would be difficult even as she came back later. So Chloe had been unusually quiet lately. She contacted no one, posted nothing on Moments, and nothing on Weibo. She simply stayed quietly at home, waiting for the scandal to blow over, and praying that she'd still be able to make a living in entertainment someday. Instead of becoming completely useless to the family and being married off as nothing more than a tool for an alliance. But the moment she picked up her phone, she saw the friend request. And when she saw my name, her expression immediately froze. Her first instinct was to reject it, but the words, "last chance," forced her to stop herself. A chance. That was exactly what she needed more than anything right now. After hesitating for a moment, she accepted the request. Before she could even finish typing, I sent her a short video. She didn't even need to open it. The preview alone told her exactly what it was. That incident. He knew. I still had a copy of the recording. The entire reason she'd asked her second sister for help was to get that video deleted. "Dear fifth sister, you wouldn't want this showing up online, would you? I'll be waiting at the Guoban Hotel in the Old District." Those few short lines made Chloe furious. The threat was obvious enough, but somehow it also gave her an extremely disturbing feeling about what I might be planning. Before she could even lose her temper, another message from me arrived. "Come alone and act normal. Make up your own excuse. 2 hours. If you're late, the offer expires." "You bastard. You're such a bastard." Chloe cursed me furiously in her head. "How did Mom and Dad give birth to someone like you? What the hell does he want? What is this bastard planning?" Her heart pounded with alarm. She cursed me every way she could think of. But there was absolutely nothing she could do. Her manager had made things perfectly clear. No matter what it took, there was only one rule. That video absolutely could not appear online. Otherwise, she'd be facing enormous contract penalties. So, for the sake of her future, she had no choice. But what if I was planning something completely inappropriate with my own sister? She had no idea. Her mind was a complete mess. Chloe mechanically did her makeup, put on sunglasses and a mask, and got into her private car. Fortunately, no one else was home today. Even her assistant wasn't there. Unfortunately, That also meant she didn't have a single person she could discuss this with. Though before long, she'd be grateful that no one had been home, and even more grateful that she'd had no one to consult. 2 hours from Binhai Manor to the Guoban Hotel. I'd calculated the timing perfectly, even accounting for the possibility of mild traffic. Along the way, when I saw my fifth sister walk into the lobby wrapped up so tightly she practically looked like a mummy, I immediately stood up. I'd already been waiting for a short while. I gave her a look, then walked into the private dining room I'd reserved. Chloe sat stiffly across from me. There were only 6 dishes on the enormous round table, all 6 of them cold appetizers. Neither of us showed any intention of touching our chopsticks. Let's get straight to the point. I placed my phone on the table, then took out an SD card. I won't destroy these. I'm keeping them, and I'll always be able to use them against you. Because I don't trust you. What the hell do you want? Chloe immediately exploded. She nearly slammed the table and started screaming, but then remembered the 6 slaps she'd given me. They felt satisfying at the time, but they'd also landed her in her current situation. So she forced herself to hold back. Fine, finish talking. I said, you can contact your manager and tell her I'm willing to cooperate with you on a public reconciliation. It doesn't even have to be called reconciliation. Whatever kind of story your team thinks will work, I'll cooperate. And as for this whole incident, I already had someone use their connections to make sure it was never formally entered into the record. The police don't actually have anything substantial on file either. Really? Chloe stared at me in disbelief. Of course, I nodded. So what do you want me to do? Although Chloe was shocked, her heart immediately sank. She knew perfectly well that the young man sitting across from her wasn't someone who made concessions for free. If I was willing to do this much for her, then I undoubtedly wanted something from her in return. Hannah Carter, I said, you're part of the Carter family. I want to know whether, when Hannah was interning at Dawn Law Firm, she ever made certain phone calls, and whether the people she spoke with used English, Japanese, or some other foreign language. English? Chloe looked confused. She didn't quite understand what I was getting at, but she still thought carefully. No, I don't remember that. Wait, I do remember hearing her speak Korean before. We asked her about it, and she said she traveled to South Korea, and even interned there for a while during college. She said having overseas legal internship experience would make it easier to find a good job after coming home. South Korea? I said in disbelief. In my previous life, I remembered that country well enough. It had also been one of the more aggressive anti-China players, though in earlier years, most of the conflict had centered around cultural appropriation and disputes over cultural ownership. Later, as the trade war escalated and international tensions intensified, their position gradually became much harder. There had been cases of paying cultural figures, lawyers and others to praise certain narratives and stir up trouble. But I had always thought Japan and the United States were the main players. I hadn't expected South Korea to be involved too. That was almost insulting. I didn't bother hiding my contempt. I can at least understand someone selling themselves to the United States. But doing it for South Korea? At that point, this idiot shouldn't even be considered family anymore. Just remove her name from the family registry. Chloe looked even more confused by what I was saying. What are you talking about? I'll just tell you directly. I pushed a small plastic bag across the table toward Chloe. These are listening devices. There are 16 of them. I've already installed the batteries. They can operate for about 6 months. What you need to do is place them in your second sister's room, her study, bedroom, bathroom, basically anywhere she spends a lot of time. And this. I pushed another small object toward her, an elegant-looking phone case. This phone case has been modified. There's a listening device and tracker built inside. Put it on your second sister's phone. You! Chloe's eyes widened in disbelief. Hannah is involved with foreign forces. Only then did I pick up my chopsticks and take a bite. Actually, involved may be too cautious. She probably is working with foreign forces, spreading rumors, stirring people up, and interfering with the progress of a major national project, causing serious losses to the country. My adoptive dad and Ryan's dad came to see me. They've already bought me some time. Now, the Carter family has 2 choices. Lose a huge chunk of its assets or get wiped out completely. Chloe's mind couldn't quite process it. You're helping the Carter family? But your adoptive dad, don't you all hate us? I lightly waved my chopsticks. What a useless emotion. Have you never heard the principle of acting when it benefits you, and stopping when it doesn't? History has proved it countless times. Only people who understand interests and recognize the real point of conflict survive to the end. My adoptive dad told me, someone has their eyes on the Carter family. They may be planning to use your sister and this latest petition incident as an excuse to carve up your family. Your sister Hannah used a labor dispute to funnel money to someone who had been a minor participant in the Chongshan power plant incident and sent him forward to cause trouble as a way of putting pressure on my adoptive dad and Uncle Robert. But she forgot that he's also someone else's pawn. The moment that man reaches the capital, he'll be arrested. Then they'll uncover his connections with foreign forces. And after that, the investigation could easily spread to the entire Carter family. You won't escape untouched either. I spoke with absolute certainty. As far as I'm concerned, my brother shares the same bloodline as all of you, which means he has the right to inherit the Carter family's assets with that much money at stake, rather than letting outsiders carve it up. I'd rather leave it sitting there until I'm ready to take it. What you need to do now is stand up on behalf of the Carter family and expose this. And if you do, I guarantee the police will let your previous incident go, as if it never happened. Everything I'm holding over you will disappear too. Your career in entertainment will move to a whole new level. And if you refuse, you don't seriously think that once the Carter family collapses, you'll somehow walk away clean, do you? So choose between your career and your family. Or your sister. After saying that, I took another sip of tea. Then something suddenly occurred to me. Originally, I was planning to use Grace as an inside contact, but I didn't expect Hannah to be this eager to destroy herself. So now I'm choosing you instead. You won't have much time. The people on our side have already intercepted that man once and cut off all of his outside communication. I think you'll have at least 24 hours to decide and take action. This is your last chance. Once that window passes, there's no telling what'll happen. My dad and Uncle Robert can't completely block that man's route forever. So make your decision quickly. With that, I stood up. Oh, right. The local police are investigating this too. They'll probably begin quietly investigating Hannah and the entire Dawn law firm very soon. Chloe froze. She still didn't understand all the connections involved. But if everything I said was true, then she couldn't help asking, why don't you report her yourself? I gave my hopeless sister a contemptuous look. You really are unbelievably stupid. Because my last name is Cooper. And because Dad has already met your brilliant second sister. When Chloe returned home, she happened to see Hannah arriving at the same time. The moment she got out of the car, she saw her second sister on the phone, speaking entirely in Korean that Chloe couldn't understand. Her tone sounded unusually enthusiastic. 안녕하세요. A string of Korean followed, ending with another cheerful phrase Chloe couldn't make out. When Hannah noticed Chloe had returned too, she said what sounded like a quick goodbye and ended the call. Then she asked, suspiciously, didn't your manager tell you not to go wandering around these next few days? Why did you sneak out again? That tone again. Resentment immediately rose in Chloe's heart. People said an older sister could be like a mother, but having too many mothers in the house wasn't exactly a blessing. Her second sister had always carried herself with authority. In the past, no one questioned it because Hannah had been the perfect student, the kind who could get into an elite high school without the family spending a cent. Then enter a prestigious university. She was the model child every other family talked about, the example everyone was told to follow. Their parents constantly reminded her to help them shoulder the responsibility of teaching her younger sisters and brother. So in front of all the younger siblings, Hannah acted almost like a second parent. Sometimes, she barely even respected their oldest sister and would directly order her around too. In Hannah's mind, Grandpa ranked highest, then Mom and Dad, then herself. Every younger sister and brother beneath her was someone she could discipline whenever she wanted. She had even always believed that while her younger sisters might dare rebel against their parents, they were as obedient as rabbits around her. One look from her was usually enough to shut them down, but Hannah had never understood one thing. Love never appeared for no reason, and hatred never vanished without cause. It wasn't that her sisters had never gone through rebellious phases. They'd had, simply, swallowed all of it whenever Hannah was around. Because they were afraid of being hit. Because Hannah really was outstanding. And because everyone who had ever challenged her had failed. But once someone finally succeeded in challenging her, all the authority she'd built, in front of her younger sisters, would begin collapsing instantly. After watching Hannah get humiliated by me, the image Chloe had once held in her heart of her second sister as an untouchable authority began to crack. And what followed naturally was resentment toward the sister who had always controlled her more harshly than their parents, hit her harder than their parents ever had, and scolded her more viciously than either of them. Even so, I can't stay locked in the house every single day. By this point, Chloe had already made her final decision. Her acting instincts kicked in instantly, and she immediately put on the familiar expression of someone annoyed but unwilling to show it, while still trying to please her older sister. I was going crazy from boredom at home, so I just went out for a little while. Don't worry. No one saw me this time. Look, I even bought you a phone case. She immediately pulled the phone case from her bag. It's custom made. You can't find another one like it anywhere. She held it out like she was presenting a treasure. Hannah glanced at it and clearly seemed tempted. There wasn't even any packaging, and the design clearly looked carefully thought out. Hannah had always been fiercely ambitious, and dreamed of becoming the kind of powerful, independent woman who controlled her own life. She cared deeply about her career, and even the clothes and accessories she chose usually leaned toward that polished, commanding businesswoman style. This phone case seemed to hit her tastes perfectly. Its main color was black, with a red cat design engraved across it. The dark body and red accents gave it an aggressive edge, while still retaining a hint of cuteness. It really looked as though it had been designed specifically for a career-driven woman like her, especially the cat on it, which happened to be one of her favorite cartoon characters. Not bad. Hannah didn't suspect anything. She immediately took it and put it on her Pair 12 Max. It makes my phone look completely different. That was thoughtful of you. Hannah smiled and nodded. Don't worry. Your problem will be resolved very soon. That little bastard will come crawling back to us before long. And apologize. Then I really have to thank you, Hannah. Chloe looked delighted, but deep down she seemed even happier. Yes, everything was finally in place. Her career, her future, really did depend on this wonderful sister of hers now. Hannah strode forward, carrying herself like the true head of the household, and stepped into the elevator first. For a while, both I and the Carter family seemed to enter a stalemate. Every day I went to the hospital to check on Emma, then stopped by my factory. According to schedule, the time was almost here. The first batch of electric motorcycles was about to hit the market. They basically met all my requirements, except for one problem that wasn't exactly huge, but wasn't minor either. Their range was a little too short. At the moment, the first batch of my electric motorcycles had fairly limited range. Under ideal conditions, they could travel about 25 kilometers. They used lead-acid batteries, rated for roughly 300 charge cycles, giving them a total lifetime range of a little over 12,000 kilometers. And only now did I discover another reason electric motorcycles in this world had never reached the level of popularity they had in my previous life. Charging station regulations. The fire risk I'd been worried about had actually happened before. I wasn't the first person to think along these lines. Someone had already tried it, and a fire had happened. Sometime around 2006, there had been an incident where someone pushed a similar vehicle inside their home to charge it, and it started a fire. The flames spread violently, quickly igniting everything else in the house, including piles of firecrackers and toys they'd bought for the children. It had happened just after Lunar New Year's Eve. Late at night, with the doors locked from the inside, the family's two elderly parents, their oldest son, his wife and oldest grandson, their second son and his wife, the second son's two daughters, and one son. A family of 10, all died in the fire. So that same year, the government issued regulations, banning this kind of vehicle from being charged inside homes. In 2008, Another regulation was introduced, requiring dedicated charging stations. In 2012, the rules tightened again. Now, my product was stuck on exactly that problem. I designed the electric motorcycle based on what I remembered from my previous life, and also followed that same logic, by making it compatible with ordinary household electricity. So it could be charged at home. But now, Engineer Lee. I looked at Engineer Lee in the design lab and asked, if we want regulatory approval, do we absolutely need a charging station? Yes. Engineer Lee nodded, giving me a clear answer. Are there specific requirements for the charging station? I asked again. Well, Engineer Lee took out a charging station design guideline. There actually aren't any very specific requirements. Basically, you just need to have a charging station. Not every single vehicle has to come with its own charging station. But there isn't a unified standard right now. So every company's charging equipment is different. The current and voltage standards vary too, which means with electric motorcycles, even if someone already has an electric vehicle at home, from the same brand, the electric car and the electric motorcycle might still use completely different standards, forcing them to install two separate charging stations, never mind mixing different brands. I see. I thought for a moment, then could we design a portable charging station? Portable? Engineer Lee stared at me. Can a charging station even be portable? Of course. I smiled and sketched something on a sheet of scrap paper. Look, something roughly like this. Isn't that just a power strip? Engineer Lee froze. The corner of his mouth twitched. And one of those retractable extension reels? Just make it more refined. I tapped the design guideline. Make the cable longer. We don't need a bunch of outlets. Just one 3-prong socket. Design the casing so the cable can retract automatically, then add a voltage regulator or whatever else is needed. Basically, everything recommended in this document should be included. Make sure it satisfies all the basic technical requirements. But, at its core, it's still just an extension cord. One that can run directly from inside the house. About 15 meters long should be enough. Engineer Lee stared at me wide-eyed. That actually works? The guideline never says the charging station has to be permanently fixed in place. I spread my hands. As for getting it approved, leave that part to me. I'm not letting my investment get stuck at the final hurdle. The design itself wasn't difficult, and it wouldn't add much cost. A compatible unit could be produced quickly. Then Engineer Lee thought about the background of his young boss. At least locally, approval definitely wouldn't be a problem. With that in mind, he stopped arguing. Just then, Ryan suddenly rushed inside, completely ignoring the fact that Engineer Lee was still there. His face could barely contain his excitement. It's happening! It's happening! What's happening? I glared at Ryan. Aren't you supposed to be at the Carter estate today? Why are you here? Of course it's... Ryan glanced at Engineer Lee. Engineer Lee immediately understood and quietly stepped outside. Bird, gulp, gulp. Ryan grabbed the unopened Coke sitting on the table, cracked it open and took a huge drink. Man, that's good. The police came, did you hear? Ryan was grinning from ear to ear. Yesterday, the Carter family's 5th daughter made an anonymous report to the precinct, accusing her sister of being a spy. She even submitted a recording of a phone call. Today, the precinct finally made its move. They went straight to the Carter estate and arrested Hannah, and I heard it was a coordinated operation. At Dawn Law Firm, aside from one person who was away on a business trip, everyone else, including the founder, several senior executives, and multiple attorneys, was arrested. I also heard they're investigating their bank records and personal assets, and they've already found a lot of money coming in from overseas. I remained completely calm and grabbed a can, Coke, for myself. You don't look very happy. Ryan sounded confused. What's there to be happy about? I asked in return. I expected this from the beginning. So why would I be excited? Are you worried Grandpa Carter will get her out? Jack, didn't you send Grandpa Carter that message? Wasn't that supposed to mean he should save her? Save her? I rolled my eyes at Ryan. You grew up in a police family. How can you still be this clueless? If Hannah really participated in the Changshan power plant incident back then and took money to do it, then the charges she could face could include inciting subversion of state power under Article 1005 of the criminal law if she accepted foreign funding and incited people to resist national policy Then, depending on the circumstances, she could start at 5 years. And in the most serious case, face the death penalty. If she also funded people involved in the unrest back then, especially that man, who was intercepted while trying to petition this time, then she could also be charged with funding criminal activities that endanger national security. Under Article 27, that could mean less than 5 years, or more than 5 years depending on the severity. And the protests back then erupted almost overnight. If she participated in organizing or planning them, then she could also face charges for provoking disturbances under Article 293 of the criminal law. That could mean up to 5 years in prison, or criminal detention. Since it involved protests and demonstrations, she could also face charges of unlawful assembly, procession, or demonstration under Article 296 of the criminal law, depending on the circumstances. That could mean up to 5 years in prison or deprivation of political rights. And finally, if actual espionage activity is uncovered, she could be convicted of espionage under Article 110 of the criminal law. That carries a sentence of at least 10 years, possibly even life imprisonment. I sneered. Either way, this sister of mine isn't getting out for at least 10 or 20 years. Grandpa Carter has no choice except to distance the family from her as quickly as possible. But that's not the important part. The important part is, I think the two of us just became useful pawns for a moment and ended up prying open Jianghai City's entire political establishment. According to the national security law and other relevant laws and regulations, the relevant authorities conducted a lawful investigation. Dawn Law Firm was suspected of accepting foreign funding. Sunrise Group issued a public statement stating that the group's president, Robert Carter, had no knowledge of his daughter's crimes, and that both he personally and the group had always obeyed the law. The statement expressed deep regret over the incident and announced his resignation as company president. During this incident, the Binhai District Public Security Bureau acted immediately after receiving the report and rapidly launched interviews and an investigation. The Binhai District Bureau demonstrated an extremely high level of vigilance and acted decisively. After review by the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau and the Shanghai Municipal Party Committee, the following personnel were officially commended: Comrade Zhou Wuyi, Comrade Wang Maiping, Comrade Song Zhongyi. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs strongly condemned South Korea's funding and obstruction of the normal construction of Shanghai City's Changshan Thermal Power Plant and issued a strong statement of condemnation. The central authorities opened an investigation into the Changshan District Waste Incineration Plant incident and began a formal inquiry, issuing the following directives. The director of the Binhai District Public Security Bureau, Soto, was found to have accepted enormous bribes during inspection operations. The head of the organization department of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Batiru, had been seduced by a foreign intelligence operative during inspection operations, and, while supposedly learning a foreign language from her, had repeatedly provided important information. The Municipal Public Security Bureau launched an internal review in response to the recent incidents. At the internal review conference, the deputy director of the Guangyan Provincial Public Security Department and head of the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau, Robert Hayes, delivered a stern speech, ordering every unit and department to conduct rigorous self-examinations, with every individual required to pass review. Investigators found that Guangnan Provincial Deputy Party Secretary William Wu, Jianghai Supreme Court President Kevin Shang, Jianghai Municipal Party Secretary George Jing, and others had knowingly concealed information in the case and committed serious disciplinary and legal violations, including accepting bribes. According to information uncovered by netizens, the person who reported the case to police and provided both leads and evidence was connected to Sunrise Group, specifically the fifth daughter of former President Robert Carter. Chloe Carter posted on Weibo, "I'm personally devastated by what my sister has done. As a citizen of this country, how could anyone do something like this?" After learning the truth, I completely broke down. The rest of the post continued at length, explaining why she ultimately chose to put justice before family. The police reposted Chloe Carter's Weibo statement, "Protecting national security is everyone's responsibility. We deeply regret the crimes committed by Ms. Carter's sister, and we also commend Ms. Carter for proactively reporting the matter and providing evidence. Her actions deserve recognition. The Shanghai city government's official Weibo account reposted Chloe Carter's statement, a model of justice, an exemplary citizen who upholds what is right. Together we safeguard peace and defend the law with sincerity. Ever since Hannah Carter's arrest, Shanghai City's entire political establishment had been shaken to its core. I realized that my adoptive dad and Uncle Robert probably hadn't merely been warning me that an outside blade was flying in to harvest the Carter family. They had likely wanted me to use this opportunity to accomplish something else as well, something connected to the political establishment. At first, I'd assumed they simply wanted me to hand Deputy Director Joe a legitimate achievement, and then have Uncle Robert promote one of his own people. But I never expected that I would end up becoming the crowbar that pried open almost the entire Shanghai political establishment and caused such an enormous upheaval. At the breakfast table, I ate. While listening to the news my adoptive dad had turned on, the corner of my mouth twitched. Dad, next time you want to use your son as a knife, could you at least make it a little more obvious? A knife? Michael looked as though he genuinely had no idea what I meant. What knife? You don't seriously think an ordinary retired old man like me could have that kind of influence, do you? Ordinary? I complained silently in my head, but didn't dare say it out loud. Speaking of which, Michael suddenly seemed to remember something. Your little private fortune barely survived this time. If it happens again, you won't be this lucky. I fell silent. Too fat and too stupid. Michael shook his head. It was practically a piece of ownerless pork just waiting to be carved up. I was about to stand up when Michael suddenly added, the new municipal party secretary was a classmate of mine back in college. Once he arrives, I'll see if I can find time to catch up with him. Oh, I nodded. Got it. Today I'm going to... I was just about to explain my plans when my phone suddenly started ringing. I saw that it was Ryan calling, so I immediately put him on speaker. Bro, your wife is gone. At the breakfast table, Bo's dad and I froze at the same time. What the hell? Gone? Alarm shot through me. What do you mean? What does gone mean? Explain clearly. I mean, she's gone. On the phone. Ryan sounded frantic. Didn't you tell me to pick up my future sister-in-law today? When I got there, I found Sophia and Natalie passed out outside. I knew something was wrong, so I rushed inside, and both Emma and Grace were gone. What? A terrible feeling immediately hit me. Sophia, Natalie, and Grace were all extremely responsible people. Sophia and Natalie took turns sleeping during night watch, so one of them was always awake. They hadn't slacked off once these past few days. How could something like this suddenly happen? Call the police, I snapped. Have you reported it yet? Check the hospital surveillance footage too. The police? But it hasn't been 24 hours. Ryan had barely started speaking when I exploded. Are you out of your mind? Your dad is literally a cop, and you're still believing garbage from clickbait accounts? According to the joint guidance issued by the Supreme People's Court, the Supreme People's Procuratorate, the Ministry of Public Security, and the Ministry of Justice on punishing the trafficking of women and children according to law. Article 8 specifically states that under certain circumstances, when a woman over the age of 18 goes missing, and there is reason to believe she may have been trafficked, once jurisdiction is confirmed, the public security authorities must immediately open a criminal case and begin investigating. That so-called 24-hour rule isn't mandatory. Both Emma and Grace meet those conditions. You don't need to wait 24 hours. And your last name is Hayes, as in Robert Hayes. If you go report this, what idiot wouldn't take it seriously? Oh, Ryan finally seemed to realize it. Read more books from now on. And stop believing clickbait accounts, I said through gritted teeth. Why? Report it right now. Stay there and wait for the police to arrive. I'm coming immediately. The car keys are... Michael had just started telling me where the keys were. Dad, I remember Uncle Robert confiscated my motorcycle keys last time. I asked, where did he put them? First drawer above the shoe cabinet inside the metal box. Michael replied, okay, I finished my porridge in one gulp. Put down my bowl and chopsticks. I'm leaving. The motorcycle will be faster. Traffic jams won't slow it down nearly as much. And Emma's disappearance suddenly made me realize something. At night, I'd asked her who had told her all those things. why they'd told her to hide them, and how they'd helped change her recorded birth date. Emma herself hadn't been able to answer. Then so many other things happened afterward that I stopped thinking about it. But now that I reconsidered it, if someone else knew all of this, then that person might also be a cultivator. And judging by the plots of cultivation novels, had I stumbled into some kind of raised cauldron scenario? Had Emma been deliberately raised by a person or organization? Until the moment came to harvest her, only for me to get there first, even though I hadn't actually done anything with her yet. If that really was the case. I clenched my teeth and immediately called Ryan again. The moment he answered, I asked, "Are Sophia and Natalie still at the scene?" "Yes," Ryan quickly replied. "Tell them to go buy me some large sheets of paper, cinnabar, calligraphy brushes, an incense burner, a seal, silver powder, and 5 colored thread." I immediately started giving orders. Ryan sounded caught off guard. "Where am I supposed to find all that stuff?" "I didn't care," I replied without any hesitation. "I just left home. By the time I reach the hospital, I need to see those materials waiting for me. How you get them is your problem. I just need the supplies." If cultivators really were involved, then I had to prepare in advance. Even if it meant scrambling at the last possible second, I still had to try. I pushed the motorcycle out of the parking shed. Ryan had already filled the tank for me. I kicked it to life and headed for the hospital, riding right at the maximum legal speed. When I arrived and went upstairs, I saw Ryan and a police officer inside the hospital room. The materials I'd asked for were scattered across the bed. Ryan scratched his head. This stuff was seriously hard to find. I nodded, then looked toward the officer, and immediately froze. "Officer Song? He just happened to be patrolling around here too?" No way. He'd been there during the Carter Estate incident. He'd also been there during the Fifth Sisters case. And now he was here again? This guy's patrol area seemed suspiciously huge. "No," Officer Song replied. "Didn't that disturbance happen here yesterday?" To prevent anything similar from happening again, they reassigned some officers here as extra security. That way, if anything happens, we can respond immediately. Oh, I drew the word out meaningfully, but didn't say anything else. Then this definitely wasn't the work of ordinary people. There was no point overthinking it. I asked directly. The surveillance footage probably won't make identifying them easy. And Sophia and Natalie can't explain why they suddenly fell asleep. Right. Officer Song nodded. From the footage. The other side was very careful. They must have scouted the hospital beforehand, because they avoided most of the cameras. Only the cameras they absolutely couldn't avoid caught anything. And even then, they were wearing face coverings and oversized clothing that concealed their builds. Officer Song seemed to remember something else. And the strangest part is, their clothes should have made them stand out. We even saw them pass several nurses on duty. But none of the nurses can clearly remember them. Just as I thought, my expression darkened. That sounds like the effect of an obscuring talisman. An obscuring talisman? Officer Song looked completely baffled. But he couldn't exactly argue, because the two people seen on the surveillance footage really did look unnaturally strange. It's a type of talisman. I patted Officer Song on the shoulder. "I have a feeling you might keep randomly patrolling into people like us in the future. So there's no harm in telling you ahead of time. This world may not be quite what you normally think it is. An obscuring talisman is a type of charm. My mentor in my dreams had told me about them. This thing had been developed in relatively modern times. Because spiritual energy had dried up, even low-level charms like true invisibility talismans had become far too expensive to waste casually. So cultivators who specialized in talismans developed this alternative. It couldn't make someone invisible, but it carried a mild hypnotic effect that caused ordinary people to overlook the wearer, or subconsciously assume that anyone carrying the talisman was unimportant and not worth remembering. Of course, what kind of talisman it wasn't the important part. What mattered was that in this era, talismans couldn't retain their effects for very long once created. They had to be used within a few hours. Otherwise, the spiritual energy would dissipate and the talisman would become useless. Which meant, if those two could use talismans, one thing was obvious. They had spirit stones on them. Officer Song didn't seem particularly surprised. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in his expression. That actually surprised me. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be like those novels? At a moment like this, someone like him, shouldn't he first refuse to believe me, then lecture me about trusting science, before I shocked him with some supernatural demonstration, and left him staring at me in awe? Why wasn't he reacting at all? Not bad, not bad. Impressive for someone so young. You already understand this kind of thing. Officer Song seemed to realize what I was thinking, and finally gave me some kind of reaction. It just wasn't the reaction I'd been expecting. Officer Song simply patted his own shoulder and said, "When I was little, my parents took me to Xijing. We went to Kung Fu Road. I think there was a temple of the 8 immortals around there. My parents took me inside, and we paid our respects to the immortals. We also had a Taoist priest read my fortune. Want to know what he told me?" I shook my head. How would I possibly know? He said I'd be free from illness and disaster until I turned 38. Officer Song sounded nostalgic. That I'd carry righteous energy. That I wouldn't be especially wealthy. But I would have some noble fortune. And that fortune would need to be activated by meeting a benefactor. After that, if I wanted to rise any further, I'd face one trial after another. But if I survived them, I'd climb another level. And before I turned 38, I wouldn't meet that benefactor. As he spoke, he patted his shoulder again. Well, I'm 38 this year. My oldest daughter is 10, and my youngest son is 8. I missed my chance while I was young, so now I'm grabbing the tail end of middle age and taking one last shot. I need money for my son's future wedding and a home. After hearing that, my eyes fell on Officer Song's shoulder insignia. I remembered that the first time I'd met him, he'd still been a third-class police inspector. Now, he was already a first-class police inspector. People like you are just relatively rare. Most of the time, you keep your abilities hidden. But people like you are also the ones most likely to encounter unusual things. So for officers like us, the odds of running into people like you are actually much higher than for ordinary civilians. After hearing that, I had no idea what to say. Fine. Reality really was pretty different from novels. Seeing Officer Song looking like he was absolutely determined to seize this chance for advancement, I could only laugh inwardly. Blocking a man's path to wealth was like killing his parents, especially when that man was fighting for his son's future wedding expenses and a home. All right, I nodded. Close the door. Let's prepare the ink. Officer Song immediately shut the door. Now, only 3 people remained inside. Me, Ryan, and Officer Song. Glanced at Ryan, who still had absolutely no sense of what needed doing, and sighed inwardly. Then I prepared the ink myself. I had no idea where they'd bought everything, but one look told me Sophia and Natalie had done most of the actual work. Ryan, really, wasn't easy to train. The yellow talisman paper was decent enough, but there was no silver powder. That was apparently impossible to find on short notice. The cinnabar and incense burner were all there, though. I arranged everything on the table, then lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed respectfully 3 times. I, Tyler Cooper, first disciple of the 72nd generation of the Qingwei sect, apologize for these crude preparations. The situation is urgent. I ask the ancestral master for understanding. This disciple offers 3 sticks of incense, and begs forgiveness for any disrespect. My cultivation is weak, and my Tao companion has been abducted by villains. Please, ancestral master, lend me your aid. Then I bowed 3 more times. This wasn't actually required to draw talismans. My mentor in my dreams had simply told me that when doing things like alchemy or drawing talismans, it was customary to first pay respects to the ancestral master. If your heart was sincere and your luck was good, the ancestral master might respond and provide some unexpected benefit. That was why many cultivators prayed before making talismans. If they didn't know their own lineage, or had no ancestral master, they'd pray to other deities instead. Some people even prayed to dozens of different gods before drawing a single talisman. It only wasted a little time anyway, and if even one of them happened to respond, you came out ahead. Of course, praying to random deities wasn't as effective as praying to your own ancestral master. Your own ancestral master was far more likely to respond than some unrelated deity. After finishing the prayer, I centered myself once more, then picked up the brush. My hand moved rapidly across the talisman paper. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Complex patterns quickly appeared across the yellow paper. I'd barely finished the second stroke when Ryan frowned beside me. Can that really work? That looks terrible. He'd seen talismans online before, and although he couldn't understand them, he could at least tell the difference between beautiful and ugly. Be grateful I'm able to draw one at all. I knew perfectly well that I couldn't draw. The original owner of this body had practiced drawing talismans for 2 years. But because there had been no spiritual energy, he'd eventually given up. At least the basic patterns were still mostly correct. Being able to draw one now that was generally accurate was already pretty impressive. I stared at the talisman in my hand, my brows tightly furrowed. Could this thing be printed with a printer? The main materials at this stage were just yellow paper and cinnabar ink. So maybe a machine could replace the hand-drawing process too. Yeah, I can test that later. But for now, I rapidly formed a series of hand seals, then guided spiritual energy into the talisman. The ordinary yellow paper and red markings suddenly began to change, as though they had been infused with some kind of divine intent. The red lines on the talisman seemed to swim like living fish. It worked. I was extremely satisfied. Even though it was obviously far inferior to a truly high-quality talisman, I was a practical person. As long as it worked, that was enough. Icked the talisman between my index and middle fingers. Enchanted, heaven and earth, take your positions. 8 trigrams, reveal your form. Yin and yang follow as one. 5 elements, answer my call. Let fate guide the way. Let the earth veins form the path. Track the soul and pursue the spirit. Let nothing escape. By sacred decree, act. For the first time, I saw an 8 trigrams diagram appear before my eyes. At its center, 2 yin-yang jade symbols slowly rotated clockwise, while the 8 trigrams around them revolved in the opposite direction. Then 2 phantom symbols flew out from the Qian and Li trigrams and entered the space between my brows. The ancestral master had answered me. My heart shook. According to what my mentor had taught me in my dreams, this meant a divination master had successfully connected with one of the 8 trigrams and could draw upon its power. Each trigram carried its own divine ability, which divination masters could use to protect themselves, but fully connecting with even one trigram was incredibly difficult. Even talented divination masters usually needed several years to master a single trigram. For someone like me to connect with 2 at once, either I had to be a once-in-history prodigy, or the ancestral master had personally intervened to help his disciple. So this really was the ancestral master's blessing. Ancestral master above, this disciple swears, I'll build a proper ancestral tablet at home and worship you every day. I silently promised. Then I moved my right hand. A strand of hair from the corner of the room suddenly floated into the air and flew into my palm. I brought both hands together, then pulled them apart. The talisman and the strand of hair began floating in midair on their own. The hair coiled around the talisman like a dragon winding around a pillar, and gradually began glowing gold. I pointed toward the window. The next second, the talisman and hair fused together and shot outside. I immediately closed my eyes and felt my mind connect with the talisman. In an instant, my perception crossed countless miles and arrived somewhere else. A vehicle was traveling along a road. Before I could get a good look at the surroundings, snap. Something struck like a massive blade and instantly severed my connection with the talisman. Ogaga! My eyes snapped open. It felt as though waves were crashing violently inside my chest. The discomfort was unbearable. I hurried into the bathroom. Gleg. Within seconds, my entire breakfast ended up in the toilet. How are you? Officer Song rushed in immediately and patted my back as he asked. I'm fine, nothing serious. I shook my head. Good thing my technique is terrible. Otherwise, I would have suffered a much worse backlash. Luckily, I was only half-trained, and the talisman I'd created was awful. Someone had clearly detected it just now and directly used a spell to destroy it, breaking my tracking talisman. This kind of tracking talisman followed the target through karmic connections, and carried a tiny fragment of the user's soul for reconnaissance. That allowed the user to see what was happening in real time. But the downside was that if the talisman was destroyed by an outside force, the user would suffer damage too. Fortunately, mine was bottom tier even among low-grade talismans. The fact that it had worked at all was thanks to the ancestral master's blessing, so it carried only a tiny fragment of my consciousness, which meant the backlash after it was destroyed was relatively minor. Otherwise, I'd probably be lying in a hospital bed myself right now. The thought alone made cold sweat break out across my back. This was my first time confronting someone with similar supernatural abilities, and the other side had clearly been prepared. The moment my talisman arrived, they destroyed it. I'd suffered because of my lack of experience, but I'd also simply been too stupid. I should have anticipated that the other side might have countermeasures. I need to be much more careful from now on. Your technique is terrible. Ryan arrived half a step later. Hearing my contradictory statement, he didn't even know how to respond. He could only ask, "Are you seriously okay? Do you need to rest? You were throwing up like crazy. I'll go buy you some porridge." No need, I steadied myself, and carefully recalled the scene I'd just seen. They're heading south in a silver van. Judging from the surroundings, they were already on the expressway. It looked like they'd just passed a toll station and were stuck in traffic. The traffic jam started almost immediately after entering the expressway, and stretched a long way. So if they're heading south from here, I pulled out my phone and opened navigation. My mind raced through the possibilities. What major city to the south required taking the expressway? Chongqing City. That was the first city that came to mind. It was one of Guangyan's southern gateway cities, and a major transportation hub for traffic heading farther south. I typed the city into the navigation app, selected driving directions, and immediately saw several possible routes to Chongqing City, all displayed on the screen. Then I narrowed the results. Sure enough, in Qiaonan District, the Qiaonan East Expressway entrance was marked with severe congestion. Just north of that entrance, where the road merged into the Outer Ring Expressway, a large truck had overturned, causing several vehicles to collide in a serious chain reaction accident. Traffic police were handling the scene, and the road was heavily congested. The navigation app temporarily advised drivers to avoid that route. That's it. I immediately started navigation. They're at the Qiaonan East Toll Station in Qiaonan District. They just passed through and were about to enter the expressway. But now they're stuck. What incredible luck. If that accident hadn't caused a traffic jam, they probably would have already made it out of Shanghai City. Thank you, Ancestral Master. I bowed once more toward the incense burner. I'm going ahead. I plan to take the motorcycle. At a time like this, a motorcycle was the best choice. I'm coming with you. Officer Song said, I've already reported the situation. With me there, a lot of things will be easier to handle. Meanwhile, inside a silver Jinbei van, a skinny man with a long face and protruding teeth sat behind the wheel. His body was thin, and overall, he looked almost like a human-sized rat. Taken care of, in the passenger seat, sat a fat man with a round face, small eyes, and a large belly. His voice was slightly muffled as he replied, just some worthless amateur. A talisman was sked between his fingers. If one looked closely, it was exactly the talisman I'd drawn. The fat man stared at it contemptuously, then casually crushed it into a ball, and tossed it out the window. For something this pathetic to actually work, some deity really must have answered his prayer. Just wonder which god took pity on him. The fat man's tone was openly mocking, and completely relaxed. Talismans like this, especially long-range ones, were similar in some ways to drones. They were remotely controlled and used for reconnaissance or other tasks, but that also meant they shared similar weaknesses. For example, they were relatively easy to disrupt or trick with false signals and capture. Simply put, the offensive and defensive methods used in electronic warfare were surprisingly similar to those used against long-range talismans. I was a complete beginner. This was my first time fighting another cultivator, and I had absolutely no experience. I'd never even thought to add anti-deception or anti-interference protections to my talisman, and since my drawing itself was terrible, the fat man had easily intercepted it, taken control of it, and captured it. Want to teach him a lesson? The skinny man asked. The mission comes first. He's just some third-rate talisman maker. He probably begged a deity for help and got lucky once. Not worth wasting our time on. The fat man shifted his heavy body. Let's hurry up and deliver the cargo to the boss. Once the job is finished, we can both relax. Ever since we took this assignment, My right eyelid hasn't stopped twitching. I've got a feeling this trip isn't going to go smoothly. The skinny man couldn't have cared less. Superstitious nonsense. What's supposed to go wrong? The only problem is that we're stuck in traffic on the expressway. If something bad were really going to happen, we would have been screwed already. These days, you've got to believe in science. That's just your eyelid twitching. As he spoke, the skinny man glanced toward the back, at the two unconscious women. A lewd look crossed his face as he said, "Which one of those two? Is the cargo our boss actually wants? What are you thinking?" The fat man didn't care at all as he replied, "Don't tell me you're hoping he'll let you have one. We're law-abiding citizens. We can't do anything illegal." The skinny man laughed and stopped talking, turning his full attention back to the traffic ahead. Then he suddenly started cursing. "Damn it. Look at that idiot cutting in without even using a turn signal. What the hell is wrong with him? If I let you squeeze in, I'll take your last name." Being stuck in traffic was already enough to put anyone in a terrible mood. And in the instant, he turned around. He hadn't noticed the car ahead move forward slightly. He'd only been delayed by a moment. But another car immediately turned its wheels and shoved half its front end into the gap. The skinny man instantly started swearing. The fat man closed his eyes and decided not to get involved, pretending he hadn't heard anything. A while passed like that, but the traffic still didn't move. Even the fat man started getting impatient. Kermit, the skinny man was still yelling at the driver who'd cut in. Enough. The fat man finally couldn't take it anymore. Just drive properly. The hell do you mean I'm not driving properly? That only made the skinny man even more worked up, and he kept ranting without stopping. But the next second, he suddenly noticed red and blue lights flashing in the rearview mirror. Police. The fat man's heart tightened. He slammed his elbow into the skinny man's side. Enough. There are cops. Cops? The skinny man immediately shut up. He checked the rearview mirror, and sure enough, emergency lights were flashing behind them. There seemed to be quite a few police vehicles, too. "Have we been exposed?" the skinny man asked nervously. "When you destroyed that talisman earlier, are you sure the person controlling it didn't get a clear look at us?" "Shh," the fat man sneered. "I'm a professional talisman practitioner with something as pathetic as that. It wouldn't have worked at all without some deity helping him. These days, gods are stingier than humans. I've made offerings to so many of them, burned so much incense, and given them so many offerings. I'm lucky if one of them responds even once. One look at that talisman technique and you can tell he came from some wild unofficial lineage. We're both from unofficial lineages. That guy just got unbelievably lucky. Getting one divine response was already a miracle. What do you think? That some god is personally looking after his own disciples and descendants? And as for getting a clear look, with a talisman that ugly, if he could see anything clearly, I'd take his last name. The more the fat man talked, the angrier he became. He'd offered so much incense and worshipped so many gods. Every single time he'd been completely sincere, prostrating himself fully, and performing every ceremony with the utmost respect. Yet, those stingy gods wouldn't even give him a tiny blessing. They were both from unofficial cultivation backgrounds. So why did that third-rate talisman maker get a response? Even if it was nothing but dumb luck. He was still jealous. Knock, knock, knock. While they were talking, a traffic officer walked over on foot and knocked on the passenger side window. "Hello, hello." The fat man hurriedly rolled down the window and greeted him with a smile. "Officer, is something wrong? We received a call asking for help." The traffic officer leaned in and glanced around the van. Before explaining, someone reported that a pregnant woman in a van was about to give birth. The caller's phone died, so we're checking vehicles one by one. He looked at the fat man, then glanced toward the back seats. His brows furrowed slightly, as if something felt a little strange. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Sorry to bother you." The traffic officer smiled, saluted, and walked away. But just then, he suddenly noticed a crumpled piece of yellow paper near his feet, and casually picked it up. He unfolded it. "What's this?" He stared at the object, covered in messy, complicated markings, and couldn't understand any of it. "Is this yours?" "No, no," the fat man hurriedly replied. "I don't even know what that thing is." "Really not yours?" The traffic officer gave them another look. People really have less and less respect these days. Throwing trash everywhere. "Sorry for bothering you. Then he continued walking forward. The fat man and skinny man both let out a long breath. They'd gotten through it. What they couldn't see was that after the traffic officer passed the car in front and turned around a corner out of their line of sight, he didn't go far. Instead, he unfolded the yellow paper, took out his phone, and snapped a picture, then sent it to the police work group chat. He wrote, "Found this beside a silver Jinbei van, and when I looked inside just now, his peak, something felt off. I didn't see any women, but I could smell shampoo, and it didn't smell like anything those two men would use. Should we list the van as a suspicious vehicle?" Yes. A supervisor immediately replied in a group, "Send your location. Keep a close watch on the suspicious vehicle." Inside the van, the two men became somewhat quieter. Even the skinny man had lost his earlier mood. They both regularly handled shady jobs, and he could tell that the officer had seemed a little off. The excuse hadn't sounded quite right either. "Bro," the skinny man said darkly, "I think they're here for us. Did your talisman work just now?" Of course, the fat man actually sounded more confident now. That officer didn't have a trace of spiritual energy. He's just an ordinary person. There's no way he could see through it. And that talisman looked like a cat had clawed all over it. He couldn't make sense of that garbage anyway. Just drive properly. And stop letting people cut in. The van fell silent. About an hour later, the skinny man frowned. "Something's wrong. Why is our lane moving so slowly?" The cars in the neighboring lanes were moving forward, albeit slowly. While the cars in their lane had almost completely stopped, the skinny man started feeling uneasy. Moving slowly during a traffic jam was normal. Sometimes, one lane would suddenly start moving faster. He'd cut into other lanes plenty of times himself, just to get through congestion faster. But why did it feel like every lane he entered would immediately stop moving? It was almost completely frozen. Something was definitely wrong. The fat man sensed it too. Today felt unusually strange. The skinny man was a good driver, even with bad luck. It shouldn't be possible that every time he changed lanes, they'd only move past one or two cars before getting completely stuck again. He looked ahead and saw several traffic officers walking toward them. Then he glanced behind and saw a young man approaching with a group of police officers. "They're coming for us." The fat man's heart instantly sank. There was no need to think anymore. They were definitely in trouble. "Move." Without another word, he slapped a talisman onto himself and another onto the skinny man. Then he twisted his heavy body around and slapped two more talismans onto the two women in the back. Meanwhile, Officer Song had ridden my motorcycle and brought me to the scene as quickly as possible. We'd originally assumed the motorcycle's agility would let us get through quickly, but the road was almost completely blocked. Even the emergency lane had a long line of vehicles stuck in it, and the motorcycle could barely move forward. So Officer Song handed the motorcycle over to another officer at the scene, and the two of us continued toward the suspicious vehicle on foot. Just as we got close, I saw two people get out of the van. One of them was an enormous, heavily built, fat man. The moment he got out, he opened the rear door, grabbed one woman in each hand, threw them over his shoulders, and ran toward the left side of the road. "It's them," I pointed and shouted, without caring whether anyone else could even notice them. Then I immediately took off after them. One was skinny and the other was fat, but both were incredibly agile. Even the fat man carrying two women moved shockingly fast. Within a few strides, they crossed through the traffic and jumped off the expressway, disappearing into an orchard beside the road. I followed immediately. As a cultivator, even though I'd only just started, my body had already been in pretty good condition to begin with, so keeping up with them wasn't difficult. After running for roughly 10 minutes and getting far away from the highway, the two men finally slowed down. The skinny man looked back and realized I seemed to be the only one still following. He exchanged a look with the fat man, and they both stopped. The skinny man, with his rat-like features, looked me up and down. "Looks like you've trained too, the obscuring talisman." Can't fool you. The obscuring talisman was one of the most basic charms still used today. Anyone with an especially strong will had a chance of seeing through it, let alone an actual cultivator. But there's only one of you. The fat man set the two women down from his shoulders and said, "Kid, you're really asking for a beating." Whoa. Just then, a breathless voice came from behind us. Officer Song looked like he'd nearly run himself to death. "Let me catch my breath first." You guys can seriously run. A cop? The skinny man looked completely baffled. He carefully studied Officer Song, then turned unhappily toward the fat man. Don't tell me your talisman stopped working. Impossible. The fat man looked surprised too, even without the divine buff. My talismans have never failed before. Failed? Officer Song finally caught his breath. It definitely fooled my colleagues, but don't underestimate me. Never underestimate the pressure on a middle-aged cop with elderly parents and young children depending on him. And definitely don't underestimate the bond between a middle-aged cop and the money he needs for his son's wedding and future home. Damn it. Even though Officer Song had caught up, I didn't feel relieved at all. If anything, this made things more complicated. This was the age of spiritual decline. Cultivators no longer had the power to overturn mountains and seas, or kill someone from 1,000 miles away. But after being refined by spiritual energy, their physical abilities were still far beyond those of ordinary people. Not to mention that they could combine those abilities with the spells and techniques that still worked in this era. In a situation like this, Officer Song wasn't exactly extra firepower. He was more like someone I'd have to protect. The skinny man and fat man exchanged a glance. The fat man slipped one hand into his pocket, while the skinny man hid his hands behind his back, clearly preparing something. Hey kid, the skinny man stepped forward, looking completely casual. These days, life isn't easy for anybody. We're just workers too. Workers shouldn't make life hard for other workers. How about we pretend we never saw each other? Let us leave safely, and I guarantee you'll have cars, money, and women whenever you want. You've got an exciting future ahead of you. Why risk it over these two women? And you too, officer, if you let us go. We guarantee your career will take off. Like a rocket. The two men clearly didn't want to fight, and they genuinely didn't. Spiritual energy was precious in this era, and restoring it was extremely difficult. If they could avoid spending any, that was obviously best. I glanced at Officer Song beside me. One of us wanted to save people, and the other wanted a legitimate career-making achievement. That single glance was enough for us to understand each other. I will never compromise with evil. Negotiations over. Move! The fat and skinny duo were clearly battle-hardened. The instant negotiations collapsed. Both men moved, each pulling out a talisman with his left hand, while holding a gold-inlaid jade plaque in his right. Their fingers moved rapidly, forming several hand seals in quick succession. Zen thunder, summon lightning, Lee fire, transform and gather. Heaven and earth, lend me your power. Thunder, descend with overwhelming force. By sacred decree. Thunder art. The fat man chanted at incredible speed, yet every word came out perfectly clear. Spiritual energy gathered inside the gold-inlaid jade plaque in his right hand, and his own spiritual energy poured into the talisman. The next second, he threw it. Boom. It instantly transformed into a ball of lightning, and shot toward Officer Song and me. Kun Earth, become my shield. Gen Mountain, become my barrier. 5 elements, stand firm. Let no evil pass. By sacred decree, Earth Shield. I wasn't slow either. I'd already anticipated his attack almost the instant he moved. Although I finished my chant half a beat after him, I didn't need a talisman. I pointed directly at the ground. Rumble, half a step in front of me. A wall of earth surged upward. The ball lightning slammed into the earthen wall, like a grenade exploding. The wall shattered instantly, while the lightning discharged all of its energy, and left scorched black electrical marks across the ground. At some point, the skinny man had already circled behind Officer Song and me. He was holding an emerald hairpin in his right hand. Its sharp tip glowed with green light as he thrust it toward Officer Song's forehead. He. His laugh was shrill and creepy. Go to sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't know anything. The skinny man still didn't want to kill anyone, especially not a police officer. Not when he believed they had the situation completely under control. All he needed was to put us to sleep for a while. But at that exact moment, Officer Song suddenly pulled a can of police-grade pepper spray from his belt, aimed it directly at the skinny man's face, and sprayed. He was an experienced cop after all, even though his career had been relatively peaceful. That didn't mean he'd never dealt with violent suspects before. He'd already been on high alert before arriving, and had mentally rehearsed several possible combat scenarios, making his own predictions about how a confrontation might unfold. He was older now, so his reactions were slightly slower, but not so slow that he couldn't respond at all. Besides, the tactic of drawing attention from the front, while someone else flanked from the side, had been used to death in military strategy. The moment he saw the fat man and me exchanging attacks, he'd been waiting for a flanking move. So, as soon as the bastard came around, Officer Song had already been ready to spray him directly in the face, full blast. Cultivators were much harder to deal with than ordinary people, but they were still flesh and blood. Their resistance might be higher, but their weak points were the same against something like this. Sprayed directly into the eyes and nose. The pain was brutal. Ah! The skinny man's eyes instantly felt like they were on fire. He couldn't see anything. He was just about to shout that the target was tougher than expected and they needed to retreat. Bam, 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 bam. Officer Song simultaneously drew his expandable baton and struck 6 times in a row, giving the skinny man a very personal lesson in what 6 consecutive baton strikes felt like. Just then, the fat man suddenly leaped like an agile crane, crossing more than 10 meters and soaring over our heads. The next second, he came crashing down, like a mountain collapsing onto us. Oof! I grabbed Officer Song and flashed backward, retreating rapidly, 5 or 6 meters. The fat man slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! Countless clumps of dirt and sand exploded into the air, and dust instantly filled the area. So this was a cultivator. My eyes practically lit up. This was a cultivator. And this was still only a cultivator from the age of spiritual decline. In an era when spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, just that tiny amount of spiritual energy could grant this much power. I genuinely couldn't imagine what cultivators had been like when spiritual energy was abundant. Fat cat. Damn it, fat cat. The skinny man climbed back up from the ground. A cultivator's physical condition was better than an ordinary person's, and their ability to withstand blows was greater too. 6 baton strikes hurt like hell, but he could still endure them. He blindly reached out and grabbed the fat man's clothes. The target's tougher than expected. Let's retreat. This should count as a workplace injury, right? If we don't run now, we're screwed. Fights between cultivators in the age of spiritual decline were usually very short. Everyone treasured their spiritual energy. The moment someone couldn't gain the upper hand, and the fight looked like it might turn into a stalemate, they would quickly find a way to disengage. Those battles from mythological stories, where people fought continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, traded hundreds of moves and then transformed again, simply couldn't happen anymore. A prolonged battle was impossible. Never mind the fact that more police could arrive at any moment. Once the pseudo-spirit stones inside their magical artifacts ran out of spiritual energy and became ordinary jade, their losses would be enormous. If things went bad, they ran. That was one skill every cultivator had to possess. The fat man slapped 2 talismans onto himself, then threw the skinny man over his shoulder and turned to flee. But just then, heaven and earth bind all law. Yin and yang halt their course. 5 elements suppress and break. All movement cease. An old but powerful voice echoed from every direction. It sounded as though countless people were speaking, and yet somehow, like only one person, 2 silver needles suddenly flew through the air and struck the 2 men, instantly freezing them in place. Not bad. Not bad at all. Impressive for someone so young. At that moment, an old man dressed in Taoist robes walked out from the south side of the orchard. His hair and beard were completely white, yet his face looked no older than his 40s. He stood tall and imposing, with an unmistakably powerful presence. I froze when I saw the old man, and almost shouted out loud. He looked exactly like the actor who played Zhu Di. More specifically, he looked exactly like Zhang Jue from The Outcast, played by that same actor. Even his voice was identical. If I hadn't known I'd transmigrated, I would have thought I'd somehow walked onto the set of The Outcast for real. This old Taoist is Zhang Wei, known as Xiao Yao. We'll meet again at your estate. You don't need to worry about those 2 girls either. They were only hit with a drowsy dream spell. They'll wake up naturally once they've slept enough. I had to admit, right? An old celestial master really was on another level. He'd appeared mysteriously, made a single move, and instantly immobilized the fat and skinny duo who were trying to escape. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished, aside from the voice that seemed to come from nowhere. It was almost as if he'd never appeared at all. What happened? Are you guys okay? What happened here? Just then, the rest of the police finally arrived. It really did seem to be exactly as Officer Song had said. Police officers were far more accepting of bizarre situations than ordinary people. A few of the younger officers did look genuinely shocked, but most of them saw the battle marks on the ground and the two criminals frozen in place, then immediately looked toward Officer Song and me with obvious envy. Compared with the danger or supernatural mystery involved, what they cared about more seemed to be things like second-class and third-class merit awards. The way they looked at the two criminals made it seem as though they felt they'd missed out on something incredibly important. Everything after that was much simpler. The criminals were arrested and handcuffed, while the two women were carried out, and the aftermath was handled. As for how we'd actually captured them, almost nobody seemed curious, and hardly anyone asked. I went to the police station too and gave a statement, but when it came to the arrest itself, the two veteran officers taking my statement didn't seem interested in the details at all. They simply finished the basic paperwork, glossed over the actual capture process, and that was it. The moment I walked outside, my phone started ringing. I looked at the screen. Wasn't this Deputy Director Zhou? He was about to get promoted soon, though I still didn't know exactly where he'd end up. Uncle Joe, I answered the call with a cheerful smile. Tyler, how did things go? Deputy Director Joe asked with obvious concern. How's your girlfriend? Thanks for asking, Uncle Joe, I replied. She's already been sent back to the hospital. Nothing serious. She just needs to sleep until she wakes naturally. Good, as long as she's okay, Deputy Director Joe said. As long as she's okay. These human traffickers are getting way too bold. He sounded genuinely angry. The higher-ups are very interested in those two men too. They haven't only committed crimes here. They've done things elsewhere as well. The authorities in the capital have already received the news. They said the cases need to be consolidated. In a couple of days, they'll come take custody of the suspects and bring them back to the capital for a combined investigation. The capital is investigating them too? I asked in surprise. They've already been tracking them? Yeah. Deputy Director Joe sounded a little tired. They seem to be roaming offenders. They came into the capital from somewhere else, then left the capital and came here to commit another crime. And they just happened to get caught here. Everyone always says the capital has everything, plenty of police resources and all that. But looking at it now, it's not that impressive. We're the ones who ended up catching them, and now we're sending them back. Oh, I immediately understood. Uncle Joe, you probably shouldn't say that out loud. Oh, right. Deputy Director Joe changed the subject. You said you wanted jade and emerald. I've already asked around for you. I heard the suspects were carrying some jade and emerald too. You didn't do anything reckless, did you? The higher-ups said those items are important evidence, and now some of them can't be found. They aren't with you, are they? I immediately replied, a gentleman acquires wealth through proper means. I don't take things that don't belong to me. The call ended soon after, and my thoughts immediately settled. I had to admit, modern society really was efficient. Everything moved incredibly fast. But the information Deputy Director Joe had revealed didn't completely match my earlier assumptions. Those two men hadn't done this kind of thing for the first time. First, judging by their objective, the fat and skinny duo seemed to be searching for specific people. No one had said exactly where they'd gone before, but they'd traveled from somewhere else to the capital, then left the capital again, which meant the person behind them was probably based there. They had visited more than one place and carried out more than one job. The fact that the capital's police were coming to take custody so quickly meant they probably already had an operation prepared, putting all the useful information together. These two were likely hired by some powerful person in the capital to search for people matching a specific set of criteria, and among the people behind them, there was probably someone skilled in divination. And not just casually skilled, but extremely capable. Someone capable of calculating Emma's location. Then I suddenly noticed a problem. If the other side really had someone that powerful, why hadn't they sent people to capture Emma much earlier? A troubling possibility. suddenly entered my mind. I leaned against the motorcycle, narrowed my eyes, and carefully thought back to everything my mentor had told me about divination and related techniques. Wait, all far and candors, too. I replayed every detail in my mind, and suddenly realized I'd done the one thing I absolutely shouldn't have done. After Emma told me her birth date and birth chart, I'd immediately performed a divination on her. In the age of spiritual decline, many powerful spells were incredibly troublesome to set up, but surprisingly easy to disrupt. The reason Emma had gone unnoticed for so long was most likely because whoever originally told her those secrets had concealed her fate from divination. But in the age of spiritual decline, this kind of fate-concealing technique was more like a one-way invisibility barrier. If someone tried divining without sufficiently detailed information, it was like searching for a needle in the ocean, and with the target hidden on top of that, finding her would be incredibly difficult. But if something disturbed the barrier from the inside, it could easily be broken, and my divination had done exactly that. It was basically like I'd turned on a public broadcast and allowed whoever was searching outside to lock onto the signal. That was why they'd found us so precisely. But because they couldn't determine whether the target was Grace or Emma, the fat and skinny duo had simply taken both of them. Wait, that's not right. Another problem suddenly occurred to me. In this age of spiritual decline, altering someone's real recorded date of birth was a simple but effective way of disrupting divination. It couldn't completely hide someone, the way a specialized occult concealment spell could against every kind of investigation, but it could still interfere with the diviner's judgment. If the other side could calculate such a precise location, they could have simply performed several more calculations by process of elimination, and eventually determined which woman was actually the person they wanted. Yet they had taken both women, which meant Grace's real birthday wasn't the date she'd listed on her employment information, and her fate was somehow connected to mine. Now that I'd stepped onto the path of cultivation, even though the road ahead would be difficult, I believed I could carve my way through every obstacle and create a new path in this age of spiritual decline. So, for someone like me, ordinary women were already becoming difficult to take seriously, but Grace was destined to become involved with me somehow in the future. There was some event tied to both of us. So, was it possible that Grace possessed some kind of special constitution too? One that might not be any weaker than Emma's? Was that why the enemy had grabbed her, while taking Emma as well? Then what kind of constitution did Grace have? If it wasn't the same as Emma's, could she have some legendary emperor-level potential? Something like a phoenix divine body? Now this is getting interesting. My phone suddenly started ringing, just as I was about to leave. I looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. I answered. Hello? Seventh brother? It's me. A very familiar voice came through the phone, sounding anxious, with the faintest hint of tears. It's Grace. Huh? I frowned. What do you want? Now this was unexpected. I hadn't thought she'd actually call me. I resisted the urge to hang up immediately. Just tell me what happened. Someone's causing trouble at Third Sister's hospital. Grace said anxiously. They've already injured several doctors and destroyed an entire set of ICU equipment. Several hospital security guards were injured by him too. He keeps insisting that this hospital is useless, and that all the equipment is a scam. He even humiliated Third Sister right in front of everyone. I know you and I have our issues, but Third Sister never did anything to you, right? Third Sister, I didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. Though in those real heir, fake heir novels, there usually was at least one person who treated the real heir somewhat decently. Of course, decently was relative, compared with everyone else. The person who treated the real heir slightly better might simply be someone who didn't immediately attack him, beat him or physically punish him, or constantly humiliate him. Maybe they only gave him the cold shoulder, or perhaps they simply worked away from home most of the year and barely had any contact with the real heir. So which of the Carter sisters fit that description? The oldest, second, and third sisters. The oldest sister had married early and already had a family of her own, though she rarely came home. The second sister worked in the Capitol, though I'd already gotten her arrested, and her trial hadn't happened yet. The third sister was a doctor, who often worked overtime. She even owned an apartment near the hospital, so she was too busy to come home very often. As for why I wasn't considering the fourth sister, she was a travel writer, with her own RV, currently traveling across the country. She wouldn't be back for at least another year or so. Jesus, and now, only the oldest and third sisters really fit the pattern. Call the police. Preserve all the evidence. Tell security not to confront him directly. Secure the scene, and don't let him leave. I spoke in an ordinary tone. I'm not a police officer. Calling me isn't going to help. It's not abyss. I hung up, sneered. I was basically the kind of player who hadn't even finished the first playthrough yet. So what if third sister met the first condition for awakening? In novels, people like that usually only did slightly less damage than everyone else. As for the Carter family, or more specifically Robert Carter's household, even though I had no intention of using future events to condemn people in the present, the impression that family had already left on me was like seeing a cockroach crawling beside a mountain of gold. Teaching Grace how to call the police was already the most help I was willing to offer. I didn't think about it any further, and was about to leave. Oh, Tyler. Just then, Officer Song also walked out of the Keonan District Public Security Bureau. When he saw I hadn't left yet, he happily walked over. My lucky star, give your uncle the honor of having a meal together. What are you talking about? I laughed too. How could I possibly be anyone's lucky star? If you hadn't cleared the way ahead of me, those people might have escaped before I even arrived. I'm the one who should be treating you. Come on. I pulled out my phone and was about to search for a nearby restaurant, when Officer Song immediately pressed my hand down. If you're searching for some fancy place around here, then you can go by yourself. I'm just an ordinary guy. I'm not used to eating that kind of food, and I don't have that kind of money either. I can only afford something normal. Come on. Without giving me a chance to argue, he dragged me toward a small restaurant nearby. Once inside, he ordered 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles. Then he casually placed the small bag he was carrying beside the condiment jars holding vinegar and chili oil. Again, Officer Song stretched. I really have to thank you, Tyler. What are you talking about? I shook my head. I didn't do. Officer Song cut me off with a sigh. Hey, you've already heard about those 2 men, right? Of course. I nodded. They're roaming criminals. Don't worry. Officer Song sounded like he was reassuring me. Whatever credit belongs to you won't disappear. A 500 yuan banner for bravery? I laughed softly. I was saving my own fiancé. That hardly counts as heroic civilian action. You were still brave and resourceful, Officer Song said. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you about. What? I asked, confused. You want me to tell your fortune? It's about the hairpin and the jade pendant those 2 men were carrying, Officer Song asked seriously. I heard from my superiors that you really like that kind of thing. You didn't take them while we weren't looking, did you? What? I scratched my head, looking genuinely baffled. A gentleman seeks wealth through proper means. Why would I take something like that? Technically speaking, I'm an heir to the Carter family. Those 2 pieces of junk aren't enough to tempt me. Fair point. Officer Song nodded. Your family does have money, but the higher-ups said those 2 items are important evidence. They weren't found on the suspects, so I figured they might have been lost during the fight. I heard they're pretty important. The Keonan precinct has already sent people back to search the scene. Exactly, that makes sense. We didn't see any hairpin or jade pendant. If I really wanted something like that, I could just buy it myself. Speaking of which, I suddenly asked, what did those 2 things look like? I'm actually curious about the jade pendant and hairpin. That made you guys suspect I took them. They must have looked pretty expensive, Officer Song said. They might have been stolen goods those 2 picked up somewhere. They're apparently worth a lot. If you see them, bring them to me immediately. Chicken broth knife-cut noodles coming up. The restaurant owner brought over 2 bowls. Our chicken broth knife-cut noodles, especially the broth, are our specialty. The owner spoke enthusiastically. I guarantee you'll never forget the taste. He's not exaggerating, Officer Song said, especially if you add vinegar. He casually picked up the small vinegar pot, poured some into his bowl, then put it back. Tyler, do you eat yours with vinegar? Officer Song asked while mixing his noodles. They don't taste right without it. I glanced over and noticed that beneath his little bag, a small paper packet had appeared at some point. Does 8, judging from its shape, It seemed to contain something square and something long. Of course, I cheerfully reached for the vinegar. If Uncle Song recommends it, how could I refuse? The Carter Ancestral Hall was located northwest of Shanghai City, around 10 kilometers away, in a village called Zhangjiabao, as the name suggested. Most of the people in the village had the surname Zhang. Originally, the Carter family had simply been one farming household in Zhangjiabao. The ancestor who had gone overseas to seek his fortune had gone partly by force and partly by choice. Only after becoming successful did he gradually use various means to turn the Carter family into one of the village's most prominent households. Even after becoming wealthy, however, the village's name was never changed, and it had remained the same ever since. After Grandpa Carter's father returned and rejoined the ancestral clan, he donated money and supplies to support the village, then acquired a new piece of land and built an ancestral hall to enshrine the Carter family's ancestors. On a day, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly entered the village and came to a smooth stop in the parking area outside the ancestral hall. Grandpa Carter looked both pained and helpless as he said, "That disgraceful descendant of my family is being held inside." Celestial Master Zhang remained calm, though a trace of curiosity appeared in his eyes. There aren't many people who practice gu arts anymore? So naturally, I was curious enough to come. After all, there aren't many techniques left these days that don't rely heavily on spiritual energy, and gu techniques are one of them, though gu arts are generally considered rather underhanded methods. Gu insects themselves are among the milder branches, and are relatively easier for people to accept. Their nurturing process doesn't necessarily violate basic human morality. Of course, raising certain gu insects can still be extremely cruel. But because the gentler methods that can produce useful gu insects take an extremely long time, when Grandpa Carter invited him, he decided to come down from the mountain and take a look. Partly, he wanted to see this gu practitioner, and partly, he wanted to see what had become of the Qilin, whose fate he'd calculated years ago. He had already met that Qilin, and the young man was indeed impressive. Now he wanted to see this gu practitioner. He had received notice early that morning, so servants and bodyguards had already been arranged at the ancestral hall at that moment. 2 young and beautiful women hurried over to open the doors. The 2 men got out of the car, and under the servants' guidance, quickly entered the ancestral hall. Celestial Master Zhang soon arrived before the Carter family's ancestral tablets. Robert Carter's eldest son had already been brought over and forced to kneel before the ancestral tablets. The moment Celestial Master Zhang walked in, his brows furrowed slightly. He raised a hand, signaling Grandpa Carter not to speak. He slowly stepped forward and circled around Daniel Carter twice. Then, in a voice that was 7 parts gentle and 3 parts authoritative, he said, "Raise your head and let me take a look." It was Daniel's first time meeting Celestial Master Zhang. After being locked up for some time, he no longer looked anything like the pampered rich young man he once was. His hair had grown long, and a beard had started covering his face. His expression was haggard and terrified. He looked like a frightened, stray dog that had suddenly lost all protection. His eyes were filled with barely concealed resentment and fear. When he heard Celestial Master Zhang's voice, his body trembled. He raised his head but didn't dare meet the old man's eyes. Celestial Master Zhang studied Daniel's features, and his brows furrowed even deeper. He made a quick calculation with his fingers, then told Grandpa Carter, "Have someone take the boy away and clean him up." Grandpa Carter gave the servants a look, and they quickly escorted Daniel away again. This time, however, they moved him to another room, one that was slightly better than the last. Celestial Master Zhang then returned to Grandpa Carter. "Mr. Carter, would you mind if we spoke privately?" Grandpa Carter immediately understood that they were about to discuss the real issue. He quickly dismissed the servants and personally led Celestial Master Zhang into the rear hall. The 2 sat down at a table. Only then did Grandpa Carter ask, "Celestial Master, did you see what was wrong? It's a gu insect. Definitely a gu insect. But it's an emotion gu." Grandpa Carter's mouth fell open in disbelief. "Isn't that the kind of thing used for romance between men and women? I thought it would be something terrifying. But it's only that? Only that?" Celestial Master Zhang remained perfectly calm. Romantic desire is emotion, but so is the affection parents feel toward their children. This child merely used an emotion goo to make his parents and sisters pay more attention to him. It was wrong, but not enough to explain what happened. The real problem isn't the goo insect. Not the goo insect. Grandpa Carter's expression grew even more serious. Mr. Carter, Celestial Master Zhang asked, may this old Taoist meet the child's biological parents? Grandpa Carter immediately sighed. The boy had a hard life. His parents died very young. A hard life? Celestial Master Zhang's tone became slightly meaningful. Mr. Carter, look at this child's facial features. His nose is full and well-formed. His jaw is broad and rounded. His forehead is smooth. His nasolabial lines are shallow. His features are balanced. And his philtrum is clear. Before this disaster, he should have had a calm and peaceful complexion. Do you know what that kind of face represents? Grandpa Carter had studied this sort of thing, at least a little. From those descriptions, he could tell they were probably favorable signs. But he still shook his head. He didn't know the exact meaning. Wealth, but not great authority. Disasters may come, but they won't destroy him. His life should generally be peaceful and smooth. Celestial Master Zhang's expression gradually became solemn, and he also has the features of someone destined for longevity. Putting him in the position of heir to the Carter family wasn't necessarily a mistake, as long as he stayed out of politics. He might not have been able to push the Carter family much higher, but he should have been capable of preserving its existing wealth. Even if some unexpected disaster struck, he would merely lose part of the fortune, and the remainder would still be enough to keep him wealthy. After that, Celestial Master Zhang thought for a moment and continued. As for the great Qilin of your family, his forehead is broad and his temples are full. If he entered government, his official career would flourish, and his path would be open. His eyebrows are refined, clean, and relaxed, showing intelligence and quick thinking. His thoughts are meticulous, while his eyes shine like bright stars, with clearly defined black and white. Yet his spirit remains restrained, showing lofty ambition. His decisions are firm, and his nose is straight and full, like a suspended gallbladder. His wealth palace is strong, meaning his financial fortune will remain abundant for a long time. He has already begun to reveal his potential, although many trials await him. Every trial he survives will push him another step higher. His fortune is extraordinarily strong, with purple energy approaching from the east, the sign of someone favored by tremendous destiny. Celestial Master Zhang stroked his beard as he spoke. If he and that child from earlier truly treated each other like brothers, your Carter family would undoubtedly prosper for another 3 or even 4 generations, and remain powerful and flourishing. Grandpa Carter was stunned, so his original plan hadn't been wrong. But then why did everything end up like this? He simply couldn't understand it. Celestial Master Zhang continued. A child's facial features and fortune are partly inherited from their parents, then through their own effort, upbringing, experiences, and many other factors. They gradually develop their own individual appearance and aura, but generally speaking, even after someone reaches adulthood, you can still see traces of their parents in their face and fortune. Could it be? Grandpa Carter's eyes widened. Exactly. Celestial Master Zhang nodded. For this child to possess such features, his parents' own facial signs and fortune couldn't have been too poor, at least judging from the paternal line. His father shouldn't have been someone destined to die young. The same may apply to his grandmother. After all, Mr. Carter, you yourself carry auspicious jade energy, and your facial signs suggest a long and enduring ancestral line. Even if your son married a foreign woman, she most likely wouldn't have been someone bitter, cruel, or excessively aggressive. After thinking for a moment, Celestial Master Zhang made another quick calculation with his fingers. This is only a rough calculation, but your daughter-in-law should have been at least half Chinese. Her parents may have lived overseas for many years, but they never forgot their roots. She should have been educated and well-mannered, with both decent financial fortune and good luck. She shouldn't have died young, neither should the child's father. You mean Connor? Grandpa Carter looked uncomfortable as he spoke. When I sent people to bring him back, he was already addicted to every vice imaginable. His body had been completely ruined. I originally planned to force him to quit those habits and slowly nurse his health back. But as Grandpa Carter spoke, grief spread across his face. And he looked close to tears. What about the child's mother? Celestial Master Zhang asked again. Grandpa Carter shook his head. I don't know much about her. I only heard Connor say that after they married, she despised him for not earning enough money and ran off with another man. That's where the problem lies. Celestial Master Zhang thought for a moment. If we trace backward from the child's face and fortune, then, logically, your daughter-in-law should have been capable of raising the child into adulthood on her own, even if the child lacked a father during those years, with his maternal grandparents protecting him. He still shouldn't have fallen into the circumstances you described. And, by Daniel's generation, his parents should have both been alive and healthy, meaning you would never have needed to bring him back. Even if you wanted to bring him back, you wouldn't have needed to do things the way you did. This child may never have become an extraordinary genius, but he should have been cautious and steady, and most likely capable of preserving the family business. But instead, his parents died young, and so did his grandmother and maternal grandparents. That directly damaged the child's natural fortune. He was brought back too early, going from extreme poverty to sudden wealth. And because he was treated as an adopted child, he became overly cautious, which gradually twisted his personality. Until he ended up like this. Someone did interfere behind the scenes, but what happened today is also partly the consequence of his own actions. Grandpa Carter suddenly felt dizzy. He could tell. That Celestial Master Zhang was still holding something back. Are you saying all of this goo insect business is actually only a minor issue? A sharp gleam appeared in Celestial Master Zhang's eyes. Someone is using this child to exchange destinies, and they're using an extremely vicious method. When I examined the child's fortune just now, he should have had a few minor disasters. But he absolutely shouldn't have been surrounded by so much black energy, as though a fatal calamity were approaching, mixed into that aura. There also seemed to be traces of curse techniques from the Nanyang region. They probably first used this child to drain the fortune of his maternal family, causing his grandmother, maternal grandparents, and father to die young. Then, after he returned, they began using him to exchange away the fortune of your Carter family. Overseas, Nanyang? Grandpa Carter's heart jolted. Could it be someone from the Nanyang branch? But that doesn't make sense. When my father split from the family and returned to the mainland, he only took the shipping business with him. Meanwhile, the Nanyang branch of the Carter family has developed extremely quickly these past few years. After the mainland launched the Belt and Road Maritime Initiative, they leveraged their position as the richest family in the region to become one of the leading representatives of the local Chinese community. They now have considerable regional influence, and the rules overseas are different from those here. That branch of the Carter family has genuinely used its enormous wealth to spread its influence throughout the local government, and even gain control over the local power industry, oil, and other energy industries. They're unquestionably a regional powerhouse. My branch may have become the richest family in this city, but we're still only the richest family in one city. I have some influence within the government, but only a limited amount. Don't let the title of richest man fool you. When dealing with the government, I still have to be extremely careful. Aside from Connor's branch of the family, besides, everyone knows why my grandfather split from the family and returned to the mainland in the first place. If someone really wanted to exchange destinies, then logically I should be the one trying to steal theirs. Because destiny exchange still follows the principle of flowing from high to low. If a rich person exchanged fate with a poor person, that wouldn't be an exchange. That would be charity, and it'd be charity paid for, with the fortunes of your own descendants. Who would be stupid enough to do that? Then what about Daniel? Grandpa Carter asked tentatively. After all, Daniel was the descendant of the woman he'd once loved most. If there was any way to save him, he wanted to try. Mr. Carter, please don't be angry. Celestial Master Zhang considered his words for a moment, then spoke very directly. The best place for that child right now is prison. There is no better option. Prison? Grandpa Carter froze. That was the outcome he least wanted to see. Once Daniel went inside, the bloodline of his first love would essentially be ruined. He may have been ruthless and decisive when he was younger, but old age always made people think more about family. The reason he'd gotten Daniel out and confined him here was precisely because he didn't want the boy sent to prison. Once he went in, his career and future would be almost completely destroyed, and he'd have a criminal record, which might even affect that entire branch of the family in the future. Celestial Master Zhang saw through Grandpa Carter's thoughts and stroked his white beard. Mr. Carter, this child's fate has already been tampered with. If he remains with the Carter family, not only will he continue draining your family's fortune, he'll inevitably become entangled with your eldest grandson again. I can see that your eldest grandson is capable of tolerance. But if this child continues provoking and entangling himself with him, then sooner or later he will die at your eldest grandson's hands. Secondly, for the child himself, judging from his face, he inherited many good qualities from his father's side. But his mother is another matter. Based on my estimation, his mother is someone calculating, yet short-sighted, greedy, shameless, and obsessed with money. I calculated briefly just now, and that woman is still alive. The fact that she married the boy's father and gave birth to him means there must have been some other reason behind it. It definitely wasn't love. A sly look appeared on Celestial Master Zhang's face, and whoever used this child to exchange destinies probably never expected things to develop like this. Who does a prisoner interact with most inside prison? Destiny exchange works both ways. Once someone has been caught in this technique, even I can't completely undo it in a short time. As long as this child remains with the Carter family, he'll continuously drain the Carter family's fortune and exchange it with the family on the other side. But what if the child spends his time with convicted criminals instead? Grandpa Carter slapped his forehead. Brilliant. Destiny exchange goes both ways. Whether it's good fortune or bad, it always flows from the higher side toward the lower. Everyone knows what kind of people end up in prison. So after he goes inside, the good fortune that was stolen won't necessarily return to the Carter family. But for those prisoners, it might actually change their lives. You could even count that as Daniel doing a good deed. Celestial Master Zhang continued. And Mr. Carter, don't underestimate prisons. In modern times, most prison officers carry a strong aura of righteousness, and prisons themselves are often built with feng shui principles in mind, to suppress evil, restrain malignant forces, and purge corrupt thoughts. They also borrow the vast fortune of the nation itself, using the country's dragon veins and national destiny as suppression, so evil forces dare not enter and wicked thoughts have nowhere to hide. The inmates themselves may not be admirable, but the prison can still become a purified space, where evil influences cannot survive, and anything that enters will be suppressed. As I said earlier, this child isn't only carrying a goo insect. There are also traces of Nanyang curse techniques on him. Even I can't completely understand them at a glance. But techniques like those cannot easily enter prisons in our country, or places like government institutions and military bases. The people working there are protected by the nation's fortune as well. If those petty tricks dare approach, they'll suffer immediate backlash. Grandpa Carter nodded, finally accepting the explanation. Celestial Master Zhang then added one more point. This child has been affected by those evil techniques so deeply that they've practically seeped into his bones. His personality has already been completely distorted. Once he enters prison and is surrounded by righteous energy, it may gradually wear away the evil thoughts inside him. And if he genuinely reforms himself, then when he comes out, he may still become useful. At that time, Mr. Carter, you could give him a few businesses, and he might manage them quite well. But if you continue keeping him here, he'll inevitably become a serious hidden danger. After hearing Celestial Master Zhang say that, Grandpa Carter finally made up his mind completely. He summoned the secretary who had come with him, and quietly gave him a few instructions. Then he stood up. I'll have to trouble you once more, Celestial Master. Would you mind coming with me to another place? He personally led the way. Before long, the car left the Carter Ancestral Hall. My evening, it entered the Carter family's Binhai estate. Most members of the Carter family, except Hannah, who had already been arrested, Daniel, who would soon be sent away as well, and those who couldn't return were all present. Robert Carter, Grace Carter, Chloe Carter, and several of the other sisters. Respectfully allowed Celestial Master Zhang to examine them. After looking them over, he didn't say much. He simply closed his eyes and calculated silently for a long time. before finally letting out a heavy sigh. Then, accompanied by Grandpa Carter, he walked outside the estate and began examining the surroundings, seeing Celestial Master Zhang's expression. Grandpa Carter couldn't help asking, "Is something wrong, Mr. Carter?" Celestial Master Zhang sighed. "How much attention have you actually paid to your children's upbringing?" Grandpa Carter looked confused. He wanted to say, that he'd always taken his children's education seriously. He had hired famous teachers, found ways to get them into elite schools, and never neglected tutoring or extracurricular lessons. Everything required for elite education in a wealthy family had been provided without exception. But judging from Celestial Master Zhang's expression, he realized there was clearly a deeper meaning behind the question. So he didn't answer immediately. "When your eldest son was in school, what were his grades? How many parent-teacher meetings did you personally attend?" Celestial Master Zhang asked. "When his mother died, where were you?" Forgive this old Taoist for speaking bluntly. The goo insects and destiny exchange are only minor factors. Your lack of care and attention toward your children is the real reason everything reached this point. Celestial Master Zhang continued, "I have to admire whoever designed all of this. Their planning was extraordinarily deep. That person may have started setting things up while you were still young, but ultimately, these sinister techniques, while hidden, were never completely without flaws. Mr. Carter, even though you aren't a cultivator like us, when your wife was still alive, even if you didn't love her, if you'd simply come home more often and paid a little more attention, you could have noticed something was wrong. If you'd cared more about your eldest son, you would have realized that the changes in his personality were different from an ordinary rebellious phase. And when your eldest grandson was born, if you hadn't made those plans," Celestial Master Zhang shook his head, "your eldest grandson's calculations weren't wrong. Goo insects, curses, and similar techniques did indeed influence them. But the real root of the problem lies with you. You had many chances to fix things. But what happened? Lu, step by step, pushed everything toward the worst possible outcome." Grandpa Carter's body trembled as he listened. His lips moved, but no words came out. After hesitating for a long while, he finally waved his hand and summoned a servant. "Go get Robert. Bring the young master here." The servant quickly left and returned only a few minutes later, bringing Robert Carter with him. At that moment, Robert Carter showed none of the commanding presence of a powerful CEO. He looked cautious and submissive. "People, father, you wanted to see me, but..." Grandpa Carter opened and closed his mouth several times, before finally saying, "Celestial Master Zhang has already told me some things, and Tyler has also stepped onto the path of cultivation. He has calculated certain things too, so don't try to hide anything. Both Tyler and the Celestial Master have already told me enough. You hate me, don't you?" The moment Grandpa Carter said that both Celestial Master Zhang and I had already uncovered certain things, Robert's previously submissive demeanor finally disappeared. A strange expression appeared on his face. "Goo insects, curses, voodoo dolls, kumanthong, yin amulets, blood curses, goo ha ha ha." It was as though a secret he'd hidden for years had finally been exposed, and he burst into crazed laughter. "My dear old dad, our family, has plenty of things that scare the hell out of you. Some of them I knew about. Some of them I watched happen, and deliberately chose not to stop. And there are still some things even I don't fully understand." Charles Carter was so furious he couldn't speak for a long moment. As if he could barely catch his breath, he pointed at Robert Carter and roared, "You ungrateful bastard. Even if you hate me, you shouldn't." Robert shook his head and looked at his dad with open mockery. "I stopped hating you a long time ago. When Mom died, I hated you for not coming back. When I took my college entrance exam, I hated you for not being there with me. When Grace and I got engaged, you were too busy to come back. I hated you then too, when Grace couldn't give birth to a son. You forced her to have 7 daughters. Even after her body was falling apart, you still wanted her to keep trying. I hated you for that too. When Grace gave birth to Tyler and nearly died from massive blood loss, you only cared about your precious grandson. I still hated you. We finally had a boy, and then you schemed to have Tyler sent to an orphanage. I hated you for that too. Then you used adoption as an excuse to bring your illegitimate son's child into our home. And I still hated you. We knew perfectly well Tyler was nearby, but you deliberately kept us from seeing him. When the boy came looking for us himself, you ordered the bodyguards to drive him away. You were the one who made me cut that child out of my heart. You were the one who made us favor your illegitimate son's child. My dear old dad. Robert shook his head. You think I hate you? Don't make me laugh. I deliberately left all those things here. I deliberately let those people who infiltrated this family plant them inside our home because I wanted to remember. I wanted to remember everything you've done every single day. Do I hate you? Robert stared straight into Charles's eyes. I, Robert Carter, hate every single person in the Carter family equally, including myself. And I also knew someone was taking advantage of what happened with Ethan Carter's fate. Robert's expression gradually twisted into something almost vicious. As he continued, I don't know who's really behind all this, or why they're doing it, but I love it. I want to watch everything you treasure, everything you fought so hard to preserve, get completely destroyed. I want you to watch the heir you personally chose turn into a spineless little coward who only knows how to use petty, underhanded tricks. I deliberately raised the Carter daughters to be selfish, to care about no one but themselves. I wanted to watch them fight over the family fortune until they tore each other apart and grow to despise your eldest grandson. I even wanted to beat to death the grandson you sent away, the one you hoped would someday become a powerful outside pillar supporting this family. What a shame. Robert gave another bitter, self-mocking laugh. I didn't manage to kill that kid. After everything I did, I only ended up creating an unexpected variable. Guess even the best plans can't beat fate. Right, Charles Carter? Robert looked strangely calm, with neither joy nor sorrow on his face. Yet somehow, he also looked completely insane. Every movement, every word, sent a chill through everyone watching him. By then, I had already gone home, and I still had no idea what was happening at the Carter estate. That old Taoist had said we'd meet again at the Carter estate, but I had absolutely no intention of going there. I was a man with a legitimate cultivation inheritance, not some self-taught fraud wandering in from nowhere. I wasn't particularly interested in getting involved with a celestial master from Mount Longhu, or forming any kind of connection with him. At least, not for now. I was much more interested in studying dual cultivation and examining the two artifacts I'd just obtained, both made from pseudo-spirit stones. I needed to build a proper dual cultivation room as soon as possible, and use it to strengthen Emma's constitution. Then, I could use dual cultivation to guide her onto the path of cultivation. After that, I also needed to investigate Sophia Reed's constitution. And, of course, there was still my electric motorcycle business. I had way too much on my plate. I really had no interest in visiting that old celestial master. After I got home, I chatted with my adoptive parents for a while, then went back to my room and took out the two artifacts I'd just acquired. I was just about to study them more carefully when my phone suddenly blasted its ridiculous ringtone. I glanced at the screen, then answered, Yo, Ryan, how come you haven't gone out for barbecue with your buddies these past few days? Ryan Mitchell had a little money now, and practically lived on barbecue 3 meals a day. At night, he often drove around in the A6 and grabbed barbecue with his friends. I didn't care at all. I was planning to replace the car eventually anyway, and the A6 would become Ryan's car sooner or later. If he didn't take care of it and wanted to drive it into the ground, that was his problem. In fact, I even felt like I had a slightly evil thought. Maybe I should wait until Ryan wrecked the car himself, fine him a huge amount of money, and then give him the car afterward. Of course, that would only happen if Ryan got way too cocky and completely trashed the thing for now. Although he drove it everywhere, he was still pretty careful with it. On the other end of the call, Ryan lowered his voice and asked, You're not on speaker, right? Your mom and dad aren't there, are they? No, they're not. Just say whatever you need to say. I found his behavior a little strange. What the hell was this guy doing? Why was he acting so mysterious? Ryan still sounded uneasy. Just come out, tell them you're grabbing barbecue with me. Wowry. Move it. That immediately gave me a bad feeling. I had no idea what had happened. But if Ryan was being this secretive, it definitely wasn't anything good. Had one of his buddies gotten into trouble? Or had something else happened? I had no clue, so I changed into some clothes, told my adoptive parents that I was going out for barbecue with Ryan, and headed downstairs. The moment I left the neighborhood, I spotted my car parked near the intersection. "What happened?" I asked the moment I got in. Ryan opened his mouth, as if he wanted to explain. But after struggling for a while, he held back and said, "Let's go to the Long High Road police station in the high-tech district first." "What?" I froze. "Wait, Ryan, did one of your buddies get arrested? Are you trying to bail someone out? Couldn't you handle that yourself? Why drag me into it? We are bailing someone out." Ryan clearly didn't know how to explain it. But forget it. You'll understand when we get there. Seriously? Why are you being so mysterious? Since Ryan refused to explain, I stopped asking. On the way there, I formed a simple, invisible, heaven-facing posture and began cultivating. Once we entered the police station, an officer quickly came over and led us straight to the station chief's office. The chief of Long High Road Police Station was in his 40s, a slightly overweight man who looked permanently stressed. His name was Frank Lewis. When Ryan and I entered, Chief Lewis put out his cigarette. He first studied Ryan, then shifted his gaze to me, and looked me up and down for a long moment, before finally sighing miserably. "Great! The main guy is finally here. Take a look at this first. Then we'll talk after you've thought it over." With that, he pushed a case file across the desk. I opened it. It was an interview record. Harmony Hospital disturbance case. The Harmony Hospital? Just from the name, it sounded like a private hospital. And a hospital disturbance? Thinking about the call I'd suddenly received from my sixth sister earlier today. Could this have happened there? But even if it had, so what? Just arrest whoever caused trouble, and be done with it. I had no interest in getting involved with Carter family business. Besides, I wasn't planning to enter the medical industry in the future. So why had they called me here? "Look at the person involved," Ryan reminded me. I flipped farther back. "Lucas Reed? What's wrong with this guy?" I still didn't understand, but when I looked at the photo, my expression instantly changed. I'd actually had the unfortunate pleasure of meeting him once before. Chief Lewis lit another cigarette and said helplessly, "He's also been running around saying the youngest Carter heir from Shanghai is definitely going to become his brother-in-law someday. He's arrogant as hell. This whole thing is a nightmare to deal with." My mouth twitched. "Where is he?" "In Officer Zhang's dorm room." Chief Lewis frowned even deeper. "We originally wanted to mediate the situation and send him away. But there's absolutely no reasoning with this guy." I was even more speechless. It felt like Victoria Carter had set me up. Though I couldn't really blame her either, and I couldn't exactly blame myself. Where did this guy even come from? "From Kindy," Chief Lewis said, taking another drag from his cigarette. He claimed he'd come down from Mount Jungnan, and said offending him wasn't the real problem. But if we'd delayed the best chance to save someone's life, none of us would get away with it. Who was he trying to save? I was starting to lose it. Wasn't this straight out of one of those old-school Master Descends the Mountain novels? He forced his way into a hospital room to save someone, right? Using acupuncture and traditional medicine, right? And probably some other ridiculous technique, like some miracle needle method that could snatch someone back from death, right? And judging from the way he talked, he'd apparently taken a liking to one of the Carter girls. Victoria Carter? Arthur Bennett, Chief Lewis said. He was out shopping with his granddaughter this morning when he suddenly had a heart attack and was rushed to the hospital. Lucas happened to be nearby. His granddaughter? I knew a little about Arthur Bennett. He was the president of Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts, the chairman of the Guangnan Provincial Art Association, and also vice chairman of the Jianghai Writers Association. He enjoyed collecting and authenticating antiques and occasionally dabbled in stone gambling. He wasn't particularly close to my adoptive dad, but they weren't strangers either. They were at least familiar enough to talk when they met. His granddaughter was named Chloe Bennett, if I remembered correctly, when the original owner of this body was around 7 or 8. He'd gone with Dad to attend a small gathering hosted by the Art Association and met her there. The impression she'd left was that she was a little spoiled and headstrong. She was also a student at number 8 high school and had taken this year's college entrance exam as a vocal music student, applying to the music department at Jinghai Academy of Fine Arts. I had no idea how good her grades were, but apparently she wasn't exactly interested in studying. Her hobbies were basically street dancing, rap, and basketball. She sounded pretty rebellious. Whenever my adoptive parents mentioned her comments were usually neutral, though leaning slightly critical. Come to think of it, she really did fit the profile of a heroine from an old-school wish fulfillment novel. Pretty, probably with a great figure, and a grandfather with strong local connections. Most importantly, some sudden crisis had occurred, giving the protagonist the perfect chance to show off. She might have even looked down on him at first. Seriously, I tossed the file back onto the desk and groaned, "What kind of ridiculous mess is this? Can't anything ever be normal?" Even though Harmony Hospital was privately owned, and even if Victoria hadn't called me earlier, judging from the photo and the police report, Lucas really was a cultivator. He had probably already stepped onto the path. He possessed spiritual energy and had learned some martial arts, which meant the hospital security guards never stood a chance against him. He'd already injured several of them. Then, after forcing his way inside, he damaged an entire set of intensive care equipment and completely disrupted the ICU. Victoria had gone to the hospital today to see our third sister, according to her own statement, run short on money, and gone there to borrow some from her. Our third sister was named Olivia Carter. The original Chinese name had sounded a little unusual, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that after Lucas barged in and dragged the patient out, the situation immediately spiraled. Olivia went in after him, and if security rushed him again, he'd probably start throwing punches all over again. But what gave me the biggest headache was that, judging from his photo, Lucas looked almost exactly like my adoptive dad. There was basically no need to question it. He was absolutely my adoptive parents' biological son. The problem now is, Chief Lewis took another drag from his cigarette and continued. Olivia Carter, the director of Harmony Hospital, refuses to settle. The security guards he injured have all undergone official injury evaluations, and none of them want to settle either. Arthur Bennett's eldest granddaughter doesn't want to settle either. No one wants to settle. For the first time, I was completely speechless and genuinely frustrated. I couldn't really say Victoria had screwed me over. Maybe this was one of those rare moments when her stupidity accidentally became useful. Or maybe she genuinely had no other options, and really did call me for help. But seriously, my adoptive parents were both smart people. I forcibly swallowed the insult that was about to come out of my mouth. So how the hell did they produce an idiot like this? And judging from what he'd been saying, he had definitely fallen for one of the Carter women. I just didn't know whether he had a thing for an older woman and wanted Olivia, or whether he'd fallen for Victoria. Or maybe, like those protagonists from ancient web novels, every time he saw a beautiful woman, he immediately wanted to add her to his harem. Anything else? I rubbed my temples. This was genuinely difficult. It probably wasn't impossible to get him out. I just prayed this idiot wouldn't have any more surprises waiting for me. There is one more thing. Chief Lewis's voice carried the faintest hint of mockery. He claims one of his senior marshal sisters is the chief of the Changshan District Public Security Bureau, and another senior sister is some big shot in Linjiang District. He said he'd make me regret ever crossing him, and have me packing my things and losing my job. He even told me I'd better watch my back when I walk home at night. I glanced at Ryan beside me. I had no words left. Had living in the mountains completely fried this guy's brain? Forget the fact that the chief of the Changshan District Bureau had no authority over a police station in the high-tech district. As for that so-called Linjiang District big shot, one organized crime investigation by the local police, and they'd probably be finished with him acting this arrogant. Was he trying to get his senior sister arrested as quickly as possible? Or did he think his dad's retirement had been way too peaceful? This guy hadn't come down the mountain to find his family. He'd come down to make life harder for everyone he knew. And now that pressure had landed directly on me. Seriously, it had landed right on my head. Looking through the interview record, I felt an even worse headache coming on. Suddenly, I remembered a novel I'd read in my previous life. The plot had been almost identical to what was happening today. The protagonist had transmigrated into someone rich and powerful, with money, influence, and countless people working for him, while his opponent was one of those Master Descends the Mountain protagonists. After transmigrating, when the protagonist encountered the exact same kind of situation, he simply called the police, ordered official injury evaluations, and had the hospital's damaged equipment professionally appraised. Naturally, the guy who'd just come down from the mountain couldn't afford the compensation, and ended up behind bars. The heroine also became attached to the transmigrated protagonist because of the way he handled everything. Now that I was facing the same kind of plot, it felt strangely uncomfortable because, in that novel, although the mountain guy had beaten people up, he'd been careful not to seriously injure anyone, and I didn't think he'd destroyed any expensive equipment either. So the protagonist still had ways to fight back. He challenged the injury reports and the equipment damage assessment, while the other side applied for fresh injury and loss evaluations. And since the heroine already liked the mountain protagonist, she knew the opposing side had falsified evidence. So countering them was relatively simple, and mediation was eventually easy to arrange. But the problem I faced was that this so-called brother of mine, who shared neither of my biological parents, was painfully straightforward. He had genuinely beaten several security guards badly enough to send them to orthopedics. He had genuinely destroyed hospital equipment. And he had genuinely followed a woman and forced his way into her hospital room, without her having even the slightest affection for him. Damn it, Ryan might have been a little thick-headed and sometimes difficult to carry, but Lucas was straight-up nightmare difficulty. Originally, because of my relationship with my adoptive parents, and because my divination showed that their biological son also had protagonist-level fate, I figured he'd simply get tangled up with the Carter family again. That alone had already seemed ridiculous, but at least he was supposed to be capable, and potentially become one of my strongest allies in the future. Now that I'd actually seen what he was like, I suppressed the urge to turn around and leave. Let me meet him. I need to see this guy myself. Chief Lewis quickly took me to a small private dorm room. The moment he opened the door, I saw the guy who, theoretically, could call me his brother, lounging carelessly on the couch and looking around with obvious boredom. When he saw me enter, his eyes settled on me first. He studied me for a moment, then looked away, as if I wasn't even worth talking to. I studied him too, judging purely by his appearance. He was almost a younger copy of my adoptive dad. But when it came to temperament, he hadn't inherited a single one of my adoptive parents' good qualities. I couldn't help shaking my head. Lucas Reed, I sat across from him. Aren't you curious who I am or why I came here because of this mess? You're a lawyer. Lucas suddenly seemed interested. Did the Bennett family send you? Or did the Carter family? I almost didn't know what to say. Why would you think that? That's how it works in novels. Lucas gave me a confident smile. I've read tons of them, so I know how things work down here. Someone like me is obviously supposed to be some kind of protagonist, probably one of those Master Descends the Mountain protagonists. The world I lived in now was almost identical to my previous world in most ways, so the kinds of novels that existed in my previous life existed here too, and this world had pretty much all of them too, including things like Duluo and similar novels, though some of the titles were probably a little different. So Master Descends the Mountain. Stories existed here too. Have you ever considered that you might actually be cannon fodder in an anti-cliché novel? I asked him in return. A mountain descending protagonist was naturally the main character in his own kind of novel. But in an anti-cliché story, that same protagonist would become a supporting character, and possibly one who died a spectacularly miserable death. What are you talking about? Lucas smiled confidently. My master already told me. My dad holds a major government position in Shanghai, and he's extremely influential. My mom has connections everywhere too, and their adopted son is the future heir of the Carter family. My master also told me he arranged a marriage contract with the Carter family for me. 2 of my senior sisters are right here in Shanghai. My eldest senior sister is Rachel Reed, chief of the Changshan District Public Security Bureau. My second senior sister is the underground queen of Linjiang District. She practically runs the whole district. Her word carries more weight there than the police, and she's famous throughout Shanghai. As for my medical talent, Master says I'm a once-in-a-generation genius. I've got power, influence, connections. So why wouldn't I be the protagonist? Why would I ever be some supporting character? What a lunatic, I cursed inwardly. Still, this was a little unexpected. So he wasn't just a standard mountain-descending miracle doctor, He even had the classic arranged marriage setup. Jealous? Lucas curled his lips into a smug, king-of-the-world grin. If you can settle this mess for me, I promise that if you ever get cancer or something in the future, I'll treat you once. By now, I had a pretty good idea what was wrong with him. He'd probably come down from the mountain without seriously learning how the real world worked. Then after reading too many novels, he'd started believing. That reality actually followed web novel logic. First of all, I sat up straighter and gave him a faint smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm not a lawyer. My name is Tyler. Technically, that name should have been yours. My original name was supposed to be Ethan Carter. So, I'm the person you keep talking about, the future heir of the Carter family, your parents' adopted son, and the future brother-in-law you've been bragging about all day. Second, I'm going to explain something to you about how this world actually works. It does not run according to the logic of the novels you've been reading. You're not some protagonist. And what you did today already broke multiple laws. What? Lucas stared at me in disbelief. Don't look so shocked. I tapped the case file in my hand. Let me explain exactly how many laws you've broken. Your actions today violated the Public Security Administration Punishments Law, the Criminal Law, and the Physician's Law, following Chloe Bennett around. Violated public security regulations, and may constitute harassment or invasion of privacy. You could face a warning, a fine, or administrative detention, forcing your way into the ICU and practicing medicine without a license. Respectively, violate public security regulations and medical practice laws. They could constitute disturbing public order and illegal medical practice, which could mean administrative detention or up to 3 years in prison. Beating the hospital security guards may constitute intentional assault. At minimum, you could face administrative detention, and at worst, up to 3 years in prison. Destroying ICU equipment may constitute intentional destruction of property. Depending on the value of the equipment, you could face up to 3 years in prison or a fine. If the circumstances are especially serious, the sentence could range from 3 to 7 years. And you managed to do all of that in a single day. Under Article 69 of the criminal law, multiple convictions can be combined into a single sentence. At this point, you're looking at least at 5 to 10 years in prison. I seriously wanted to curse him out, more than he could possibly imagine. My voice turned icy. If you weren't Mom and Dad's biological son, I'd send you straight to prison today. Then I'd have both of your senior sisters investigated too. One of them would probably see her career come to an end because of you. And the other had better hope her hands are clean, or she'll be joining you behind bars soon enough. Do you know what you should be doing right now? I slapped the case file lightly. Keep your head down and lose the attitude. When everyone comes to negotiate, apologize properly. Get written letters of forgiveness. Let me pay whatever compensation is needed. Then I'll ask Mom, Dad, and Uncle Michael to use their connections to help get you out of here. Instead of sitting here acting like some untouchable big shot, Lucas clearly had never imagined that things could be completely different from what he'd expected. Today, the smartest thing you can do is nothing. Stay right here from now on. Don't go anywhere. I clenched my teeth, forcing down every bit of anger in me, and tried to keep my voice as calm as possible. I'll talk to Chloe and her grandfather first. Then I'll go speak with Olivia. Once I've negotiated with them, I'll contact Mom, Dad, and Uncle Michael and see what can be done. If you keep acting according to those novels, it won't be long before your mountain descending story turns into a prison story. That's not what Mom and Dad want. And frankly, I don't want to see it either. Gah. Lucas completely failed to understand that I was trying to help him. His eyes gradually turned cold, as if he'd already seen through everything, just like in the novels. What? I was completely dumbfounded. What exactly is just like the novels? True heir, fake heir stories. Lucas said, I've read plenty of them. The fake heir is always terrified that the real heir will come back and steal his power and status. Enough. This idiot actually made me laugh from sheer frustration. You've seriously fried your brain reading too many novels. What kind of insane role-playing is this? So apparently, not only did I have to be the punching bag in a true heir, fake heir story with the Carter family, I also had to come over to the Reed family And play the scheming fake heir too? Did novels rot your brain? I snapped. You already know I know about the Carter family. So how do you not know your parents don't have any daughters? Not a single one. After you disappeared, I was the only child they raised. That doesn't even meet the basic setup for a true heir, fake heir story. Wait, maybe they really don't. Lucas fell into deep thought. Then he looked at me with obvious disappointment, still seeming reluctant to believe it. My parents seriously never had another child. I don't even have one older sister. No eldest sister, second sister, or third sister. Talking to this guy was genuinely raising my tolerance for stupidity to new heights. You're the oldest child. I forced myself to stay patient. Even if your parents had another kid, it would be a younger sister. In true heir, fake heir stories, the two heirs are usually the youngest sons. So even if you did have another sibling, you'd be in a switched daughter story, not a true heir, fake heir story. Right now, stop thinking and stop doing anything. Eat when you're hungry, drink when you're thirsty, and don't start ordering the people here around. I stood up. I seriously suggest you read more nonfiction and maybe some political or bureaucratic dramas. Stop using web novels as your guide to reality. If you don't want books, I can recommend some TV shows. You can watch those instead, and maybe learn a little about how the real world actually operates. They won't be perfectly realistic either, but they'll still be a lot better than the garbage you've been reading. With that, I headed for the door. But before leaving, I still couldn't completely relax. We may not share any blood, but because of Mom and Dad, I'm willing to accept you as my brother. And as your brother, here's my advice. Stay here until this situation is resolved. Don't go anywhere until we come get you. Once I left the police station, my head was pounding. This so-called mountain descending protagonist wasn't someone I would have paid much attention to under normal circumstances. If not for his identity, I wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Ryan leaned back in the driver's seat, then turned to look at me. So, what are you going to do? What can I do? I shot back. Deal with it somehow. Seeing how completely exhausted I looked. Ryan seemed unusually serious too, as if he'd thought everything through before speaking. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, even if you stop using the Reed name someday, you're still the only brother I'll recognize. My dad feels the same way. Before I could figure out what he was getting at, Ryan continued, didn't that idiot mention true heir, fake heir novels? I've been reading some of those First Life, Second Life stories lately too, and I feel like my character role might be one of those idiots who blindly protects the fake heir, believes everything the fake heir says, and helps him bully the real heir. Don't bother trying to talk me out of it. Once I decide someone's family, I don't change my mind. I'm not great at school, and I'm nowhere near as sharp as some people. When, Tyler, you had me listen to that old man at the Carter estate tell his story because you wanted me to become someone like him, right? I don't know if I can ever reach his level. Ryan thumped his chest. But as long as you still call me your brother, and you're still willing to let me call you mine, I'll follow you through hell itself. Bombs, bullets, cultivators. I'll stand in front of you and take them all. As long as I'm alive, nothing's happening to you. And if you die, I'll be waiting for you at the gates of hell. What the hell are you talking about? I told you to read more, not fill your head with this garbage. I kicked the back of his seat. We're law-abiding citizens. We're absolutely not going around bullying people. Let's head back first. This whole situation is definitely something Mom and Dad need to know about. I almost laughed at the whole protagonist versus supporting character idea, even though Lucas really was a mess. Because of my adoptive parents, I could still extend some goodwill to him and treat him a little better. Whether he wanted to marry one of the Carter girls someday or build himself a whole harem, I honestly didn't care. He could live out his mountain-descending protagonist fantasy, while I made money, bought spirit stones, cultivated, and eventually pursued immortality, as long as neither of us interfered with the other. But if he really insisted on getting himself killed, God, because he'd read too many novels, and kept trying to drag me into some real fake heir feud, I gave a cold laugh. Then I wouldn't mind teaching him all over again how the real world actually worked. Not every fake heir only knew how to cry and play the victim. And this wasn't the kind of world where you could slap someone around. beat them into the hospital in public, and simply walk away untouched. Mom and Dad might be able to save him once or twice, but there would never be a third time. When that day came, the people sending him to prison might very well be Mom and Dad themselves. In the true heir, fake heir novels I'd read in my previous life, the reborn real heir often fought back by slapping people in return, and later outright beating the fake heir, or certain family members badly enough to hospitalize them. Then, because the real heir held leverage over them, the fake heir, or whoever got beaten, would tell the police it was just a family matter, and the officers would give a meaningless warning before leaving. But reality didn't work like that. Under the law, if the victim suffered more than a minor injury, refusing to pursue the matter or offering forgiveness could at most reduce the punishment. The police could still open a criminal investigation and transfer the case to prosecutors. Uncle Michael? Ryan froze. But Lucas is his biological son. Who knows? I closed my eyes. Let's just go back first. Someone capable of reaching the provincial leadership knows how to weigh interests better than anyone. But in this world, there are also plenty of people who stay shrewd their entire lives, only to make one terrible mistake when they get old, because they become too protective of their children. So there really was no easy answer. If my adoptive parents chose to protect their biological son no matter what, then I'd simply leave without hesitation. I just hoped things wouldn't come to that. I really didn't want to become someone who cut off every family tie he had. The car slowly pulled away and drove through the dark streets of Jianghai. When we reached my neighborhood and I got out, "Aren't you leaving?" I looked at Ryan, who showed absolutely no intention of driving away. "I booked you a hotel," Ryan said, holding up his phone. "I may not be as smart as you, but I'm pretty good at reading people." The first time I saw that guy, I immediately felt he wasn't the type to sit quietly and behave. "You go upstairs first. I'll wait here. If everything's fine, send me a message. If something happens, come straight back down." "Ryan, you really don't have to." I felt a little helpless. Sometimes Ryan could be dense and completely oblivious, but other times his instincts about people and situations were frighteningly sharp. "Nothing's probably going to happen." I said, "You should go." "It's fine," Ryan replied. "You go upstairs first. I don't mind leaving a little later." I knew how stubborn he was, so I stopped arguing. When I walked back into the neighborhood, I saw the lights in my apartment were still on. But what surprised me most was that the light in my own room was on too. I frowned. From the original owner's memories, my adoptive parents had always respected his privacy. Unless there was some special reason, they basically would never enter his room when he wasn't home. And, given the original owner's personality, he didn't have many friends, so there was almost no chance. One of them had shown up in the middle of the night, and was waiting in his room, which meant there was only one possibility. I sighed and shook my head. Ignorance really was fearless. The weather was getting colder, and apparently someone was about to need an extra layer. I turned around and left the neighborhood again. Ryan was still waiting there, leaning against the car with a cigarette between his lips. The moment he saw me, his expression practically screamed, "See, I told you so." "Let's go." Ryan opened the passenger door for me. "We'll head to the hotel. I'll go get my future sister-in-law for you, along with your documents and everything else you need." My adoptive parents really had terrible luck ending up with a son like Lucas. I didn't answer. This could have been handled privately. Unfortunately, someone had chosen the hardest possible way to deal with it. "Don't go to the hotel yet." I thought for a moment. "Do you know the chief of the Linjiang District Public Security Bureau? Do you have his personal number? Can you get him to come out? And do you know where he lives?" Ryan looked confused. "Well, I'm not that familiar with him. I think he lives somewhere around South Yong'an Road, but my dad definitely has his number. And if we ask him out, he should probably come. Then call him." I pulled out my phone and searched for barbecue restaurants on South Yong'an Road in Linjiang District. After filtering through the options, I found a place called Veterans Barbecue and placed an order. Then I sent the address to Ryan. "Tell him we're having barbecue here." Ryan looked at the address in confusion. "If you just want barbecue, I can eat with you. Why invite the Linjiang Bureau chief? We barely know the guy. How are we supposed to relax and eat?" I gave him a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Doesn't matter. It won't take long. When he gets here, just eat your food." Ryan stopped asking questions and called his dad. He exchanged a few words before hanging up. Apparently the guy's last name is Carter too. His name is Daniel Carter. He lives in Starlight Garden on South Yong'an Road. My dad said he'll send me his number in a second and told you to contact him yourself. A moment later, Ryan's phone vibrated. He glanced down and saw a message from his dad. Without thinking much about it, he forwarded the number to me. I looked at the phone number, then checked the barbecue place I'd chosen. It's on the same road. Not far at all. From Starlight Garden to Veterans Barbecue. It was only a little over 100 meters on foot. Perfect. No need to change anything. We'll just go there. Ryan drove, while I stared out the window, with a complicated expression, quietly calculating something in my head. After a while, we arrived at Veterans Barbecue on Yong'an Road in Linjiang District, because I'd ordered ahead, and specifically requested a private room. But the place was packed. None were immediately available. We waited for a short while, until a small private room opened up. Then Ryan and I went inside. The moment we sat down, I immediately dialed the number. After waiting a few seconds, a strong, middle-aged male voice answered from the other end. Hello? Hello, Chief Carter. Sorry to bother you. I immediately spoke first. Chief Carter, were you already resting? I feel terrible calling you this late. Who is this? The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. Oh, look at me. I slapped my forehead. I was so happy you answered that I completely forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tyler. I don't know whether Uncle Michael has ever mentioned me to you. Oh, Tyler. Chief Carter finally seemed to remember. Why are you calling me this late? Did something happen? Come on, Chief Carter. I laughed warmly. Nothing happened. You know Uncle Michael's son, Ryan, my brother, is running a business with me. We both ended up staying out late tonight. Ryan suggested we grab some barbecue. And while we were talking, your name happened to come up. So I figured, since you're also an old acquaintance of Uncle Michael, Ryan also said he hadn't seen you in a long time. And since I'm doing business around here, I might need your help someday. So tonight just happened to be perfect. Hawaiian and I are at Veterans Barbecue right near your place, having some food we just ordered when I joked about inviting you over. I really was only kidding. I didn't expect you to actually answer the phone. Now that I've already called, I'd feel terrible wasting the chance. Would you mind joining us younger guys for a meal? Who knows, Ryan and I might have to trouble you in the future. So I'm shamelessly asking you to come over to Veterans Barbecue. Chief Carter sounded a little surprised. Oh, I can come by, but I have work tomorrow, so I can't drink. No problem, no alcohol. I immediately said, you don't have to drink. I'll already be thrilled if you come. We'll be waiting for you. At Veterans Barbecue, I finally met the chief of the Linjiang District Public Security Bureau. Daniel Carter was a man in his 40s, tall and broad-shouldered, with an extremely solid build. At a glance, he looked like someone who exercised constantly. After exchanging a few polite greetings, I invited Chief Carter into the private room. We sat down. The table was already covered with cold appetizers, grilled meat, vegetables, chicken wings, and all kinds of other dishes. It was actually quite a spread. Chief Carter looked serious. When he'd said he was only stopping by, he apparently meant it, literally. He didn't even touch his chopsticks. Right, I smiled. There's still a fish on the grill. It should be ready soon. You've got to try some when it comes out. I don't eat fish. Chief Carter forced a slight smile. I'm really just here to see what you wanted. You're seriously not going to eat anything? I picked up the beer, intending to pour him a glass first. But Chief Carter clearly wasn't interested in humoring me. He flipped his cup upside down and gave me a stiff smile. Tyler, that's not very nice. We already agreed over the phone. I have work tomorrow, so I'm not drinking tonight. Waha. I laughed awkwardly. Right, I completely forgot. My mistake. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. 3 drinks. With that, I poured myself 3 glasses in a row and drank all of them. Then you have to at least try some fish, Chief Carter. I set down my glass. I heard the fish in Linjiang District is supposed to be incredible. That's why we came here tonight. I'm allergic to that kind of food. Chief Carter folded his hands over his stomach and quietly shifted his chair farther and farther back until he was well away from the table. making it obvious he wasn't planning to take a single bite and would leave at any moment. Allergic, huh? I stopped pushing the food. Actually, the real reason I invited you out tonight was to ask you something. Do you know whether Linjiang District has some kind of so-called underground? Queen? Never heard of one. Chief Carter replied coldly. Tyler, if you're doing business here and you're worried about certain people, I can promise you this. As long as you obey the law and conduct yourself properly, no one in this district will dare cause trouble for you. My face immediately brightened. Then, thank you, Chief Carter. I really appreciate it. To show my gratitude, I picked up the bottle. I'll finish this whole thing. The whole bottle? Yep, all of it. I deliberately acted like some clueless young guy, trying to look cool by chugging straight from the bottle. All right, Chief Carter stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll head out. The bureau's been busy lately. We can get together another time. Of course. I immediately put on an enthusiastic smile and personally walked him out, all the way to the entrance. Only then did I return to the private room. Ryan seemed to have understood what I was doing and asked, "Are you trying to get Chief Carter to deal with that so-called underground queen for you? Do you really need to go this far?" Watching everything that had just happened, he suddenly felt it looked almost exactly like the day I'd met Deputy Chief Wilson, and couldn't help saying, that guy just now didn't seem nearly as sharp as Deputy Chief Wilson. Not as sharp? I held a glass of beer. You sure you don't want to think about that again? With your talent for reading people. Are you really sure he didn't understand? Ryan suddenly seemed less certain. Of course, he understood what I meant. I took a sip of beer. It's just that Chief Carter is extremely confident. What do you mean? It's simple. I looked at the plate of fish the server had just brought in, picked up a large piece and took a bite, then washed it down with some beer. Chief Carter works inside the system, so I doubt he's poorly informed. Something as big as what happened with Deputy Chief Wilson, there's no way he hasn't heard about it. When I invited Uncle Wilson to eat seasonal vegetables, not only could he eat them himself, he could even take some back for everyone at the bureau. But when I offered Chief Carter fish, he suddenly became allergic. What's that supposed to mean? Ryan asked. Fish are slippery. If you want to catch one, sometimes you have to drain the whole pond. I gave a cold laugh. And once the water's gone, you might discover an even bigger fish hiding underneath. How could a fish be allergic to fish? It simply doesn't want to eat. The kind of fish that might prey on it. Still, this is going to be a little troublesome. After all, we're dealing with one of those mountain-descending miracle doctor setups. Yeah, there are probably a few tricks ordinary people can't easily uncover. But that's all it is, a little trouble. In this world, there will never be a shortage of people who want to eat fish. I smiled at Ryan. Since we came out for barbecue, let's just eat and drink properly. We've got plenty of time. I was getting too impatient, trying to solve everything at once. Ryan cautiously asked, "What about you family?" "No matter what happens, we stay put," I replied. "Tonight, we only came out for barbecue. We've never met anyone named Lucas Reed. And in the next day or two, our electric bikes are officially going on sale. So tonight, we're simply eating and discussing the company's future." Dad, Mom, I swear I'm not being ungrateful or trying to scheme against your biological son. I really don't have another choice. I hadn't read many mountain-descending protagonist novels in my previous life, but I still understood the basic formulas behind them. An underground criminal queen who could casually make people disappear. Lucas at least had a little common sense. He knew I could easily verify the identity of the Changshan District Police Chief without much effort. So he'd openly given me her name. But this underground queen was another matter. What a shame. The real world wasn't a web novel, and it definitely wasn't some gangster movie. I could take things one step at a time. There was no need to rush. Meanwhile, back at the Reed family home, Lucas sat on the bed that had originally belonged to him, staring blankly at everything around him. This was home. The home that was supposed to have been his. His parents had told him that because of him, they had never moved away all these years. They had stayed here, waiting and hoping for him to come back. And now he had. He hadn't been taken away when he was still an infant. He'd already been old enough when he disappeared to retain a few blurry memories. This was still his room, yet everything looked completely different from what he remembered. And it wasn't just the room. The entire house felt strange to him for reasons he couldn't explain. He was finally home, yet somehow he felt distant from everything. This was clearly his home, and yet he felt more comfortable back on the mountain. He had only just knocked on the door, and reunited with the parents he'd dreamed about for years. He could clearly feel that instinctive connection, the bond of shared blood. So why did it still feel like something was missing? Knock, knock, knock. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Lucas opened it and saw a woman whose black hair was now streaked with gray. Her face no longer looked like the one he'd seen in his dreams. His mother, Linda Reed, stood there with tears in her eyes. Her expression filled with love and overwhelming joy. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, yet couldn't find the words. "Mom, you should call me Lucas for now." Lucas could tell what she was thinking. Even calling her mom still felt awkward and unfamiliar. And the name Tyler, the name that had once belonged to him as a child, now belonged to someone else. Even though he'd finally come home, that name belonged to Tyler now. And that would never change. Lucas, Linda Reed sighed painfully inside. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to call him Tyler. She was overjoyed, yet conflicted beyond words, and her heart ached for him even more. Her son had come home, yet somehow he didn't feel like her son. Inside his own home, he seemed almost like a stranger. "Tyler isn't coming home tonight," Linda said. "Get some rest early." He said he needed to discuss some things with Ryan about their business. Oh, Lucas suddenly understood. Tyler was missing from the house. The fake heir from those true heir, fake heir novels wasn't here. He'd originally assumed that once he came home, a mountain of trouble would be waiting for him, pretending to accidentally hurt himself, deliberately falling down the stairs, jumping into a swimming pool, faking a fainting spell, or suddenly developing some strange illness. He'd read several true heir, fake heir novels, so he already knew all the classic tricks fake heirs used. But the fake heir wasn't even coming home tonight. This was completely different from the novels. He was supposed to return home and find no one welcoming him, while everyone comforted the fake heir instead, telling him that the fake heir was their real family. He didn't have any older sisters either. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He had senior Marshall sisters, Chess, but none of them would ever side with the fake heir. His biological parents didn't seem biased against him either. It felt like he'd mastered every possible counterattack, only to discover there was nothing to use them against. He'd prepared himself completely for the fake heir's relentless attacks, only for the fake heir to run away. This wasn't right. Lucas suddenly felt like he'd figured it out. Playing hard to get. Yes, that had to be it. In some true heir, fake heir novels, when the real heir first returned, he would briefly experience the warmth of family, only to suddenly be cast aside afterward. Exactly. That had to be what was happening. Even though he didn't have any sisters, he knew medicine, could brew medicinal soups, refine pills, and perform acupuncture, and he was even skilled at cooking. Wasn't that exactly the standard setup for a real heir in those novels? Yes, that had to be it. There was one more thing he could use to test her. "Mom," Lucas sounded slightly embarrassed. "I heard parents usually give their kids allowance money and stuff. And what about my allowance?" Linda frowned slightly. He was already grown but didn't have a job yet, and judging from things, he would probably be attending college too. So of course, he needed both living expenses and spending money. But there was a difference between her offering it herself and him directly asking for it, especially on his very first day home. There was also another important issue. Their family had always been fairly strict about money. From elementary school through middle school, they'd tried to prevent Tyler from spending recklessly and followed the principle that boys shouldn't be spoiled with money. Besides, his school had been close to home, so Tyler came home to eat after class. During elementary and middle school, they hadn't given him any allowance. If he wanted something, he simply told them, and they bought it for him. Once he entered high school, his school was farther away, though he still didn't live on campus, so they gave him 500 yuan a month for living expenses, mostly for breakfast and lunch, along with notebooks, pens, and other school supplies. Of course, since he'd been older by then and needed money for socializing, they also added another 300 yuan as personal spending money. Here, now, Tyler was starting his own business, so technically he didn't need money from them anymore. But, as his parents, they still gave him some. because he was about to start college. So naturally, they planned to give him more. It wasn't just living expenses and allowance. It was also their way of supporting their son. But right now, Linda didn't even know what university Lucas planned to attend, or how much money he'd previously had. She didn't know how much she and her husband should give him, without making it seem unfair. Now that Lucas suddenly asked, she genuinely didn't know what amount would be appropriate. After thinking for a moment, "How about Mom transfers you $300 for now?" Linda said, "Your dad and I will talk it over properly, and then we'll tell you what we've decided." "Okay, thank you." The next morning, I was in the office at my factory when I ended a phone call. "You look pretty happy." Inside the office, Emma was idly scrolling through her new phone. There was no way she could stay in the hospital forever. Once she'd recovered enough, she'd been discharged. For now, I'd rented her a small apartment. "Of course I'm happy," I said with a grin. Uncle Wilson said, "The district bureau and the court can both provide me with a batch of pretty good jade and gemstones. The police side is a little more troublesome. They can only provide rough stones used for stone gambling. So whether I can get high-quality jade out of them will depend on my luck." Emma's face reddened slightly. He knew exactly what I planned to use all that jade for, and what the gemstones were meant to become. "I'll go to the court this afternoon." I thought for a moment. "Then tonight we'll go to the apartment. I just happened to obtain 2 pseudo-spirit stones. We can use them to build a basic spirit-gathering formation and start nurturing the spiritual energy there. The jade bed I originally imagined is obviously impossible for now, so we'll start dual cultivation tonight." At first, I wanted to prepare everything perfectly before we began. But now, it looks like we can't wait. The moment she heard that, Emma's face turned even redder. She held her phone in both hands and raised it in front of her face. "Isn't this a little?" Even though she'd been reborn once, and had spent many years existing as a spirit, when it came down to it, she was still an inexperienced young woman. I almost said something comforting to reassure her. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. My expression became more serious. "If you want me to say something sweet, I can do that. But I don't think I need to feed you comforting lies." At first, I did want everything to be perfect. And of course I wanted to take your feelings into consideration. But right now, we don't have that luxury. My expression turned completely serious. "I've already told you. The people who captured you weren't ordinary human traffickers. And I even took artifacts made from pseudo-spirit stones from them. Those are among the most valuable things that exist in this era. I have friends helping cover things up for me. But that won't last forever. The people who wanted you won't simply give up. Right now, circumstances are forcing them to play along. That's all. They'll definitely find another way to come after us. And right now, we happen to be in a relatively safe window, where we can raise our cultivation without holding back. There was no need to even think about it. This was probably one of the rare safe periods we'd get. We had to seize every possible opportunity to become stronger. We absolutely couldn't waste this window. Otherwise, when the next incident hit, I might not be strong enough to stop it. And for you, getting stronger is just as important. I stood up and walked to the window, then opened it. Outside, workers were busy, loading assembled electric motorcycles onto trucks. "I can protect you, but we don't have enough people right now, and I can't stay beside you every second of every day. If you have absolutely no ability to defend yourself, then you're nothing but a huge piece of meat waiting to be taken. If you don't want to be that piece of meat, and you don't want someone kidnapping you to use as a cultivation furnace, then you need to become stronger." We got lucky this time. There's no guarantee we'll be that lucky next time. After listening to me, Emma sat up from the couch and complained with obvious dissatisfaction. "You're seriously such a boring man. No girl is ever going to like you if you talk like that." "Like me?" I folded my arms across my chest. "I don't need meaningless affection. Don't tell me you're one of those protagonists from novels." Emma teased. "The kind who says, 'Women only get in the way of cultivation if all you can offer is warming my bed.'" I replied, "Then sure, you could say that. What I need isn't someone who can only warm my bed. I need someone who can fight through every obstacle beside me. We're going to face a lot in the future, including plenty of things far more dangerous than what happened last time. I can promise I'll always be the one standing in front, But even a tiger has moments when it slips. So if you want me to say something romantic, then the most romantic thing I can tell you is to get ready for tonight's cultivation and make yourself stronger. What I'm giving you isn't just the genetic material that could get you pregnant. I'm giving you my spiritual energy too. Okay, Emma stopped arguing. She simply nodded in silence. Maybe the man in front of her would never become the Prince Charming a young girl dreamed about. But she'd already lived through 2 lifetimes, and she was no longer some little girl lost in fantasies. Maybe it was time she learned from the man in front of her and started seriously thinking about reality. Speaking of which, Emma suddenly thought of something. Did you do something? About my dad? What happened? I asked. Well, Emma said, I heard my dad is under investigation. Oh, I nodded. My adoptive dad might have decided to teach him a lesson. Or he might have gotten caught up in the fallout from what happened last time. Either way, I don't really care. Come on. Let's go pick out some jade and gemstones. Emma's face immediately turned even redder. Wait, wasn't that supposed to happen tonight? What are you imagining? I rolled my eyes at her. Once we finish setting all this stuff up, it'll already be dark. We need to choose spirit stones, pick out jade and gemstones, then buy everything else needed for the formation, and actually set it all up. By the time we finish everything, it'll probably be nighttime. If we don't start preparing now, it'll be way too late by tonight. Even if our current conditions aren't ideal, we still need to maximize every bit of spiritual energy we can use. While I started making preparations elsewhere, Lucas wandered through the streets with 300 yuan in his pocket. Having learned almost everything he knew about life off the mountain from novels, he had absolutely no idea how badly he'd screwed up. Crack! Boom! Gongs and drums thundered loudly. The sound of firecrackers and drums caught Lucas's attention. He turned his head and saw a newly opened store. Curious, he walked over. Pegasus Electric assisted bicycles. The storefront was extremely simple. Just an ordinary little shop, with a pile of vehicles resembling electric motorcycles displayed inside and outside. The sign above the store displayed its name, Pegasus Electric Assisted Bicycles. Isn't this basically an electric motorcycle? Lucas curiously examined one of the vehicles and muttered to himself, but it's seriously cheap. There had been nothing like this on the mountain, and he'd only encountered modern transportation after coming down. He didn't understand much about vehicles like these, but even he knew electric motorcycles were normally fairly expensive. Yet the one in front of him looked simpler, more basic, almost like an electric motorcycle with pedals attached. And somehow, it was ridiculously cheap. Only 2,600 yuan. Even though Lucas had never bought an electric motorcycle before, he could tell the 2,600 yuan was incredibly inexpensive. Junior brother. At that moment, a woman wearing a black leather jacket appeared beside Lucas. She had the bold, carefree energy of a total tomboy. Without warning, she slapped Lucas hard on the back. You came down the mountain without even telling your senior sister? Senior sister? Lucas sucked in a sharp breath. From the impact, she really hadn't held back. He almost stumbled forward. Vanessa, why are you still like this? Lucas complained as he looked at the woman in front of him. Vanessa Cole, his second senior marshal sister, the very same underground queen of Linjiang district he'd bragged about. Haha, Vanessa threw an arm around Lucas. What have you been doing these past 2 days? Before Lucas could even answer, Vanessa looked toward the store. You like this thing? I'll buy you one. Vanessa really was incredibly generous and straightforward. She saw the 2,600 yuan price tag and didn't think twice. She simply bought one. This actually looks pretty useful. That guy really does have a good head on his shoulders. Can't believe he came up with something like this. Gee, Creek. Lucas immediately caught the key detail. You know the owner of this place. Senior sister? Vanessa looked even more surprised. Junior brother? You don't know him? What? Lucas scratched his head. Who is he? Why should I know him? Oh, Vanessa suddenly remembered that her junior brother had only just returned. So she explained. This business belongs to your future brother-in-law. His factory is right here in Linjiang district. I heard he invested more than 10 million yuan and opened several stores. This is just the smallest and most basic one. There are 2 larger stores that haven't opened yet. More than 10 million? Lucas froze. Money hadn't meant much to him while he lived on the mountain. But after coming down, he gradually begun to understand its value. 10 million yuan was an amount he had never even come close to seeing in his entire life. Then he touched the 300 yuan in his own pocket. Happiness was born from comparison, and apparently so were resentment and jealousy. What's wrong? Vanessa noticed the change in Lucas's expression and asked in confusion, Junior brother, don't tell me you've already gotten into trouble with that guy. Is he really that powerful? Lucas could hear a trace of wariness in Vanessa's voice. Powerful? Not exactly. Hey, Vanessa frowned slightly, but that guy is ruthless and frighteningly good at setting traps for people. He's cold-blooded, that's for sure. Don't tell me you really clashed with him. Yeah. Lucas's expression grew even uglier. Something happened yesterday. I ended up at some police station. I was trying to save someone, but those ignorant idiots had no idea what I was doing. They accused me of causing trouble and tried to stop me, so I barely fought back, but then they refused to let it go, and even called the police. Apparently, the police know that guy pretty well, so they called him over. He showed up, acted all high and mighty in front of me, and started ordering me around. He even tried to stop me from seeing my biological parents, and even though he clearly had the ability to get me out of there, he didn't do anything. I think he's completely won my parents over too. Like he's put some kind of curse on them. They don't care about their biological son at all. They only care about him. That cold-blooded bastard has completely fooled my parents. I had no idea that Lucas had already met his second senior martial sister, and I didn't care to know because it wasn't important. The moment I learned Lucas had run back home last night, I already knew what was going to happen. He had already begun consuming the love and guilt my adoptive parents felt toward him. In this world, no emotion appeared out of nowhere, and none of them lasted forever. They were built little by little through repeated actions, and likewise with every mistake. They could slowly be worn away until nothing remained. I wondered what expression my adoptive dad would make when he discovered his biological son had become a fugitive. It would probably be something to see, and I also wondered just how badly Lucas would eventually destroy his own situation. As for that second senior sister, if she behaved herself, she could keep being her so-called underground queen, and if she didn't, that was fine too. There were plenty of people eager to take her place. At the same time, I wasn't particularly worried about my electric motorcycle business. At its core, this industry lived or died by government policy, or more accurately, by the attitude of the authorities. It reminded me of something a waste recycling businessman had once said in my previous life. Plenty of people saw how profitable the industry was, but what they failed to see was how unique the industry itself was. If I entered it, I could make money. If you entered it, you could get destroyed. The electric motorcycle industry was exactly like that right now. With the strategy I was using at the moment, I could only operate this way in Zhonghai and Guangnan province, and I couldn't keep relying on the same strategy forever. My current plan was to first use electric motorcycles to rapidly expand my retail network and establish the brand. The second step would be gradually upgrading the electric motorcycles, but the core principle would still be convenient everyday transportation. The third step would be developing small electric cars based on that technology, similar to the tiny Wuling mini EVs from my previous life. Then I'd continue upgrading from there, gradually expanding into hatchbacks, sedans, and commercial vehicles. If everything went smoothly, I'd eventually have both the capital and technical foundation to invest in the future intelligent technology industry. And as my business empire gradually took shape, I could use the capital I'd gradually accumulated to search for and purchase more pseudo-spirit stones, or buy larger quantities of higher quality jade and gemstones. Our first stop was the courthouse, where I met the contact Uncle Wilson had arranged, and spent 1 million yuan on a huge batch of jade and gemstones. After that, I went to buy some plants that could easily be transformed into spirit plants. Emma had assumed I'd choose some kind of exotic flowers or rare herbs, or other precious materials. But my choice completely surprised her. Sunflowers. More precisely, mature sunflower heads, already covered in seeds. This plant was extremely easy to transform into a spirit plant. Emma stared in disbelief. at the 6 huge sunflowers I'd bought. You're not joking, are you? Actually, if conditions allowed, what I'd really want is rice. I explained. Rice and millet are both crops that originated locally, after generations of cultivation and selective breeding. They're extremely suitable for transforming into spirit plants, but I don't know how to grow millet. And as for rice, modern hybrid rice generally can't preserve its seed traits. Even if you save the seeds and plant them again, they'll degenerate. That degeneration could cause a hard-earned spirit plant to revert back into an ordinary plant. So I'm going to start with sunflowers. Sunflowers are also fairly good at absorbing spiritual energy and transforming into spirit plants. Emma asked curiously. Really? Not exactly. I shook my head. They're just cheap, plentiful, and ridiculously easy to take care of. I remembered when I'd first joined the police force in my previous life and worked at a local precinct. There had been a small patch of land beside the station that the department required us to keep landscaped. So my coworkers grew all kinds of vegetables there, including sunflowers. My main memory of those things was that you tossed the seeds into the dirt, and the sunflowers basically grew by themselves. I'd seen coworkers watering and taking care of vegetables, but I never once saw anyone specifically tending the sunflowers. Those things were basically weeds that happened to have some value. The only care my coworkers ever gave them was making sure they didn't accidentally pull the sunflowers out while weeding. Most importantly, once we grow them, we can eat them. I pointed at the sunflowers. There are 2 reasons to grow spirit plants. First, they can improve the concentration of spiritual energy and generate more of it. Second, they're either eaten or used as medicine, whether we eat them directly or refine them into pills. The ultimate purpose is to improve our constitutions and increase our cultivation. Medicinal ingredients suitable for pill refinement are extremely hard to find right now, and ordinary herbs are basically useless to us. So, for people like us, the best spirit plants are cheap, abundant, and easy to obtain. Things like these, according to my plan. Step 1 is building a spirit gathering formation inside the room. Step 2 is using spiritual energy generated through dual cultivation to nurture more pseudo-spirit stones and spirit plants. Step 3 is using those spirit stones and spirit plants to build a larger spirit gathering formation. Then we'll dual cultivate inside that and repeat the cycle over and over. Seriously, Emma didn't even know how to respond. Then how do other cultivators normally cultivate? They rely on pseudo-spirit stones, I replied, if they're wealthy enough. They use huge amounts of electricity to create pseudo-spirit stones. Then when they cultivate, they absorb the spiritual energy stored inside those stones, but they never drain them completely. They usually leave about 20% of the spiritual energy inside. Then they carry those pseudo-spirit stones with them and slowly nourish them with their own spiritual energy, spirit stones. As long as you don't completely exhaust the spiritual energy inside them and turn them back into ordinary jade or gemstones, will slowly absorb spiritual energy from their surroundings and store it. People say this era is suffering from spiritual energy depletion, but depletion isn't entirely accurate. There is still a small amount of spiritual energy in the world. It's just that cultivators can't directly absorb and use it the way they once could. I continued explaining, but pseudo-spirit stones that have already been transformed can slowly absorb some of it. And even when cultivators aren't deliberately doing anything, their bodies naturally release tiny traces of spiritual energy, which those pseudo-spirit stones can absorb as well. So the process repeats continuously, allowing them to cultivate again later. Of course, the biggest problem with that method is that it's painfully slow. Emma looked at me curiously. Then, hasn't anyone tried the method you're using before? Of course they have, I glanced at her. But cultivators using this method basically have 2 choices. The first is using their own spiritual energy to guide their dual cultivation partner onto the path of cultivation. But without a special constitution like yours, the amount of spiritual energy generated through dual cultivation isn't actually that much. It's quite limited. And for cultivators, spiritual energy is an incredibly scarce resource right now. A cultivation partner, on the other hand, isn't nearly as scarce. So most cultivators have to decide whether they're really willing to spend their own spiritual energy, nurturing their cultivation partner first, and then dual cultivating together so their partner can eventually feed energy back to them. The second method is raising a cultivation furnace. And as for what happens to a cultivation furnace, you've been reading novels lately, haven't you? I don't know if you've read any fantasy cultivation stories, but real cultivation furnaces end up in pretty much the same situation. I paused and thought for a moment. Actually, if one side knows some kind of evil cultivation technique, being discarded after they're finished with you would already count as lucky. Cultivators who use evil techniques can drain a furnace's life force, blood, flesh, everything, without leaving anything behind. There's another problem. If the furnace is an ordinary person, they won't live long afterward. And the spiritual energy they provide is minimal, which means you'd need a huge number of them. People with special constitutions are slightly better, but a furnace's ending is never good. So this isn't some simple matter of men and women having fun, and it's not something you can solve just by throwing money at women. After all, money can always be earned again after you lose it. But once someone's life is gone, it's gone. Especially with something like this, where the victim obviously has no chance of walking away with money afterward. That's why raising cultivation furnaces, as always, been directly tied to human trafficking, and inevitably involves unlawful imprisonment, and even criminal cases involving death. I looked at Emma. Your constitution is special. If they capture you, you'll basically have two choices. Either they imprison you and force you to become their cultivation furnace, or you cooperate and become one willingly. Either way, you'll basically be locked away somewhere until the day you die. We're lucky the times have changed, and certain things can't be done openly anymore. They have to operate in secret. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't even have this brief period of safety. The times were different. The way power operated and the logic behind it were completely different too. The other side probably hadn't expected their plan to fail, and was likely trying to sever every connection first, before making another move after the investigation ended. Otherwise, someone would have definitely come asking questions about the 2 pseudo-spirit stones I'd taken. Emma looked genuinely frightened now. Don't think I'm exaggerating just to scare you, I said. You'll understand eventually. Let's head back. Once we returned to the small apartment, I moved the bed into the middle of the living room. Then around the bed, I arranged pieces of jade and gemstones one after another. The jade and gemstones formed a special, but extremely simple formation. Then I placed the 2 pseudo-spirit stones I'd obtained into the formation's 2 core nodes. At the same time, I scattered the sunflowers throughout the formation as well. That's it? Emma stared at the jade and gemstones scattered all over the floor. They didn't seem to follow any obvious pattern, not even close. I looked down at the formation. I can't draw. Proper formations need formation patterns engraved into them, and drawing formation patterns, especially commonly used permanent formations, requires a pretty serious foundation in art. Even without natural artistic talent, you'd still need to spend a long time practicing the patterns. And I was currently facing almost the exact same problem I'd encountered when drawing talismans last time. I had all the knowledge and knew exactly how it was supposed to work, but my hands couldn't do it because I couldn't properly engrave the formation patterns. The effectiveness of this temporary arrangement was drastically reduced. This won't work. I scratched my head. Looks like I'm going to have to seriously learn how to draw. Then another thought suddenly occurred to me. I looked at Emma. I remember you're about to start your senior year of high school, right? What university are you planning to apply to? How about studying art? You could help me draw talismans and set up formations in the future. Emma looked awkward. Well, about that, my grades used to be pretty good, but after being reborn, they became terrible, so I don't plan on going to college. Inside the spacious apartment, my hands rapidly formed one hand seal after another. I wasn't very good at drawing talismans or setting up formations, but the original owner of this body had practiced hand seals diligently. Every gesture was precise, and not a single one was missed. As I formed the seals, I quietly recited the incantation. Heaven and earth without limit. Qian and Kun, lend me your power. 8 trigrams, reveal your spirit. Yin and Yang, unite in harmony. Qian is heaven, Kun is earth. Zen is thunder, Zun is wind, Kan is water, Li is fire. Zhen is mountain, Dui is lake. Spiritual energy from all 8 directions, heed my command. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. 4 guardians, take your positions. Spiritual energy from the 4 directions, gather here. Spirit gathering formation, rise. The next second, blue-green light flashed throughout the entire room, before gradually fading away. Wow. Although Emma had heard a few mysterious stories about cultivation in her previous life, she had never actually seen anything like this. This was her first time witnessing it in this life. Emma stared around the room. Every piece of jade and gemstone had flashed with light. It had only lasted for an instant, but she could clearly feel that something about the room had changed. The air itself seemed refreshing and invigorating. Is this what it feels like when spiritual energy becomes abundant? Emma asked curiously. She could no longer see the jade and gemstones glowing, but she could still observe the hairpin and jade plaque serving as pseudo-spirit stones, placed inside the formation's 2 core nodes. Faint streams of strange blue-green light flowed out of them. Then, slightly darker light slowly flowed back in. It was extremely faint, but those lights were probably spiritual energy gathering inside the formation. Abundant? I touched the jade bracelet on my wrist. Theoretically, if we set this formation up in the mountains, the spiritual energy would be much richer. At this level, it's better than nothing at best. The mountains? Emma's face instantly turned bright red. That you should prepare yourself mentally, I said. We're definitely going eventually, but I'll set up protective formations beforehand. It's not just because I don't want anyone seeing us. In this era, a cultivation site rich in spiritual energy would be enough to make plenty of other cultivators take desperate risks. Get on. I pointed toward the large bed at the center of the formation. Oh, okay, TJ's. Even though she'd already mentally prepared herself, Emma still shuffled forward in tiny steps. The bed wasn't even 2 meters away. Yet somehow, it took her 10 whole minutes to reach it. Then she slowly began removing her clothes, until only the final layer remained. Emma tried to say something, but I had already leaned over her, cutting her off. I'll try to be gentle, and one more reminder. Each session lasts 1 hour, with a 30-minute break in between. 7 times? Emma's eyes widened. 7. You should be able to handle it, right? Even I wasn't completely confident. 7 one-hour sessions with only 30-minute breaks. Even with cultivation involved, that sounded brutal. At least with my current strength. This is cultivation. I emphasized again. Both for Emma and for myself. Train through the hottest days of summer and the coldest days of winter. Cultivation was never supposed to be easy. Remember how the spiritual energy moves through your body. Let's begin. We'll skip over the part no one needs to watch, along with roughly 3,000 words of plot. Meanwhile, another scene was unfolding at the Reed family home. Or more accurately, while I was out buying supplies, something else was already happening there. Around noon, bang, 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 a violent pounding on the door startled Linda Reed while she was writing a research paper. Coming! There was no need to guess. They had been married for decades, so she knew exactly who it was from the sound alone. And if he was pounding on the door like that, there could only be one explanation. Someone was furious. Extremely furious. Linda hurried over and opened the door. Sure enough, her husband stood outside with a terrifyingly dark expression. Without waiting for Linda to say anything, he strode straight inside and headed directly toward their son's bedroom. David! Linda immediately realized something was wrong, and a terrible feeling rose inside her. Bang! Her husband had always respected their son's privacy, but today, he practically slammed the bedroom door open. The moment he saw the room was empty, his anger exploded. Where is that brat? What happened? Linda hurried after him. Calm down. Did Lucas do something wrong? He only just came home. Son? David Reed roared. He's not my son. He's my damn father. I'm the one acting like his son. After shouting that, David seemed to lose every ounce of strength in his body. He collapsed onto the bed and let out a long, exhausted sigh. What exactly happened? Seeing him like this, Linda immediately realized their biological son must have gotten himself into serious trouble. She hurriedly asked, "David, just tell me." Stop sitting there sighing. "What am I supposed to say?" David replied anxiously. "I can't explain everything right now. Do you have that brat's phone number? Call him immediately and tell him, no matter what he's doing right now, this second, he needs to get back to Long High Road Police Station as fast as possible. He needs to go back exactly the way he came out. Call him now. Don't ask what happened yet. If we wait any longer, nobody will be able to help him." When Lucas left the police station, he hadn't simply walked out without making any preparations, although he didn't understand much about life off the mountain. The novels he'd read had mentioned basic police institutions like local stations, so he understood the general idea. Once someone was brought inside, they weren't supposed to leave without police permission. But he'd also read novels, where characters left a puppet behind, while the real person went outside to have fun. Then if something happened, they simply came back. So Lucas copied the same trick. Inside the dorm room, he arranged blankets and pillows into the shape of a person, then attached an illusion talisman to it. It was similar to a concealment talisman, with a limited hypnotic and deceptive effect. It could create a crude illusion, while subtly influencing the observer's mind, causing someone looking at the object carrying the illusion talisman to perceive whatever the talisman user wanted them to perceive. Of course, there was one condition. The object carrying the talisman had to physically resemble whatever it was supposed to imitate as closely as possible. Likewise, this kind of low-level talisman was useless against cultivators and against people with strong willpower, or someone deliberately searching for something specific. Its effect was also limited. Lucas was highly skilled with techniques like these, so the talismans he made, even without any divine blessing, were still extremely effective. Far beyond the average level of modern talisman practitioners. They were practically top tier. Unfortunately, Lucas had simply copied a plot from a novel, and people had already given a name. This kind of blindly copying formulas, book worship. It was one of the easiest ways to screw everything up. Lucas had never considered why he'd been allowed to stay in a dorm room instead of being locked in an actual holding room. It was because the police were showing respect to his parents and also giving face to the municipal bureau. That morning, an officer brought him breakfast and called for him to wake up and eat. Naturally, the fake figure didn't respond. What Lucas also failed to realize was that the only reason nothing happened until noon was because I'd said I would try to negotiate the matter. So at first, no one at the station suspected anything, and they simply left him alone. But by noon, they noticed his breakfast hadn't been touched, and he still didn't respond when called. That was when they realized something was wrong. No matter how good Lucas's illusion talisman was, a pile of blankets was still not a living person. Once the officers sensed something was off, a closer inspection immediately exposed the trick. When Chief Lewis discovered Lucas had escaped and realized he'd effectively been played for a fool, he nearly exploded with rage. But fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. After all, Lucas was David Reed's biological son, and David Reed was an old war buddy of Michael Mitchell. If the matter could still be handled privately, that was preferable, especially while things hadn't blown up too badly yet, and formal mediation hadn't even begun. So Chief Lewis immediately contacted Michael Mitchell privately, and then called David Reed, no matter what happened. They needed to get Lucas back first. As long as he returned, everything could still be discussed. But if he refused to come back, then a lot of things would become much harder to handle, especially with Arthur Bennett involved. The Art Association might not have had much actual authority, but artists depended heavily on publicity, which meant they naturally knew plenty of people in the media. If Arthur said even a few words to his media contacts, there would be no chance of containing the fallout. By coincidence, David Reed had also gone to see Michael Mitchell, partly because Lucas's household registration needed to be sorted out, and partly because after talking with his son yesterday, David had begun to suspect that Lucas disappearing all those years ago might not have been an accident. Someone might have deliberately targeted his son, from his disappearance to being taken in by the old Taoist on Mount Zhongnan. David couldn't shake the feeling that there had been some kind of conspiracy behind it. He wanted to learn more about what had happened back then, and ask Michael to help investigate. Instead, he ran into Chief Lewis at the Municipal Bureau and learned everything Lucas had done. David nearly exploded on the spot. After spending decades navigating politics and finally reaching retirement safely, he didn't even need instinct to immediately understand what would happen if this wasn't handled properly. Then he came home and discovered his biological son was gone, and his heart sank even further. "Call him right now," David said helplessly. "Linda, I'm going to the Bennett family first." With that, David stood up. A look of determination flashed through his eyes. "Tell him he has two choices. Either he gets back to the police station immediately, or he can wait for me to personally send him to prison." "Prison?" Linda stared at him in shock. "David, that's your biological son." "Exactly because he's my son," David snapped, both furious and helpless. "I refuse to become another parent, destroyed by blindly protecting his child. I worked my entire life just to retire safely. I'm not about to spend retirement having people point at my back and curse me. And this is already far worse than just being cursed behind my back. What a disaster." David stood up. "Call him, now." But Lucas had absolutely no idea that he was slowly throwing away every chance he had to fix the situation. He was currently at the welcome banquet Vanessa had arranged for him, eating and drinking, while meeting people from the local underground scene. Bzzzt. His phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out and looked. It was a call from his biological mother. "What is it, junior brother?" "Daz." Vanessa's cheeks were slightly flushed from drinking, making her look far more alluring than usual. When she saw Lucas take out his phone, she casually asked, "Who's calling?" "My family." Lucas hesitated over whether to answer. "Your family?" A faint, mocking smile appeared on Vanessa's face. "When they were humiliating you, why didn't they remember you were their biological son? Did they finally realize you're the real one? Or did they finally recognize your value and start regretting everything?" Parents like that, and a family like that, you should think carefully before deciding whether they're worth going back to. Why go back to a family like that? They've got a little political power, so what? Some retired old man still thinks he can act superior to Mr. Reed. With Mr. Reed's talent, he'll dominate all of Jinghai someday. No, all of Guangnan province. In Dest, exactly. Why bother going back to a family like that? Surrounded by one flattering comment after another, Lucas rejected the call, then turned off his phone. Back on the mountain, his master and his senior martial sisters had always treated him sincerely. If there was something to say, they said it directly. They never talked in circles, and they never hid unpleasant truths just because he wouldn't like hearing them. So Lucas had never realized that in the outside world, some people were extremely skilled at reading others, and would only say whatever they knew you wanted to hear. Unfortunately, the people Vanessa had invited today weren't high-ranking officials or major tycoons. They were mid-level managers from various institutions and owners of mid-sized companies with roughly 1,000 to 2,000 employees. People like them, especially those important enough to sit at the main table, were masters at reading the room. Vanessa's original thinking had been simple. These people might not have the fame of Jianghai's top officials or richest businessmen, and they might not be fabulously wealthy, but there was an old saying that minor officials were often harder to deal with than major ones, and sometimes local connections mattered more than distant authority. If her junior brother got to know these people first, it would make getting things done much easier later. If he ever wanted to start a company, knowing these small and mid-sized business owners would also give him a strong foundation for future cooperation. At the same time, Lucas's biological dad was a retired provincial-level official, which gave him a powerful background. And on top of that, his parents' adopted son was a biological member of the Carter family, even though Tyler was currently in conflict with the Carters and had already caused them enormous losses. The Carter family's Sunrise Group was still a local business giant with that kind of background. What Lucas needed most was to build good relationships with people at the local and middle levels and establish roots for himself. But then Vanessa swept her gaze across everyone at the table and suddenly felt that things were drifting far away from what she'd intended. Her goal had never been to make her junior brother genuinely turn against his family. She only wanted Lucas, when forced to choose between family and their sect, to lean a little more toward the sect. That was enough. If conflict arose, she simply wanted him to believe the sect treated him better than his family did. But if Lucas truly cut off his family completely, that wasn't what their master wanted, and it wasn't what Vanessa wanted either. Vanessa understood perfectly well that, in this era of returning spiritual energy, the key to becoming an underground queen wasn't the few spells she could still use, or even her fighting ability. It was judgment, knowing exactly whose power she needed to attach herself to, if she wanted to rise even higher and become the underground queen of all Jianghai, instead of merely Linjiang district. Then Lucas needed to return to his original family. But right now, whatever motives these people around the table had, she absolutely couldn't let them keep pouring fuel on the fire. Vanessa's elegant features hardened. Her presence immediately became intimidating. She slapped her glass down on the table and became the first person to change her tone. What are you all talking about? What I'm trying to say is, every family has problems outsiders can't understand. They may have done things you can't accept, but they're still your family. You're an adult now. Some things need more careful thought. Don't let the fact that they're your biological parents blind you either way. And if your family calls you, no matter why they're calling, you shouldn't simply hang up. Doing that will only make people think. Master failed miserably in raising you. Failed? Lucas replied with complete confidence. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Didn't Master say? I'm the most talented disciple in our entire sect. I'm the best at everything I learn. And in the future, I'll inherit Master's position as sect leader and carry on our lineage. And I will definitely restore the glory of our sacred sect. When the coming age of great struggle begins, everyone here can rest assured, as long as all of you support me. I'll bring every one of you onto the path of immortality someday. Looking at Lucas, overflowing with confidence, Vanessa frowned even harder. Their master had spoiled her junior brother far too much. She studied Lucas's confident, flamboyant expression. No, this wasn't merely flamboyant. It was arrogance, bordering on outright delusion. For the first time, a sense of danger stirred inside Vanessa. She was Lucas's second senior martial sister, skilled in divination and mystical arts, and she had descended the mountain alongside their eldest and third senior sisters. He still remembered the day they'd said goodbye at the mountain gate. Her junior brother had been so cheerful, so bright, and so confidently optimistic. But why did the Lucas in front of her now feel so completely different from the boy she'd known back then? They were clearly the same person, yet the two images simply refused to overlap. He still seemed to possess that same innocent simplicity. So why did he now come across like a complete idiot? Vanessa suddenly regretted holding this welcome banquet and introducing her junior brother to these people. She didn't know exactly what had gone wrong, but could he truly not hear the provocation and manipulation hidden inside these people's words? Not even a little? For the second half of the banquet, Vanessa barely said a word. It was almost as though she'd handed complete control of the room over to her junior brother. She watched him speak confidently, watched him make promises to everyone, and watched him bask in the endless stream of words tailored to flatter him, until he was practically floating with pride. After the banquet finally ended, junior brother, Vanessa looked deeply worried. How could you make promises like that so casually? The coming age of great struggle may be approaching, but that struggle also means a great calamity. We don't even know when it will begin, or what form it will take. If you keep making promises like that, can you really bear the consequences someday? And, junior brother, people can be dangerous. Can't you tell that some of those people clearly have ulterior motives? Lucas laughed, looking completely confident. They're just promises. I never said I absolutely had to fulfill every one of them. Besides, I'm someone blessed with tremendous fortune. What could a little karma like that possibly matter? And I'm not an idiot either. How could I not hear what they were doing? I have my own plans. After all, he'd already read plenty of novels. Someone with overwhelming luck like him was supposed to succeed at whatever he did, just like the protagonists in those stories. Wherever the protagonist went, didn't people always swarm around him, flattering him and kissing up to him, just like today? What was strange about that? Sure, some protagonists in novels were constantly questioned and mocked. But those people were always villains, or disposable side characters who weren't on the protagonist's side. As for the people who stood with the protagonist, weren't they supposed to flatter and protect him? So what was there to worry about? Vanessa clenched her teeth, but ultimately swallowed the harsher words she'd wanted to say. She didn't want to crush her junior brother's confidence. Dee could only hope he truly had some kind of plan. After thinking for a moment, Vanessa asked, "Then what exactly is your plan, junior brother?" She and 2 other senior sisters had descended the mountain ahead of him, essentially to serve as the advance party. Once their junior brother arrived, his immense fortune, combined with the support of that destiny, Diaz, and their sex assistants, was supposed to help them establish themselves in Zhenghai, the place their divination predicted would experience the first major resurgence of spiritual energy. They needed to establish a firm foothold and seize the advantage early. So, Vanessa genuinely wanted to know what plan her junior brother had come up with. Lottery tickets, stocks, and then gambling in Changshan and Macau. Lucas answered with complete confidence. He'd already read the novels, and that was how most protagonists made money. They built up their first pool of capital, then used that money to establish their own power base. Lucas had already thought it through. With his incredible luck, combined with Vanessa's divination abilities, turning the 300 yuan in his pocket into 30 billion shouldn't be difficult at all. The moment Vanessa heard that, her expression collapsed. She'd been living in the outside world for quite some time, and understood far more about how things actually worked. With her junior brother's luck, he might indeed make a decent amount from lottery tickets, and could possibly obtain a substantial amount of startup capital very quickly. But stocks, a small fry like Lucas jumping into that market, whether domestic or overseas, would probably get devoured without even leaving bones behind. And going to Changshan or Macau, that was even more ridiculous. Could he win money there? Maybe. But whether he'd still be winning by the following week was an entirely different question. As an underground queen, Vanessa understood far more about those places than her junior brother ever could, against real casinos and veteran gamblers. It was impossible to know who would end up being the sheep led to slaughter of his 3-step plan. The only reliable and genuinely profitable option was the lottery, and that could at least be calculated through divination. Wait, Vanessa suddenly remembered something. After hearing about what happened to the Carter family, she had cast a hexagram too. The upper trigram had been Sun, and the lower trigram Jin, forming the wind-thunder beneficial hexagram. Its fortune remained uncertain. Only cautious action and staying on the proper path could bring peace. Yet her junior brother was acting like this. "I have a pair of invisible wings." And just then, Vanessa's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and looked at the screen. Her heart jolted. "What happened?" Lucas asked curiously. "Nothing." Vanessa stood up. "I have something to take care of. I won't be able to stay with you today." With that, she hurried away and headed for Tianshui Grand Hotel in Linjiang District. On the 8th floor, outside room 823, Vanessa knocked on the door. After a short wait, the door opened. Vanessa glanced around, then slipped inside. "Daniel, didn't I tell you we shouldn't meet for a while? Even if you wanted to see me, now isn't the right time. Did anyone follow you?" The man who had opened the door was none other than Daniel Carter, chief of the Linjiang District Public Security Bureau. He was sitting in a chair with a grave expression, his entire posture tense, as he asked cautiously, "How could anyone possibly follow me?" Vanessa replied, with equal confidence. "Did your wife find out?" "Impossible." Daniel's expression darkened even further. "That woman isn't smart enough to figure it out. And stop acting like we're that close. You know perfectly well what kind of relationship we have. I called you here because I want to ask you something. How did you offend that young man from the Reed family?" "The Reed family's young master?" Vanessa looked confused. "Do you mean the real one or the fake one?" "I've never even met the fake heir before, and the real heir is my junior brother. I just met him earlier today." "Real heir? Fake heir?" Daniel looked genuinely surprised, then seemed to realize something. He immediately stood up. "Are you planning to side with the real heir or the fake one?" Vanessa looked even more confused. They seemed to have some conflict between them. "My plan. was to keep both sides under control. Daniel answered coldly, forget it. I've heard a few things, but the information isn't completely reliable. This isn't a situation where you can play both sides. If you're planning to back the real heir, I suggest you leave immediately. Get out of Jianghai. The fake heir came to see me yesterday, and he was already testing me. When two giants fight, the fisherman profits. Vanessa suddenly understood why those people at the banquet had been deliberately stirring things up. There were plenty of ways to move upward. You could earn merit yourself, or wait for someone above you to make a mistake. Or you could wait until two powerful people tore each other apart and see what opportunities fell out for people at their level. If the Reed family's real and fake heirs fought badly enough, then maybe some small opportunities would open up for them at their level. The final outcome might not affect them much, but if the people above exposed weaknesses during the fight, those openings could matter. If nothing fell into their hands, they simply stayed where they were. But if they caught something, they could rise another step. And judging from what she'd seen today, her junior brother clearly held resentment toward his biological parents. But what exactly had happened? Vanessa's thoughts churned. What's going on? My junior brother only arrived in Shanghai recently. How did things get this bad already? Even if there was some conflict, it shouldn't have escalated this far. And whatever happened between them is still a family dispute. Why would the fake heir specifically come looking for you? I don't know all the details yet, Daniel replied. The matter is being kept quiet for now. It apparently happened over in the high-tech district, so it isn't convenient for me to ask too many questions. But one thing is certain. Starting now, you need to completely cut ties with that junior brother of yours and pretend you know nothing about what happened today. Otherwise, you're abandoning me? Vanessa's expression instantly darkened. Daniel Carter, you're actually going to throw me away? Daniel gave a cold laugh. Do you know something? When that young man from the Reed family came to see me, he brought Michael Mitchell's useless son with him. He asked whether I wanted to eat fish. Do you know what that meant? Without waiting for Vanessa to answer, Daniel gave her the answer himself. Before Deputy Chief Wilson over in Binhai District got promoted, he had a meal with that fake heir from the Reed family. They ate seasonal vegetables, and he was even allowed to pack some up and take them back for everyone at his bureau. Last night, I turned him down and told him I was allergic to fish. You don't have to believe me, but right now, all I'd have to do is make one phone call and tell him I've decided I want fish, and I'd immediately be able to catch one hell of a big fish. Daniel stared coldly at Vanessa. The fact that I came to see you today is already me honoring whatever feelings existed between us all these years. I don't care what you're thinking. And I don't care how close you are to that junior brother of yours. Daniel stood up and walked toward the door. Refusing to eat the fish is already the most I can do for you. But I have no intention of becoming the fish served on the table. And what about your eldest senior sister? Have you never wondered why she didn't go with you? Click. The door shut. Daniel Carter was gone. He had been completely decisive, more decisive than Vanessa had ever seen him before. There hadn't been the slightest trace of tenderness, or even a moment of hesitation. So what exactly had happened? Vanessa suddenly realized something. Her junior brother might not be as simple and innocent as he seemed. Had he hidden some extremely important information from her? But he was still her junior brother, and she had orders from the sect. He carried the future of their entire lineage and was essential to the sect's plans. Still, no, Vanessa struggled with herself for a long time. The sect's orders were important, but her own future mattered too. And the hexagram she'd calculated. Wind and thunder clashing. Fortune and disaster still undecided. Act cautiously and remain on the proper path. Only then could peace be preserved. After hesitating for a moment, Vanessa picked up her phone and called Lucas. The moment he answered, Junior brother, my 12th granduncle's baby is about to celebrate its 1-month birthday. Yeah, my actual 12th granduncle. Seriously, with the way seniority works in the village. Some little baby somehow became my elder. How ridiculous is that? Vanessa immediately became enthusiastic. The village is telling me to hurry back. There are a lot of family rules on my side, so I can't skip it. How about this? I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan first. Use it to make your plans. If it isn't enough, call me. That's all. I'll hang up now. Beep. The call ended. Vanessa immediately opened a travel app and booked herself a plane ticket. As for the sect, she was grateful for being raised there, and grateful for everything they'd taught her. But as for the sect's plans and missions, she'd give Lucas 100,000 yuan and see how he handled things, if he could solve his own problems, and use that money to build something for himself. Then he might still be worth supporting. But if he couldn't, then if this was truly what the sect's future looked like, Vanessa needed to start thinking about her own future instead. Lucas stared at the bank notification on his phone, completely confused. But 100,000 yuan? That was actually pretty good. 300 from his parents for lottery tickets, and 100,000 from Vanessa for stocks. At this pace, it wouldn't even take more than a week for him to start making serious money. His master had told him that without money, it was almost impossible to survive in the outside world. Money, businesses, and connections could all be built step by step. Filled with confidence, Lucas had no intention of going home. He had absolutely no idea that he'd already stepped onto a very practical and reliable path. And before long, someone would teach him exactly what reality looked like. As for me, the timeline moved forward to the morning after my first dual cultivation session. At that moment, I was beginning to experience a morning that wasn't exactly pleasant. The important part of dual cultivation was the cultivation. I had pushed myself through 5 full rounds, and then I genuinely couldn't keep going. After all, I'd only barely stepped across the threshold of cultivation. My physical condition was only somewhat better than that of an ordinary person. As for Emma, she was still lying in bed, completely exhausted from everything we'd done this cell, and still asleep. I, however, sat properly in the 5 hearts facing heaven posture, and cultivated for a while. Not bad, at least I supposed it wasn't bad, because there was still a gap between Emma and me. An entire night of dual cultivation. She helped me, far less than it helped her. I couldn't say it did absolutely nothing, but the improvement was extremely small, if I quantified it like an experience bar in a game, and converted cultivation into numbers. Then before dual cultivation, my progress toward the next stage was roughly 10 out of 100. After finishing the session, it was only around 11 out of 100. In other words, at this rate, I'd need roughly 100 rounds just to gain 1 full level. The moment I thought about that, my face practically turned green. If this was really the pace, there was no way my body could take it. Dual cultivation like this. Who the hell could survive it? Maybe I should just use some evil plundering technique instead. For a moment, a wicked thought actually rose inside me. But then I touched the jade bracelet and felt that the spiritual energy inside had become slightly denser than before. I sighed, and all those evil thoughts were immediately pushed back down. Evil methods might improve cultivation faster, but in the end, they definitely harm both others and myself. Besides, my cheat might not be impressive, but it wasn't non-existent either. After one night of dual cultivation, the spiritual energy we'd naturally released had refilled the bracelet. Actually, it hadn't been completely full in the first place. Mao, the bracelet, had absorbed the spiritual energy that dispersed during dual cultivation and contained about 1% more than it had at the beginning. That was enough to give me a little extra cultivation time. Thinking about that, I began cultivating again using the spiritual energy inside the bracelet. I kept absorbing it until the remaining energy approached a dangerous level. Then I stopped. Let's check the rest. I got out of bed and put on a robe. First, I checked the 2 pseudo-spirit stones inside the formation. Because their previous owners had already used them, there wasn't much spiritual energy left inside, and their quality was only average. If this were one of those cultivation novels, even after nurturing them to their absolute limit, it would still only count as low-grade spirit stones. But right now, with spiritual energy this scarce, even things like these were treasures. They recovered a little. I inspected the pseudo-spirit stones and muttered to myself, but it's still too slow. After checking the 2 pseudo-spirit stones, I examined the rest of the jade and gemstones. Not a single one showed any sign of changing. As expected, nurturing new spirit stones wasn't easy. Then I walked over to the sunflowers and checked them one by one. This time, I was surprised. I stared at a sunflower positioned in the northeast corner of the formation and plucked out one seed. It changed. Seriously? I'm this lucky. What happened? Emma woke up at the sound of my voice. She sat up in bed, wrapped in a blanket, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she looked at me. Look at this. I hurried over in excitement and sat down on the bed. Look at this. It's a sunflower seed. Emma stared at it. It looks like it has spiritual energy? Exactly. In my eyes, the seed didn't look much different from all the others, but an extremely faint, almost imperceptible blue-green glow surrounded it. It counts as a mutation. I got back out of bed, grabbed another sunflower at random. The rest of these can be eaten. But we're keeping this seed. I'm going to plant it in a pot first, then leave it here so the spiritual energy can keep nurturing it. Technically, it wasn't truly a mutation yet. It was still far from becoming a spirit plant. Compared with ordinary sunflower seeds, it was simply better at absorbing and converting spiritual energy. And besides, the sunflowers sold on the market were hybrids too. If I planted this seed, the sunflower it produced would still show trait separation and some degree of degeneration. But I didn't need high yields right now. What I needed was mutation toward becoming a spirit plant. Once this seed was planted and grew into a sunflower, the seeds it produced would have a much greater chance of developing an even stronger ability to absorb and convert spiritual energy. And there would probably be several of them. If I cultivated them somewhere with relatively abundant spiritual energy, the probability would become even higher. More importantly, spiritual energy could accelerate plant growth. Once I had the first useful seed, as long as my luck wasn't so terrible that I'd choke just drinking water, I should always be able to harvest at least 1 or 2 good seeds. All I needed to do was keep selecting and breeding them. There's breeding and selecting. Once I entered that positive cycle, it probably wouldn't take too many years before I cultivated a genuine spirit plant. What? Years? Can't you make it any faster? Inside the office building in Linjiang district, I drank tea while reviewing yesterday's sales numbers and financial report. Sales weren't especially impressive. We'd only sold 2,000 units in one day. But that wasn't really a problem. There were no celebrity endorsements, no advertising campaign, and most people didn't even understand what the product was yet. So weak first-day sales were perfectly normal. Besides, I'd originally expected it to take about a week before the first sale came in. So selling 2,000 units on the very first day had already far exceeded my expectations. Sales would probably keep doubling from here. That meant I could continue with my original plan for the first 100,000 units, and then start expanding into surrounding towns and villages. Meanwhile, Emma was sitting nearby scrolling through her phone. Lately, she'd been reading True Air, Fake Air, and Switched, daughter novels, and she'd gotten completely hooked. But after thinking for a moment, she put down her phone, looked at me, and asked, "Did you do something to my dad?" "What?" I looked at her in surprise. "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" "Because what you told me doesn't match the novels." Emma's beautiful eyes blinked curiously as she asked like an inquisitive little kid. "According to the novels, by this point, shouldn't my brothers and mom and the fake daughter all be taking turns coming after me, saying things like, 'Just kneel down and apologize to the fake daughters, and maybe we'll graciously let you come home?' But ever since I left, they haven't paid any attention to me at all. That's completely different from the novels. Sure, there are some stories where they don't realize until 3 or 4 days later that the real daughter ran away, and only then start looking for her. But usually they find her pretty quickly. What do you think the reason is? Of course I knew exactly what was happening, but since she'd brought it up, I suddenly wanted to test her and see how she'd analyze the situation. They can't find me? Emma thought for a moment. In the novels, if the real daughter sneaks away, it usually takes the family a few days to notice that she's gone. But if she leaves right in front of them, they usually run into her at school. Of course, sometimes one of the brothers is especially capable and finds her almost immediately. So I think you probably did something that keeps them from finding me. Or maybe the plot hasn't reached that point yet. They might still think I'm just throwing a tantrum and that I'll go home after a few days. I was speechless. For some reason, I felt like Emma was slowly developing in the same direction as Lucas. I held back my urge to complain and said, "I think Starting today, you should read fewer stories like that and spend more time with me, learning how the real world actually works. What? Emma looked surprised. Isn't that how things work? You're the one who recommended those books to me. That's not what I meant. I set down my teacup. Novels develop according to whatever logic the author thinks makes sense. But in reality, most things play out according to interests and incentives. I haven't done anything to your dad. I haven't even used the evidence I prepared. But unfortunately for him, he was too close to Rachel Carter. He even visited the Carter family the day before everything happened. I gave a faint, mocking smile. Rachel's case is basically like the Monkey King's Ru Yi Jingu Bang. Do you remember? How the novel describes that weapon. Emma shook her head. It weighs 13,500 jin. Brush against it and you're injured. Take a direct hit and you're dead. I explained. Unfortunately, your biological dad got clipped by that giant staff. Right now, he's barely able to protect himself. Even if the Lin family had time to come looking for you, they'd be coming to beg you for help. That ridiculous novel plot simply isn't going to happen. Emma looked like she partly understood, and partly didn't. But your second sister was turned by foreign intelligence, and came back to work as a spy, right? Wasn't that matter already over? How did it become this serious? And novels always say officials protect other officials. That's exactly why I keep telling you to stop treating novels like reality. And definitely stop projecting their logic onto the real world. I took another sip of tea. Because reality is complicated. But in another sense, it's very simple. If protecting someone gives me a benefit, and that person has value to me, then I may have a reason to protect them. But in a case like this, if the investigators decided to protect your dad, what exactly would they gain? I don't know, but I do know what they'd risk. This case is huge, and it's caused an enormous stir. Even the central authorities know about it. So if I let him off, someone else will inevitably investigate. And once they discover that I let him off, I become a target of investigation too. But look at it from the opposite direction. A lot of people are watching your dad's position and hoping he'll get kicked out, so one of them can take his seat. If investigating your dad turns up something useful, that becomes political capital for them, even if it has nothing to do with this particular case. What if they uncover something else? I glanced at my phone and noticed a new message. It was from Ryan. Your dad was fine before, because there was no real chance of turning him into someone else's achievement. There wasn't enough pressure from above. Even if someone reported him, he could use his connections and quietly make the matter disappear. Then everything would go back to normal. But now there's pressure from above, ambition from below, and people in the middle watching for any evidence they can use. So right now, all of his energy is being consumed by one investigation after another. If he comes looking for you, remember that even inside the government system, not everyone's interests are aligned. Once you become someone else's political achievement, instead of assuming everyone inside the system will protect each other, you'd be better off praying to every god you know and hoping one of them answers and gives you enough luck to survive. If your dad really comes, he won't be here to reenact some stupid web novel drama. He'll be here asking me to help him. I stood up. Though, personally, I think he'll probably make it through safely. Why? Emma asked. How old is your brother? I suddenly asked. The one serving in the Navy as a destroyer captain. Aw, Emma thought carefully. I think he's 26, maybe 27, or younger. 25 maybe. Yeah, I put on my coat. That's exactly why. Your dad may run into trouble, but he'll almost certainly survive it. Come on, I strode toward the door. I'm taking you to meet someone. Back in Linjiang District, at Song Dynasty Moonlight Restaurant, I rode my motorcycle, with Emma sitting behind me. We entered the restaurant and gave the private room number, then followed a server inside. The moment I pushed open the private room door, Uncle Samuel, sorry to keep you waiting. I immediately smiled and greeted him warmly. I was supposed to be the one hosting dinner this time, to properly thank you. But somehow I ended up making you wait for me. I'm really sorry. Really, I apologize. Don't say that. Samuel Brooks stood up too, with a broad smile. You're the one who's helped me, Tyler. You're embarrassing me by being this polite. This is my fiancée, Emma. I introduced Emma. Then I introduced Samuel to her. This is the police officer who helped rescue you the day you were kidnapped. Uncle Samuel, Emma greeted politely. What a perfect match. You two really do look great together. Samuel praised us warmly. We soon sat down and the dishes were served. The conversation began with casual small talk. There was no alcohol, but after several rounds of drinks, and once we'd sampled most of the dishes, I finally pulled a photograph from my pocket and slid it across the table to Samuel. Take a look. This one's a seriously big fish. Interested in helping me catch it? Samuel took one look and immediately frowned. Ryan, sitting beside him, leaned over for a look and seemed surprised too. Wait, Tyler, didn't you say that so-called underground queen was the big fish? Heh, big fish? I laughed and shook my head. That one already ran. What? Ryan's eyes widened. Tyler, weren't you planning to go after her? Go after her? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were some things I didn't want to explain, especially not in front of Samuel. Samuel, however, glanced at Ryan, then helplessly put the photograph away. Ryan, there is no so-called underground queen. For Chief Michael, that would actually be the best possible outcome. This guy really was a little good thing he never entered government service and had gone into business with me instead. Do you know where this person is? Samuel asked. I glanced at Emma beside me, who was happily focused on eating, and asked her. Speaking of which, do you know the guy we're talking about, Lucas Reed? The one whose real name should technically have been Tyler. He's my adoptive dad's biological son, and he's also supposed to marry into the Carter family. Lucas Reed. Emma thought carefully for a moment. I think I remember him. Before the Carter family collapsed, he started some kind of company and maybe a university too. Something related to pharmaceuticals, I think. And I think he was married to your third sister. Oh? I asked in surprise. How did he get started? And how did he meet my third sister? I think he caused some kind of scene at a hospital. Emma carefully searched through the vague memories she had. From what I heard, at first, your third sister looked down on him. But your seventh sister had a pretty good impression of him and kept saying good things about him to your third sister. She even paid compensation to the Bennett family herself. I think it had something to do with the granddaughter of that old man from the art association. Then later, with your seventh sister helping smooth things over, Lucas apparently went to treat the chairman of the Bennett family's art association when he got sick. Only after he cured him did your third sister start liking him. As Emma spoke, an incredibly gossipy look appeared on her face. I also heard that later your third sister, seventh sister, the Bennett family's granddaughter, and even one of his senior sisters all fought over him. The fake daughter in my family used to talk about it constantly. Apparently, Lucas won the lottery jackpot, and every stock he bought went up. Then he went to Changshan and Macau and made a fortune there too. Everyone called him incredibly lucky, a stock market genius, a gambling god, and one of the youngest experts in traditional medicine. By the end of that week, he was basically the hottest name in town. Rumors and gossip about him were everywhere. It would have been harder not to hear about him. The lottery, huh? I smiled and quickly performed a calculation. Then I opened the map on my phone and soon narrowed down a location. Then he's probably buying lottery tickets right now. But that idiot really thinks winning the jackpot is just because he's lucky? Isn't it? Emma and Ryan asked at exactly the same time. Samuel and I immediately looked at them like they were idiots. Because his dad is David Reed. I stood up. Lottery tickets, stocks, casinos, starting businesses. I gave a mocking laugh. Looks like this guy really plans to recreate everything from those novels. Uncle Samuel, I've sent the address to your phone. Sorry to trouble you. Samuel and I exchanged a glance and nodded knowingly. Then he stood up and left the restaurant. Ryan, I handed him the motorcycle key. Do me a favor. This time, Ryan took the key, but didn't leave immediately. He shifted awkwardly, clearly wanting to say something. So what is it? I could tell what was on his mind. Ryan scratched his head. Well, Tyler, I kind of want to learn cultivation too. I wanted to say yes, but stopped myself at the last second. Was I even qualified to teach someone yet? Did I have the right to take on a disciple? What if I agreed too casually and something went wrong later? I wasn't some random self-taught cultivator, and after what happened during the last kidnapping, it was obvious that the gods and higher powers of this world really existed. So taking on a disciple was something I needed to treat carefully. I'll ask my master and grandmaster when I get back. I answered seriously. I'll do my best to put in a good word for you. And I mean my best. But if my master and grandmaster refuse, there won't be much I can do. Ryan's expression immediately fell. He had seen me pay respects to my ancestral master, but he was still an ordinary person and couldn't fully understand certain things. So what I'd said probably sounded like an excuse, especially after all the dinners he'd attended with me, where I constantly spoke in riddles and implied more than I said. Ryan, I patted him on the shoulder. I'm not messing with you. I'm doing this because I want to be careful. If it doesn't work, I'll find another way. I remembered that cultivation novels from my previous life often divided disciples into direct disciples, true disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, registered disciples, unofficial disciples, and so on. If the formal route didn't work, I could always make him an unofficial disciple. As for what I taught him, how much Ryan could actually learn, that would depend on him, especially after what happened last time. I genuinely felt I needed more extraordinary people around me. Otherwise, things could become seriously troublesome. Really? Ryan looked at me skeptically. Tyler, I didn't study much, and I don't understand people or politics as well as you do, but I've always treated you sincerely. So don't lie to me. Relax, I answered solemnly. Brothers don't lie to brothers. All right. Ryan still looked a little doubtful, but as far as he could remember, I'd never deliberately screwed him over. So he reluctantly rode away on the motorcycle. Meanwhile, I drove the A6 with Emma beside me, but instead of heading directly toward our planned destination, I seemed to be circling around the area. Emma sat in the passenger seat and watched me, then asked curiously, come to think of it, in the novels I've been reading, the real heirs who get reborn usually do exactly what Lucas is doing. So why are you taking such a roundabout path? You clearly understand this stuff really well. So why don't you buy lottery tickets? Why don't you trade stocks? Or gamble at casinos? Wouldn't that make money much faster than running a factory? And building those electric bicycles? I remember that in my previous life, Lucas used exactly those methods. And in less than a year, he made an enormous fortune. Because of favors and connections, I rested one arm against the window, while keeping the other on the steering wheel. Favors are like money in a bank account. If you never make deposits, there's nothing to withdraw. The reason Lucas was able to rise so quickly in your previous life was because he was spending the connections his dad had accumulated. From what I know about him, he probably never even realized that. So, if I'm right, in your previous life, you probably watched him build his tower, watched him entertain endless guests, and eventually watched the whole tower collapse. Emma stared at me with wide eyes and said, in disbelief, sometimes I seriously think you're the one who was reborn. You can even figure that out? Why would I need to be reborn? I shook my head the moment Lucas used the Carter family to get started, and then kicked them aside afterward. Once the Carter family collapsed, Lucas's ending was already decided. If he could keep moving forward with favorable winds and never face any real pressure until he reached the other side, then sure, he'd probably be fine. But could everything really stay that easy? His fate includes a major trial. If he survives it, he'll rise another level. But the requirement for rising is actually surviving. With his personality and understanding of the world, can he really do that? That's one of the basic rules of social relationships. I spoke with complete confidence, almost as though I were teaching her. You don't need to be reborn to understand it. Watch more, listen more, learn more, and you'll pick it up quickly. As for why I don't use those methods, I actually do. But I make sure the favors I spend and earn stay balanced, and I deliberately build up connections of my own. It's a slower path, but it carries fewer hidden risks and gives me far more people I can rely on in the future. Remember this. The corner of my mouth curled into a slightly arrogant, almost king-like smile. It's easy to add flowers to something already beautiful, but much harder to deliver coal in the middle of a snowstorm. And in this world, there's something even easier than helping someone who's already successful. It's kicking someone when they're down. When a wall starts falling, everyone pushes. So, someone like Lucas is bound to experience that someday. Then this time, Emma studied my profile, and asked quietly, "Are we going to have him arrested? Are you going to send him to prison? The same way those people from the Carter family ended up there? Send him?" I rolled my eyes at Emma. "What do you mean, send him? That's slander. First, I'm not the police. Second, I'm not a court. I don't have the authority to arrest anyone. And I certainly don't have the power to judge them. I'm just a good citizen with a strong sense of justice, who happens to exercise his lawful and legitimate rights if they end up in prison. What does that have to do with me?" Come to think of it, Lucas managed to escape from the police station so easily, and even got home before I did, so he probably has some kind of artifact made from pseudo-spirit stone on him too. There really were so many generous people in this world. Lucas still hadn't realized that today would probably be the last day he could move around freely. He had read plenty of novels, and had already decided to copy the way those protagonists built their fortunes. So today, Lucas decided to buy lottery tickets, because according to the novels, opening a stock account was a little troublesome. Whenever protagonists tried to open one, they usually ran into all kinds of minor problems. Lottery tickets were much simpler. You just walked in, picked some numbers, then waited to collect the jackpot. Of course, when claiming the prize, you'd need some kind of disguise. But the moment he walked inside, Lucas received the first no. The second lesson from reality in his life. In novels, winning the lottery was always described very simply. Either the protagonist was incredibly lucky, or already knew the winning numbers. Then he bought a ticket, won, and collected the prize. But when Lucas actually tried to do it himself, he discovered that things weren't nearly as simple as he'd imagined. The process described in novels was basically like asking how to put an elephant into a refrigerator. Reality had a lot more steps, because there wasn't just one kind of lottery. At present, the mainland lottery system was broadly divided into welfare lotteries and sports lotteries, and within those categories were instant win games, like scratch cards, lotto-style games, like double color ball, number games, like 3D, Keno-style games, like Happy 8, and prediction-based games like sports betting. Every type had different rules, especially the prediction-style sports lotteries, which worked completely differently from most others. For Lucas, who had only ever seen these things mentioned inside novels, the moment he walked in, he was completely lost. This was nothing like the books. Wasn't he supposed to walk in, give them some numbers, then have the shop owner laugh and say there was no way they'd win, before reluctantly printing the ticket anyway? What was Pick 3? What was Happy 8? What were any of these things? They weren't actually that complicated, but for someone who had never interacted with this kind of thing before, Lucas genuinely had no idea what he was looking at. But if he asked someone, wouldn't that make him look too clueless? He had already mentally prepared himself to follow the protagonist's script, yet at the very first step, the road already seemed harder than expected. Lucas decided to watch for a while first. The games didn't look too difficult. As long as he understood the general process, that should be enough. The shop owner glanced at the young man, and seeing that he'd opened his mouth but said nothing, decided not to bother him. After quite a while, Lucas finally seemed to have figured something out, and was just about to speak when a man in his 30s suddenly stepped into the shop. The man stood perfectly straight, and his gaze was sharp as a hawk's. He swept his eyes across everyone inside, before finally locking onto Lucas. Lucas immediately sensed something was wrong. As a cultivator, he could clearly tell that this man's target was him. A sense of danger surged through him. Run. If he didn't leave now, he might not get another chance. Good. Lucas instantly pressed a concealment talisman onto himself, and his entire figure vanished from sight. Then he slapped a swift step talisman onto his leg. This kind of talisman could multiply his speed, and was considered extremely advanced in the current era. It couldn't let someone travel 1,000 miles in a day like in ancient times. But with each step, he could still cover 5 or 6 meters, which made it incredibly useful for escaping. Lucas turned and bolted, but the man's speed was even faster. Almost at the exact same moment, he appeared directly in front of Lucas. There was a sharp click as handcuffs snapped around Lucas's wrists. Then another talisman appeared between the man's fingers and was slapped onto Lucas's body. A binding talisman. It was a modern, heavily downgraded version of an ancient sealing talisman. Its only effect was preventing the person it was attached to from using spiritual energy for a short period of time, but it only sealed spiritual energy, not physical movement. Lucas should have been able to rip it off with brute force, so he immediately struggled. He might not be able to fight a cultivator today, but resisting an ordinary person's restraint should have been easy. Yet, he strained with all his strength until his face turned bright red. But the man holding him didn't move even an inch. Lucas felt like Sun Wukong pinned beneath Five Finger Mountain. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Stop wasting your strength. Read, kid, the man said. Whatever you've got on you, I've got too. Only then did Lucas notice the talismans attached to the man's body. There was a concealment talisman, a swift step talisman, a strength talisman, and the binding talisman currently stuck to Lucas. The man himself didn't possess spiritual energy, but talismans carried their own spiritual power and could be used by anyone. But how was this even possible? What third-rate talisman master had made these things? And how could they suppress the talismans Lucas had carefully drawn himself? What kind of ridiculous nonsense was this? Inside the deputy chief's office at the Binhai District Public Security Bureau, Lucas sat there with a dark expression, staring at the people in front of him. You set me up. His voice was low, almost like a growl. Dad, I'm your biological son. Why are you helping an outsider scheme against me? David Reed immediately felt as though someone had stabbed him through the chest. His voice filled with endless anger and helplessness, as though everything he'd been holding back was about to erupt, only to suddenly collapse into pain. His voice turned hoarse and trembled with emotion. Scheme against you? Tyler analyzed the risks for you. He tried to mediate for you. He was even willing to meet people he didn't want to see for your sake. And you call that scheming against you? What exactly did your master teach you? Do you even understand what you've done? You created this entire mess yourself, and you still don't understand what's happening. The whole family is cleaning up after you. And you call that a conspiracy? When his biological son first came home, David had truly been overjoyed. This was his own biological son. The son he and his wife had thought about day and night. They could have moved into a much better neighborhood and a much larger house years ago, but they'd always been afraid that one day their missing son might return and no longer know where to find them. So for more than a decade, they had stayed in that old two-bedroom apartment, waiting and hoping to reunite with their son. David had imagined that reunion countless times. Even after adopting Tyler, his longing for Lucas had never faded, nor had his prayers that his biological son would someday return. The very night Lucas came home, David had already started thinking about how to explain everything to Tyler, how to introduce them, and how to balance the relationship between the two boys. He had even prepared himself for the worst. If their relationship truly became impossible to reconcile, then he had been ready to painfully let Tyler go. And yet his biological son had only just returned, less than a week ago, and had already handed him a disaster like this. It turned out that night, Tyler hadn't gone out just to eat barbecue at all. He had gone out to negotiate on Lucas's behalf. As long as Lucas had simply stayed where he was, nothing serious would have happened. As long as they secured forgiveness from the Carter and Bennett families and convinced them not to pursue the matter. Then, with a little maneuvering afterward, the major problem could have been reduced to a minor one, and the minor one quietly resolved. Everything could have ended cleanly, but this brat had stubbornly dragged everything to its current state. Do you realize this is your last chance? David's eyes were filled with disappointment. Tyler privately asked Uncle Samuel to bring you here quietly, because he's trying to minimize the impact of everything you've done. My son, David, tried to reason with him patiently. For the sake of his biological son, he almost wished he could tear his own heart out, hold it in his hands, and show Lucas just how much effort his old father was putting into saving him. Parents who truly love their children planned for their future. But right now, David wasn't even thinking that far ahead. He didn't want to become another father ruined by blindly protecting his son. and he certainly didn't want to watch Lucas end up behind bars. If there was still a way to save him, David would save him, but he was clearly following me. Lucas refused to think about any of that, and immediately said, "I knew it. He was definitely stalking me. He's afraid I'll accomplish something. He's afraid you'll all see how outstanding I really am." That's exactly what happens in the novels. The fake heir gets scared that the real heir's talent will be noticed by the family. So he follows the real heir around, then frames him, or deliberately makes the family see the real heir embarrass himself. What a scheming bastard. He picked the perfect moment, right before I'd accomplished anything. Just as I was about to start making my move, he jumped out to interfere with me. I underestimated that fake heir. If I'd known, I should have done what the reborn real heirs in those novels always do, and dealt with the fake heir first. Beat him until he couldn't take care of himself. So he couldn't interfere with anything I did, and only then start making my moves. He's just scared that I'll take back everything that originally belonged to me, Lucas roared. That's why he can't stand seeing me succeed. And I never expected you to help him scheme against me too. You haven't seen through how disgusting that guy really is. All of you have been fooled by him. With every shout, David became more disappointed, especially when he saw the murderous intent growing stronger in Lucas's eyes. At that moment, David finally felt that something inside his heart had shattered completely. His body trembling, David slowly stood up. He no longer looked at his biological son. His normally straight, proud posture now seemed hunched and frail, like that of a small old man. He shuffled forward and slowly walked out of the office. Several people were standing outside the door. Michael Mitchell and the newly appointed chief of the Binhai District Public Security Bureau, Andrew Yang, as well as Samuel Brooks. Me having rushed over drenched in sweat. Kemma and Linda Reed, who kept wiping away tears as she cried silently. Michael, David seemed to have aged decades in an instant. Handle it however it needs to be handled. Dad, I immediately stepped forward and supported my adoptive father. Emma reacted quickly too, as the biological daughter who'd returned to her family. She might have been naive in her previous life, the kind of heroine written to suffer endlessly for so-called family affection, until it eventually destroyed her. And after being reborn, she hadn't gained the overwhelming abilities or opportunities found in novels. But she wasn't stupid. After everything she'd experienced in her previous life, and the years she'd spent drifting as a spirit, she might not compare with me, but I'd already explained some things to her on the way here, so she immediately understood what to do, and hurried over to Linda's side, supporting her gently, while quietly comforting her. David suddenly gripped my hand tightly. The man, who seemed to have aged more than 10 years, used almost all the strength he had left. Take a walk with Dad. Okay, I didn't say anything else. I simply supported him, and walked out of the administrative building, until he reached a small flower bed outside. David let out a long breath. Tyler, Dad wants to ask you for something. Dad, I shook my head. I can't calculate it. Lucas's master isn't an ordinary person. If I could divine anything about him, I would have gotten at least a rough result the first time I tried. His cultivation is far higher than mine, and he probably understands divination extremely well. He should have ways to conceal himself and his sect from heavenly calculation. I see. David wasn't particularly disappointed. He'd already expected that possibility. However, if what you want to know is what those people are after, I pulled out my phone. Then I happened to get something useful. The coming age of great struggle. Our sacred sect, TL. David's brows immediately drew together. The voice clearly belonged to his biological son. Lucas seemed to be speaking somewhere, making promise after promise to a group of people. The promises and flattery weren't important. What mattered were the two pieces of information Lucas mentioned: the coming age of great struggle and the sacred sect. One of my business partners sent this to me, I explained. He's a supplier who specifically manufactures seats for my vehicles. It was pure coincidence. He happened to be invited to that banquet and recorded this before sending it to me. I genuinely hadn't planted that man there. Now that my electric motorcycles had begun selling, the massive order of 100,000 units had helped me secure several long-term suppliers, but I still hadn't formally begun building my own organization. This really had been a coincidence. I didn't know what that supplier's motives were, but the recording was definitely useful to me. As for this so-called sacred sect, it's hard to say. But I think your suspicion may be right, Dad. I followed David's line of thought. If that's really the case, I think you should contact Uncle Michael and pass this information to the provincial police. That old Taoist may be able to conceal himself from heavenly calculations and avoid divination, but in this era, there's no way he can hide from a real-world investigation forever. He was able to take Lucas up the mountain and later send him back down, which means he definitely has contact with the outside world. I paused slightly. Besides, spiritual energy is extremely thin right now. Even someone who's cultivated for decades might once have survived without ordinary food. But there's no way they can do that now. They still need to eat. Which means they have to purchase supplies from outside. Lucas loves comparing himself to novel protagonists. But his situation really is somewhat similar to one. If we use cultivation novels as a reference, I carefully thought it through. The Taoist temple is probably fairly small, hidden somewhere difficult to find in the mountains, and possibly quite rundown. There may also be more female disciples than male ones. If most of the disciples are women, then the old man would have to buy certain necessities specifically for them, like sanitary pads. I continue analyzing. So if locals around the area remember, an elderly Taoist-looking man who repeatedly bought large quantities of sanitary pads, there's a good chance he's the person who took Lucas into the mountains, and he may have bought them in bulk. Of course, he might also order them and have someone deliver them into the mountains. But either way, those supplies have to come from somewhere. If cultivators in this era can't survive without normal food and necessities, then they inevitably need ordinary supplies. And sanitary products are a basic necessity for women. So what if he can conceal himself from heavenly calculations? He can't conceal basic human needs. If the provincial police put enough effort into it, they should be able to uncover a suspicious cult hideout. And I was almost certain that the master hiding behind everything would never expect investigators to approach the problem this way, because if he wanted to keep himself hidden from divination, he probably wouldn't dare perform calculations too frequently either. There was no need to overthink the reason. David's current expression already said everything. Heh, bet you didn't see that coming. The thing that takes you down won't be another cultivator. It'll be an entirely different field. David sighed. And the Carter family, Jad, I'll go. I nodded. The Carter family won't be difficult. It's the Bennett family I can't handle. That's why I haven't gone yet. In the end, I didn't take David home. Perhaps what happened with his biological son had hit him too hard. David and Linda supported each other and decided to walk through a nearby park for a while. As I watched them leave, I suddenly heard someone call out from behind me, "Tyler, leaving already?" It was Samuel Brooks. He was still dressed casually, with a smile mixed with helplessness. As he walked over to Emma and me, he shook his head and sighed. David's had a hard life. His child disappeared, and after finally finding him again, the boy turned out like this. At this point, all we can hope is that Lucas reforms himself properly while he's inside. I shook my head too, but something still felt wrong. Was Lucas's story really over? Was this truly the outcome my divination had pointed toward? Was this really the reason the Carter family and I remained entangled? Something felt off, but I couldn't explain what it was. So I stopped thinking about it and turned toward Samuel, smiling. "Uncle Samuel, looks like you've earned another achievement." "What achievement?" Samuel shook his head, but the smile never left his face. There were two kinds of achievements in this world. The ones everyone could see and the ones no one talked about. Everyone understood, and no one needed to say it aloud. After a brief silence, Samuel pulled a jade pendant from his pocket. "This belongs to you, doesn't it?" "Oh," I drew out the sound, then took the pendant. "Yeah, it's mine. Thanks for helping me recover it, Uncle Samuel." The jade pendant was the pseudo-spirit stone artifact Lucas had been carrying. Without this thing, and with all his talismans confiscated, Lucas had just suffered the biggest nerf of his life. I held the pendant and examined it carefully. "Can you tell anything from it?" Samuel asked. I studied the pendant. On the front was a lotus pattern, and on the back was a design of auspicious clouds. "The White Lotus sect," I blurted out. "What?" Samuel looked confused. Then he seemed to realize what I meant. That thing still exists? The White Lotus sect was a secret folk religious movement that worshipped and incorporated all kinds of deities and spirits. It had evolved from Manichaeism, Maitreya belief, Taoism, Buddhism, and various other traditions, blending them together over time. It was heavily suppressed during the Jia-Qing era of the Qing dynasty, and the reason the White Lotus name was still so famous in modern times was largely because of Qing-era television dramas and several widely known novels, at least for me. My impression of the White Lotus sect mostly came from fiction, especially web novels, and historical novels set during the Ming and Qing dynasties. It appeared constantly, usually as an organization opposing the protagonist and serving as convenient experience points, you could almost call it. One of the most frequently appearing NPC factions in Ming-Qing historical fiction. Who knows? I shook my head. The reason I'd thought of it was because I'd heard Lucas rambling at the banquet about how great our sacred sect was, and how our sacred sect would develop in the future. A sacred sect combined with a White Lotus emblem made it extremely easy to think of the White Lotus sect. Still, this artifact is higher quality than the others. That much was obvious. I had no idea what sect Lucas's master actually belonged to, but compared with those two human traffickers from before, this group clearly had real skill. And if it really was connected to the White Lotus sect, it wouldn't be that strange for some lineage to have survived into modern times. After all, the White Lotus tradition itself could be traced back as far as the Song dynasty, and the White Lotus uprisings during the Jia-Qing era were also one of the major factors. That accelerated the Qing dynasty's decline. The rebellion spread across several provinces and involved huge numbers of people, so it wouldn't be surprising if some remnants had hidden away and survived. I casually put the jade pendant away. We'll head back first. After saying goodbye to Samuel, I took Emma back to the small apartment. Ryan was already waiting there. The three of us entered the room. Ryan looked at the strange arrangement inside, but didn't say anything. I simply told him to wait while I bathed and changed. After coming back out, I set up the small incense burner just like before, and respectfully placed 3 sticks of incense inside. I, Tyler, first disciple of the 72nd generation of the Qingwei sect, offer 3 sticks of incense for the continuation of our sect's lineage. I have taken it upon myself to act as the 72nd generation sect master, and wish to accept Ryan Mitchell as a 73rd generation disciple. I respectfully ask Grand Master and Master to issue your decree. After speaking, I bowed 3 times with complete respect. Then I took out a bagua diagram and spread it across the floor. Before placing 3 1-yuan coins in my palm, Ryan watched from the side and almost wanted to complain. From what he remembered, people who performed divination like this were supposed to use ancient round coins with square holes. So why was I using ordinary, modern coins? Even though it looked a little ridiculous, he decided not to say anything. As for me, I would have preferred proper divination coins too. Unfortunately, everything my master had passed down was knowledge. There hadn't been a single magical artifact included, and the ancient coins used for divination couldn't just be any old copper coins. They were either gradually nurtured by the diviner personally, or inherited directly from one's master, making them special ritual artifacts. But originally, even those had started as ordinary coins. Since I didn't have any proper ones, I could only nurture my own. The important part was the long-term nurturing and repeated use. The exact shape and material weren't nearly as important. I pressed my palms together, shook the 3 coins in my hands, then tossed them onto the bagua diagram. I checked the result, picked them up, shook them again, and repeated the process 3 times. Then I looked seriously at Ryan. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Ryan's expression immediately soured. His mouth twitched. Just tell me both. Don't play that game with me, okay? Fine. My expression became grave. Good news first. Grandmaster and Master agreed. But you'll only count as an inner disciple. Ryan's expression relaxed slightly. Being allowed to cultivate at all was already good news. As for the bad news, I took a deep breath. If you cultivate, there will be a deadly knot waiting for you in the future, possibly one with almost no chance of survival. But if you choose not to cultivate, you'll have a happy family, wealth, and a long life. Ryan's expression turned serious too. Exactly. I took out my phone and played the recording. Ryan listened carefully and quickly caught the part he was supposed to notice. The coming age of great struggle. Right, I nodded slightly. I don't know exactly what it means, but judging by Lucas's movements and plans, Jinghai might be one of the places where this so-called great struggle begins. You don't know anything about it either. Ryan turned his gaze toward Emma, hoping she might have some clue. No, Emma shook her head. I heard the phrase in my previous life, but only in passing. From the time I was alive until I died and before I was reborn, I never found out what cultivators meant by this so-called age of great struggle. If you're asking whether Jianghai became chaotic, then after the Carter family collapsed, all the large, mid-size, and small business owners in Shanghai fought over the market share the Carters left behind, and the Carter assets that were auctioned off. They fought openly and secretly for a long time, but that was basically a business war. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't sound like the kind of great struggle cultivators are talking about. Nothing? I was a little surprised. That seemed strange. Ryan suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. There's something I've wanted to ask for a long time. I just never got the chance. Emma, my future sister-in-law, in your first life, what happened to me in the end? You made a double-barreled shotgun out of metal pipes. Emma answered very directly, and there was obvious respect in her voice. Because your dad worked at the Municipal Police Bureau, you knew Tyler's situation very well. When Robert Carter and Grace Carter were taken out of a police vehicle and escorted into court for trial, you rushed out from the crowd gathered beside the entrance with a homemade double-barreled shotgun and improvised ammunition, and shot both of them dead. Then you were arrested and sentenced to death. Your dad resigned because of it. Ryan froze for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that does sound like something I'd do. But speaking of that, Emma turned her attention toward me. Are you seriously sure this isn't your second life too? Why do you think that? I asked. Because you weren't like this in my previous life. Emma said, if you really don't have memories from another life, then according to the original timeline, you should be locked in the Carter family's basement right now, or being punished just like I was. But look at you now. Her fiancé had not only devastated the Carter family, but even Lucas, who had once become one of the most influential people in Jianghai, had been thrown into custody before he could even rise to power. Because I'm the variable created by your rebirth. I answered directly. It's probably the butterfly effect. You're the butterfly that flapped its wings. And I'm the effect those wings created. You were reborn. And when the world reset around your rebirth, who knows what kind of bug happened? Then, after you came back, I became the variable that shouldn't have existed. Emma fell silent. She thought about it carefully and realized that the biggest reason she and I had ended up together in this life really was because this time I'd been pulled into that family group chat, and because I'd resisted, everything had changed. Lucas never got the chance to rise, and instead became the kind of male lead who'd be forced into abstinence behind bars. One punch can change your entire life. I clenched my fist. The moment you choose to fight back, you'll discover that everything becomes different. The sky turns blue, the grass turns green, and the future is no longer buried under gray haze. Once you've seen the light, you'll keep chasing it and never want to return to the darkness. After saying that, I looked at Ryan. So, brother, the future is already different. What Emma remembers is useful as a reference, but it won't necessarily happen the same way. Do you want to live as a wealthy man, or step onto a path that may very well end in death? Ha ha ha, Ryan burst out laughing, as though he'd never even considered hesitating. If my head gets cut off, it'll just leave a scar the size of a bowl. As for me, so if I really can't avoid it, I'll just wait for you all at the Bridge of Forgetfulness ahead of time, and tell Mungpo to add extra cilantro and extra chili. I want beef. Make it 2 bowls. Ryan wasn't in a hurry. Because of the spiritual energy problem. If you had to ask where the spiritual energy was currently most concentrated, then the answer was Emma's small apartment. This crude spirit gathering formation was most useful during dual cultivation because it amplified the surrounding spiritual energy. It could nurture and transform pseudo-spirit stones, while also nurturing and transforming spirit plants. But if you wanted to use this spirit-gathering formation for ordinary cultivation, the amount of spiritual energy it could provide was pitiful. Using it by itself for cultivation was barely possible, let alone for someone who hadn't even entered the path yet. So if Ryan wanted to step onto the path of cultivation, it would be extremely difficult. After holding a simple initiation ceremony, I formally accepted Ryan as my disciple, making him the first disciple of a cultivator who had only barely entered the path himself. Ancestral Master above. I, disciple Ryan Mitchell, bow here at the dawn of chaos, when primordial existence first opened and heaven and earth took form, before the memorial tablet of my ancestral master. I look up to the sacred realm of the Chan sect, where the primordial heavenly venerable established the 3 pure ones and transmitted the Tao, and the 12 golden immortals studied the profound mysteries of the sect. Today I willingly enter the Chan sect and sincerely acknowledge my master. The great Tao has its lineage, and the Chan sect descends from the primordial one, whose essence opened heaven, and whose sacred light illuminates the path. Though this disciple does not possess an innate Tao body, and my spiritual roots remain unknown, the coming age of great struggle approaches. I wish to receive the teachings of the sages and enter beneath Tyler's seat, to emulate Zhangzia's service to Zhou, Taiyi Zhenren's mastery of alchemy, and Yuding Zhenren's profound understanding of the Tao. I make 3 vows. First, I shall never fall into heterodox paths, and shall forever uphold the orthodox Taoist tradition. Second, I shall not defy the will of the investiture of the gods, and shall respectfully follow heaven's decree and the cycle of reincarnation. Third, I shall never fall to demons or evil trials, and shall firmly preserve the path of the primordial one. This disciple possesses no magical treasure, so I offer 3 sticks of incense. The first honors the primordial energy that opened heaven and earth. The second honors the sacred virtue that established the Chan sect. The third honors my master's compassion in guiding the world. I respectfully ask Master to grant me a token of the sacred lineage, to confirm my place within the Shan sect, and transmit to me the divine incantations of the 3 pure ones, so that I may glimpse the mysteries of the primordial heavenly scripture. This disciple shall diligently cultivate the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, and forge an indestructible body. I shall study the river diagram and Luo book, and comprehend the transformations of the stars. If demons from rival sects appear, I shall wield the treasures granted by my master, and suppress all evil. If the calamity of investiture descends, I shall obey the decree of the primordial one, and protect the ordained gods as they return to their rightful places. Today, with heaven and earth as witness and all gods and spirits listening, if this disciple betrays these vows, may the 4 sages and the immortal slaying formation bear witness to my punishment. May I fall into reincarnation for all eternity, and never again ascend the immortal path. After finishing, Ryan bowed 3 times and offered the incense. When he finished, he suddenly felt as though something inside his heart had cleared. He didn't know exactly what it was, but it felt like clouds had parted and sunlight had finally appeared. Then he lifted a cup of tea and respectfully offered it to Emma and me. He showed no discomfort at all, despite the sudden change in our relationship. In fact, from the very first day we started the business, Ryan had already vaguely sensed that the relationship between him and the younger brother he used to take care of had already begun to change. Ryan was straightforward, but he wasn't stupid. It wasn't that he didn't understand social dynamics. Sometimes he simply didn't want to bother thinking about them. Now Ryan held the tea and respectfully offered it to us. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. The ceremony might have been simple, but it was still proper. There wasn't the slightest disrespect. Once all the unnecessary, complicated rituals were removed, the only thing that truly mattered was sincerity. I accepted the tea and took a sip. From today onward, you are the first disciple of the 74th generation of the Chan sect. I will now transmit the Yuqing immortal art to you. And then I froze right there. Actually transmitting the technique completely stumped me. The Yuqing immortal art was the cultivation method I currently practiced. but it belonged to the original owner of this body. He had memorized it through brute force, possibly with some method used by his master to force the knowledge into his mind. And when it came to cultivation techniques, the most important thing after memorization was comprehension. My current cultivation was still incredibly basic, drawing spiritual energy into the body, cleansing the meridians and marrow, and taking the first step toward remaking the body. As for actually understanding the cultivation method, I had basically comprehended nothing. Without my own comprehension, it was extremely difficult to teach it to someone else, because if even I couldn't truly understand it, then the Yuqing immortal art was basically a heavenly scripture written in words I still couldn't read. I couldn't write it down properly or transmit it to someone else. Looking at Ryan's sincere and eager eyes, I finally sighed. I don't know how to teach this either. The knowledge is in my head, but I haven't comprehended it, so I can't transmit the technique. This was seriously awkward. I set down the teacup and clasped my hands behind my back. Looks like it's still the same problem. There's too little spiritual energy. If we're only talking about techniques, then that's manageable. According to my memories and what my master had said, many cultivators in this era, including me, had only learned a handful of spells and techniques. We were still very far from truly entering the Tao, without enough spiritual energy to continuously cleanse the body and marrow, and improve one's natural aptitude. Only someone with extraordinary talent, far beyond ordinary people, could directly comprehend the Tao. For everyone else, entering the Tao was almost impossible. It was probably like blind men trying to understand an elephant. At the earliest stages of cultivation, you were like someone wearing a blindfold while touching the elephant. Each time, you only learned one small part, without ever seeing the whole picture. The process of cleansing the body and marrow, and improving one's aptitude, was also a process of exploration and comprehension. It was like the blindfolded person touching the elephant over and over, until after enough attempts, the blindfold gradually became thin gauze. Eventually, he could begin to see the elephant, while the repeated exploration gave him a relatively complete understanding of what it was. But without spiritual energy, you couldn't cultivate and couldn't cleanse your body and marrow, which was the equivalent of asking someone who had never seen an elephant to describe one. Their mind would never develop the proper concept or understanding, so we still have to increase the available spiritual energy. I clasped my hands behind my back and thought carefully for a moment. Let's go to the factory's research department. Huh? Ryan looked surprised. Why are we going to the factory? Maybe, I thought for a moment, we can trust science. I just had a bold idea. Maybe we can actually make it work. Trust science? Emma couldn't help teasing me. Seriously? You're already cultivating immortality. That's not exactly scientific. And now you're saying we should trust science? I shook my head. Those things don't actually conflict. Cultivation and science aren't opposites. Science is fundamentally a method of understanding the world. Cultivation isn't idealism. It's materialism too, according to the principles of Marxist philosophy. Materialism holds that matter is the foundation of the world. Cultivation is the same. If cultivation objectively exists, and we can actually practice it, then that is an objective fact. And if something objectively exists, then it must operate according to objective laws. Whether it's talisman crafting, pill refinement, or cultivating the body itself, all of it involves understanding objectively existing phenomena, learning their underlying principles, then deliberately applying those principles, and consciously transforming reality through them. The more I spoke, the more certain I became. So in this era, we should be able to study cultivation scientifically and combine it with modern technology. Let's go to the factory. Maybe my idea really can work. The three of us quickly got into the car and drove toward the factory. Meanwhile, I took out my phone, because just moments earlier, another thought had occurred to me. Since all these things existed in this world, cultivation methods, formations, pill recipes and the like couldn't possibly have survived only through oral transmission, especially in an era when spiritual energy had declined. The methods of preserving those inheritances should have included written records, and, after entering the modern era, wouldn't someone eventually scan that material and upload it onto the internet? I opened Baidu and searched keywords like formation, spirit gathering, and Taoism, along with several related terms. Very quickly, I found exactly what I was looking for. There really is something. I quickly opened one of the results and checked the original website, Mainland and Global Taoist Exchange and Development Association. Oh, this website is interesting. I carefully studied the spirit gathering formation posted there. It wasn't the same formation my master had passed down to me. Judging by its overall structure, it should have been developed around the late Qing or early Republican era by cultivators of that period. It appeared to be based on a formation called the Liu Clan spirit, gathering formation from the late Ming and early Qing period, and modified into a newer spirit gathering formation as one of the most fundamental formations of all. Essentially, it wasn't some secret technique that could never be taught to outsiders. At first, it was only created to accelerate cultivation. Later, it also became an important source of spiritual energy for many other formations, basically functioning like an engine. Every sect continuously improved, adjusted, and developed its own spirit-gathering formation. Eventually, each sect gradually formed its own basic introductory version. According to what my master had told me, this Liu Clan spirit gathering formation became widely known because it had the best ratio between spiritual energy consumption and output at the time. Many unaffiliated cultivators would modify their own formations based on it. Some succeeded, while others failed. Of course, some established sects borrowed from it too, and modified their own spirit-gathering formations. The formation I currently used was one my master had improved after studying the Liu Clan spirit-gathering formation. As for the diagram shown in the image, in modern terms, it could probably be considered version 1 of the Liu Clan spirit-gathering formation, besides trying to generate as much spiritual energy as possible. It also incorporated several modern modifications, such as connecting it to electrical current. The first large-scale attempts to convert electricity into spiritual energy had also started with this formation. So this first modernized version was probably the most common spirit-gathering formation during the Republican era. My master had studied it and even experimented with it, but the problem was, very few places in that era could provide a stable supply of electricity. At the same time, the electricity consumption was enormous, while the amount of spiritual energy produced was pitiful. The cost-to-output ratio was far too low. So after being popular for a while, it quickly disappeared. As for whether anyone was still experimenting with it in modern times, probably not. But this formation happened to solve one of my current problems. I was terrible at drawing. So whenever I tried to build a spirit-gathering formation, I couldn't make anything remotely decent. But now that I had this diagram and had suddenly obtained 3 pseudo-spirit stones, a lot of new ideas began forming in my mind. God and that use this to produce pseudo-spirit stones myself, if it really worked. Are you planning to have the factory help manufacture the spirit gathering formation? Emma leaned closer and stared at the diagram I'd found on my phone. Would that actually work? I don't know. I shook my head. Actually, it's not just about manufacturing it. There's another issue I've been overlooking this whole time. Look at this spirit gathering formation. Don't you think? It looks a lot like an integrated circuit diagram. The Audi A6 slowly entered the factory complex in Linjiang district. The moment I got out, I headed straight for the research lab. Inside the lab, several technicians were buried in their own work. The research team was no longer the tiny group of people I'd started with, as the factory was established, and preparations began for entering the electric car industry in the future. I'd already recruited more than a dozen people. In less than a month, the research team had expanded rapidly and begun splitting into more specialized roles. If there was one thing that hadn't changed, it was that these recent college graduates still had that same clear-eyed innocence and stubborn determination. The newly formed team usually had fewer internal conflicts and power struggles, so they tended to be more united and energetic. And besides, as the boss, I was extremely generous with research and development funding, so the atmosphere in the team was excellent. Whenever I came by, I rarely tried to micromanage their research. I knew history, but I also knew history was pushed forward by one idea after another, so I never forced them to research only in directions I already knew. If someone proposed a research project, I would usually support it. After all, failure was the mother of success in this new future. And DBO, even I couldn't be certain whether my influence might push the world down a path different from my previous life. After all, I was a transmigrator, and transmigrators were supposed to have some influence, right? Even if mine wasn't particularly large yet. When I entered with Emma and Ryan, everyone in the lab looked up and greeted us. Kevin, if I remember correctly, you studied integrated circuit design and integrated systems, right? I walked over to a young man wearing glasses and a plaid shirt. His name was Kevin Shaw, and my mom had introduced him to me because I knew a trade war would happen in the future, along with semiconductor restrictions. Even though chips were something people online constantly shouted about, calling them a critical bottleneck, as if one embargo would instantly make the mainland collapse. The reality wasn't like that. The mainland already had its own semiconductor industry, but because of market competition, the domestic chip industry hadn't developed particularly well and couldn't compete with foreign companies. The result was a shortage of high-end chip manufacturing capability, while the middle and low-end sectors were highly uneven. But no one expected America to suddenly impose semiconductor restrictions. The mainland had been worried about lacking a market, and then the other side practically handed one over. What a generous benefactor. Since I knew how history would unfold, I also planned to develop in this direction. I wasn't interested in competing for the highest-end chips right now, but I planned to enter the electric vehicle industry in the future, and vehicles needed chips too. So I wanted to prepare people in advance and formally establish the division once the company grew large enough. It could provide chips for my own electric vehicles, while also allowing us to compete in the broader market. I remembered that automotive-grade chips didn't necessarily require 7-nanometer processes or anything that advanced. They could already be manufactured domestically. Once my electric motorcycles brought in the first major wave of capital, I could start experimenting with chip manufacturing too. As I spoke, I walked over to the conference table and turned on the projector. Then I projected the image of the Liu Clan Spirit Gathering Formation, version 1, onto the screen. What's this about? Kevin pushed up his glasses. The fresh-faced college graduate still hadn't realized that the way he'd spoken was slightly disrespectful, but I didn't care about that. I handed my phone to Kevin. He curiously studied the diagram on the screen. It wasn't that Kevin recognized the formation. The image itself was labeled Liu Clan Spirit Gathering Formation, 1941, improved by Park Song-hyun. Final experimental version of the modernized Spirit Gathering Formation. Experiment ended in failure. Can you make this? I asked. I want it extremely small. Can you shrink it down to around 15 centimeters? Use jade as the base and embed pure copper lines into the jade. Kevin studied it carefully, then looked like he didn't know how to respond. Boss, I think for something like this, you should probably ask students from an art department who work with stone. No, I shook my head. I specifically came to you. Don't you think this Spirit Gathering Formation looks a lot like a circuit diagram? Now that you mention it, it actually does. Kevin pushed his glasses up again and took the phone, carefully comparing it with the image on the screen. This pastics of later and tried to immediate works are battles from applied. Really does look like some kind of circuit diagram, though using jade and pure copper to make it is pretty unusual. A circuit diagram. Kevin suddenly thought of something. Boss, you're not planning to have me improve this, or use it as inspiration to design a chip, are you? If this really is some kind of circuit diagram, then theoretically we could learn from it. I could even try modifying it, but the problem is, I don't understand what these patterns actually do, or how they're supposed to connect. Every profession had its own specialized knowledge. Even if the diagram looked familiar, Kevin couldn't possibly reconstruct it blindly. That's fine. I patted Kevin on the shoulder. Just make one for me first. I want to see how small you can make it. The smaller the better. Actually, not too small. Something about the size of a watch face would be ideal, because eventually I want to mass produce these, not just make one or two. Oh, Kevin didn't really want to waste his research time on something like this, but it was the boss's request. So he could only agree to try. There's one more thing. I sent the image to Kevin. Then I turned to everyone else in the lab and said, I want to ask something. Does anyone here know how? To modify a printer? Modify a printer? Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at me. Having no idea what I was planning, forget it. I thought about it and realized the question had come out too abruptly. So I turned to Ethan Lee, who was also in the lab. Ethan, come over here for a second. Ethan set down what he was working on and walked over. Take a look at this. I took out one of the unused talismans I'd collected from a certain generous benefactor and handed it over. What I'm thinking is, can we modify a printer so it can print on this kind of yellow talisman paper using Cinnabar ink or something similar and then use it to print these? Ryan watched from the side. He looked like he wanted to say something but held it back. Ethan took the talisman and pinched the paper between his fingers. He had no idea why his boss wanted something like this. But after thinking it over, he said, if we put some effort into it, theoretically, it should be possible. Theoretically, it should work. All right, I nodded. Modify one first and let me test the results. Okay. Ethan took the materials and went to arrange it. Then I led Ryan and Emma back to my office. Master. The moment we entered, Ryan immediately asked, those talismans and stuff, aren't you supposed to pray to gods or something when making them? Can you really just print them with a printer? Sure. I sat down in my chair, paying respects to the ancestral master. Or praying to deities mainly adds a buff and improves the effect, even if you skip that step. The talisman just won't work as well. And spiritual energy isn't injected into the talisman the moment it's made. Usually, you make the talisman first, and only inject spiritual energy right before using it. If you inject it too early, the talisman can't store that energy for long. So even if you charge it in advance, the spiritual energy will gradually dissipate if it sits unused, and you'll have to charge it again before using it. I see. Ryan looked surprised. But in the novels, aren't there talismans that can preserve some powerful expert's attack or something? So disciples can use them to save their lives? Those are high-end items. I shook my head. The materials required to make talismans like that are hard to obtain, and those novels aren't set in an era with depleted spiritual energy. In our current era, getting enough spiritual energy is ridiculously difficult. Then why not use jade or gemstones? Emma asked curiously. Those can be converted into pseudo-spirit stones. So they should be able to store spiritual energy, right? The cost is too high, I explained. Talismans are disposable consumables. If you used jade to make them, you'd have to have money to burn. And at the same volume, how many sheets of paper can you carry compared with pieces of jade? Think about it yourself. I closed my eyes. Stop asking so many random questions. Just wait and see how this experiment goes. If it works, we may have found a fast way to produce pseudo-spirit stones. Meanwhile, Lucas had never imagined that one day he would walk through the gates of a detention center. He had read in novels that behind those iron doors was another world, a place filled with filth, violence, and suffering that could drive a person to despair. In those novels, the supporting characters defeated by the protagonist would be sent inside and quickly taught a brutal lesson by the other inmates. The unlucky ones would lose their lives, while the lucky ones would still come out covered in injuries. Because of that bastard, because of the way Tyler had deceived his parents, Lucas had somehow become a guest in a place like this. 2 guards escorted him into the detention center building. It wasn't particularly large, yet it carried a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Tall walls surrounded the compound, with dense coils of electrified fencing above them, silently announcing and the rules and order of the place, passing through one iron door after another. Every step seemed to weigh on Lucas's heart, filling him with heavier and heavier resentment. Soon, he was assigned to a holding cell. There were already several people inside. Some sat while others lay down, and in their eyes was an indescribably complicated mix of emotions. Lucas found a place against the wall and sat down, trying not to draw too much attention. His entire body remained tense, terrified that the scenes from those novels might happen to him without his artifacts or talismans. He was really just a slightly stronger, ordinary person. If everyone in the cell rushed him at once, He'd probably end up crippled even if he survived. Just then, a voice sounded beside him. "New here?" Lucas looked up and saw a thin young man with a somewhat gloomy and bitter expression watching him. For some reason, Lucas could actually see the shadow of someone else in the young man's face. "Don't be so nervous, Daisies." The young man sat down beside Lucas. "This is already my second time in here. The first time, I thought once I got out, I'd never come back. Who would have thought I'd get sent back again? This place isn't as terrifying as you think. There are rules, and the guards watch everything closely. Besides, this place is basically just a transfer station. Everyone here is waiting for their case to be decided." The young man sounded experienced, and he wasn't wrong. Real detention centers and prisons were very different from how novels portrayed them. Most novels simply copied Western prison tropes and pasted them onto the mainland. But in reality, mainland prisons were tightly managed. Prisoners had their entire day scheduled, from the moment they woke up until lights out, leaving them little time or opportunity to cause trouble. And a detention center was only a temporary transfer point, especially for the people held there. Most wouldn't stay very long, so there was no need to establish some boss and underling hierarchy. "Ethan Carter." The young man introduced himself. Then he looked at Lucas and said, "You look a lot like someone I know. Someone I think should be in here more than anyone. Unfortunately, he's actually capable, so he never ends up inside." As for the strange encounter inside the detention center, as Bestwayne, Lucas, and Ethan Carter. After a short conversation, the two realized that although they'd been locked up for different reasons, they shared one extremely important common factor. In no time, the two came to understand each other. Their emotions rose, as though they'd finally found someone who truly spoke their language. And they launched into a furious rant about Tyler. The more they talked, the more excited they became. And the more they complained, the more they felt they should have met sooner. They cursed him nonstop, both feeling that the other completely understood what they'd suffered. They should have both been able to rise smoothly. They should have both achieved great things. But because of that despicable bastard Tyler, they'd both ended up trapped in misery. Brother Carter, Brother Reed. Lucas and Ethan clasped hands, holding on tightly. Lucas was overwhelmed with excitement and emotion as he said, "You and I get along this well, and we even share the same enemy. Why don't we become sworn brothers right here? From now on, we'll share every hardship, stand together through every storm, and destroy that demon Tyler together." Brother Reed, perhaps Ethan had spent too long living in constant fear and anxiety, because he immediately broke down crying. He sobbed, "You understand me." Brother Reed, sworn brothers. We have to become sworn brothers. The two of them were so dramatic that even the other detainees in the cell couldn't help reacting with disbelief. This particular holding cell had been specially arranged through some effort from Charles Carter. The other detainees housed with Ethan weren't vicious criminals. They were mostly ordinary people who had been pushed too far and made mistakes that weren't serious enough to cost them their lives. So, when Ethan and Lucas twisted the truth and forcefully piled every possible crime onto Tyler's name, their story actually managed to move the other detainees. "So you two really plan to become sworn brothers in here?" The speaker was a burly man with a thick beard covering his face. Ethan had arrived earlier and had already spoken with him. His name was Marcus Chen. His wife had cheated on him, and her lover had even humiliated him openly. What made it worse was that they had done it in the apartment Marcus himself had bought, right in his own bed. Marcus had always been an extremely honest man, but eventually something inside him snapped. One night he secretly returned home, carrying a heavy wooden club, and beat both of them viciously. The final result was that both of them were left in vegetative states, and Marcus ended up in here. Even so, he wasn't as quiet and withdrawn as most of the other detainees. In the cell, he actually had a fairly bold and straightforward personality, and was quite talkative, so he had spoken with Ethan more than most. After Marcus reminded them of the situation, Ethan and Lucas finally calmed down, looking around at the crude holding cell. They also realized it wasn't exactly the best place for a sworn brotherhood ceremony. "Brother Carter," Lucas sighed, and said somewhat regretfully, "with the kind of fate that brought us together, It really would be a shame not to become sworn brothers. It's just pay. This place really is. Bands? Ethan also became a little melancholy. Brother Reed, Marcus is right. There's no incense altar here, no wine, no meat. How are we supposed to become sworn brothers? Marcus slapped his thigh. Sworn brotherhood is about sincerity, not ceremony. Even if the ceremony is crude, as long as the brothers are united afterward. Then, even starting from nothing, you can still be like Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, working together toward a great cause. But if your hearts aren't united, then no matter how grand today's ceremony is, you'll only end up like the heroes of Wagong and become a joke. Lucas and Ethan looked at each other. Both felt that with the mood already reaching this point, not becoming sworn brothers would almost feel wrong. Maybe each of them had their own little calculations, but at least their goal was the same. He's right, Lucas said. Brother, I was too obsessed with appearances. Brother Carter, the surroundings don't matter when it comes to brotherhood. Brother Reed, Ethan hardened his resolve. All right. Excellent. Marcus slapped his thigh again. In that case, I'll help you two set it up. Use the cheap plastic basin they gave us as the incense altar. I've still got half a pack of instant noodles. We'll use that as the offering. Come on. As he spoke, Marcus called over the other detainees in the cell. Everyone, help these two young brothers out. Contribute whatever you have. Sure enough, many hands made light work. The detainees in the cell seemed to have been moved by Ethan and Lucas as well, and each contributed something. Half a pack of instant noodles, leftover pickled vegetables, and several cigarettes from different brands. It was crude and completely mismatched. But somehow, they managed to put together a ceremony. Lucas and Ethan exchanged a smile, then solemnly began their oath. Facing the cheap plastic basin as their altar, Lucas and Ethan began reciting together, Today, I, Lucas Reed, and I, Ethan Carter, meet within this detention center. Though trapped in adversity, our wills remain firm and fate has brought us together. So today, we swear ourselves as brothers. We shall live with righteousness and courage, work together with one heart, and overcome every hardship. We do not seek wealth or glory, only genuine loyalty between brothers, no matter where we may be in the future. We shall always remember this day, support one another, and never abandon each other if either of us violates this oath. May heaven strike us down and earth destroy us. This oath is hereby sworn, with heaven and earth as witness. Once the ceremony was finished, Ethan sighed. Still, we're stuck in here and can't get out. While that bastard is outside living comfortably. Can't get out, Lucas thought carefully. Not necessarily. There's always some way, right? How do protagonists in novels usually get out of situations like this? Besides, I'm someone with tremendous destiny. I should naturally have more options than ordinary people. Meanwhile, back at the small apartment, I was holding an invitation card, and honestly, didn't know what to make of it. Dear Tyler, love has blossomed, and two hearts have chosen a lifetime together. The next 80 words were basically flowery nonsense. With hearts filled with joy and happiness, we sincerely invite you. Doe witness. The engagement ceremony of Mr. Henry Walker and Ms. Chloe Bennett. What's wrong? Emma leaned against me and looked at the invitation in my hand. This Henry Walker, I pointed at the name. Do you know him? Do you remember Chloe getting engaged in your previous life? If I remembered correctly, Chloe Bennett had been part of Lucas's harem in Emma's first life. But in this life, she hadn't joined Lucas's harem. So where the hell had this Henry Walker come from? Henry Walker. Emma took the invitation from my hand and thought for a moment. I think he was one of Chloe's biggest simps. Ever since I appeared in this life, many developments had already diverged from the previous timeline. Emma stared at the invitation and thought carefully. Chloe was basically the campus beauty at their school. She had plenty of guys chasing her. As for Henry, I don't know the details, but I heard that out of all Chloe's admirers, he was the one who tried the hardest to please her. Apparently, if Chloe called him, he'd show up immediately, and he was always willing to spend money on her. She even let her girlfriends mess with him all the time, but Emma shook her head and handed the invitation back to me. In my previous life, Chloe and Henry never got engaged. Is that so? I pinched the invitation between my fingers with an amused look. A simp, huh? Did Chloe have some unforgettable first love or something? Emma shook her head. I'm not really sure about that. All she knew was that Chloe later became one of the women in Lucas's harem. Is something wrong? Emma immediately sensed the scent of gossip from me. I tapped the invitation. If I'm guessing correctly, there's probably going to be a runaway bride incident at this engagement ceremony. There's also a decent chance a new reincarnator will show up. Of course, that's not guaranteed. Maybe it'll just be one of those stories where the simp finally wakes up. Emma's eyes instantly lit up. She wasn't particularly interested in the possibility of another reincarnator. What caught her attention was something else entirely. A runaway bride? Tell me more. Either the unforgettable first love comes back, or some male third wheel fakes an illness. I tapped the invitation again, because Henry's name and his backstory are way too similar to the male leads in those simp wakes up stories, or more precisely, those Ava-style stories, where the male lead spends years chasing one woman. I'd heard quite a few stories like that in my previous life, not entirely because I wanted to. The website kept recommending them. I listened to one out of curiosity and thought it was kind of interesting. So I listened to a couple more. The result was the platform started constantly recommending that genre to me. The woman the male lead chased was usually called something like Ava. He'd suffer physically and emotionally until he nearly died, then finally wake up and meet someone who genuinely loved him. The woman who truly loved him usually had some overly poetic name, like Evelyn or Vivian, and there was one especially common scene in stories like that, the runaway bride scene. The male lead would keep simping until that exact moment, thinking he'd finally endured long enough to see the clouds part and the moon appear, believing all his patience had finally paid off, thinking that somehow he had broken the iron rule. That simps always ended up with nothing. But in reality, all he received was the deepest possible betrayal. Then the male lead finally broke down and woke up. There were generally two versions of the setup. Either he was reborn directly back to that moment, or he simply awakened and stopped simping. The earliest male leads in those stories had all kinds of names. Later, names like Ethan started appearing, and eventually names like Henry became common too. Actually, the name Henry probably started appearing even earlier than names like Ethan, because what Henry was most famous for was fishing. Are we going or not? Emma asked. We're going, I said. We absolutely have to. For the Bennett family? Emma seemed to understand something. Because of what happened with Lucas, your adoptive dad ended up having friction with the Bennett family. No, I shook my head. Her grandfather is just the chairman of an art association. If my dad personally goes to their door, that's already giving them plenty of respect. Leave some room in a relationship so you can still meet again later. There's no need to make things too ugly. If someone gives you a way down, take it. If he dared put on airs in front of my dad, that would just mean he couldn't tell who actually held the stronger hand. The fact that he sent me an invitation means he wants to use me to get closer to my dad. My dad isn't familiar with the Bennett family, but I've met Chloe a few times. So, inviting my dad and inviting me are both ways of using the occasion to build connections. But if he directly invited my dad, there's a very good chance my dad would refuse. Whereas if he invites me, Chloe and I are from the same generation, and we've met before, while the old man of the Bennett family is my elder. Besides, because of what Lucas did, our side was technically in the wrong. Lucas may be surnamed Reed right now, but he still hasn't formally changed his name, or officially returned to his ancestral family. Still, he's my dad's biological son, and his mistakes can't be allowed to implicate my dad. So my dad does need to express some degree of apology, but he can't say it too directly. At the same time, the Bennett family wants to use this opportunity to build a relationship, but they can't make that too obvious either. So I'm the bridge between both sides. That's why I have to attend this engagement banquet. More importantly, stories about guys like Henry can be short or long, but either way, the male lead usually has some kind of golden background, like being the crown prince of a major family. I might as well test him. Maybe he'll even become one of my assistants someday. It was getting late. I set the invitation aside. Time to cultivate. We've got to work harder tonight. Much harder. The following cultivation process consisted of 300,000 words. This section is not available for download. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, an unprecedented transformation was quietly beginning. At first, no one paid much attention to weather. Some new form of transportation had appeared on the streets. It was just another ordinary day, another routine commute, or another ordinary short trip. Most people didn't realize that something had appeared on the streets, a short-distance vehicle that could be charged almost anywhere. It entered the market with a crude appearance and an extremely low price, showing up right beside ordinary people. When you saw something, you could casually park almost anywhere, then pull out a simple cable and plug it into a household outlet or a socket inside some random shop to charge it, a strange electric motorcycle that still had pedals attached. The first thought that came to mind was, usually, this thing is interesting. I kind of want one too. The streets had once been packed with traffic and filled with the deafening roar of gasoline motorcycles. But beneath that noise, their dominance was beginning to be overturned by a rising new force. Electric motorcycles entered the market in an almost wild and aggressive way, with overwhelming advantages. In less than half a month, they rapidly spread into every corner of Shanghai. 100,000 units. I looked at the latest financial report. Feels a little low. I had always believed electric motorcycles would succeed, not just because I'd seen examples in my previous life, but because I believed that no matter where you were, the most important thing ordinary people wanted from transportation was for the horse to run fast, without having to feed it. In my previous life, many people blamed the success of electric motorcycles on motorcycle restrictions and similar policies, but that wasn't really the whole story. I had once spent a long time working at the grassroots level in towns and villages, so I understood ordinary people's psychology extremely well. Most ordinary people in this world weren't actually that calculating. A very large portion of them had almost no concept of hidden costs and wouldn't carefully calculate every little expense. When comparing electric motorcycles with gasoline motorcycles, electricity was already cheaper than fuel, and if you charged the bike at home, almost no one cared exactly how much extra electricity it used. They'd simply think, it's out of power, so charge it. Then, when the electricity bill came, as long as the increase wasn't too large, most people would subconsciously ignore the additional electricity cost caused by charging the electric motorcycle, and if they charged it at their workplace instead, there was even less psychological resistance. It wasn't their electricity anyway. Why not use it if it was free? And most workplaces wouldn't bother investigating something like that. But gasoline expenses were placed directly in front of the rider every single time. Even if gasoline somehow cost only 1 yuan per liter, people would still feel a slight sting when filling the tank in town, and besides, 92-octane gasoline at 1 yuan per liter simply didn't exist. At Shanghai's current price of 719 yuan per liter, filling a motorcycle with a 5-liter fuel tank still costs more than 30 yuan. That might not sound like much, but when people physically handed over that money, even if it was relatively cheap, many would still complain about fuel prices. Yet when the same expense was buried inside the monthly electricity bill, almost no one bothered calculating it carefully. Short range wasn't a serious problem either, because this vehicle was designed for short-distance travel, and it didn't require any dedicated charging station. As long as there was a household electrical outlet, it could be charged almost anywhere. So in less than a month, from the moment the first unit officially went on sale, electric motorcycles began breaking into Shanghai's transportation market in an aggressively rapid, yet almost silently gradual way. Starting from 2,000 units sold per day, the numbers exploded upward. My original first batch estimate of 100,000 units, with just 10,000 prepared initially, was nowhere near enough for this level of demand. Emma looked shocked too. We've made a lot of money already, haven't we? Yeah. I was grinning so hard I could barely hide it. The total cost per unit, including labor, shipping, and taxes, is 1,300 yuan. We sell each one for 2,600. So that's 1,300 yuan in profit per unit from the day the first one sold. Until today, exactly 10 days have passed. We've sold a total of 66,666 units and earned roughly 86 million yuan in gross profit, and 60,000 plus units was nowhere close to market saturation. In a city like Shanghai with a population of 26 million, it wasn't even remotely enough. The market in Shanghai alone was enormous. And right now, I practically had the entire market to myself. So, explosive sales growth wasn't surprising at all. The low-cost transportation advantage of electric motorcycles was something traditional. Gasoline motorcycles simply couldn't replace. And this world had delivery riders and couriers too. For them, choosing between visible fuel expenses and barely noticeable electricity costs wasn't a difficult decision. Besides, the energy cost of an electric vehicle was simply lower than that of a gasoline vehicle. That was an indisputable fact for working people already carrying all kinds of loan payments. If they could save 10 yuan on daily transportation, there was no reason they would voluntarily spend that extra 10. Emma smiled brightly too, but that number really is lucky. The man in front of her was her fiancé and could practically already be called her husband. The stronger he became, the more she would also, no, absolutely not. Please don't start some harem conquest nonsense. But what if he really did? For a moment, she felt strangely confused. I specifically requested that number, I said with a laugh. Go gather the company's middle management and the research department. We're holding a short meeting. Soon, inside the conference room, everyone wore smiles and looked toward the future with anticipation. The explosive popularity of the electric motorcycles had made everyone realize just how enormous this market was. It was a market that already existed and didn't even require them to create demand from scratch. From here on out, it would practically be a matter of hauling money in by the truckload and splitting it with sacks. First of all, I began with a round of congratulatory remarks before finally getting to the point. The success of our first vehicle has proven to everyone that this market exists and that it's enormous. So next, we not only need to work overtime to keep producing this model, we also need to launch new models as soon as possible. In the future, we should release at least 2 more models, priced between 3,000 and 5,000 yuan. They need to look more refined than the current one, with better design and aesthetics. To put it simply, they need to feel a little more premium. Whereas, at the end of the day, this thing was still just an electric motorcycle. I had no intention of making it ridiculously expensive, because I was targeting ordinary consumers. So the upper limit I set for my products was no more than 6,000 yuan. Then I turned to the research department and told them to go out into the market and buy several 3-wheeled motorcycles, bring them back, and use their designs as reference to develop electric 3-wheelers. Electric 3-wheelers had an enormous market too. Couriers used them, street vendors used them, and farmers in rural areas used them as well. You could say that, just like electric motorcycles, they were deeply embedded in everyday life, transportation, and work. Finally, I ordered the marketing department to begin promoting the product, select suitable celebrity endorsers, and launch a large-scale advertising campaign. The core message would be affordable transportation for ordinary people. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered something else. Design a separate batch of electric motorcycles for me. The appearance should resemble police motorcycles. Actually, directly use police motorcycles as the visual reference. And design around that. The body graphics should follow police styling. And equip them with police lights and other standard police accessories. Everything that should be there needs to be included. Produce 10,000 units. I want to donate them to the city's public security departments. Donating electric motorcycles was also a form of advertising. And once the police had them, as long as they actually adopted them, they would quickly discover how useful they were. In my previous life, police departments really had purchased vehicles like these for patrol use. My own former workplace had even used them. Of course, the more important purpose behind the donation was to let government departments experience the advantages firsthand, and then help push forward a policy I wanted, a motorcycle ban. But who would be the one to propose it? With these donations, the company's future growth, and my dad's background, getting myself elected as a local representative shouldn't be difficult. Heh, those idiots in the Carter family. And speaking of that, I suddenly remembered that even though the Carter family's business empire was enormous, none of them had apparently secured even a single representative position. Were they really too stupid to understand the value of it? Or was there some other reason? That was actually pretty interesting. Right, I continued. Send someone to contact Flash Motor. We can acquire that company. Their business condition isn't good. So buy them while we still can. That way, I'd immediately gain professional production lines, while eliminating a potential competitor. Electric motorcycles were becoming incredibly popular, and the technology wasn't particularly advanced, which meant they were very easy to imitate if Flash Motor started copying us. There was a real possibility that this company, which was already on the verge of bankruptcy, could suddenly come back to life, and with their existing production capacity, they would definitely put pressure on my business. So, while they were still suffering consecutive annual losses and sitting at their absolute lowest point, buying them now would be the best move. What I didn't know, however, was that Flash Motor was one of my eldest sister's businesses, and I also didn't know that Charles had already decided to transfer the company to me. As long as I made a move and paid only a relatively small amount, I could acquire it easily. But just because I didn't know didn't mean other people didn't, especially my eldest sister, Helena Carter. What? At that moment, Helena was staring darkly at the document in her hands. 60,000? Information about my factory wasn't difficult to obtain. A company was never an impenetrable fortress. If someone wanted internal information, they usually just had to offer enough money. Helena had recently been preparing to have a child, so she'd relaxed her attention on business matters considerably, and with her husband Victor helping manage things, there usually weren't any major problems. The only exception was Flash Motor Group. That had been her ticket into an emerging industry, or more precisely, her stepping stone. But judging from the current situation, it had completely failed. Meanwhile, the younger brother who had chosen the same path as her had actually succeeded. As the saying went, you worried when your brother suffered, but felt even worse when he started driving a Range Rover. For Helena, this younger brother, who shared her blood, was an even greater source of anxiety. The weaker he was, the more useless he appeared, the happier she would be. She would gladly display the tenderness and concern of an older sister. But this younger brother was ruthless. He was someone capable of threatening her. And threatening her interests, no. He had already begun taking interests away from her. So she had to deal with him. Beep beep, Helena put down the document and immediately called her husband, Victor. Hey honey, let's go out for a big dinner tonight. Bring your younger brother Ethan along too. After another night passed, I felt physically drained again. Even with a cultivator's body, this kind of dual cultivation was still exhausting as hell. Ding 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 ding. It was a video call request from WeChat. I quickly picked up my phone and checked. It was from my adoptive mom. I hurried onto the balcony and answered. Mom, did I interrupt you two? Linda looked at my slightly guilty and exhausted expression and couldn't help teasing me. You know, you two need to show some restraint. I am showing restraint. I sighed. A lot of restraint. But whether time is willing to wait for us is another matter. What exactly was this coming age of great struggle? What kind of people would I encounter in the future? Ryan had a life-or-death calamity waiting for him, so there was an 80% chance I wouldn't escape one either. No matter the era, strength was always the foundation. That ensured both I and my friends could survive. Are you free? Linda didn't continue teasing me about that topic. Instead, she asked, come home for a bit. Your dad and I have something we want to ask you. Sure. I didn't refuse. I immediately went back inside and woke Emma. Come on. We're going home. Mom and Dad have something important to talk about. Emma rubbed her eyes, but didn't complain. Her future in-laws treated her very well. Even though we'd moved out, they still regularly checked on us and occasionally came over to cook something good for us. So she had no objection to visiting them. After getting dressed and putting on some makeup, she returned to the old apartment with me. Are they planning to buy a new house? The moment I entered, yeah, I noticed several real estate brochures spread across the coffee table and immediately realized my adoptive parents were probably planning to move. It made sense. They had stayed in this old 2-bedroom apartment for all these years for one main reason, to wait for their biological son to come home. Just like many parents whose children had gone missing. They had remained in the same old house year after year, even if the building itself eventually became unsafe. They were waiting for a miracle, hoping that one day their child would come back. Now the miracle had happened. But Lucas had disappointed them. The enormous hope followed by the enormous disappointment made them unwilling to keep living here. They didn't want every return home to remind them of the massive emotional gap their biological son had created. David nodded, but didn't say much. He simply looked at me and sighed. Lucas. Tyler? Dad plans to leave this apartment to him. He's still our biological son. When he gets out, this can still be a place for him to stay in Shanghai. If he doesn't want to live here, he can sell the apartment and use the money to go somewhere else. Perhaps. This was the last bit of love they were willing to give Lucas. I don't have any objection. I immediately said, Dad, I'll support whatever decision you make. I also sincerely hope Lucas can understand how much thought you've put into this. But can he really do that? Probably not. Lucas was already a grown man, and the education he'd received in the past was nowhere near enough to support a proper understanding of society. The influence those novels had on him was already extremely serious, so there was a high chance he still wouldn't change. More importantly, that was simply human nature. I suddenly thought of the movie Let the Bullets Fly, that scene where one gun was pointed at your own head while another was pointed at someone else. Criticism and self-criticism. In this world, the easiest thing was to blame every mistake on someone else and then criticize them. The hardest thing was to look inward and conduct a deep criticism of yourself, whether it was Lucas or Ethan Carter. Even though I hadn't known either of them for long, I didn't think either of them was the kind of person willing to point a gun at himself. If anything, both guns were probably pointed at me right now, with both of them unloading non-stop. David sighed. Actually, I called you over today because of something else. Go ahead. I sat down on the sofa beside him. Meanwhile, Linda pulled Emma into the kitchen, planning to cook something good for the two of us. The police in Kin Province sent us an update, David said, following the clues we provided. They really did find that Taoist temple, and they arrested the temple's abbot. At the mention of the abbot, a trace of fury flashed through David's eyes, before quickly disappearing. Dad, are you trying to say they couldn't find enough evidence? I immediately understood what David meant. The abbot adopted Lucas through proper legal procedures, and he doesn't appear to know the human traffickers. So there's a major break in the chain of evidence, which means the investigation can't move forward, and they can't prove the abbot was the mastermind behind everything. After hearing my analysis, David looked extremely satisfied, though also a little strange. Why did he keep feeling like Michael Mitchell, that old bastard, had somehow trained himself a terrifyingly capable subordinate? This kid wasn't merely smart. He could immediately identify the core of a problem. How did you figure that out? David asked in confusion. It's obvious. I folded my arms. This kind of situation isn't rare. That old man knew Mom and Dad's circumstances. And, judging from what Lucas said, he'd already arranged for two people to enter Jianghai ahead of time. So this definitely wasn't some spontaneous decision. It had to have been planned in advance. And in a plan like that, why would he ever leave a trail leading directly back to himself? He would have cleaned up his own background beforehand. Even if they investigate him, they probably won't uncover anything quickly. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered something. Dad, did you investigate Lucas's eldest senior sister? She's clean, David said, honest and upright. Her personnel record is good too. There's nothing we can use against her. Lucas's second senior sister fled ahead of time. She had a secret relationship with Daniel Carter. And her main business was small loans. Money lending? I froze and smiled. There was no need for Dad to explain any further. Money lending. Underground Queen put those keywords together. And I could imagine plenty of ways that business operated. More importantly, the fact that she could flee immediately after receiving the news meant she was definitely slippery as an eel and wouldn't be easy to catch. Not at all. On paper, every source of income she and Daniel had looked completely legitimate, and nothing suspicious could be found. Then what exactly did you want to ask me, Dad? I asked. The police in Chin Province want your mom and me to go there, David said. Go there? My brows immediately furrowed. Having a victim's family travel from another province to assist with an investigation wasn't unusual. I'd encountered cases like that in my previous life as well. Did they say what for? I asked. To assist with the investigation, David said. They didn't give specifics. I see. I thought for a moment. Is it because cultivators are involved? David nodded. If this were only an ordinary case, he wouldn't have hesitated at all. But since cultivators were involved, he genuinely wasn't sure what to do, which was why he'd called me over to discuss it. To be fair, I didn't really know how to answer either. After thinking for a moment, I said, the other side is stronger than me, so I can't calculate anything useful. But if you're only asking whether the trip itself is safe, then from what I can tell, it should be fine even without divination. My dad was a provincial-level official, even if there were problems inside certain agencies. No one should be insane enough to directly target him, but regarding Dad's real concern, I hesitated for a long moment, before finally asking, if you want an answer. There's actually something I've been wondering. If you can answer it, then we should have our answer. But I feel like this may be classified. So if you know but can't tell me, that's fine. If you don't know either, David also hesitated. If it's classified, here's the question. I didn't bother asking for permission and simply said it directly. Does the country have a department specifically responsible for cultivators, like the Dragon Group in novels, or some kind of special security agency with extraordinary legal authority? What? David shook his head. I really don't know about that. At least, I've never heard of one. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't even know. No, wait. David seemed to remember something. The public security system might. Administrative departments like municipal government offices definitely don't have a specialized cultivator department. But public security might be different. Because of what happened with his son, David had realized that people inside the public security system probably knew far more about cultivators than officials in ordinary administrative departments did. And after Emma's kidnapping case, people from the capital had come to take custody of the suspects and specifically demanded that the 2 magical artifacts be recovered. Looking at it from that angle, the public security system clearly knew about cultivators. Maybe there really was a department specifically dedicated to handling them. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. In everyday life, cultivators weren't much different from ordinary people. There was no real need to create a special agency, just to register and manage them. Their biggest problem was when they used supernatural abilities to commit crimes, so the police definitely had a reason to deal with them. But Michael had never mentioned anything, and never talked about this topic. That left only 2 possibilities. Either no such department existed, and ordinary police officers handled cultivators too, alongside everyday cases. It's like any other kind of law enforcement, similar to the chief in Changshan District. Or such a specialized department really did exist. And it was extremely secretive. Maybe, I thought for a moment, we can ask Uncle Michael for help. David nodded. Speaking of something else, I changed the subject. Dad, there's something I want to ask you. As I spoke, I took out the invitation and pointed at Henry Walker's name. This Henry Walker. I tapped the name. The Bennett family didn't choose him as their future son-in-law just because he's especially good at simping, right? There's some other reason? Because when it came to simps, Chloe Bennett definitely had no shortage of them. Not only because she was beautiful, but because of the Bennett family itself. Even though in my eyes, the Bennett family wasn't anything extraordinary to ordinary people, they still had considerable influence and connections. So Chloe had never lacked admirers. There had to be another reason they chose Henry. Based on what happened with your younger brother, at that moment, inside Yunjing Villas in Gangmao District, in the largest villa of the entire complex. Elena Carter's face twisted with rage, completely losing the composed, virtuous appearance she usually had. She looked like a furious shrew, as she pointed at her husband and cursed, "You useless bastard. I told you to bring your younger brother here, but every time he's either sick or injured, and today he actually fainted after I said a few words to him. I'm telling you, Victor, if your brother doesn't come here, then you can get the hell out of this house and leave with nothing." The man named Victor stood there with a firm expression. He was refined and scholarly looking. Even though he was almost 40, he still easily deserved to be called a handsome, middle-aged man. The reason Helena had gotten together with Victor back then was because she'd been attracted to his looks. But after they actually became a couple, she discovered Victor wasn't just a pretty face or someone who only looked impressive on the surface. He was genuinely capable When it came to running a company, Helena only needed to use her judgment to make strategic decisions, and Victor could handle everything else. For all these years, the two had enjoyed a loving marriage. Even when they had occasional arguments, they were never serious. Everything had started changing when Helena decided to transform the business and use the electric motorcycle industry as her entry point into new energy. Victor didn't speak. He simply stood to the side, staring at the mess covering the floor. He knew how many days and nights Helena had struggled over whether to invest in Flash Motor. He himself had done extensive research and repeatedly advised Helena not to enter the industry, not through this route. In his view, the best option was to skip electric motorcycles entirely and enter the new energy industry directly. The initial investment would be much larger, but the path would be more stable. Of course, the risks would also be much greater. Electric motorcycles carried less risk and required less upfront investment, but the probability of real success was also very low. During his research, he found that most major brands only treated this sector as a side business. There were also some small companies trying it, but most of them struggled, and even those that achieved something rarely became truly successful. After Helena made the decision, she personally took charge and handled the planning herself, coming up with one idea after another. Victor genuinely didn't know what to say. After all, he couldn't criticize his own wife too harshly. But the moment Helena insisted on setting industry standards herself and even redesigning the screws, he already knew. Flash Motor's final destination was bankruptcy. At first, he hadn't thought much beyond that. He simply did his best to help while quietly waiting for the day liquidation would finally arrive. That day was almost here. But something no one had expected happened. The Carter family's real heir, who had chosen the exact same route, actually succeeded. The explosive popularity of his Pegasus electric-assisted bicycles already proved everything. Ooh, fine. Helena dragged over a chair and sat down. Then, furious, she ordered Victor around like a servant. If you don't want your brother involved, that's fine. Then have our Flash Motor factory produce that little bastard's products. Impossible, Victor answered without hesitation. That product exists right on the edge of current laws and regulations. Anyone except him who touches it is asking to die. Why? Helena slammed the table and roared. Why? Why can that little bastard manufacture it? But we can't? Stop making excuses. Either bring your brother here, or go supervise the imitation yourself. Why? Because of all the ridiculous things your family has done. Because, with your current attitude, you'll be lucky if you can even protect your food company. Victor was furious inside and wanted to scream. Wake up already. Look at his background, and then look at yours. Your family has already offended him. You should be grateful that he isn't actively coming after you. If you obediently hand Flash Motor over, you might still be able to repair the relationship. And yet even now, you're still thinking about causing trouble. Victor wanted to shout and unleash everything on Helena. But he couldn't. Although technically he had married Helena, the difference in status between them meant his situation wasn't much different from marrying into her family. To be honest, there was something he genuinely couldn't understand. Why? Why did his wife always become like this? Whenever Tyler was mentioned, she had already married out of the Carter family. If this was about fighting over the inheritance, then fundamentally, she was already out of the competition. Charles Carter, and even Helena's own father would never allow her to inherit the family's entire fortune. Hey, so why? Helena, Victor sighed. Can we stop thinking about electric motorcycles? Please. Stop competing with your own biological brother. There's no point. Let's just protect what we already have. Wouldn't that be enough? What good does fighting like this actually do us? What good? Helena froze when she heard that. Yeah. What good did it do? But if she gave up, Helena's gaze finally dimmed. She seemed to hate herself, yet also sounded deeply helpless. Why? I just can't accept it. Why? Tell me why. I'm clearly the oldest child in the family. It's already the 21st century. The law clearly says daughters have the same inheritance rights. So why did Grandpa insist on favoring a boy? He even ignored Mom's health and kept forcing her to give birth, just to get a son. As she spoke, her eyes filled with helplessness and resentment. If I hadn't married you, a daughter like me, would have had only one future, being married off to some man I'd never even met, and the entire purpose of my existence would have been to strengthen a family I wasn't allowed to inherit, brick by brick, while watching my younger brother inherit everything and enjoy the results that we bought with our bodies and our happiness. I can't accept that. I know that daughters from powerful families, especially families like ours, enjoy wealth and privilege because of the family, and therefore have responsibilities they must bear. But why? Why should I, after enjoying that wealth, have to marry out just to pave someone else's road? Why should I become someone else's stepping stone, or merely one more connection in their network, even if he's my biological younger brother? I still can't accept it. Why is he the only one allowed to inherit the family business? Why does he get the largest share? Helena didn't even know whether she hated the fact that she was born a woman, or hated her grandfather's preference for sons, hated that younger brother. Maybe she hated all three, and she refused to accept it. She didn't want to become cannon fodder. She didn't want to become a tool for a family marriage alliance. And she didn't want to watch her younger brother enjoy the enormous benefits produced by her marriage, even though she hadn't actually entered an arranged marriage, and had instead been lucky enough to find a good husband. He knew that since she hadn't contributed through marriage, she had to find another source of value within the Carter family. That value was opening new roads for the family. The food business was only a small operation, according to information she'd obtained from inside the government. In the future, new energy would become an industry heavily supported by the state, and that was what she intended to use to prove her value. She knew her electric motorcycle factory was only a test stone Grandpa had thrown forward to explore the road, and she had willingly accepted that mission. But she'd done terribly. She hadn't opened the road at all, while her younger brother had succeeded. I just want to win this one fight. Helena sat there helplessly. I just want to prove to Grandpa that even though I'm a woman, I'm still capable of carrying the entire family. Victor, I know, asking your younger brother Ethan to enter my seventh brother's company as a corporate spy is wrong, but I promise, as long as I'm here, I'll make sure your brother lives a life of wealth and comfort. Victor, Helena pleaded with him, please, just one last time. This really is the last time. Please go crazy with me one final time. Flash motor is my life's work. Victor closed his eyes. His heart was tangled in endless conflict. After a long while. All right. He finally opened his eyes. But our chances of winning are very low. Why? Helena asked, seeing that Victor had finally agreed. Have your brother go in and disrupt their operations? Then get hold of their product upgrade plans. After that, we'll copy their products and quickly seize the market. Wouldn't that work? No. Victor sat across from Helena. The reason his factory can survive and stay alive actually has very little to do with how good the factory itself is. The most important reason is the person backing your younger brother. He's basically exploiting a loophole in current policy. If the authorities ever decided to regulate his product, they could crush it without any difficulty. But the problem is, his adoptive father is David Reed. Then we report him, Helena said, or expose him. His adoptive father can't possibly be powerful enough to interfere with every other government department, right? He definitely can't control them. Victor shook his head. But those departments won't offend David Reed just because of us. We're only businessmen. Our companies may be large, but we badly lack official backing. Be honest, Victor still couldn't understand what Helena's parents had done. They had personally severed the strongest official connection the Carter family could have held on to. So we really have no way at all? Helena asked. Not necessarily. Victor lowered his head and thought carefully. Getting Ethan into their factory isn't a problem. They're expanding rapidly right now and need a large number of workers. We also need to prepare to manufacture products of the same type. Besides, I've already bought one of their products from the market. The production cost is very low. If we want to manufacture it, Helena frowned. Honey, didn't you just say the government probably won't shut him down, but could very easily shut us down? That's exactly the problem. Victor folded his arms and thought carefully. We need a reason that can silence the government. Victor suddenly thought of something. Your second sister may already be in prison, but she should still have friends in the legal field. And isn't your fifth sister a celebrity? She should know plenty of people in the media and entertainment industry. Actually, my brother is secondary. When we have time, we need to visit your second and fifth sisters. David soon invited Michael Mitchell out for dinner, and not long after he returned, I got the result. David had discreetly asked Michael about the matter. Michael hadn't given him a direct answer. Instead, he'd said that 2 officers from the Bureau happened to be heading north as well, on official business in Kin Province, and that David could contact them. So there really are cultivators inside the government system. Back at the small apartment, Emma looked surprised after hearing the news. Brank, and said, I never heard anything about that in my previous life. Yeah, I thought for a moment. In your previous life, before you were reborn, you never even lived long enough to see the coming age of Great Struggle arrive. I had actually considered the possibility that cultivators existed within official institutions, and judging from Samuel's behavior, the authorities probably knew quite a lot about cultivators. They simply didn't speak openly about it. Speaking of which, I suddenly thought of something. How did you die in your previous life? I'd never really thought about that before. After all, true heir, fake heir, or switched daughter stories usually had some kind of fatal turning point. The victim would die, become a spirit, learn all kinds of secrets, see the future, and discover hidden truths. Then they'd be reborn and sever all emotional ties, using knowledge from their previous life to rise quickly, while putting their former family through endless scenes of, we've already cut all ties. Don't come looking for me, and we really regret everything now. And the death of the real or fake heir usually involved one particularly important person, the opposing fake or real heir. Don't you already know? Emma asked me back. That's exactly why I'm asking, I said. Judging from the fact that someone kidnapped you, you were probably targeted by someone in the capital who wanted to use you as a cultivation furnace. And that person couldn't have been ordinary. They had to possess considerable official influence. Your dad is a smart man. He may have tolerated your family bullying you, but he wouldn't have allowed you to die, and if the fake daughter wanted to kill you, that doesn't fit the logical pattern of a murder. Emma looked confused. Why does murder need a logical pattern? She didn't want me living well, and she was afraid I'd fight her for the inheritance. Isn't that enough? That's novel logic. The corner of my mouth twitched. I almost didn't know how to complain anymore, but still patiently explained, that's not reality. Let's put it this way. Suppose you and I are police officers right now, and the you from your previous life is the victim. We're investigating the case. Then we'd have to examine motive, opportunity, and means to determine whether someone should be listed as a suspect. True heir, fake heir stories are basically the gender-swapped version of switched daughter stories. And authors of those stories usually give the fake heir a basic motive for murder, namely that the fake heir needs to keep occupying the real heir's place. Then, to make the inheritance conflict more believable, they'll often reveal that the fake heir is actually an illegitimate child. After saying that, I stopped and gave Emma a moment to process it. Then I continued, but switched daughter stories are different, even though our laws now state that men and women have equal inheritance rights. In reality, the traditional social understanding of inheritance still strongly favors sons over daughters. Your family has 3 sons, so neither you nor the fake daughter needs to bring in a husband. Both of you are expected to marry out with a dowry. But weren't my brothers adopted? Emma quickly asked. They were adopted into the family, according to Article 1127 of the Civil Code, in the statutory order of inheritance. The first category includes spouses, children, and parents. And children includes biological children and adopted children. I lightly tapped Emma on the head. And adopted? Do you seriously think they were just adopted? If you're capable enough, collect some hair from your father and from your 3 brothers. You may get a very surprising result. Some things may be difficult to arrange now, but when the current head of the Lin family was younger, they would have been much easier. Don't interrupt, I continued. Even if both of you legally have equal inheritance rights, traditional social thinking still says that property left to sons stays within the family, while property given to daughters goes to outsiders. So, there's no reason for the 2 of you to fight to the death over the family inheritance. Your father, Thomas Lin, would never leave the majority of his assets to you, or to the fake daughter. Otherwise, Why would he need 3 sons? Emma looked even more confused. Then why did she target me at home? Because while you're still at home, you're competing for family resources. I answered before she could even finish asking. At home, you're enjoying resources provided by the family. One extra person means everyone else gets a smaller share. Even children understand the idea of grabbing more for themselves, let alone her. If she can take all $100, why would she voluntarily share it? So excluding you inside the family is perfectly normal. But if she actually wanted to kill you, then something must have happened. That caused her an enormous sense of crisis. Or a huge psychological shock. That Emma carefully recalled the circumstances of her death. And everything that happened before it. She thought for a long time before finally saying, I think it was during summer vacation after my first year of college. My dad took me to an art gala in Shanghai, where we met someone from the capital. I think his name was Nathan Tang. Nathan Tang? I froze. The first thing that came to mind was a question. The Tang family in Shanghai just happened to share the same surname. Emma said, he claimed he fell in love with me at first sight and wanted to talk about marriage almost immediately. My dad also seemed I instantly understood. So the next part went something like this, right? That Tang family was also extremely powerful. And not just ordinary rich and powerful either. He wanted to get engaged to you. The fake daughter strongly objected, but her objections were useless. Your father and your brothers suddenly started treating you really well because of it, while neglecting the fake daughter. That lasted for a while, until right before the engagement, when something suddenly happened to you. And after you died, your family rapidly declined, while the fake daughter didn't end up well either. Emma's mouth fell open. She clearly hadn't expected me to predict the rest of the story. That's pretty normal, I said casually. Nathan Tang's power in the capital was definitely considerable, probably even stronger than the faction your dad was relying on at the time. Your dad wanted to use you to jump over to Nathan Tang's side, but he never expected something like that to happen. And when it comes to political factions, you don't just leave one side for another, fail to get in, then smile and crawl back like nothing happened. I spoke with certainty. Nathan Tang wouldn't even need to personally destroy your family. All he'd need to do is show that he disliked them. At the same time, among the people under your father's original backer, there would definitely be some who'd want to step on your family to climb higher. And Nathan Tang, Tang-san, interesting, in my previous life. I read quite a few multi-protagonist fantasy novels, and Tang-san was basically a regular guest character in that genre, though I'd never actually read De Duo Daluz, so I didn't know much about the original version of Tang-san, and had no intention of judging him. But in those multi-protagonist fantasy novels, Tang-san was rarely portrayed as a good person. His defining traits were usually hypocrisy, selfishness, and a willingness to use any means necessary. As for whether Nathan Tang had attacked the Lin family, I couldn't be sure. But one thing was certain. Nathan Tang definitely hadn't fallen in love with Emma at first sight. Speaking of which, I glanced at Emma. Nathan Tang destroyed the Lin family after you died, and made the fake daughter suffer the consequences too. Didn't you ever think about going to him? You even gave your first time to me instead. I don't like him, Emma said, barely concealing her disgust. I met him several times, but the way he looked at me was never romantic. It was more like he was looking at a business partner. Whether it was the first time we met, or later when he discussed the engagement with my dad, the bride price, and our future marriage. I never felt any love from him, Emma continued. Every time, I felt like I was just merchandise in a transaction, something being traded. Neither my future husband nor my own father ever cared about my future, wealth, my happiness, or my life. I was just a commodity, sitting there while they negotiated my price, and waiting to be handed over once the deal was done. If I had to choose between you and Nathan Tang, I'd choose you, Emma said seriously. At least you treat me like a person, even though I was still a long way from the perfect prince. In a young girl's fantasy, happiness was always relative. Compared with Nathan Tang, who had claimed in her previous life that he'd fallen in love with her at first sight, I was at least a qualified husband. I helped her and I protected her. I took out the invitation again and thought for a moment. Maybe, if my guess is right. Nathan Tang could have been the mastermind behind your kidnapping. He might be a cultivator too. Can you be sure? Emma suddenly asked. No. I tapped the invitation in my hand. But if he shows up, it might prove some of my suspicions. This really does feel like the coming age of great struggle. I wonder whether Henry ever imagined his engagement ceremony would become this lively. Meanwhile, at the Bennett residence, I'm not marrying him, Chloe Bennett shouted stubbornly at her parents. Why should I marry Henry Walker? I admit he really does care about me, but I don't like him at all. She admitted that Henry had pursued her very persistently and was definitely one of the best simps among all her admirers. But that didn't mean she had to marry him. Nonsense, Arthur Bennett snapped angrily. If you don't like that Walker boy, then why did you spend his money and accept his gifts? Why didn't you make things clear and reject him outright? His hospitalization had originally been an accident. But what surprised the old man most was that the Carter family's fifth daughter had asked his granddaughter for money. Victoria Carter was indeed quite close to Chloe. They were basically best friends. So borrowing money wasn't unusual. While Arthur was recovering in the hospital, he overheard the two girls talking and didn't think much of it at first. But Victoria suddenly asked to borrow 100,000 yuan. That alone would have been one thing. But Chloe actually agreed. His granddaughter did receive spending money, but she normally spent it recklessly. Forget 100,000. She was lucky if she had even 1,000 left by the end of the month. Yet not only had Chloe agreed immediately, she transferred the money on the spot. That shocked Arthur. So he investigated, and once he did, everything became clear. Arthur already knew his granddaughter was extremely popular at school. That part wasn't surprising. Boys giving gifts while pursuing a girl was perfectly normal. Arthur had always assumed that with his granddaughter's upbringing and judgment, she wouldn't accept them. And technically, she hadn't accepted everything because she'd been selective about what she took. Keep gifts weren't even worth a glance compared with the things Henry Walker gave her. They weren't even in the same league. 100,000 yuan was pocket change to Henry, as casual as eating or drinking, and the things he'd given Chloe were worth far more than that. You two idiots. Arthur was so furious. He felt like he was about to ascend straight to heaven. He glared at his son and daughter-in-law, who were perched nervously on the edge of the couch, and roared, 3 years. 3 whole years. And neither of you idiots noticed anything? Grandpa. Chloe was getting annoyed too. What does this have to do with Mom and Dad? He gave me those things willingly. So how is that my problem? Shut up. Arthur was truly furious now. He pointed his cane at Chloe and roared. A man who treats 100,000 yuan like pocket change. A man who can casually give you jewelry worth millions. A man who can hand you a China Merchants Bank black card and tell you to spend whatever you want, without worrying about maxing it out. And you treated him like some pathetic simp? Someone you could bully however you pleased. And order around whenever you wanted. Do you know what it means? When I suddenly investigate him and find absolutely nothing? Do you understand what that means? What does it mean? Chloe replied carelessly. It means his family has money. It's not like rich people are rare. You're the chairman of the art association. Plenty of people are willing to pay huge amounts just to ask you for a painting or calligraphy piece, and you still refuse them. So Henry's just some idiot. Some spoiled second-generation nouveau riche. It means he could destroy the Bennett family without breaking a sweat. Arthur was nearly losing his mind. You wicked girl. If you don't want to marry him, fine. Then find a way to pay back everything he spent on you. I don't have the money, Chloe replied stubbornly. I spent it a long time ago. And those were gifts he willingly gave me. Why should I return them? Besides, he was pursuing me. When someone is chasing me, isn't it normal for him to spend money on me? It was consensual. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not paying him back, and I'm not marrying him. Arthur's gaze gradually turned cold. His granddaughter had been protected far too well. She genuinely didn't understand what it meant when someone couldn't be investigated at all. What does that mean? Seeing that his granddaughter showed absolutely no remorse, Arthur suddenly thought of that bizarre Carter family. Seriously, if he'd known the Carter girls would influence Chloe like this, Back then, no matter what, he never would have allowed Chloe Bennet to have anything to do with those Carter sisters. Arthur stood up with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of continuing to argue with Chloe when she couldn't understand or even recognize how serious the situation was. Cut off her cards and keep a close eye on her, Arthur told Chloe's parents, his son and daughter-in-law, in a cold voice. If she doesn't show up on the day of the engagement, or dares say even half a word of refusal, then the Bennet family had better start preparing to sell the house, sell the cars, get visas, and run. You two are still young. You can have another child. The Bennet family cannot end with us. Naturally, I knew nothing about what was happening in the Bennet family. At that moment, I was at the factory. Done. It's finished. Kevin pushed up his glasses. This is it. I took the object from him and examined it carefully. It wasn't even as large as a watch face. Its overall size and thickness made it look more like a chess piece, 5 centimeters in diameter and 1 centimeter thick. Overall, it looked small and delicate. The base was made of white jade, while the formation lines inside were made of pure copper. The 2 formation nodes had also been specially designed. And not only that, because it needed electricity, both ends had indicator lights and an adjustable transformer. A layer of glass also covered the formation itself for insulation. I played with the miniature spirit-gathering formation in my hand and said happily, "Not bad. I thought it would take much longer to make." "This thing is simple," Kevin said. "There wasn't much difficulty." I took out a jade hairpin, cut 2 small sections from this, then shaped them into little pillars. "Can we do that here?" "Cutting them is fine." Kevin examined it, but shaping them precisely might be difficult. "Then don't shape them. Just cut them." Kevin quickly brought over a set of tools that looked like something used for making models, including a small cutting device. A few quick cuts later, the jade was separated. I immediately collected all the powder left from the cutting. "What are you keeping that for?" Emma asked curiously. "I can mix it into soil and use it to grow the sunflowers," I said. "There's still a little spiritual energy in it." Emma didn't ask anything else. I quickly took the freshly cut tiny pieces of pseudo-spirit stone and placed them onto the formation nodes. Then I rapidly formed hand seals. Heaven and earth without limit. Borrow the power of heaven and earth. Bagua, reveal your spirit. Yin and yang intertwine. Qian is heaven, Kun is earth. Zen is thunder, Sun is wind. Kan is water, Li is fire. Jin is mountain, Dui is lake. Spiritual energy of the 8 directions. Obey my command. Azure dragon, white tiger. Vermilion bird, black tortoise, 4 symbols, guard the 4 directions and stabilize the spiritual energy. Return to the spirit gathering formation, activate. Although Kevin couldn't see spiritual energy, or sense it, the 2 pieces of jade suddenly moved slightly. That alone left Kevin staring in disbelief. "It worked," I said excitedly. Then I took a pre-made 3 centimeter jade cube and placed it in the center of the spirit gathering formation. After that, I connected the power. The spiritual energy around the entire formation immediately became denser. Success. Now, we just need to test the conversion efficiency and power consumption, I said excitedly. Judging from the current results, the standard 200-volt power supply in my office could be stepped down through the transformer to 72 volts DC, and if necessary, it could also be adjusted to 60 or 48 volts, with 12 volts as the minimum. For now, 72 volts DC was more than enough to support this miniature spirit gathering formation. This is... Kevin carefully stared at the tiny formation and asked in confusion, "This is really a spirit gathering formation?" "Yes," I said. "Spiritual energy is real, and formations like this are real too. What I had you make is the product of countless modifications, and one of the final, most common modernized spirit gathering formation designs." As for Kevin, I had no intention of hiding this knowledge from him. He was one of the earliest members of the team I'd personally recruited. If he was interested in this field, I'd be more than happy to train him into a formation master. I might have all this knowledge inside my head, but I still knew my own limits. I didn't believe I could become like the protagonists in other cultivation novels, who mastered formations, alchemy, and everything else. Nor did I want to master everything myself. All I needed was to build a team whose members complemented one another. Just like a sect in a cultivation novel, I could be the sect master, while everyone else specialized in different fields. As for people changing jobs or leaving in the future, that could wait. First, I needed to build the framework of the team. If you want to study this, you'll need to enter the Tao first. I told Kevin, at the very least, you need to understand how spiritual energy works. You can start by reading material online. Once you've built up some basic knowledge, I'll teach you more. Kevin's eyes immediately lit up. Then he slapped his forehead. Boss, you know this stuff too? I only know a little, I said with a laugh. I'm not particularly good. I'm still learning too. One step at a time. Test it first. I stared at the miniature spirit-gathering formation, as though I were looking at a treasure. A lot of our future may depend on this little thing. The first miniature spirit-gathering formation had finally succeeded. If things worked out, Kevin could eventually be trained into a proper formation master. Then we could see whether formation techniques could be combined with modern scientific knowledge to further improve spirit-gathering formations. And I had another idea too. If it was possible, could we eventually make them even smaller? For example, down to the nanoscale. Could a chip the size of a fingernail contain tens of millions of spirit-gathering formations? If tens of millions of formations work together, then wouldn't the efficiency of converting a single pseudo-spirit stone become dramatically faster? As long as I could mass-produce pseudo-spirit stones, I could use them to construct spirit-gathering formations and formations for dual cultivation, allowing me during dual cultivation to increase my strength much faster. That improvement would generate even more spiritual energy, and that spiritual energy could then be used to nurture plants and pseudo-spirit stones. As long as I could create a complete cycle, I could stay inside that cycle and continuously strengthen myself until I carved out a place for myself in the coming age of great struggle. After Kevin left, Emma stared at, wheezing in Denik Evateen, the spirit-gathering formation continuously producing faint blue-green points of light, all the way until her rebirth in her previous life. She had never understood what the cultivators meant by the coming age of great struggle, or what exactly it was they were waiting for. But now Emma suddenly had a feeling, or perhaps just the faintest suspicion. Could that coming age of great struggle actually be started by the man standing in front of her? And speaking of that bracelet, Emma looked at the bracelet on my wrist. It seemed to have changed slightly again. Inside the bracelet, something appeared to be moving. This thing really didn't look ordinary at all. A magical artifact? No. It probably wasn't just an ordinary magical artifact. Could this thing be something like those? And operate third teen, innate spiritual treasures mentioned in cultivation novels? I had no idea. Emma was thinking so much. I simply stretched lazily, feeling as though a heavy stone had finally fallen from my heart. From here on out, we just need to cultivate properly. Seeing Emma staring at me, I couldn't help asking, what are you looking at? Emma scratched her head. I was just thinking, if this thing really works that well, you're not planning to install one in the apartment, are you? Of course I am, I said. How well do you remember the circulation route? Don't tell me all you remembered was the moaning and forgot the actual cultivation. Emma's face instantly turned red.